set up teams, and start digging.
Made in hell.
That fountain of eternal youth.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripped into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Good morning, Counter-Strike. A new era for the scene is dawning as we start to work our way towards the first CS2 Major. Vince, mate, this is a treat, isn't it? We're in position here at the beautiful PGL studios in Romania. The players are in the building and we're starting to bubble our way into the first Major, but it's real.
We've been talking about this the last couple of days since we arrived. We've been looking forward to this moment, and the EU RMRs are about to get underway, and it's such a stacked group as well. Like, you couldn't have asked for more teams.
Man, it's jam-packed. You think about some of the best, the biggest organizations. Man, we are in for a whole load of high-quality Counter-Strike not just this week, not next week, but basically for the whole way up towards the major. Some of the names on screen here that have made it through, of course, the open qualifiers, the closed qualifiers, and then finally the teams that were invited off the back of the placement from Paris. And Vince, you look at these logos, mate, doesn't it just get you kind of excited for the prospect of some of these draws?
Man, like looking into these teams, obviously we've been casting through the open qualifiers, the closed qualifiers. We've got a chance to see some of these teams actually perform. Some sank, some swam. And as you say, coming into this tournament, dude, you just see all these teams, not just in the first RMR, the second one as well. It's so stacked that you can't help but just think like today's games are going to be bangers through and through.
100%, 100%. I physically don't think there's an option where they don't go off, especially because you factor in all the kind of extra ingredients, right? Valve throwing in the spice of, hey, have a major update, have everything else that we can factor in. The way we've seen the whole landscape of the scene changing as well, Vince.
Yeah.
Heroes of old are starting to fall out of favor. We've got some new guns on the scene. Many old school players returning as well, featuring here at these RMRs, trying to make a run to make it back to a major. It's crazy. We really have kind of lucked out in terms of a perfect way to kick off what could be the next 10 years of CS, mate, in CS2.
Yeah, I mean, Donk anyone? He's just coming onto the scene. Obviously, he's going to be playing in a bit later on. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's so many big players. I mean, even in some of those lesser teams, today we have 9 Pandas playing in the very first game on the A stream. Well, you have Seized in that roster, who of course used to be in the likes of Na'Vi back in the day. So it's just jam-packed full of those star players, as you mentioned before.
There's so many crazy matchups that we've got. The ones that are on your screen right now are for our stream. Here on the secondary scheme, we're going to be covering a whole load of explosive CS, kicking it off with VP, making their return to the RMRs, Vince. Obviously had a really bumpy run of it back towards Paris, where they made one of the most drastic decisions I've seen in RMR Counter-Strike. Things get hectic in this environment, but they subbed out a player after losing their first 2 BO1. So some crazy storylines with VP, but look at the other names we've got coming up, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, in that second game, you got Na'Vi versus Movistar Koi. We got a chance to catch both of these teams in those open and closed qualifiers, and we were both pretty impressed with Koi, to be honest. Like, they're a team that obviously has been around the block for quite a while, and I think they could give Na'Vi a run for their money, especially considering these are BO1s.
It's the big prospect, right? It's a BO1, but also if you've kind of been like hiding out in the woods, haven't been following CS for a while, you'd like watching major CS, we've got a surprise for you. We changed the whole format. There's less rounds now. It's MR12. That's one that's probably going to shake things up here in RMR level Counter-Strike BO1s, Vince. It's going to be a bloodbath.
It is. I think we're going to have a lot of surprises, a lot of upsets along the way. And this first day on the A stream, as you can see there, I think it's littered with potential obstacles and pitfalls. G2 and ITB, I know you're pretty close with those boys. You have some levels of expectations, perhaps, in that second game.
It's one of those, man, where I think genuinely, at this point, no stone can be left unturned, Vince. You know, all of these games could be potential upsets. I think there's a lot of room for that extra 20% of kind of human element that comes out of you in this environment. When you're at the RMRs, plays start to just go off. People start to get into that mindset of realizing, you know, the dream of making it to the majors so close. People play better. People play more aggressive. It all starts to bubble. And that ITB roster, it's very different, obviously, from what we had last time around, the kind of crazy run they had towards Paris, but there is some surprises in store. I've heard they've been doing pretty well in practice as well, so maybe we at least get a close game out of that one, a nice run for their money.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Na'Vi, obviously wonderful coming into that team, has done a really good job. But I think he's very impressive for most people, myself included. They're also a team, though, I think that fall in that bracket of CS2 hasn't necessarily exploded for them just yet. I don't think we've seen the top levels that they've really been able to perform at. So against Movistar Koi, that could also be a potential upset performance.
And Movistar looked good. Like, we were pretty impressed with them, right? Back when we were obviously watching online, a little bit different online CS, and this is pre-patch as well, right? So where Pika's advantage was a factor, but they played smart. They had really good communication. That's one of the things that impressed us the most, is sometimes you see these rosters where it does start go down the pan when things get hectic. Movistar Koi, they look drilled, and that's what you need in this environment.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously going back into the games that we'll be casting as well, we're kicking things off with a bit of an interesting game with VP and Saw, where I think on paper you think, okay, VP probably have this one in the bag. Saw is another team, though, similar with Movistar Koi, where I think that they're going to go under the radar a little bit for some teams. First game as well of the entire thing, where maybe VP haven't quite settled in yet. We know sometimes they're quite slow starters. I think that's another game I'm looking at, and I'm like, there could be an upset there, because VP, a lot of people fancy them to go through. I'm not so sure they're going to be off to a winning start today, though.
Well, you've got to come out absolutely swinging, right? Because obviously, you know, off the back of what was a little bit of a cut short run at Katowice, you want to come in fresh. You'd hope they've had some time to sort of reset, really sort of delve into as much practice time as possible with the new patch, get themselves up to speed with how they're feeling. But that's not going to be an easy game. And I'm right there with you, bud. I think that Saw roster has a lot of potential. It's one that gets interesting when we get towards the veto. It's a bit of a conversation we'll get into a bit later, but that is something that I think could swing it a lot, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at VP in particular, just to keep on that, as obviously that is our first game on the stream, where you think of like Jame and the obvious sort of slower style, I'm not sure that necessarily bodes well in an MR12 format when there's a lot of pressure on the table, as you mentioned before. This is a whole different ball game to playing online Counter-Strike. Even Katowice, no disrespect, is a huge tournament, obviously, but the chance to be at a major is so massive, and this is going to definitely bring a different level out. As you can see now, the VP roster coming up on your screen, this is Mia, a guy that I think he's been a little bit in a downward trend in terms of his individual performances, but when you have the likes of Flit alongside him and Fame, it's fine.
Man, it's crazy, isn't it? That basically we do have still such a powerhouse roster here, back under the VP banner, and they've been swinging into a lot of the events that we've seen from them. The talent is there. In terms of rating as well, it's really weird. When you look at some of these players, even the game they lost back towards Katowice that finally knocked them out of the event in the third map, you look at the rating they had, people are still sporting like 99, 98 ADR, still finding damage, Vince, but just not being able to convert, not being able to win themselves any rounds. But if you're losing like a 13-5 game to get knocked out of a gigantic event, still putting up damage, something's working. We know they frag, we know they can play well. It's just all got to be on. You can't have one of them firing.
I think the thing for me that's quite impressive as we're getting into the Saw lineup as well, though, is this emergence of Norbert as like an actual legit super heavy carry kind of player. He was typically a supportive element going back into CSGO, so that's been very impressive. But here we go on the screens now, the Portuguese team of Saw. A lot of expectancy on this roster, I think, around that region. Maybe they can make it. I think there's still a few question marks, though, about this roster.
I think so. Yeah, one of the big factors as well is honestly, I think it's just it's really kind of like the human side of just going, it's just a great bunch of guys, Vince, honestly. Like in terms of the personalities, the way that they kind of operate together, and honestly, some of the heartbreak that you think Saw as an organization and some of the names that are still here now have gone through as well multiple times, even in this very building previously on the lead up to a major. It's just sick to have them in this position. And for an opening game, again, all it takes, Vince, is a good start. You think about how much gold is buried in pistol rounds right now in a BO1 format, bud. On LAN, Vince, don't get me started.
Especially, as you mentioned, with MR12, I mean, it puts a lot more pressure on the economy. It puts a lot more pressure in terms of just the raw amount of rounds that you have to come back into a match if you've had a really bad start. I mean, how many times have we've casted a lot of CS over this last couple of months. The amount of times you see a team go like 5-0 up on the CT side or the T side, and the other team never really recovers from that is vast. So it has put spanner in the works for some of these teams, and I think that's another reason why upsets are a lot more possible on this first couple of days, because if a team like Source kicks off with like a 5-0 start, they're up for it, they're pumped, they're hyped, they realize the expectations are quite low and they're the underdogs. That's where VP could struggle, because one thing that VP are good at is keeping themselves in games, but they may just run out of time in which to do that.
Yeah, it's one of those, right? We've seen multiple times where they kind of defeat themselves. If you take too long into a round where they're kind of trying to cook something up, they don't get the entries they need. The fallback into instantly being able to sort it out and, you know, react doesn't come through sometimes. And VP make those major mistakes. In this environment, this is where it hurts. This is where it really matters so much, right? Because it's a slippery slope of you lose your opening BO1, suddenly your neck's on the line, and it all gets very scary quite quickly. I think, honestly, Vince, I know we kind of touched on it before, and this is perfect timing, actually. We get some of the maps they've played previously over the past 3 months. So these are their statistics here. This is why I think the veto is going to be so important for this series, as obviously VP yet to lose a game on Inferno. Honestly, Vince, it feels like they're the only team in the world that still play Inferno. Everyone hates it in CS2.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times as like a third map, but yeah, definitely gets banned out pretty early. We're seeing this emergence of Ancient, Anubis getting played a ton. Vertigo is also in there, and it's really cool to see more Nuke.
Yeah.
I've definitely liked that Nuke is getting a lot more play, and as you can see here, there are some maps that the teams definitely both enjoy playing. I'm very curious to see what this best of one comes down to, because they could potentially float like the likes of an overpass there if you saw, but this is a very good map for VP as well.
Yeah, they do love an overpass, man. We've seen it. It's one of those maps that they can thrive on. I think it's interesting. We're going to get down to the nitty-gritty with that and see where it goes, but there's so much room for, I think, the veto in this, in a best of one format, to really sway how much stock. This isn't as clean cut as VP should be. The favorites, you've got some of the map stats here on screens as well, give you a better taste in terms of the map performance of how they've been playing statistically, where those conversions have been coming in, if they're good on the trades. And honestly, mate, VP stats don't lie. They are still this real powerhouse. They've just had a few bumps in the road in recent history. And I think that's the fact, right? Do we focus on the recent, Vince, or do we think long term? Can they kind of go into this and forgo all that?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of teams have had a few bumps along the way. You know, you think of the G2s, for example, or another team that have a couple of blips. Na'Vi have had a couple of blips as well. And I think you have to also look at the teams in which they've had blips against. VP have typically been playing against much higher opposition week in, week out than Saw have. And that's no disrespect to Saw. This is a great opportunity for them, but VP are playing against some of the best and brightest teams on the planet. So if they're having blips against some of the best teams, understandable. If you're losing against teams like Spirit right now, understandable. Like, they're beating everybody. Get in line. So it's going to be a really interesting one, but we are going to find out the veto now, which is going to give us a lot of answers to those questions we've been posing.
Okay, so firstly, surely Inferno is out the window. There's going to be no allowing Inferno through this. First ban, though, for Saw is just going to be Mirage. Shut it straight down, get it out. Fair enough, Vince.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, honestly. It's a map that they typically don't play that much. Overpass has been banned. We were questioning if they'd float it. The answer is a no.
Okay, Nuke being taken out by VP as well. Finally, Vertigo. Oh, mate, okay. There's a bit of room for this, so I imagine you probably do want to get rid of that Inferno pick, and then we should probably end up on Ancient here. With the way this is shaping up, that would seem more reasonable, right? You're not going to go for the map they've not lost.
You'd certainly hope not.
Just my analytical skills on that one, Vince.
There you go. There you go, Jackie. They had no interest, understandably so. So we are going to be kicking things off with an Ancient. I'm completely down for that. It's a map that both teams play. Both teams are pretty solid on, but obviously, as you can see with the stats, VP coming out with a 7-1 in the last 3 months.
Which is good. You know, I mean, it doesn't lie, Vince. You can see the numbers on that one, and that makes sense. Easy to read. Whereas, I would say, honestly, 4-2 there, in terms of what Saw have put up previously, we've seen one of those games. Back when we were watching them attempt to qualify and make the whole run through, we had an Ancient game with them, and it didn't look bad. Some of the moves they were making in terms of their CT side plays, very proactive. They had a great understanding of how to take control towards B. Obviously, mate, like, in this day and age, if you can control lane, you can control the game, right? And they had that down to a T, which it bodes well.
It definitely does. I think from a neutral's perspective, this is one of the better maps that we could have really asked for.
Yeah.
I think stylistically, they actually match up pretty well. On top of that, VP get a lot of memes for being slow and lethargic and saving. They can be very aggressive on maps like Ancient. When you have players like Fame in the team, they can also take the lead, but it's Norbert that's been the real standout. He's really had a glow up when it comes to CS2 as far as I'm concerned. So I have high expectations for him in this game.
I'd hope to see him just absolutely come out swinging. It is so interesting as well, like in terms of the tidbit, that kind of fact of like, it was such a weird shake-up of losing their opening 2 games. Funnily enough, that was Into the Breach that beat them in the second BO1, right? To basically cause the team to go, something's not working, we need to replace Chiron, try as they might, and then they don't make it back. That's off the back of, you know, winning the last major, taking the title at Rio, and then not even getting to attend. So I think if you factor in that element as well, Vince, you can't give up a chance. You must know going into this, it means so much for the stock, right? You've got to get back to the major at a bare minimum. 100%,
and I think that's the expectations. I don't think that there's any sort of plan B here. Like VP, it's either get to the major or it's a failure. I mean, it sounds harsh, but when you have a roster of this magnitude, when you have an org like VP is a classic org, obviously going back to the Polish days with the classic Pasha, etc. Like, this is an org, and these are a group of players that on paper you expect to go to the major and perform well at the major. But this is where we're going to get a barometer. Like, what VP are we going to be witnessing as we do jump into the game? Finally, let's get this underway.
Oh, perfect timing on it. Couldn't have come at a better point. We are excited to kick this one off. Ancient is the battleground. A map that could go either way here. Saw needs to show up tonight, live up for past mistakes, and absolutely decimate here as we'll be getting into things. VP on the CT side, Vince. Doolies are in play for Norbert.
They most certainly are. As Saw moving up on the catwalk, looking into Cave, decide against that one. It could be more of a split push onto the A site. There are two in main as it stands, but that smoke, well timed onto Donut, will force back the T's. Molly and nades thrown in on both sides, but now that smoke is dwindling. Red is open for business.
Doors wide open. Roman with the backup of Mutaris walking in and clearing out. Going to realize there's a gap here, there's room to breathe, and you can bleed your way back in through CT, Vince. A split push that could really start to get a bit rough for Virtus.pro.
Oh, James watching it, but he's surrounded. He's isolated. He has a player in Donut. That's not going to help him from both angles, and Roman just shreds him. They may have a player in Donut, but Fame can't do much here. He's playing more of a linchpin for the rest of his teammates to rotate back around, but they're all just getting destroyed. Mutaris pushing straight through, takes the head of Mia, and also Flit.
They're falling. Oh, the retake now has to be impeccable. Straight into the bomb site, and the Doolies begin to sing. Norbert with one. Spams down to remove Ujerks as well. And we're looking at a 2v2. Time's ticking though, Vince.
Mutaris opens up again. 3 kills in the round. And that could be good enough. Norbert firing off some shots with those Julies. But the bomb is so low, Jackie. He doesn't even have time. He's got no kit. This round is going the way of Saw.
They've ripped it away from VP. Mutaris in the dying moments wants to shut him down. Norbert forced to retreat, but in reality, it doesn't matter. The pistol round is the real commodity, Vince, and that is Saw's.
And we were talking about confidence. We were talking about aggression coming into this game. Would Saw feel the situation? Would they crumble under the pressure? Well, there's your answer, Jackie. Early doors, aggression, straight into the face of VP. But it wasn't reckless. They waited for the smokes to clear. They waited for their opportune moment to strike. And once they did, Mutaris slapped them away with that 3K.
It's huge, man. The momentum you're going to get from that will set you up. Now it's just a don't fall from grace. Don't get slapped in the face immediately, right? For VP, at least it's just USPs. Isn't much of an investment. You've gone for the stack towards the B-bomb site. See if there's going to be any early contact. They're not going to push out the extremities. They'll hold and wait for the T's to walk on in, peek together. See if you can maybe find a frag or two and build into the round.
Well, they've gone on the stack side, and that at least is going to be some good news, and 2-3 kills come down. Mia's got 2 with his USP. Suddenly Saw reeling. Catapulted back into reality, perhaps. They should still win this round, Jackie, but already so many casualties.
And that's what hurts. It's going to be costly in timing, Vince. Ooh, they're pushing their way out through the cave as they bleed up ramp and exchange locations. Mach 10 in the hands of Mer, and he's on a warpath, flanking up the back. He should have a clear line of sight onto Aras-Dose. You can take out the bomb planter, and it all falls on Mutaris.
He's got a minute left on the clock, but he doesn't know where that second player is. You can see he's getting a bit antsy. Gives his position away, showing the nerves perhaps for Mutaris. Going for those pre-fire angles. There's one. Does he expect them to be double stacked? No, but it's the USP. It's allowing him a couple more chances here. It's such an important moment in this BO1. Everything could collapse for Saw early doors. And Fame now picking up the Mach 10 runs and guns, but Mutaris holds the line and secures a 2-0.
Oh, Vince. Mutaris, he was fighting his inner demons on that one, but the peeking round towards Cave, the spam shots going out. He's twitching all over the shot, but he calmed down when he needed to and does pull it over the line. Scary, though, considering the amount of damage you've done, not only in the round, but to the economy overall. It's not a clean freebie for Saw, Vince. It's one they had to fight tooth and nail for.
Exactly, and they also know if they come down now to VP's proper buy, they are straight up broke. And that allows VP to get a really solid CT side kicked off. We were discussing before with MR12, Jackie, how the economy can be so brutal. You just run out of time, you run out of rounds if you get that 5-0 kind of lead. Well, they face the very real possibility that VP are about to inflict that upon them.
VP's early utility, used to zone out, take some control around towards the cave, and now the response. Saw want to fight for middle. Block off Red Room. Have the access round towards lane. You can make a quick rotate out of this if necessary. And the bomb hasn't been spotted as well. That's far back on Aras-Dose. He'll be lurking towards the A site as mid-control gets fought for. And the response is to set up 2 players close towards Donut. About a minute on the clock here. So the only push isn't towards the extremities. It's instead a flank that could really throw a spanner in the works, Vince. Back turn towards Red Room. They support each other. And Mert takes down the first. Don't realize that Ujerks was backing him up. And it's a trade that falls in favor of VP.
It does by the one player, but it's also allowed them to stagnate that mid-control that was coming in. It allows 2 players now to come back to the CT side. of the B side of the map, and Flit's position going to be difficult to deal with. The timing for you, Jugs. He must be so frustrated. Had the right idea, but gets caught with the nade in his hand, and now a 2-on-4 falls upon us with Norbert with a key to just unlock this attack. 25 seconds left, Jackie, and it's looking dicey for Saw.
The last of the utility used. Flashbang over the top, buying a bit of time. Audio cue for the bomb plant, giving away the situation. Spam, splinters. Response back is a nice connection from James as the Scopal assault onto Story. Aros tries to defend for the first, but you're being flanked, you're outnumbered, and VP this time break down the wall.
And to be fair to Saw as well, in that 2v4, they at least got a bomb plant down. It does mitigate and alleviate some of the problems we were discussing before about the economic struggles. It won't yield them a full buy, at least I hope not, as the risk versus reward at this stage of the game is simply not worth it for Saw. But you may get a couple of Deagles thrown in the mix, a couple of Tech 9s, and man, how many times have we seen those Pocket Rocket Deagles just wreck faces and win rounds that should never be close?
Pistols just feel so beastly right now. CS2, if you've got confidence with it, you can remove lips all over the shop. And all right, there's a little bit of spice thrown in, Vince. Lightly. Paprika at the top there for Story as he picks up the one Tech 9 to play with. Bit of run and gun potentially on the cards.
Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought we might see a Deagle thrown in the mix there. It's really powerful right now, but the Tech 9 in the right hand certainly equal to the task. Does also show that Saw are not taking VP lightly. You know, there's a lot of respect being shown here. Like, let's make sure we get as solid buy as possible in that 4th round and not throw too much away into this one. Tech 9's going to be the spearhead of the operation. Does spot Flick going for the peak, but nothing really connects.
Oh, timing on the push now. They want to fight for control of Cave and they at least zone Flit out. They forced him further back. He hears the footsteps, but the response is to call for the HE from the teammate on the back of sight. And both bits of utility have connected perfectly. The Molotov forced them out of position. The HE, it dents them, Vince, leaving them all very low and in a risky position. The call now appears to be to barrage their way through middle, but you're being picked off. Does get dinked though, and at least fall back.
Unfortunately, just the Glock though, so it's barely any damage, and now Flick can hold the line, pad those stats. 2 players remain. The Tech 9 still in play. 1 kill would be a solid outcome from this position, but it doesn't look likely. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Arrows, although he switches to the burst fire, it won't change the outcome of the round, and that's VP with all 5 players left alive. That's doing wondrous activity to their bank balances, that they can build up a little bit of economy now.
You can see the respect as well. Even on that round, right? You've got the read that it was effectively just 1 or 2 pistols potentially you were up against. Maybe a couple of upgrades at the very most there off of the information they had from Cave. But it's how VP responded. Utility was picture perfect, zoned them out as well, and made it really hard for Sword to get anything from it. But this is what we were waiting for. This is where you now have an opportunity again to actually command some respect, and they do the smart thing, Vince. They use one of the tactical pauses, knowing they're going to be having a bye, going back into this game. What have they got in store for us?
Definitely, man. I'm very much on board with the idea of calling a tactical timeout. How many times do we see a team be in these tumultuous rounds, these really important moments, and they use none of them? We were saying this multiple times in the lead up to these RMRs, like, guys, you've lost the last 5 rounds. Like, your economy's intact. Let's call a tactical timeout. It's clearly not working. So the fact that Saw have the wherewithal to call it this early on, make sure they're on the same page, awesome.
It's very easy to tunnel vision and think we're only 2 frags away. We'll win it next time. But taking the time to at least assess the situation pulls you out a bit, gives you some perspective. It might make it a bit easier. Mid control is absolutely free early on for Virtus.pro, meaning they can double up and control lane a whole lot easier. You force your way in through the smoke and set up. Meanwhile, there is a bit of pressure being applied towards the A site. Contact up for Muteris, and Arrows wants to go for the boost over. Will he be the arrow to spearhead this round, Vince, and get them the entry they're looking for? You've got the AWP on the move as well. It's in the hands of James.
Well, it seems like the bullseye has actually been painted elsewhere here, though, Jackie. On the B side is where 3 players are still lurking. Plenty of time to make moves, but it's Fame that shuts it down. Muteris is sent packing, sent reeling out of the round, and in doing so, Arrows has to get out of there. Story hoping, begging for an opportunity. He saw a pixel, but unable to expunge the threat. And VP looking sharp again in this round.
We're falling into the same situation as last time. The pressure cooker. Time's ticking away, 40 seconds, and you set your focus on the A-bomb site. You had the lurker in arrows waiting, but it's a mind game, Vince. Smoke's out, sell the idea of the push. You can send arrows in to now hard commit and keep those rotates on site, but there is 2 CTs towards B. They've got to find the frags.
Yeah, he needed a kill there to draw up more rotational plays. Oh, it's a rough spray from Flit. He at least gets one, though. That could be good enough. 15 seconds on the clock, and the time is an adversary that Saw have got to try and push away, and they'll do that by pushing the bomb and planting it onto the site. But in doing so, there's so many CTs. A 2-2 formation attacking from 2 separate sides, and it all falls upon Roman. He has all of his health points remaining, but he doesn't have the positional advantage here. And they're going to go in for that defuse, try and draw him out. Easy kill in the end for Mia. And another successful defuse. Again, they're getting the bomb planted here, Jackie, but they're not really doing much to make us believe. It's like in these 2v4 scrappy situations, they're forcing it down. They're not really commanding these rounds as it stands.
No, VP seems to have a good grasp on it. Even there, you can see the idea. The way they wanted to play it out, a bit of a mind game to go for the late rotation towards A, but if you're not finding those picks, if you're not making those moves a little bit earlier to sell the idea, they're not going to stay on the site. We already had such a heavy rotation towards B, and they were set up for it. To Saw feeling the damage to the economy as well, Vince. This time there's a few more pistols supporting the Tech-9s. They do go for a bit of a fast play, just running in, spelunking towards the cave, and seeing if they can find these pickups. They need to clear the angle, though, a little bit sloppy as Ujux goes down to Flit.
Yeah, that felt a little bit forced. Understandable with the kind of weaponry that they have, but it's a clean, straightforward 4th round on the side of VP. I'm not against the idea of going for those run and gun rounds when you have Tech-9s, you have Deagles, P250s. It makes a lot of sense, but the way in which they were exploding into cave kind of one by one, this is something that we see some of the top teams make sure that there's always a protocol of having a secondary player there to clean up. Yeah. If the first player goes down, they at least get a 1-for-1 trade. So a couple of scrappy moments here for Saw, but they have another buy, and they have got to try and make this one work. This is now 4 unanswered rounds on the side of VP.
And there is a difference as well. This time the story changes as he'll be donning the AWP. Go for the boost up on the box. He's looking for the initial pick towards the back of the bomb site. There's a timeline where this works. If Norbert peeks into him, gives up the free frag. Cave control has always been an issue, though. Flit's able to push out. He has the Molotov that comes over the top to force them out of the angle as well. And he's just spamming, keeping them in check. Commanding lane. They group up and go for a contact play in, Vince. They need to hit the timing on this. Norbert had a nade in his hands, but he goes back to the AK and slays the first.
Yeah, he's playing this one so well. He's wasting as much time as possible to allow Flit to get into the crossfire, who comes in and will oblige, taking the head of Roman. And Norbert has done his job once again. He continues to impress. And Saw continue to just run into the brick wall. This defense is now looking impenetrable as they decide to try and wrap back around on A, but the bomb is in no man's land. Story has a good 10-15 seconds before he can join his brethren over there.
Dry on the first. You walk out into the scope of Jame. You realize now there's an AWP waiting on a bomb site. Arrows, can he stay alive and raise enough help to actually buy a pathway for his teammate and Story to rotate in? He's paranoid about Donut, but it's the backstab. And Story's AWP. This is kind of the story we were setting up into the round, Vince. Instead, it's just a matter of can he even hold on to the weapon now? Oh, he's shot left. A wide miss, tries to follow it up, Vince, but it's getting awkward now.
It is, and also time is getting to that weird position where if he gets killed after time, his economy is absolutely in the bin. 12 seconds left. Could be a blessing in disguise that Norbert rushes him down and puts him out of his misery a little bit earlier on. But it does mean, again, another rifle round for the Portuguese team, and they've been unable to do much with it. I mean, we've had a couple of bomb plants here, but it's always in 2v4s when they were kind of out of the round anyway, just desperately scrambling to get some kind of economy ticking forward. They've not really commanded any of these rounds, and again, Norbert played this position very, very well on the side. It's kind of hard to see where Saw are going to get their success from at this stage.
That's the problem, right? Because it feels like VP, even into some of these rounds, Vince, they haven't had to expunge a lot of that utility. They have such drilled setups in terms of the fallback, the way they're playing off each other with the angles, that they've got fail-safes to control lane, control cave. They make it uncomfortable for Saw to get any kind of map control. Mid's actually been relatively open. We've had 2-3 rounds where they've been able to find late control towards middle, get into red room, try and backstab. But at a certain point, something's got to change here. The game plan towards these B defaults just aren't working. They can't get any map control from it. And this is another round where you're not going to have any extra stock, right? I mean, there's a few nades, Vince, at the very least. We've got some smokes, bits of offensive utility with the Molotovs. There is a deagle. All right. Potential then. Let's see what they can get done with the hand cannons.
It's the nature of how VP have really kind of pushed down their authority as well over these mid portions of the map. The Molotov's been on point, the smokes, the utility has been there to just barrage away the T's. However, Fame may be about to get caught here. There's multiple players with those run and gun pistols. Molotov straight down. James is watching the approach as well. And again, you can see the respect being shown. They may have missed their window of opportunity.
Blocked off by the Molotov and everyone's already rotated. They're going to get contact from the peak on the nade as well, but they can't take down the first two. They've at least bought themselves some room on the bomb site. That was until Mur pulled up and absolutely murders them. So no success with the players that run them down on the bomb site. Now it all falls onto Roman, trapped at middle with the trusty deagle in hand. Best case scenario, Vince, maybe a couple of frags to make it costly, but even then, you're not going to dent that economy. Everyone's minted, Vince.
Yeah, 13k on James, 10k on Mia, Flitz over 10k, Norbert's close to max money. Yeah, I mean, from here on out, pretty much, VP, even on the CT side, are going to be able to buy whatever happens at this stage for the rest of this half. 6 rounds in a row as well, Jackie, and I can't think of many times that we've been in like a 3v3 or a 2v2. I mean, it's always been VP getting the opening pick. It's always been VP closing the door. Not closing it, slamming it in the face of Saw and not allowing them any room to breathe.
Harsh as well. Makes it so much harder to warm up. Get the blood pumping in these early rounds, and that is a kick in the head. Flitz spamming with the AK, and the bullet connects onto a Roman. Ujax, at least, given the blessing of being able to trade it and put them into a 4v4. Rough pill to swallow, though.
This is one of the best opportunities. It sounds weird to say in a 4v4, one of the best chances they've had at a potential round, but it's been shut again away from Jame in the smoke, of course, as they line up and Muterus may get one. Arrows there to try and wiggle his way into another round, and Story puts out Jame. The reason I was saying that is because they managed to force their way out of main and push away the CTs. And now Norbert double tap to the head of Story, trying to make sure this round doesn't get out of control. Bomb now going to be planted, or at least tickled. Arrows comes round the corner into the crosshair of Norbert. And it is complete suicide from that position. Why would he peek into that? He had all the positions going in his favor.
Oh, but that's rough. It's the follow-up shot as well, Vince. You factor everything in, right? The Molotov literally burns his toes. It gives the audio cue. They knew he was CT. The response is to take Story and peek from close wall on Temple. One tapped in the brain, head gone. And they just never recovered from that point. You lose it in a 1v1. And from start to finish, that was a round that did actually look good for him, especially if you got it under the belt, Vince. 6-3, more manageable. 7-2, now it's looking scary. Spam from the little cubby as well as Flip finds the opening pick. And it's just freebie frags all over the shop. They don't even need to see them, Vince.
Oh man, double spray through the smoke, insult to injury. And yeah, I mean, Arrows, I mean, you're seeing some of the lack of experience perhaps at this stature kind of come into play. Norbert from strength to strength, we were discussing him before we got into this game, has had a real shine in CS2, and you're seeing why. He's such a cerebral player in how he approaches these angles. It's very impressive. He does these hit and run, never overextends, never overstays his welcome, and Saw just cannot get a foothold. It's sad, Jackie, that even in a 1v1 they end up losing. That's the first time that we've had any real hype about this Saw team on this T side since the very beginning, and that was off the basis of the pistol round.
And even then, you think about the second round, the anti-eco, how things went there, how scary it was. But they've been a bit dead in the water, bud. And something's got to change here. Jame, at least this time, doesn't have the luxury of having a HE to break the smoke, but timing on it, it's about to fade. Ooh, has a sneaking suspicion that they're close, tries to back off. Jame, he's good in these sort of combat warping scenarios, but plays the safe game. His teammates instead start to spam out the bullets from the back. Story wanted to get close with the tech, needed the backup of Roman. At least he finds one. Rough thing about this is, though, Vince, Roman in a 1v3, all roads lead to Rome. There's nowhere he can go.
Yeah, exactly. And this is potentially the fall of Rome right now in full effect, and it's going to be Mia The Berserker at the gate that chops him down, cuts him in half, and secures a 9th round on the side of VP. We could be seeing double digits going in to that second half, even though they conceded the pistol round. It's not something we say very often, but it goes to show how incredibly one-sided this game has been. Apart from Mutarus, who popped off in the pistol and got 3 kills, and then in that second round came out clutch, nobody above 4 frags the rest of SAW. To put that in perspective, Mia has them pretty much covered by himself. And he's typically one of the guys towards the bottom end of the scoreboard, and he's popping off.
Last chance, Saloon. Is there anything you can do to change this, SAW? Story gets another opportunity with the AWP. It's the contact play, man. Fame's already on the off angle, supported by Jane. He sees the shoulder, hits the head, removes his way through Story as well. And that's 2 frags for absolutely nothing, Vince. No price tag on that. He drops the molly, he can get out. The whole round's already starting to sink.
It is. That ship beginning to capsize. The hole in the hull is getting bigger and bigger. The deficit increasing with every passing round. As VP from strength to strength. And if people had doubts about this roster coming into the RMRs, maybe they've quieted a few of those naysayers with this performance. Roman, try as he may, gets slotted by Mia and Fame, more of the same. Ear jerks. Last player standing against 5. I mean, can he realistically get anything done against these 5 players? The answer is a resounding no. And the sad news for SAW is that we have no break between the halftime. We are just CS, CS, CS. So VP can continue that momentum and continue to apply the pressure directly to the Portuguese roster. But that was a rough one, Jackie. Once the rifles came through, there was one winner, and it was clear as day.
Oh yeah, but it really was. You know, the pistol round showed a lot of strength, showed a lot of fight at least, but already you could see the signs of VP willing to take any fight and really backing themselves into a lot of them as well, Vince. CS2, man, a lot of it is confidence these days, Vince. And if they're supporting themselves like that, it's going to pay off. You can see the difference in the body language, right? The way that it hits you so much harder when suddenly you're staring the scoreline in the face. And like you said, you don't have the blessing of, okay, guys, we've got 3 or 4 minutes. We've got a bit of time. Instead, get used to this. Because it's going to be this way the whole way through. From the RMR to the major final, there will be no extended break in these halftime swaps. It's all Counter-Strike the whole way through. So you need to be on your A game. And for VP, that momentum, it can be brought into this half, Vince, and brought into this pistol.
Especially as they're on the T side where they have to be aggressive. Now, we've seen Julie's in Cave rip so many players, 2 of them here, and 3 frags in the blink of an eye, giving SAW a lifeline, a bit of reprieve, but they're still not done yet as Mia and James stand against them in this 2-on-4. Was that a whiff Molotov? Did it bounce off a teammate? Not entirely sure, but Mia is going to try and put that into the back of his mind and push forward with that Glock. Already 1 kill to his name, but he's about to get peeked from Cave. He saw that shadow, allowed him to readjust in time, and there is a big headshot. Don't throw this one away, SAW. There we go. They secure both pistol rounds and give themselves a chance, but it is a chance, Jackie, that will so quickly get punished if they're not on point.
Oh, Vince. I'm glad they put the Band-Aid on it, because there was a moment there when he peeks Cave, he sees the shadow. I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, you know what, honestly, they kind of have been hitting some sick shots. Maybe he just does pull it off, but it doesn't happen. And credit where credit's due, whole lot better from SAW. You're holding angles, you've got the Julies, they look confident. It's one way to change the game a little bit here. But this comes right back to one of our first points about this map, right? VP, they don't really remember what it feels like to lose a round. So they're going to savor this for a second. They'll take a tactical timeout and see what they want to adjust, see where they're going to go from here. No bomb plant. Not the end of the world. You know, you can force back into it, make a bit of a play here, and that's the scary factor, right? CT side for SAW, the guillotine that would lop any kind of hope off for you is if you take the pistol, instantly get reset. You lose to some pistols. It's such a kick in the teeth.
And that's nearly what happened in the first half.
It really was.
Very, very close. And I would argue, when you can put all 5 players together as those fingers of the fist and punch through onto one site, potentially against 2 or 3 players, it's more doable on the T side than it is on the CT side. They haven't really invested much in terms of anything into this round, but they're going to just sit back, and this allows them to dwindle away some of that utility from SAW. And this is costly. Incendiaries, their costs a pretty penny, $600. HEs, flashes, smokes, they all add up. So if VP want to treat this as a mini tactical timeout and just expend that CT economy, makes perfect sense to me.
Absolutely, man. We used to call these the existence timeouts back in the day. Kevin Drulands, right, always used to ask for these. Don't waste your timeouts. Sit in spawn, go for a slow round. It's only an eco anyway. It gives you time to talk through the strats, talk through what you want to do over the course of this half. Can they find anything in the now, though? That's the question. Not going to work out well on a B-bomb site, but it's just the one, a bit of a probing tool. Throw Flit in there, see if you find any success. Get a bit of an understanding of where they're playing and who you don't want to feed as well. Man's got an MP9, Vince. Maybe let's go to the other site, hope it's a FAMAS.
Makes sense, yeah. You don't want to give that extra kill reward across and build up a nice hefty bank balance coming into those AWP rounds that will be just around the corner. Maybe also anticipating that if there was an extra couple of players on the B side, they'd have a knee-jerk reaction, throw all of their utility to stop the incoming bombardment from the T's spilling out onto the side. 35 seconds left, and it does look like VP are going to lay down their lives to try and push onto the A site. There is a decent crossfire, and it is 2 rifles as well at range. So you'd expect that this is going to be pretty straightforward. FAMAS now going to just rip straight through the remainder. And it is a nice stat padding moment, but VP, the main course is yet to come as they find themselves 10-4. Still in the lead, having lost those last couple of rounds.
Arroz doce. Means sweet rice in Portuguese, Vince, but it's been quite a sour game, unfortunately, at the minute. At least finally being able to stretch his legs a little bit there on the side hold with the FAMAS. He's been someone that in the past I've always seen actually kind of really pulling his socks up and having some big performances on the CT side of Ancient Foresaw. So you'd hope that this is the start of him now getting back into the game here, supporting Bucharest for deep mid control early. VP, they're going to get a bit of taste of their own medicine now, right? You're going to lose that early lane control. You'll be eating damage from both the Molotov and the HE towards bottom ramp. They've taken a fair amount of it, all isolated on Flit, though, bringing him down to 25 HP.
And it is one of those things that VP have struggled on other maps, like even Inferno, a map that we were discussing before, they're very solid on, have a very good win rate, they haven't even lost one.
Yeah.
Sometimes their T-sides do lack a little bit of oomph, a little bit of bite to them. Like, do they have that entry fragger that can really set around a light when things aren't going well for them? We know tactically they're on point, but it can sometimes be a bit of a detriment to their overall CS. So maybe, yeah, sure, this is their way back in. You know, they've got the key now, they've unlocked the door, they've got themselves the lifeline. They just have to make sure they grab onto every single opportunity. In the meanwhile, VP, though, taking their sweet time, 50 seconds left, now starting to make up middle control and catwalk. Bomb dropped out just outside the double doors, though, so it would appear that B site probably is going to be the final destination of this round.
The thing is, though, they got both of these smokes up about 5 to 6 seconds ago, so this is going to go down to around just below the 30-second mark before we see them going in now for this push. It's going to get a bit tight on time, so you don't really have room to clear your angles as effectively as you want. You need the early setup. Flip with the smoke over towards CT, block off the far right, go in with the flashbang and hope that you find those frags. It's awkward for Ujerks. He tries to peek and command respect on the ramp, but falls too early. 10 seconds, though, is the pivotal point, Vince. They've just got a delay for a little while here. There's still a man in cave, but he's slain, taken down. Mutarist could have saved the round.
It may have taken them a long time to get in position, but once they did, they were so efficient, so surgical in their precision on those strikes. A couple of duels going against VP, it would have been an entirely different ball game, but they got the first pick in red from Mia, and they capitalized as Arroz now can only sit there with the FAMAS and hope and pray that he doesn't get stalked and hunted down. And considering the economy situation for VP and the vast lead, no reason for them to throw a bunch of AKs away here or gift wrap one across to Arroz, so they're going to be very happy at just haven position, take an 11-4 lead. But yeah, it did look a couple of moments there, Jackie, like they had taken a little bit too long. I think saw maybe a bit overzealous in the rotation. I saw a couple players going back over onto middle, and that kind of caught them off guard just that little bit. But with the save for Mass, they're going to be able to come back into this round. It's not going to be a great buy. They've managed to wiggle themselves into an AWP. A couple players maybe down to pistols here. Roman's got himself an M4. MP9 in play for Mass. Okay, so it's a better buy than I was anticipating. Still not ideal, though.
No, not exactly what you'd want. It's rough as well, man, because one of the things that you'd really want to see from this is Story being able to get a lot of kind of free reign to either sort of solo hold somewhere, right, setting him up so he feels confident to just lock down mid, go for a bit of a pick off the back of it if he wants to try and control towards A main. They've set him up inside a donut. He's just holding there. You've got the early smokes down as well. So Red's completely blocked off. You've not got line of sight from donut, and they've bled their way out. So you're already setting up in a position where you can fight your way through cave and again, attempt to execute out on the B bomb side. Nuterus is forced off, but more importantly, he's lost so much health from that, Vince.
Yeah. Down to just 32. Far from ideal. Do feel sorry for Stories. I've not had many opportunities with the AWP on either side. 4 and 12 is going to sting for him. Meanwhile, I mean, 4 players balling out of control. James not really been required. He's only died 5 times. He has 6 kills to his name. Mia 20, Flip, Fame, both 13. But it's Norbert that's just been silenced, quelled, just shy of a minute on the clock. And finally, a bit of success for Saw. But you see, instantly, the knee-jerk reaction is, let's go mid. They do get traded, though.
The Canaries singing though, Vince, and that Story couldn't quite hit the follow-up shot and he's taken a ton of damage. Low on HP. The response is to push out ramp. Story has to come up huge in this round. Time's ticking down. Got the backup of Aros Dose. Flick shot with a Famous. Makes himself famous, at least in this round, Vince. And VP reeling back towards the depths of A main.
Only Fame is full HP. Only 22 seconds allocated. I can understand if they decided to pull the plug here and maybe just go for a save at this stage. There's only 15 seconds left. They need James to have impact, and he's looking to try and push outside of A main. But at what stage they decide to pull the plug? They don't have the time to the bomb plant right now, unless they rush straight out, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. The jump shot not quite connecting from Story, and now a post plant is brute forced in. So they decided they're going to go in for this. They're going to live or die on this play. And James, who's already got a couple of kills into this round, still in a position to punish them further with Fame watching from the donut position. Story is low. They come out and James gets 1. That could be good enough considering Story's low HP. They have a kit between the two of them, but no real grenades. Their utility. They're going to have to tickle the bomb. There's not much time left on the timer anyway. And Fame's not falling for this. He assumes they're not going to go for that defuse. Can line them up right now, sprays them down, but they snatch the defuse from under his nose. Fame had the right idea, but the timing was slightly off.
Fine margins, Vince. The devil in the details on that one. And what a painting we've just seen laid out in front of us. It's a despicable round. When you think about the fact they've gone back in for it, right? In the position they're in. What, 16 seconds at most? They go for the walk back into the site. You find the frag off the back of the missed shot, allowing them access. 3v2 on the retake, but in the best of times, it's awkward, Vince, but that one's going to leave you with your heart pounding, probably having that second of, did we actually win it? Have we lost that round? But they did. They keep themselves afloat for now, but it's barely.
That's exactly it. It's like you win the round, but at what cost? 4 players down, so your buy is actually worse in this round than it was in the previous one. Previous, they had an AWP. They had more M4s and FAMASs in play, so yes, you've dragged yourself kicking and screaming through into the round, but the job's only really just begun. Like, from here on out, it is the long, difficult grind. Double stacking into the red CT side is the MP9 and M4. But VP, again, they're just holding their resolve. The difference between both T sides is palpable. Like, Saw was so aggressive, almost coming across as desperate at times, Jackie, with their cave pushes. VP, ice cold, chilling.
Always feels like they're waiting for the backup plan. They're waiting to rotate off. In this instance, though, the setup, trying to play 2 separate angles with the verticality being a factor, making it harder for you to hit both of the frags and find 2 picks, does work, but it's only a trade. This is the more important piece. Story with a flank out from A mains, wrap the whole way round towards middle, and you've caused a bit of an issue now. You've whittled them down to 3 players. The response, Mer has to take map control inside of A. Nice Molotov as well. Aros blocked off. The Flames at least blocking his line of sight, but the bullet connects.
Post plant will be coming in, though. And it's Norbert alive with Fame. Norbert alone, not for much longer. They shut it down. Much more convincingly this time. They can trade up to multiple rifles. AKs aplenty. Saw making a real go of this game.
You can see they've gone looking for that orb for Story as well. Now realizing that it's been thrown away. They made the heads-up decision to throw it out of the map after losing the player on a backstab. When Story pushed out, that's where it's gone. So no AWP going to be saved there. Can't carry that one in. But they've at least actually got themselves a few rounds, Vince, and probably alleviated some of the pressure. The facts still remain, though, right? You're 1 round away from having a match point looming over you in your opening best of 1. That is still the reality we're living in. You've got to live by the sword and die by it right now. It has to be consistent rounds wins back to back. They don't have much room for a bit of a blip and then think about a rebuy. You can't afford that. Story realizing this fact as well knows it doesn't matter. Drop the M4 over, rebuy up into it. Have whatever you need to win these rounds because you can't afford to lose them.
Time is running out. Second tactical timeout has been deployed on the side of VP. They had plenty of cash to go for a rebuy, and they'll exactly what they're going to go for here. Interestingly, James had enough for the AWP. He typically fancy himself to go for that weapon, but electing to go for an AK instead. I believe he dropped across a Galil to Norbert. So that's maybe an indication of what is to come with his Tech 9. Maybe you can have a faster paced round here, Jackie. They have been very slow so far, so maybe conditioning Saw into a false sense of security. Like, we don't have to worry too much about them getting into our face for a good 20, 30 seconds. Maybe this is the change up in pace.
And we've seen them rotating quite early. At one point, he literally took 2 flashbangs out towards middle on what was a full commit to a B play, and they still rotated off and sent players towards mid. So if they can't take map control early, and at least have a lay of the land, no, okay, it's not a full commit, it could lead them into over-rotating. Instead, though, we see a bit more of a default in terms of the setup from VP with the way they've gone for this one. You've got utility still. There is nades to work with. Not too much damage done from either side as well. No early contact. They did throw out the nades. They wanted to see if they could force them off the angle towards bottom lane. But no one felt the brunt of that. Utility being exchanged as well. Jane being given the smoke and looking for the lineup, so he'll set up for things. Mid-control going to be the play here. Little pop over the top with a flashbang. They are up through lane, Vince. They can try and fight towards mid on this.
They certainly can. There's still plenty of utility, though, on the side of Saw. As that HE gets tossed down middle, does quite a bit of damage, actually. It's unconfirmed, but Fame dropping to his knees on 58 HP. Could come full circle later into this round. 45 seconds left on the clock. As Saw doing their due diligence, holding on to their smoke. They have a HE, a couple of flashes, that wide swing, nearly yielding some frags. They're going to get aggressive behind this one. Turns its back, it gets punished though. But at least Roman stands his ground to deliver one fatal blow to Norbert. The flashes and the push come in, and this side is beginning to dwindle.
Oh, it's aggro, Vince. They were throwing out left and right hooks. They were peeking again and again. They didn't want to wait until they get pushed. They wanted to take the fight to VP. But the issue is, Virtus.pro are ready. They're bare knuckle brawling right now on the bomb site, and the bomb is planted. Mutaris on the rotate, needs to support his teammate on this one. Angles are covered, they've got crossfires. The nades will be thrown out, sure, but it's about the peaks. And Flick slices his way through. The follow-up frag on the headshot, and that's match point. Achieved for Virtus.pro.
And that is the money in the bin on top of it. $1,500, $1,600. They never think it from their reactions. They just won a round and they're so close to victory. They're just super, super calm. That's how you have to be. That's how VP have done so well.
If you fall into those high heights, your adrenaline spiking, it's so hard to calm yourself back down. They stay calm. They keep the heart rate low. For Saw, you can see it in the body language, man. It's coming across, Vince, the nail biting, the slight shakes. It gets to you. These rounds really are irritating because it's one of those where it's replaying in your mind, thinking if we get the pick on ramp, we buy time for the rotate. We can still be in a position to win it. Now you're facing match point. Doesn't mean it's over. It just gets a whole lot harder.
Yeah, you know, we were talking before about how there's no room for error. Well, they've reached the very breaking point. They're on the precipice now, looking down into the abyss of going 0-1 to kick off their RMR endeavors. And of course, it's against VP. These are one of the favorites. Yeah. They've still had some good moments here in this game. I'm almost talking like this is their obituary, like it's over. It's not. They can still come back into this. They've had a solid CT side so far. The problem is their lack of funds and VP to kick off this round. Again, just chilling down the atmosphere, calming it down, turning the volume to 1 or 2. No aggression, allowing Saw to stew in this one. It does allow those pistols and MP9s to get up close on middle, but we know those retake protocols are so good for VP if they decide to hit mid later on.
And it's what's so scary as well, because it kind of is the perfect counter where you can see Saw. There's only been once or twice we've really seen them push out mid, push out lane, or go for a deep flank. Because they don't want to run into VP just holding angles, playing a slow default where they're going to shoot you straight in the face. And especially here, where you have weapons that have to be used on those little off angles, where you're close, where you're in range for the 5-7 to sing, just in the sweet spot, where the MP9 can rip you to shreds, mate. It goes against kind of how you've been conditioned to play. Looks like we are going for more of a contact play towards the A site, though, Vince. Story, he's got to do something huge here with the 5-7.
The 5-7 is capable, but Fame is watching the angle. And it could be a case of Saw being tucked into bed here early on from VP, barring a miracle spray through the smoke. And it's Norbert that decides, well, actually, let's just turn this into a nightmare. Muta is splattered, had a great start, but the ending nowhere near up to par. And now Fame goes from strength to strength, and it's Aras Dose to try and clutch in a 1-on-5. Low HP, and Flip puts the final nail in the coffin. VP get it done 13-6.
Celebrations as they pick up their opening best of one here. The start that you want, Vince. This is the start that everyone looks for. It takes off so much more pressure, right? Knowing you've got that safety net immediately, and it kind of is a double-edged sword. The tale of these two teams going up against each other. You think about the history for Saw, with how close they've been, how many times they've flown all the way towards the sun before they've been burned. You can see how much it means to them. Emotionally, they've always had that. They wear their hearts on their sleeves, and it's why it probably hurts so much having a game where you think a few mistakes in a couple of those rounds, it still could have been going now.
Yeah, it's a tough one if you Saw, isn't it? Because you win the first pistol, you feel really good. We're talking about, right, this is their chance. They can build into this.
They're in.
And then 10 rounds in a row to VP. Second pistol round, they get it done. They did manage to get a few rounds. They made it respectable. They didn't get completely slaughtered. But I think we saw this big gulf and experience in terms of skill, in terms of IGL across the board, kind of what we expected. But if there were people coming into this expecting VP to have a really rough go of it, they've proven quite a few people wrong. Yes, it's not against the top tier opposition, but still, that was a very solid performance. And ultimately, it was a performance that everyone shared the burden. James didn't really pop off in terms of stats. He wasn't required to, though, Jackie. You have Mir on 20 kills going into that second half. 4 of their players, 15 kills and above. James could just sit back and chill and just be the puppet master.
It really could, and you could see they had just such a good understanding. I think that's the big factor behind it all. Even in that round where they took kind of an existence timeout, they're looking over the strat book, the cogs were always turning. It didn't matter if they were, finding huge impact in terms of the frag Vince. They made it so uncomfortable for Saw to play their CT side. We've cast them a few times on their CT side of Ancient, and they just weren't able to get aggro. Previously, they would take deep map control. They would fight tooth and nail for control of the B-bomb site. Into their CT side here, they always felt like they were on a knife's edge, and they couldn't go for those plays. They couldn't peek ramp. So instead, you kind of have these iffy half commits. It just never really felt like they were able to get the ball rolling and play their style of CS.
Exactly, like VP effectively asserted their dominance and were dictating the pace of every single round.
Yeah.
Whether it be on CT or T side. Like, they get a lot of memes about being slow and steady and lethargic. That CT side, double, triple Molotovs down mid almost every single round. 2 players behind it, catwalk control, ramp control, donut control, everywhere across the map. That must have felt so claustrophobic for Saul playing that game. And it was down to just VP being brute force. And you can see there in terms of the stats, they don't lie. James with 34 ADR, you're like, that's pretty bad. Well, he has 9 kills. He didn't need to hit anyone because his teammates were all just popping off.
Yeah, you just had to be the presence. The one that basically is just still alive on the map. Because that's the other thing, Vince. There isn't that many frags to go around. You think about the actual amount of rounds we physically played, right? Everyone was just cleaning up. And it comes down to one of those where when you look at the ADR, people are singing. People came into that game looking pretty crisp, and it's terrifying. It's rough for Saw as well, because you never want to be in this position. We've seen them time and time again where it hits you. And you really have to snap out of that so quickly because the body language, bud, it's one of the really special things we get about RMRs. There's nothing quite like it in esports, or honestly anywhere, bud. The way that you see these players just live by their face, live by these games. The passion is translated so quickly. You can see with Saw, it was getting to you. You're getting agitated in those rounds because going 0-1, it's a slippery slope.
It is, and because it's such a stacked group as well, like there's going to be a lot of very good teams going into that 0-1 bracket come the end of this day. I mean, especially if there's upsets coming in, which is today's probably the day where that's going to happen. Yeah. So it's just madness right now.
It really is. It's absolutely chaotic and crazy, but we are strapped in for all of it, and there is so much more to go. Don't go anywhere other than grab yourself a drink. We'll be back with more action here on the B Stream in a few moments.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
I'm not eternally you.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Right, well, it's February 14th, and you should probably cancel all of your plans because you've got a date with Counter-Strike, Vince. It's Valentine's Day, mate, and we've been given some games that will keep everyone entertained and happy inside. There's no point going to the movies. You've got the cinematic experience at home.
Exactly. Like, we were talking about this yesterday, actually, when we were eating, that, like, CS for me and you is more enthralling than a good movie when it's at its best. And you can't get more drama, more narrative, more stories than the RMRs. This is where teams and players' dreams come to life or they get dashed across the rocks. And it doesn't get more better than this, honestly. And we've already seen one team, plucky underdogs, come through, have a couple of good moments, but ultimately get bested by the better team on the day and just generally. And now we have kind of a similar story, I would say, Jackie. Na'Vi and Movistar coming into this game, you would say Na'Vi are the firm favorites, but there's a lot of caveats and maybes, ifs and buts.
Yeah, I think this is another one where there is a lot of asterisks to it, right? It's not as easy as kind of just looking at the names and going on HLTV and going, oh, that'll be a Na'Vi win then for the boys. Instead, this is a game that actually does have kind of a lot of legs to it in terms of being upset potential. You know, Na'Vi right now as well, they're a team that I think, honestly, this roster, pound for pound, Vince, it has a ton of firepower. And I think it could really do a lot, but it feels like sometimes you don't get all the pieces turning up at the same time. Sometimes there is a little bit of a disconnect in terms of getting it to work fully. If they can master it, though, bud, this is a roster that could do so much, and I would hope sticks together.
And really the brains behind the operation at the helm there is Alexi B, and he's a guy that's been through many different teams at this stage. Some people think he's super underrated, some people would say he's overrated. He's quite a polarizing IGL, and a lot of people were surprised when he joined Na'Vi initially, and I completely agree. I think on paper this is a team that you look at and you're like, Christ, man, this is a solid outfit. But for whatever reason, they haven't quite lived up to that potential. And he's one of the main reasons that you'd have to say that this is a hype roster. Wonderful, the Orpa, this young guy, comes in, has done a great job, is typically posting up the big numbers, but they're not getting the results.
Yeah, and that's what hurts, right? Is you kind of look at it all and like, bit by bit, you're like, wow, yeah, there should be so much here to kind of be blown away by when they're out on the server. But it's got to come together, man. A team that at the minute feels like the bridesmaid, never the bride. Moving on, though, we have Movistar Koi, the culmination of two big brands now supporting some very familiar faces. We saw a lot of their games, Vince, all the way back from the Open qualifiers, mind you, right? They went through the trenches, through Open, through Closed, and then made it here to the RMRs, now looking to make themselves a pathway to the Major. This is a team that was very exciting. Again, you know, the way they were playing, Vince, in terms of their map pool, it's quite expansive. They looked like they were relatively comfortable on a lot of the maps in the current pool, and it was drilled. The way they play off each other was actually relatively surprising with just how cleanly cut it was. Mistakes in comms were at an all-time minimum, and that will mean a lot in this kind of environment.
I remember we casted them in a multiple OT extravaganza on Anubis. And one of the most impressive things about this Movistar Koi lineup to me was how tenacious they were, because they had so many match points go against them, but they never gave up. They were constantly there fighting. And it showed me that this is a team that honestly has that mettle. They have that core sort of belief in themselves that it doesn't matter if they're down 5 rounds, 6 rounds. It doesn't matter. They can still come back and win those games. And that to me was very impressive. I think it bodes well.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's something that you need, that utter confidence inside. We'll have a look at the veto, though, see if that gives us any kind of inkling of how this one might go. First and foremost, Mirage out the way. I mean, fair play, man. You don't want to play Mirage in a BO1, Vince.
No, I think a lot of teams are shying away from Mirage now, which isn't too surprising to me considering the map pool that's currently in play. Anubis banned second. Interesting. Movistar want no part of that one. Vertigo banned next.
Vertigo, a map that Movistar, historically, when we've seen them on it, pretty good. Honestly, mate, it was pretty drilled. They understood how to play it to a very high level. A lot of clutches on that as well. They had a wacky game in the Open where they nearly actually lost out on their pathway through that Open qualifier, being rattled by a UK roster nonetheless. But we won't be seeing it today. Overpass and Nuke also taken out of the equation on this one.
So Inferno will be last to be removed. So we're going to have Ancient back-to-back.
Okay, mate. This is a whole new timeline for Counter-Strike, Vince. You know, the RMRs back in the day, when you'd walk in, it was like, right then, we've got a Mirage and an Inferno and a Mirage and an Inferno. I'm living for this. It's nice. I enjoy a lot of Ancient right now because it's one of those, although we'll see it back to back, you'll see there's a lot of ways for it to be played very differently between the two sides.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I think although VP were aggressive on their CT side, they were aggressive mainly through mid, not so much through on the ramp and the cave. That's definitely an area I expect to see Movistar Koi especially really utilize. And then Na'Vi, they're happy to run and gun it on both sides of Ancient. And I think that's one of the reasons why Ancient is a really fun map to watch and also play. Like, you're not bottlenecked in like on some of the other maps in the pool. For example, you could argue maybe even Inferno. Maybe that's one of the reasons it's not getting as much play on CS2. You have to kind of be a bit more passive on the CT side. Well, on Ancient, if you're super passive and super respectful, you're almost shooting yourself in the foot on that map. I feel like you have to be aggressive in some part, at least sometimes.
You've got to fight for it. It is really one of those maps where, honestly, mate, CT side, if you're not fighting for ramp, if you're not fighting for cave control, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, you got to get it drilled. You got to get it down. Also, a couple of nades, they'll help you out in the pugs. It goes a long way on a map like Ancient. But these are the map performances historically for both teams over the officials they've played in the past 3 months. So this gives you a little bit more information in terms of the decision-making that's gone into this one. When you look at things, obviously, Nuke, never going to happen, right? Movistar playing it very religiously right now. They're happy and confident on the map. Na'Vi playing a lot of Anubis, but we know it's the same for Movistar. They've only got the one official played, Vince, and I think that was like a double triple OT game, if I remember rightly. It was something ridiculous. I'm pretty sure we covered that.
We casted it, yeah. It was a nail biter. It was a great game, but it definitely had moments of blips on the radar as well. So looking in terms of the map performances, you can see that Na'Vi are the favorites for good reason. They kind of dominate most of those stats.
Absolutely. Looking good, at least in terms of the conversions and how this game's going to go. Issue is, we can present all this to you, but when it comes down to it, this is one of these games where I think historic performances aren't going to matter as much as just being able to turn up on the day in this environment, right? Because again, I know it kind of is one of those things that feels easy to say, but when you're in this environment, you see how these teams play. It is very different. Like RMR, Major Cycle Counter-Strike, it's not your normal Counter-Strike, Vince.
No, it's not your normal CS. And, you know, there's always the memes of like, oh, this team's holding their strats for the RMRs for the majors. It's like, are they though? But there's always that element where some players do get a massive boost because, again, when you play it like Katowice or Cologne or those kind of tournaments, of course, they're huge events. But you know the RMR actually goes into serious money with the sticker money.
Yeah, it's life-changing.
It is. It really is. For some of these players, like, it will literally set them up for the rest of their life. And that cannot be understated at all. Like,
No.
this is huge. This is a different kind of level. And it really does bring out the best in some players. But on the flip side of that, sometimes players will crumble under that pressure. So you can kind of take a lot of those stats and you can put them in, and it does build up a nice narrative. It doesn't necessarily paint the full picture as to what's going to happen, though.
Exactly. It's doing it right here, right now, in an environment where not only are you attempting to qualify to a major, you're attempting to qualify to the first CS2 major, Vince. The PGL Major 2024 in Copenhagen, which, by the way, there is still a couple of tickets going, so get on over and check it out if you want to attend in person and be a piece of that history. You better do so quickly, because I don't think there'll be tickets left for long, Vince. This is going to be one of the most wild events of the year by far. The first major, bud, and what a treat it's going to be.
Yeah, and I believe we got a bit of a sneak peek as to some of those banger pins as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
The Molotov and the major one itself as well. We're currently donning them on the
Slip
the
one of
jacket.
these on. It's nice. They are very nice. They're all very enamel and quite colourful, actually. Very vibrant. So if you like pins, you might as well grab yourself some. Everyone became a pin collector purely because of Counter-Strike, but I don't think I ever cared about pins in my life until going to like Cologne in 2014 or 2015 and going, hang on a minute, I get a little pin, all right, I'll take those.
And I was exactly the same, and now I've got a bit of a collection of them at home, and they actually mean a lot to me.
Yeah.
Because it has
it's very sentimental,
yeah,
right?
exactly. It has nostalgia, sentimentality to it, and it shows I was there, so it brings back memories. It's awesome.
It is cool. It is cool. I do like as well, by the way, one of the little things that we're seeing more and more now, especially in this environment, you get all the little talismans, all the little differences. We're seeing a lot of Pokemon that I've noticed. There's quite a few plushies, actually, that are out on the tables for Na'Vi. I believe I saw there was a chicken for Wonderful, some kind of Bulbasaur maybe at the end there for Alexi B. I'm pretty sure. That could be a Gengar. Who knows, Vince? It's quite purple on the end.
It is, and that's also another one of those collective kind of things from our childhood's Pokemon. So it's cool to see it kind of come in full swing again with some of these players donning it. On the flip side of that, though, it doesn't seem to me that Movistar Koi have any of that. They're just business. Like, they've got tons of notes. They're like, nah, boys, we're here to win.
Yeah. Leave the stuffed toys at home. Bring the paperwork.
Exactly. All
Bring
business.
the A-game. Exactly. Well, here we go then, mate. Another ancient. Movistar Koi versus Na'Vi. Let's see if this one's going to be a bit of a different flavour as we get into our second banging best of one of the RMRs here for EUA.
Ancient again, the playground, and it'll be Na'Vi starting on that CT side as AMKAL will break the deadlock through middle. I believe hailing from Romania himself. So he'll have a lot of things to say about this one. Oh, Davi G heard the footsteps, but Alexi's able to just dart back out of there again. He has the utility. Important kill. He is wonderful with those dualies, and he's going to rip straight through Just.
You're looking at a 4v2. There's still a decent chunk of time on the clock. Minute and 9 seconds left to work with. But you're going back towards middle, and this is Bit's domain. Bites the head off of the first, but runs out of ammunition. The clip is dry, and he's left dead and buried as AMKAL claps back. The only 2 frags found into this round have come by his hands. Bombs drop though, Vince, and time is starting to tick away. 50 seconds on the timer. Clears back towards the ramp and sets his focus on the bomb that's down in middle.
Yeah, I think the fact the bomb is down is the biggest concern right now. And JL says nope, takes his head and removes it with haste and dials in his second frag of the round as well. And Na'Vi off to winning ways. We saw glimpses, though, that Movistar, in terms of their aim, it is crisp, Jackie. Like, they're not that far behind Na'Vi when it comes to their firepower.
They love a scrap, Vince. That's something that I think we learned very quickly from watching them even make it to this position. Doesn't matter what they've got in their hands in terms of the weaponry. They're always down for a bit of a 1v1. They're down for an ego challenge, Vince. They love it.
Absolutely. And they're going to be down for that again here because they do have a Deagle in play. That's going to be Mopoz donning that weapon. It's AMKAL, actually, pardon me, that has it in first. Takes a couple of speculative shots, then falls back. And Alexi, if he goes for this peek, he does potentially give himself up to AMKAL. So he's going to be just shoulder peeking this for the time being. He also has a second unit just behind him. The two of them can try and lock this one down. Oof.
Emma dives round into cave. Ideally as well, you're probably hoping that the bait worked to reel them in so the MP9s could sing with a 2-player setup inside of cave. Instead, it's JL that's scrapping down on ramp, and they're all freebies, Vince. This FAMAS is just slaying its way through everyone. Against the eco, he's absolutely bashing. He's stat padding, and Alexi B will get the last follow-up as he takes down Mopoz, and they take the second.
2 in the first round and 4 in the second for JL, doing a solid job. But, of course, this is all a setup to the first rifle round. Unfortunately, we do have a tech issue, I believe. Hopefully that's remedied shortly. But Movistar, once this is done, they're going to be in with some AKs, Jackie, some Galils. And that's where we're really going to get a chance to see what this squad has up their sleeve on this T side of Ancient.
And you want to see them come alive instantly, right? It's kind of the blessing, at least, of starting off on that T side. You can set the pace of the game. Okay, easy fix, Vince. In-ear issues, we can solve that. And that's normally a pretty quick one to get done. So momentum-wise, probably won't ice out the game for too long. And it can be a bit of a benefit as well, of course, because you get into these rounds where suddenly you're like, all right, boys, we're starting to get rolling. First buy round's coming up. All right, couple seconds on a pause. Can knock you out of that flow state a little bit.
It can, absolutely. And this is another thing where, you know, we talk about the experience of these kind of games and these kind of statures and tournaments and whatnot. And these are the kind of moments, man, like just being knocked off your game a little bit. How do you manage to bypass that? Do you have the versatility and the tenacity to just push straight through? Well, we're about to find out here, Jackie, because we are live again. And Movistar Koi, early doors, bit of flame damage to Davigi, but he's able to back out of there.
They went for the spawn mid-smokes as well, getting those out initially. After those cascaded and blocked off the angles, the response from the CTs was set themselves up to peek late from lane. Alexi B's just running into the meat grinder. It's Adam S that finds the first pick. No overcommit though. They still have that mid control and they're not going to harsh swing onto lane, realizing that there's players down there. So information gathered from the in-game leader. How does Na'Vi contain the situation from here?
Well, Imez decided he doesn't want any part of this cave experience. He's going to back away and allow JL to step up. FAMAS spray isn't quite on point, and the AK will punish. Second FAMAS up to the chopping block, but this time it's Bit that finalizes JL's damage. These trades, though, looking good so far for Movistar Koi. In a 3-on-1, Wonderful stands, and he remains with his MP9, but not for much longer. And that's what Movistar Koi have up their sleeve, success.
It's exactly what you want. Instantly come in, put the full stop on Na'Vi, and pick up the round. You know, of course, it's not instantly going to be you breaking the bank and running away with things. It's just the means to an end. A first round to get you into the groove of the game. For Na'Vi, unlucky on some of the angles they're holding as well, Vince. Favouring an awful lot of FAMASes there, but just not quite getting the shots off. The spray from that bad boy not delivering. If it's a burst, I reckon you kill free.
Are you a big fan of the burst in CS2?
Mate, I love the burst fire FAMAS in CS2, but it feels crisp. Something's changed and it does feel good.
It's the accuracy. Ooh,
that's not good.
Touchdown from Mopos on the Davigi. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, though, they still find themselves a player behind. Interestingly, they didn't force into this round. They're going to just hold fire, get some upgraded pistols. They are going to definitely have to retrieve that bomb site, though, if they want success here. And with Bit on low HP, probably a safe situation for him. And Movistar Koi in prime position to take the 2-2, even though there was a bit of shrapnel dealt from teammates onto Davigi.
Wounds inflicted. But in reality, for Na'Vi, it's just about getting away with the added blessing of that scavenged AK. Alexi B testing the waters. He's gone to the public swimming pool, Vince, and dipped his toes in, but it was not a very pleasant experience.
One of those outdoor pools that has the IVs and the nasty stuff in the water. But out he will pull. They do save the AK. And alongside that, the Deagle in the hands of Wonderful, who could go in for a glass cannon. He's at that $4,800 threshold. The problem is, I feel like Ancient's the kind of map that you really need utility on. It's so important.
You got to, man. The CT side, it feels basically unplayable at the best of times if you don't have the early nades, right? Especially offensive utility. Having smokes is a given. You can just waste 20 seconds for free, but if you ain't got the Molotovs, controlling towards lane and ramp just feels rough.
Elects to not go for the glass cannon. M4A4 instead has a smoke as well. A lot of damage being inflicted on Catwalk to the likes of Adam S, who's already down to 70. They can see it the first couple of frags, but just is there to pick up the pieces.
Snapshots, quick reactions. And after the dust settles, we've fallen into a 3 versus 3 then. Minute and 25 on the clock. Bomb has been kept way back onto the Dodo. He hasn't been spotted, so the information of at least where they're gravitating towards isn't there. They don't know where the T's are posturing right now, and that is going to be a wrap back towards the B bomb site. Alexi B's domain. He's on the back site. Wonderful coming in from middle. We'll get a lot of info for this, Vince. Currently worried about the peek out from mid, but when it comes down to the crunch, he'll be able to work his way up, fight towards lane, or have a quick rotation path in through cave. Or actually, if this madman wants to go for it, Vince, timing's opening up. No one's pushed him. He can clear A main and know this is a hard commit on the B bomb site, and then instantly go for his rotate.
That's exactly what's happened. JL's now making moves in. Oh, but he loses his head. Alexi has to go huge, gets one, but that's not going to be good enough. Traded out. And now Wonderful, you can see from his body reaction, he's like, mate, why am I in a 1v2 here? We had the reads, I pushed A main for you, you had everything you needed, all the bits of information, and now the pressure is on his shoulders. You just saw that little shrug of his shoulder. He's going to be going in. It's speculative, though. If this HE doesn't get the touchdown kill, I think he's going to pull the pin and just back away and save.
You can read it on his face, though, Vince.
He was disappointed, absolutely.
The frustration from that one, man. And you're absolutely right. It's one of those where he probably is saying, you know, with the timing, just play safe, stay alive. Let me clear A main. Okay, it's a B play. Shrugging. Frustrated, realizing it's probably not worth the round at this point. Then you give up the lead as well. That's the difference maker with this now. It's not an opening round for Movistar. It's finally them actually taking control of the game and getting a bit of a start, getting a bit of a springboard to play with on their T side. Whereas for Na'Vi, it's a little bit rough around the edges, Vince. I mean, sure, there is money to figure out. You can get some kind of semblance of a quasi-buy out of it if you want to reinvest in terms of the weaponry, but it's not picture perfect. It's not what you want.
I think it was that moment for Alexi, you know, he's going to feel, you can see him shaking his head there. He had the position, they shut this round down with 2 kills. 2 kills is very doable. The kill onto JL, I mean, he just got wrecked around the corner from Stododa. You just tip your hat and say, fair play, man, it's a great shot. But now, as you mentioned, they can go in for a half buy. Far from ideal, though. 2 M4s, some Deagles and 5.7s thrown into the mix. And Wonderful getting aggressive. We saw Ema get a lot of success from this very position in the previous round. A lot of damage, but no kill. He has to pull the plug and get out of there.
And the fact that he stays alive is huge. You're still a presence on the battlefield. Having those numbers to work with makes it so much easier on the T side. And there is chip damage as well, Vince. Wonderful didn't get out cleanly. He's lost 40 HP, and Alexi B, well, he's taken a brunt of it. They've got weapons for this as well, so you can play these far back angles. Wait for a push, wait for a peek, find an opening frag, and then operate off the back of this early default with a 2-3 setup.
The problem may come in, though, Jackie, if Movistar take too long. Then you put yourself into those kind of crossfires with 5.7s and Deagles, and that's where things can go pear-shaped really quick. Good grenade damage done as well. LMS and Mopos feeling the most of that. 18 HP and 73 respectively. So although Movistar, they're playing this one intelligently at the moment, at some stage they're going to have to push forward.
You got to hit the go button. And it seems like that call has been made, Vince. So the bomb goes for the safe rotation path through spawn. Everyone else sets up. Red room is smoked off. They've all gone for the heavy stack towards B at this point as well, after the information gathered. The nade giving the audio cue, and then thinking it's going to be a B play, but it's towards A. And right now, Bit
to fruition. Movi single, he was alone. He knew he needed to stall time, and he got 2 kills for his troubles. Huge individual performance from Bit there to stop the rot, to stop them getting onto the site. And not only did they get the round, Jackie, they kept 4 players alive. They traded up to 3 AKs and an AWP. That is a payday, the lottery they just effectively won.
Oh yeah, mate. That's a trade that you would take any day. I also do love how every time we've cut to Alexi B cam, he's kind of had his own theme music. He's just that much of a main character, Vince. He gets kind of the extra edge, you know? He's like the protagonist of Na'Vi. He'd be the one running around doing all the basketball type shenanigans.
It's like some Captain Finland kind of thing, you know? He's like Alexi Rogers. Yeah. Buff as hell.
Just with the flag in the background waving behind him just saluting. Oh, that's good. Oh, mate. Just Alu's face pops up in the corner. I'm proud of him with a thumbs up.
Exactly. Well, here we go again, back into the grinder, and it's Ema with 1. Was so heavily flashed, it felt like he was flashed for 10 seconds. Once it's cleared away, he will find himself a goner. The barbecue has been erected.
It's not summer yet, but they're in the back garden, and they are cooking up some beef. Alexi B looking to start a bit of a fight on this one as well. Called for the backups, the JL rotates into support. They can play off one another here towards Close Cave. Other side of it being postured by Movistar. Bombs lurking towards the bottom of the ramp as well, and they've got the nades for it, Vince. They've got the utility to force the CTs off angle and set the idea they're going up the ramp. This is where you need to be proactive here on the cave push.
It's down to Captain Finland himself to try and lock this one down, and he does have Davi G on the other side of that. Do they check this angle? Oh, Alexi's given up his back, but the timing here is so important. Although Davi G may have got the kill, now Alexi knows that his back is compromised. And Wonderful can clean this up, but he's missed the shot. Does he get punished, though? Oh, no, Wonderful may have just thrown this away, but does make the most of it. That's valuable time, though, Jackie, and also valuable amounts of resistance that's been propped up from Movistar allows this post plant to just tick away. It's going to be another round to the T's.
Has to give it up. Got to get away and hold on to the AWP. And again, that sinking feeling creeping in, realizing it's another round where a couple of small details could have made it very different. Movistar play it smart, back off. Keeping those weapons in fruition and bringing them into the next. In this game now, Vince, getting a bit of pep to it, back and forth.
Yeah, this is not going to the way the script that Na'Vi were hoping for. By no means at all. And we talked about it in the lead up to this game. You cannot write Movistar off in this matchup. We saw them perform multiple times in the qualifiers. Tenacious bunch of players. I said myself, they were like 5 or 6 rounds down multiple times. There we go again. He's having a rave now, which seems a bit out of place considering he was shaking his head. He wasn't happy about that one.
It's so good that it is just Alexi B every time, man. Like, you know what the funny thing is? That's not actually even on the stream. He just carries his own boombox with him.
Yeah.
The little known fact about Alexi B. Refuses to play, Vince. Physically won't sit down unless his boombox is there.
His hidden talent, he's an amazing dancer. Just around the streets. I saw his warm-up routine. He was just having a break dance. So.
Never seen anything like it. You know, you walk past the player room where they were warming up. Everyone's there smashing. He's just there, spinning on his back.
This may all be false, by the way, just to be clear on that.
You decide.
True or false?
Oh, well, let's see if he's got some fast feet and some big moves in a round like this, Vince. Round 8 goes live. Movistar leading. They've got one under the belt right now, and they're in. They're going for a quick play up the ramp and looking for the entries. JL blind, but still fragging. Daredevil-level maneuvers as he finds the opening picks.
And he's staying alive as well. This is so huge. They should allow that wraparound from Alexi. Speak of the man, and he will deliver. And he knows where the last T is. He knows Adam S on the wrong side of the site. No post-plant.
Utility goes over. Maybe giving you a bit of leeway. Nades over towards the side. A spam as the bullets cascade past. Audio cue for the bomb plant, giving you information to play off of. He runs his way through, Vince, and has been able to slice his way through 2 of them. Na'Vi falling from 5 players to just 3, and you've got a fight for survival in this round now.
Oh, but Emo with 2, though. It's going to even the odds. Goes from strength to strength, from kill to kill, as a 3rd is posted up. Stodono is low. Oh, and Emo with another one. Here, this guy is unrelenting. And that was just unjust. We saw him get a 1-on-2 in the dying embers of the first half. Maybe he can rinse and repeat this yet. The time is low, his aim on point, but he's not able to get it done. Nice try, Just, but it will be Na'Vi taking the lead and Ema take a bow. That was a beautiful pistol round.
Man, add a H to his nickname, Vince, because he's him right now. That's disgusting, but the fact that you've just gone off with the Glock. A round that looked like it really was Movistar's to control, right? You've decimated your way through them, left yourself in a great position where really they had one trade. That's it. That's all the potential they had. Instead, he just devastates everyone, brings the theme music back, and puts them into pole position now. That's a huge pistol.
Yeah, it's like wrestling, you know? Like, this music hits, out comes Ema. Him, as you've now
My God,
coined him.
Is that Device's theme music? He's got the money in the bank, Vince.
No, it's Alexi B and Na'Vi taking the lead, and they should extend this now an extra 1. No real investment from Movistar Koi. And as a MAC-10 is an AK, just ripped straight through cave. Ema continues to dial in the kills. 2 more posted up in this one as he moves to 13. And, well, the rest of this round should be just scraps ripe for the taking.
How much can you bruise them? Make them bleed a little bit. That's kind of the question here then. Not looking great. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, and both of them have guns. So they will find the last frag and take an 8th now. Na'Vi stretching the legs a little bit. But of course, Movistar do at least have some money to play with. It's got to come out clean though, Vince. You're going to be reeling a little bit as well. You know, you kind of have to offset potentially thinking back on that pistol round and thinking, okay, we could have had a huge lead off of this. You've got to forgo that, forget. Remember, this was 6-6 at the start of the second half as well. So only a stone's throw away. It's 2 rounds, and you have firepower now.
Oh, solid HE tossed down on middle as Adam S takes the brunt of that. Drops to 68. Not even seeing a player. Na'Vi weren't even that interested in taking mid-control themselves. They just allow Movistar Koi to expend a bunch of utility. You can see already, with a minute 30 left, they've got 3-4 smokes, but only 1 incendiary. And incendiaries are so pivotal on a map like this. What also concerns me a bit, Jackie, is that Stododo, typically one of the players you expect to be up there kind of fragging pretty heavy, he's on 3 kills and 8 deaths. He's had a really rough game of it.
You've got to feed that hot hand as well, Vince, because we saw some of the shots he was hitting were sick as well. But obviously, if they're not there regularly enough, it could come back to haunt you. Pop flash over for the ramp control play, but it's a bit of a bait. It's a smoke towards the bottom, so he's turned away from it, giving them the opportunity to fight down ramp. Absolutely rinses them. They're low on HP, and this is where the Mach 10 of Alexi B could be a very powerful tool. Hits the head of the first. Oh, Vince, if they give him the opportunities, he's going to run his way through them like a train.
He's showing as well the importance of crosshair placement, man, because that first kill, he didn't have to budge an inch, a millimeter. Just press left click, head gets removed. The issue here now for Movistar Koi comes full circle from what you just highlighted. They are low, they are weak, they are struggling, and this will force a couple players that would like to go for these smoke pushes to think second better of that decision. One stray bullet and they're dead. This 3v3 retake ensues, but I'm not sure Movistar Koi even want a part of this.
They were hoping that the player planting was low enough that the nade would take him out. It was a nice nade on point, but it's only done enough to bring Bit down to 23 HP. Off the back of that, they throw in the towel and don't want to run the risk. Of course, you know, sure, you go for the retake. Worst case scenario, you lose that one, you lose all of the weapons, you're then setting yourself up to give away some rounds for free. Instead, the smarter play, all 3 players survive, you can get a healthy buy out of it and build back into the game. But it just gets scary, Vince, right? It's one of those where you kind of have to stop yourself. You're looking up at the scoreboard a little bit and thinking, okay, 9-6, all right, we've got a couple of rounds to play with, boys. We've got a little bit of a buffer still, but this is where it needs to change. Not really much room for error left in this one, Vince. MR12, bud, it feels so rough in these sort of situations.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword for sure. If you're leading, you're loving it. If you're behind, not so much. Wonderful. You can see what this means to the players, even while winning. They're fraught with desperation, with emotion, as a third and final tactical timeout has now been deployed from Movistar Koi. They know the situation they're in. As you just mentioned, Jackie, they're looking up, they're seeing the deficit, they're realizing they're running out of time, they're running out of money, they're running out of lives.
Opportunity for Blade to chime in as well. As everyone takes a second, a small moment of respite to reset and get yourself back in. Got the funky mouse mat as well, Vince. Ready for the RMRs.
Came properly pimped out with all the accessories. That little extra 1% maybe of performance.
Oh yeah, he's color-coded. The double pink. Give you the extra bit of aiming power. Let's see if it will help him out in a round like this then, because they do have weaponry to play with. You filled the gaps with a FAMAS and an MP9 for the CT side.
Well, both those weapons, though, very capable of turning heads and carving a path back into successful ways. And they're going to get down aggressive, not for the first time. This time, though, JL is watching from a different angle. Ema getting aggressive through mid with Bit as he does try and make a move into Donut. That's a clean kill. Yes, he's low HP, but it opens up the floodgates to the A side, where a Molotov and Smoke have blocked off the CTs, and there should be a clean path towards the site now on the side of Na'Vi.
Oh, man. Side control fully claimed, full rotate, everyone playing together back towards cave. Problem is you're walking into the abattoir and the head chef is there, the butcher himself in JL, only good for 1. The blade broken. But the round stopped dead in its tracks effectively. This is terrifying as well. You know, you basically feel like that one's snatched away from you off the back of one player falling towards the A site. Had no real path back into the bomb site with the smokes up, Molotovs denying your re-entry. So you give it up to Na'Vi. And now, Vince, they're only 3 rounds away from closing this one down. For Movistar, you go from having toe-to-toe rounds consistently clashing back, what we were saying. It's very back and forth. Each round you're trading to, since the start of the second half, the CT side you don't feel like you're in it. You don't feel like you're getting room to play.
Yeah, I mean, it was 6-6 coming into this second half. They've yet to get a single round on the CT side. And constantly having to go in for early saves and make very difficult split-second decisions of, do we even try and go for this retake? And the answer has been no. The confidence levels aren't going to be there right now. Like, you've got to try and get together and have a feels-good kind of round. And the other thing as well, Jackie, it's not like they haven't had chances. We've seen a couple of times that fake flash ended up being a smoke onto double doors. They got a 2-for-1 trade out of that one. They've had decent control over Cave. It's not been a completely clinical performance from Na'Vi here, but they're just resting off the back of better dueling at this stage. That's what it feels like. Maybe Mopos is going to try and turn the attention back around now as he has spotted Alexi. But he decides, doesn't want to overstay his welcome. They have no mid control and wisely backs out.
Ooh, timing on it's a little bit rough with the late Molotov, but he'll still be able to get his way out of there. And this is far more aggressive. This is kind of literally the key marks that you were hitting when you were talking about how they need to switch things up, right? You've got to fight for that control towards K, fight for that control towards A main, and they're hitting their marks. Damage done. So already Na'Vi are falling down to 3 players. JL always finds chip damage with that spam, and again, that reigns true. Another big factor though as well, Vince, the Dodo had an AWP coming into this. He's bogged down just instead, seeing that he's low on HP. So he's dropped that weapon over to his teammate, playing the numbers.
Also giving it to a player that, let's be honest, has been performing just at a much higher level. So maybe Just can have more impact with that as it stands right now. 45 seconds left. We were talking about feels-good rounds, confidence-building rounds. If they can get this done without losing any players, that is going to be just what the doctor ordered. However, 35 seconds left. Have to make sure that medication doesn't prove to be some poisonous chalice instead. JL, he's lost his head though. This is much better. Clear cut, clean kills. They lose health, but they're getting the better of these trades. And now Ema on 22 HP. There's not much you can do here, in all honesty. Like, one bullet and he's dead, and it's Adam S that gets it done. So there you have it, Movistar. You've got your first round on the CT side. It's a very clean-cut one at that. You've built your economy up. This is your way back in.
You know, they all had their fingers crossed on that one as well. Let the high HP just finish him off. Hopefully, you know, no one of us die. We don't have to worry about rebuys. And they find that. They find that opportunity. It's a smart play. It means that the weapons can be passed over to their rightful owners as well. So the Dodo is given the scope once again. He's not had many opportunities to wield the AWP, Vince. That could be a difference maker into activating him in this game. But Ima, he's on a warpath at middle. Finds the opening frag on Just, but the trade game is played and Adam S shuts down one man. 1 for 1. As 4 players remain on either side after the early clash.
Yeah, and on one player on each side also limping, wounded, down below 20 HP. JL, who's had a bit of a slower half. He was very solid on the CT side. Hasn't quite reached those heights here on the T half. It may be called upon to go above and beyond here. Maybe required to go for an entry frag. Alexi goes in first, wide swing in. There's JL on the retrieve though. They still haven't cleared Caves out. And that means that Mopos can dial in 1 kill. That puts Movistar into the advantage again. And JL needs to make the most of that smoke, but it can only do damage. No kill forthcoming. Wonderful in a 1-on-3 with 29 bullets, but more importantly, 16 HP to his name.
The amount of rounds we've seen Wonderful having to try and limp his way into, or limp his way out of, being the better way to put it in some of these. It's been unfortunate for him. His late lurks not working too well. 38 seconds on the clock. He goes for the wrap back around towards T-Spawn and wants to hold on to all of his bells and whistles. Makes sense economically. Clutch onto the AK, the armor, and the nades. The bomb cannot be recovered as it's down inside of Cave. For Movistar as well, it's funny, Vince. This is now 2 rounds where Stadono's had the opportunity to wield the AWP and kind of get himself into a position to be a bit proactive with the weapon. Instead, they really are trying to play this one as calm and as smart as possible in terms of maximizing their potential to find frags. Again, Adam S took a lot of damage from the opening moments when we saw that initial fight towards middle. So Stadono rotates in, gives him the AWP, takes the rifle. They're trying to play the numbers game as best as possible here. And something's changed at least, right? They built their economy. They're in a position where they're feeling a little bit more confident into these rounds, and now you're only 2 away from tying it up, whereas Na'Vi getting a bit shook, and more importantly, the pocket change is starting to run out.
Yeah, and it's them that have to pull the plug and go ahead and try and save and keep their economy afloat. again, it's so strange to me that Wonderful, he's died 6 times and we're in round 19 and his team have conceded 8 rounds.
Yeah.
Like, it goes to show that so many of these rounds, Wonderful's been positioned in the opposite side of the map. It happens a lot on the CT side, of course, especially he was mainly playing A alone with the AWP. B side was taken a lot. But even on these T sides, when they've lost rounds, he's been saving or, you know, not really in the thick of the action. So you can see the frustration on his face. He may be just feeling like, man, I don't feel like I'm a part of this game right now. Like, we're 10-8 in the lead, and that's great and everything, but he wants to get in there. He wants to start having impact.
And of course, he is one of those players as well that if you leave it a bit too long to activate him, feels like he doesn't burn anywhere near as bright as he usually does, right? You got to get him into the forefront of things. So maybe potentially a bit of a change in terms of the way that he's posturing, not lurking as much, going with the pack. I think that's something that we'll probably see actually change here for Na'Vi as well, is the brute force plays is what's worked for them. Back towards Cave though, Vince. It's been rough for him to actually take control of this, and this time, with confidence, it looks like Mopos just wanted to play on the edge of the smoke, see if anyone walks on through, spam out towards the side, but the bullets don't connect yet. Stododo, finally got a chance to wield the AWP, but no joy on the contact.
That's kind of been the state of the game for him so far. Unfortunately, it's a good flash in, but Davig can't make the most of it. JL looked like he was flashed at least for a second there, but barely scratched. 100 HP left.
This round starting to swell. Justice jiggling his way out towards Donut, peeking on middle. Adam S tries to play on the off angle. They might not be ready for this. He's able to spam down and at least hold back the wave for a few seconds. Justice got to survive though, tried to re-peek, didn't want to wait until they swing on him. But the round itself has swung in favor of the Na'Vi camp. There's no possibility now for Movistar to rip this one back. Sure, they find the lurker of JL, but it's all about saving, Vince. They can't afford to throw these weapons away.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the first time that we've seen a fast save call come through and JL being caved to try and disrupt the save. This time, no kills. Last time, he just got the one. He'll be disappointed with that because he knows that Movistar are on the brink anyway of collapse, and if he can push them that little bit closer with just down to 350, that could have big repercussions. Now, they're going to have a perfectly fine buy into the next round, but again, we're running into that same issue we've said before, Jackie. They're running out of time. Rounds aren't really that important anymore. At this stage, you know that your back is against the wall, you lose another one, you're effectively 1 foot out of this best of one, and you go cartwheeling into that 0-1 bracket, which we've already discussed, has tons of potential, very good teams in it come the end of today. So the pressure is on. Ema is stepping up, though, when it counts. He had a very good CT side, and on this T side, he's really been firing it up. 17 frags for him.
On the flip side of that, not to harp on it, but it has definitely been a bit of a weak point for Movistar. Stododo has just been unable to find any room to play to his strengths, Vince. We thought the AWP was maybe something that was going to change that for him. Obviously, Bogdan and his teammates quite consistently only had the one opportunity where we've seen him in an angle to hit a shot on contact, and it went wide, it went west, it didn't work for him. Still has the weapon now, but timing on it is going to get rough. Mopos, you think that's a freebie, Vince? The flick from Emma, he's hit like 2 of these at mid. The man is on one today.
He is, and he's gone for another. Justice, the next player up. And the execution is blocked, and Stododo's missed his chance. He's missed another one. Ema is playing with his food, finally goes down to the hands of Stododo. But in all of that time that it took for the frag to come through, they've just pushed straight onto the site. They're going to have a post plant onto the A side of the map. And Stododo can do little else but save alongside Davig. And it seems like Na'Vi, they were tried, they were tested in that first half. It finished 6-6 if you just joined us. It was a real close one, a back and forth affair. You could even argue that Movistar could have had a lead coming into the second half. But since this T side, it's been the Ema show, really.
But you think about the second half pistol alone, right? Like, suddenly he just comes out swinging, and he's like, all right, T side, let's absolutely get it. And since then, he's hitting all of his shots. It's just rough. It really is uncomfortable for them on the CT side now. And at the least, you're going to have the bells and whistles to work with going into this. Round 21 could very well be where the bell tolls and Na'Vi pick up their 13th, closing down this opening best of one. Movistar's possibilities rely on the fact that they've got a bit of money. 5 to 6K on the team. But even then, Vince, they need to find success. They really have to win every round without a mistake at this point. There is zero room for error. And I don't know how you contain this man.
I don't think you can right now, Jackie. I mean, they've tried everything. They've thrown flashes and nades and smokes. They've tried double peeking him. They even have the upper hand. Like you said, Mopaw's had him dead to rights.
Yeah.
Oh, you just get flicked on and turreted down. Like, this guy is on that next level of gameplay, and that's why this Na'Vi roster, coming into the game we were discussing this, like, we're mainly focusing on Wonderful as he's posted up the numbers. But when you have talents like Ema, like Bit on this roster as well, like, this is why a lot of people are looking at this Na'Vi squad and thinking, right, you guys have got to make a declaration at this major, right? Like, you've got to make it there and do pretty solidly because you've got all of this potential, but that's worth nothing if you can't deliver on it.
It's also the legacy as well, right? You imagine in terms of being in that position of flying the brand, an organization like Na'Vi, throughout all the runs, all of the times we've seen them there in the thick of it, scrapping for their semi-finals, scrapping to try and have the big trophy, being able to find success once previously. If you don't even make it back to the major, Vince, you know, it opens a lot of questions. It's one of those where it'd hurt not having the name there at the first CS2 major. And for this roster, again, it's another one of those where it's that conversation like with VP. It's probably not a possibility that's even going through your mind. You're thinking, you know, it's a formality of the RMRs, making it to the major is a must.
Yeah, yeah. And especially interesting when you have the extra little conversation now that's reared its head, where Simple's like, yo, guys, after the major, I'm coming back.
I'm back, yeah.
So, and then you're thinking, what, does he go back into Na'Vi? Which team would he move back into? He's obviously spoken about Cloud9 situation. So maybe a team like Na'Vi is where he's going to come back. And if that's the case, if you guys aren't performing, that makes the decision a lot easier.
100%, man. It's one of those where it kind of is probably a bit of a like, oh, back up a little bit. Yeah, maybe I'll get 15 frags this map, you know? Maybe I'll do a bit more. Maybe I'll go off on this one. It's interesting. It definitely is a little bit of a tidbit. Slight technical issue that we are resolving at the minute. That's why we've got a little bit of an extended break on this one. We'll get that solved and we'll get things going again. For now, though, it explains obviously why players are in the position they're in, Vince. And you can see as well, again, it's unfortunate, right? Because it kind of is just told. These rounds are being represented on the faces of Movistar, the head in the hands, especially when you have these moments where you get a few seconds to kind of just sit and breathe and process the rounds that you've been playing rather than constantly going into the next one. It hits you like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, and you've got you can't talk amongst each other or anything like that. So you're in your own head. You're thinking about the clutches you missed out on. Justice's been involved in a lot of clutches. He won one or two of them, to be fair to him. But there was another one, that 1v1 against Ema in the first half, and we talked about it. We said, if that goes the other way, they come into that second half with more rounds, more economy, more momentum, things could be very different. And these are those moments where you got to do your best. You're absolutely much easier said than done, of course, to just put that all into a different stratosphere until this game is done. Because the fact of the matter is, yes, they're up against it. It's what, 12-8? They can still come back here. I mean, we said the same thing in the open and closed qualifiers about Movistar Koi. They were trailing multiple times by 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. They found that next sort of level, that next step up, the next gear, and they went into it and they managed to win out in overtime. So we know they're a team capable of that. Against Na'Vi, perhaps not. But they've got to believe in themselves. Like that's the end of the day. Like, you're here. Movistar Koi aren't here to make up the numbers. They're here to make the major. And if you want to make the major, you got to beat the big boys. And this is one of your chances. This is a test right now.
You have to beat every single opponent that's put in front of you. And like you say, man, if you're able to kind of lop the head off of one of the bigger teams, one of the teams that you know is going to fill you with confidence. You imagine back at the hotel room for a few moments thinking, it's a huge win today, boys. You know, we're in that environment. Thing is, it doesn't get any easier, though. It's not just the one game today. We'll have the redraw after the end of the first round of games. A lot of CS to be played in a very short space of time. A gauntlet of a format.
Oh, yeah.
And for these players, man, it can be grueling. It's one of those where if you lose your head, you lose that flow state. It's hard to bring it back. And it is scary. It really does. Even for us now, you're kind of harping on the idea of like thinking about that pistol. The difference of about 4 or 5 seconds of time maybe to work with, and see if Imba gets stopped and traded out rather than just becoming a hurricane that blows them all away. That was 6-6. Whole different game. Whole different game. Looks like things are starting to get resolved though. Headsets going back on. So hopefully we can send this one live. A bit of a nail biter at least. And again, it isn't as dry, right? There is still a bit of room. Movistar can bring it back, Vince. It's just not going to be easy.
And here's the other thing. Even if they do end up losing this 13-8, 39, they were toe-to-toe with Na'Vi for the bulk of that first half.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're not coming through into this thinking, right, they got completely just destroyed. This was a bad performance. You know, they don't deserve to be in this bracket. No, these guys were playing well. They were playing solidly. It's come down to some very close 2v2, 3v3, 1v1 situations that just have kind of gone away from them. And a lot of that, if we're being honest, has come down to the likes of Ema just being ridiculously talented and very good aim-wise and duel-wise. So I think if you're Movistar Koi, you got to keep yourselves optimistic about things. Like, listen, this is a tough first match. They've known about this first match for a while, right? They've been able to prep this. Yeah. They know the situation. They're the underdogs coming into this game, and like, this isn't a bad performance. You know, we haven't even finished yet, and they can still do it. Maybe this timeout, this extended timeout, is going to allow them to kind of recuperate. Maybe some of the momentum goes away from Na'Vi, and this is the way back in.
It very well could be. The proof will have to be in the pudding. And it's scary as well, man, because obviously you find yourself in a position where potentially it goes one of two ways for Stododo specifically as well, right? Because you can kind of break out at that sort of mental point where you're like, man, you know, I've had a few rough rounds. I haven't been able to find impact. Change that. Go back in, fresh mindset. You've had time to kind of put it into the back of your mind, or you can really dwell on it, which is the other side of the coin that becomes an issue. You know, we've all been there, and especially in this sort of scenario, on a big stage, for your potential lives of qualifying to the first CS2 major, every small detail is maximized massively. It just makes it feel so much harder.
I think the other thing as well, though, like to put another sort of devil's advocate out there for Na'Vi just maybe running away with this now, is that Wonderful hasn't had the kind of performance that you normally expect from him. And a lot of that hasn't even been his own doing. He's been playing A site for the most part, and B site and mid have been taken time after time. So he's been on a lot of saves, a lot of retake late on in the rounds, these kinds of things. If Wonderful also is going to just have a round here, then that could be the difference maker additionally. So let's find out, Jackie. We are live again. Na'Vi 12-8 in the lead. Movistar Koi do have a solid purchase, though. They've got a chance here to battle back. Only 4 rounds needed to OT. For Ema, oh, it's more of the same.
Oh, we didn't need the pause, Vince. Ema, it did not matter. Man had a few moments to think about his actions, and he said, you know what, I loved what I did, and I'm going to do it all over again. Causes carnage. It's just daylight robbery at middle.
You apologise for absolutely nothing as he gets straight through 2 kills, down to 20 HP. But the post plant will be coming in. Stododo needs to have a bit of impact with that AWP. This would be the perfect time. We know he's a very capable player. We've seen some highlight reel-worthy moments from this very man throughout the last couple of years in particular, but Ema, oh no, he's sneaking around the back. They've let a cat amongst the pigeons, and Ema is on the prowl. Nice flick from Stododo, but he's instantly neutralized from JL, and it's the beginning of the end. The curtain comes down as Mopos will try a stay of execution, but Bit says no way. 13-8 the score. Na'Vi looking very good on that T side.
Man, I think honestly, Vince, we can sum that up with just Ema. Just Ema. The whole time, but every round, it felt like he was able to at least be good for 2 to 3 frags bare minimum. The control towards middle was brutal. He was absolutely running them down. B-side contacts as well look sick. Wow, okay. I mean, if he can play like that, Vince, then this Na'Vi roster has a lot of firepower to work with in this RMR, because he is looking absolutely boiling right now.
I mean, Ema was phenomenal. JL was very good in that first half. I'm glad to see that Movistar Koi have their spirits high still.
Yeah.
You know, like, they realized this wasn't a bad performance. They just came up against an informed Ema and Na'Vi playing solidly.
And you can reset from this. You know, it's not the end of the world. It's one of those where things happen. Really, honestly, for the first half, Vince, it was an incredibly tight game where it looked like they could have won it. Very small details, the pistol round, a few little plays, and obviously now at least you do have time where you can fix some of that. You can take a step back, have a look at the benchmarks. You've got a bit of time still, at least another 2 best-of-1s before that next draw, before your next game. So you're not instantly going into an 0-1 game thinking, all right, we've got stuff to fix. You can take a sec to breathe. And at least, like you say, the fist bumps are out. They don't look completely dejected. They're able to bounce back from this. And you've got that window to reset mentally.
Yeah, they know this is a marathon, not a sprint, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you said it yourself. This is like a gauntlet of CS that they find themselves in. You've gone 0-1 down. It's against Na'Vi. That's acceptable, at least. they were very close in that first half. There were definitely moments. I think the biggest problem is, like, is Stododo going to perform in the next game? Because when you have an AWPer that is not performing, dropping the AWP to a lot of different people when they're on low HP, I can respect it. But sometimes you want an AWPer to have that inner confidence. Like, nah, you're low, I'll go carry, I'll do the heavy lifting, don't worry about it. It didn't get that feeling. And for me, that's a bit of a concern going through into the latter stages because of how stacked this group actually is. If you have off performances like that, things are going to get out of control real quick.
It's also the classic as well, because it's one of those that I've always had a bit of an iffy kind of sentiment with it these days, where especially with CS2, Vince, for a lot of players, they feel a bit uncomfortable on the AWP. And you're not Bogdan, right? If someone Bogdans you and drops you the weapon, maybe it would have been better in Stododo's hands to let him have a bit more of an opportunity to play with a gun, get himself back into a confident mindset. But small details, and you never know. At that point, they made the decision that was best for them, and it is what it is. But Na'Vi, the favourites for this matchup, do walk away with the game at least, and that's them being 1-0 up for now in the Swiss. They're starting things off in the way they'd want. And looking pretty crisp, Vince. That's the other thing. You know, individually, everyone was firing. There's a few rounds where it did feel like Wonderful's a bit isolated from the rest of the team, but when they were on, they were on.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the other cool thing is, like, the fact that the T side was actually their better half this time was nice to see, because the T side invariably has been the half that they've actually struggled on. So they come through CT side, it's super close, back and forth. Their economy kept getting shattered over and over again. Wonderful didn't have that impact we were looking for. For them to come out on the T side and be like, nah, we got this, actually have a very good T half. Yes, it was off the back of Ema just being a beast. And you can't necessarily make the, you know, every single game's going to be the same, but he still played fantastically well.
He was giving it. He was absolutely giving it. Like, some of those rounds were really sick from him. And it's also just the confidence to keep doing it as well, right? Because at a certain point, you're like, yeah, maybe they changed their nade set at middle. Maybe they double peep me. Maybe we get swung from lane. Instead, he had full faith in knowing that if I go out mid, I'm going to find both of those entries each time. And also doing it is a different thing, right? It's easy to kind of vocalize it and want to go for the play, Vince, but he was sick through and through. If you missed it, there'll probably be some highlight clips of that one all over the internet very swiftly. But we're going to take a few seconds, Vince. We've got more games to get through, another 2 best of ones that we'll be covering, and then 4 more that Dinko and Moses will be coming in for. So do not change the channel, don't adjust your monitor. Join us again for another BO1 in a few moments.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
Teams that start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Where's he come from?
solid, bitch. Made in hell.
before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping tooth and claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the PGL RMRs for Europe. The A squads up on your screens, Vince. We've already seen 2 banging best of ones, and we get another 2 to get through. It's going to be a treat, mate, if it lives up to kind of some of the potential expectations we've got for these next 2 games.
Yeah, because the first 2 games, you could say that there was an obvious favorite, an underdog. I think for this next one, AMKAL versus Enterprise, this is like a coin flip 50-50. Some people may edge one way or the other. I don't think it's anywhere near as cut and dry as those first 2 games.
No, definitely not. This one's got a lot of stock to it with potential odd storylines in the way these teams play and also what maps they play. So we'll dissect that a little bit and set the stage. And then finally, of course, as we get closer towards 4 p.m, BetBoom will be taking on Fnatic. And that one, all things considered, should be pretty tantalizing.
Yeah, I think on paper that could even be the most exciting game of the day, honestly. In terms of stylistic clashes, in terms of where both those teams are right now, I think it's going to be a very interesting one. But this AMKAL Esports team, Nickelback has been around for quite a while. He's one of those players that obviously was memed because of his name. It's pretty easy, it writes itself. But also alongside Forrester and Crad, this has been sort of like a core of a lineup for quite some time now. And they're a damn good team, honestly. I think they're a very underrated team.
This is a squad, mate. This really is a squad of names that you're going to be familiar with, even if you've kind of, stuck your head in now and then for CS or disappeared for a little while. You're going to see this roster and maybe be like, oh, okay, sick. I know these boys. And it really is a roster that can do a lot of damage. And they've got a bit of personality as well, Vince. That's what's fun. You can see it there even in the player cards. They're not afraid to throw a little bit of spice in, have a little bit of their own sort of style. Nickelback especially, man. The guy's an absolute gangster, honestly.
He is. He's a super fun player to watch as well, and I think he's actually one of those players in the open and closed qualifiers, maybe one of the biggest standout players for me personally, because the individual performances he was having when we were casting him were really high, like HLTV ratings, ADR, not what you expect from him in his current role in the team, but he was fantastic.
He really was. He was able to deliver. Another old school familiar face that's been around the block a fair few times, Tau as well. Obviously been around a whole load of high tier Polish rosters back in the day. You always see the man turning up. A lot of excitement, Vince, for this next game. I think this really is one of those where we've got a bit of a level playing field in terms of 2 squads that absolutely grind. That's one of the elements that they'll have as a bit of a blessing, right? They're always giving it. You see them in officials very consistently, a lot of practice, really playing a ton of rounds. And I think in the current state the CS2's in, it's one of those where the more you're playing, the more you're in a position to come out swinging.
Oh, absolutely, because there's a lot of teams like the G2s out there that are struggling a little bit right now, and you're seeing sort of the younger blood, the younger guns really come to the forefront. The obvious choice is Donk, but there's a lot of other guys as well that are really, really grinding their way up. And even some of the guys that have been around for a while, this is kind of like a new lifeline for them. This is a new opportunity for them to step up to a level that maybe they didn't play to consistently before in the past. These are the perfect opportunities to make the most of those, though. Like, you can't get a much better chance early doors in CS2. Like, you could make a long-term career from how you perform at this very tournament.
Yeah, this is the big one, right? Because obviously things aren't kind of set in stone yet. You're in a position where a lot of rosters look a bit uncomfortable. You think about the shake-ups we had before this major cycle even started, mate. Absolute shenanigans. These are the map stats, though. Again, these are covering the past 3 months of these 2 teams. And here's where things get interesting. Neither one of these teams play Overpass, but neither one of these teams ban Overpass in any of their vetoes, Vince. It's always a map that they are comfortable floating. So here we fall into the interesting predicament of when we get into the veto, Have they done their research? Do both of them willingly float overpass? And do we somehow cheese an overpass pick in a best of one that results in absolute shenanigans?
It would be. It would be a scrappy game to say the least. But we'll find out now, Jackie, as our veto is coming right up. There are a couple of bans that are going to be fairly obvious, like Inferno, for example. I think the other one is Anubis. You're expecting those to be banned out pretty soon. Vertigo has been, so they're still floating that overpass. Are we going to see it?
This is interesting, right? It's kind of the one big tidbit that could make this one incredibly unpredictable. It was already a series that we were looking at and kind of had this conversation behind the scenes at the start of the day where we were like, there's a timeline here for this to get really weird, Vince. And potentially we're living in that timeline.
Ancient out as well. Next up is Mirage. Overpass is still alive. It's still there. Are we going to have... Oh, it's been bad.
So close. So close. It's probably the most tense veto I've seen in a while. It was one of those where I was like, oh, maybe. Okay, so we get Nuke. A little bit more of a level playing field for both teams in terms of the maps played. Obviously, it's a hard benchmark to go off. 2 maps played for AMKAL, 5 maps played for Enterprise. It doesn't give you the full story. But damn, 1 map veto away from getting a wacky game of Overpass. But they both floated till the end, still confident as ever.
Maybe later on. Maybe it'll happen at some point.
Maybe one day.
Yeah, but not today. Nuke is going to be our battleground, our final destination of this best of one. And it's a map that's seeing a lot more play now. You know, we discussed this before, how Inferno is going out of favor, Mirage is going out of favor with a lot of teams. Nuke is really stepping up. I mean, I remember one time not that long ago where it seemed like everyone hated Nuke. No one ever played it. Now it's being played constantly, and I'm completely down for that. It's a really fun map to watch. And this is one of those maps as well that I think lends itself very strongly to CS2's current situation, with the shotguns being strong, SMGs being strong, pistols being strong. Maps like Nuke allow the CTs to somewhat return the favor with playing with those lower tier weapons and making the most of them.
Oh yeah, mate. You know, you can actively make a heads-up decision to eco by using a shotgun, and it will really pay off for you. A lot of Zeus lineups on this one as well, if people have been doing their homework since the Call to Arms update. But either way, we'll step into the focus because this game is live, and Demo strikes first. The Glock opening, as it will shut down Forrester. AMKAL, 1 man short on the CT side, 4 versus 5 as Enterprise are spreading themselves around the map, Vince. But the trade game is being played and they're bleeding down towards B.
That's how it gets the upper hand onto Crad, but Nickelback is still there with a Julies to jump across. As Tao goes in for another one, a player that's been around for a very, very long time indeed. And now Travis and Icy have to try and pick up the remnants of the ashes of this pistol round. Neither of them in great positions, both of them isolated from one another. And although they're both full HP, I mean, they could even justify saving these Kevlar. A 2v4 retake on B site with no intel at all and no kits, no real grenades to play with. I mean, it makes sense for you to actually save. Get that Kevlar in, upgrade to head armor, and try and come back stronger in the next round.
You can also gatekeep pretty heavily as well, and at least try and hold these angles. Obviously, a lot of choke points to play around lurking back towards Secret. One other thing is as well, you can't afford to take much damage here. You want to keep that Kevlar in fruition. Do not take a single chunk, because the bomb radius on Nuke in CS2 is gargantuan. It's absolutely massive, so be careful. And know how much HP you've got and where you need to be standing. So when you use the underground, Vince, it's behind the yellow line, not in front of the yellow line. It's dangerous.
Yeah, those detonation changes really have altered drastically saving on this map, trying to convey that economy and keep it ticking forward. You saw a couple players go down with a ship there. They did hold on to those 2 players, so it's going to mean that they're going to go for a scout, a couple of MP9s. UMP actually getting played again. We discussed this in the qualifiers, that UMP was getting a little bit more play time. We were a bit confused and perplexed as to why.
Because obviously you're seeing a lot of love for some weapons that are potentially off meta for people that were around in CS, go towards the tail end, now coming back to watch a spot of CS2 in a major cycle. MP9's always in fruition. UMP, one that some teams are favoring as well. Shotgun's always getting a nice bit of airtime. And the MAC-10, boy, the MAC-10 feels beastly right now, Vince.
It does, man. Like MAC-10s and MP9s. Oof. Even seeing players utilizing the P90s as well on those T-sides. Yeah. Just absolute powerhouse weapons right now. Meanwhile, though, the scout gets a dry peek from Demo, who does put him down. Forrester back with one of his own, and the Deagle popping off from back on the CT spawn side of things. That HE has damage written all over it. Nickelback takes it on the head. So down he will fall, and Enterprise in good position to extend their lead again.
Clearing their angles, but taking their time with it. Enterprise would like to win this round, but win it cleanly. And not throw away any of these weapons they've invested into. Might come a little bit unstuck though, Vince. They've got the smoke down towards Squeaky at least, but Forrester's here, and he's going to take his fight in towards Hut. Hit the initial shot. A lot of damage done, but the follow-up bullets go west. They don't land on target, so he falls short. And Travis and Crad now probably just looking for the exits, or to see if they can snatch away a frag here and there.
Jill has come through. A little bit far away, but he's going to go and retrieve the Galil. A nice boon to the economy and arsenal of weaponry into that next round. I believe he had a CZ as well, so you could actually drop that across and bolster up an extra player. So Enterprise, they're going to dial in the 2-0 lead pretty comfortably overall, although Travis does put down Badgmeat. But a 2-0 start all the same. AMKAL should be able to hold on to these two weapons, so they'll be coming through with a bit of a bye into the next one. But we expected this game to be a close one, Jackie. We expected it to be pretty much blow for blow, and so far it's been a scrappy one.
Early doors yet though. Obviously for Enterprise, you take that pistol. You got a little bit more room to breathe in terms of the better firepower. AKs always pack a punch outside nuke. You've just got the range advantage to play with. For AMKAL though, more curious about what they do to switch things up in terms of the setup. Obviously can't really play this like a rifle round. It's one of those rounds where now more than ever, you want to try and crunch away from ramp, see if you can get control inside of lobby, push through Squeaky if possible, fight for control of the hut. Early on, a bit more of a default in terms of the setup, nothing too audacious. One player boosted back round towards the ramp, so if you go walking down, Travis will spot you. And obviously MP9 in this angle, Vince, you're just spamming into those head hit boxes. It's pretty meaty. You can find those frags if they don't clear it.
Oh, 100%. Expect that they will be clearing these angles though, but Demo's getting in aggressively. He is by himself. Looks up, there's the MP9. Travis punishes him. Maybe unable to retrieve the fallen weapon, but at least it puts Enterprise onto the back foot.
Oh, drops down. Tao hears this. Fires off the warning shots, grabs the Kalashnikov and backs off, staying alive with no response. And that's all he's got to do is just be numbers at this point. It's a 4 versus 4 with chip damage established onto a couple of the Enterprise players, but more importantly, the time now becoming a bit of an additional player on the server, Vince. 40 seconds, and they're going round towards ramp. Travis is here. He's got a HE in the pocket. Nickelback just needs to delay and buy time for the info.
He's done just that. Travis now can try and draw away some fire, but he's gone down without much of a fight, and that put Nickelback into a much more difficult, stagnant position. If Travis gets one there, he can wide swing and try and extend that exist with the drive-by of Dreams. Icy gets completely destroyed, and Enterprise off to a quick fire 3-0.
Man, that last shot was sick.
It was swift.
Right, that was milliseconds, Vince. Okay. Enterprise looking pretty drilled at the minute. It's rough though. It's one of those where for AMKAL, obviously, it's not the worst thing in the world to lose that round, but in terms of the way they set it up, you had a very real possibility of building something from the position you were in.
Ooh. Looks better on repeat viewing, man.
Oh, yeah.
Understand that elation and the double kill. That's good for the confidence. Good for the bank balance and good for the overall tally of rounds. But here we go, and it's the first pick outside.
Exist. Making everyone else the opposite of his name as they cease to be. Crad, those in the back line. Playing around the smoke perfectly, and he'll strike back, giving Exist a taste of his own medicine. Eyes in the right location as well, looking towards top silo. Meanwhile, game of push and pull, Vince. The CTs are starting to establish control towards trophy room, and Demo, not believing they've pushed this far up, gives his life away for free.
Balancing all things, you push one extremity of the map, expect the CTs to swiftly move in another and fill in those gaps. Nickelback extending the player advantage into this one. And although AMKAL may have conceded that last round, They've clearly put that to the back of their minds. They've got their eye on the prize, and the prize is their first round of the map. BetBoom, though, says no. Nickelback down. Oh, a second big pick, though, and a third as well. A 2v4 spins on its head, and it all comes down to Forrester.
Finds the first. They bait off the bomb, though, Vince. Not wasting time. Instantly peeking back into it and snatching that round away. It looked like surely that was going to be the first on the board for AMKAL. 2 opportunities now where they get close, but it falls through the fingertips. At least there's a pause, Vince. Don't let it swell and keep going wrong as you've lost 4 rounds on the spin now.
It's just so devastating because it's not just a 2v4 where someone maybe lands a worldy shot outside, or someone had vent dove prior in the round and they just got the backstab. This is a 2v4 where both the Ts were clumped up in hut together in a bottleneck. I do not understand how the hell AMKAL have let that one slip. That's the kind of area, if you just spray into hut, you're more than likely going to get at least 1 kill or soften up the target that one of your teammates clears out. The fact that they peaked 1 by 1 as 4 players, that is a terrible outcome for a 2v4 where you desperately need your first round here.
Now more than ever. Would have been a whole game changer as well. And this is interesting. I love a bit of this. The Nova, it's in right now. It's hot right now, especially on Nuke. If you're confident with it and want to go for an early hot push, man, this thing could be meaty, Vince. Big popper pump has made an appearance. Crad holding it in his hands. The boomstick deployed, but he goes down. Forrester at least equalizing the situation with a UMP and cascading back. So a 1-for-1 trade found.
Well, too shabby, all things considered, for AMKAL, coming into this round with a much worse arsenal weaponry. The demo with 2, up to his 4th kill. And the woes continue. They tried something different. They tried some form of lobby crunch with the Nova and the UMP. They got early little bits of success, but it feels like it's going to fall apart once again. Nickelback making tons of noise. Slim pickings for demo. Easy 5-0. And although one of these rounds should have been AMKAL's, the rest of them, if we're being honest, Jackie, have been very one-sided.
They've been pretty cut and dry. For AMKAL, it's just a matter of, when can you actually stop the bleeding now at this point? It's your CT side as well. Got to get a bit of something going. Start cooking sooner rather than later. Difference, obviously, Icy now actually has the scope to work with. Outside, he's been first picked quite a few times, so opening frags always seems to be going the way of Enterprise. At least now, you've got that scope, but that's if they come towards you, Vince. They're setting their focus round towards ramp once again. 3 players inside of Trophy. Travis with a back up a Nickelback, but he spans the smoke and gets 1. Trey back though, Molotov pulled out, getting a bit awkward.
Awkward, but can fall back in the smoke. Ashmi passes a couple of players. Crad, in the meanwhile, is looking onto main side. Ashmi's now posted up. He's looking on top of hut, anticipating a player maybe there. The timing working in his favor, but he gets traded back. That forward position has been dealt with. Dethroned. More aggression through. Icy is going to have some success with the AWP. Drops down as well. But there's still a minute left on the clock. This has all happened so quickly that the Ts have time.
You spotted out one of the players moving his way around towards main. Icy should have been set up for that shot. Vincey knew the location, but couldn't find the connection. And Taur slipped down the vent. Off the ladder and onto the bomb site, punches in the digits, and it's planted. Exist. He can waste time on this angle. And Icy peeking into him with the AWP. Luckily, the timing works. Back turned. Icy finds the frag, and it's all on the man that's planted the bomb to defend now on the retake.
Control room, a pretty solid position here for him. He has no real grenades to work with. He needs the timing. They smoked it down, and he's given his position away by tapping out the window. Tried to get a better angle as the bomb was actually planted behind the silo. I thought it was planted out in the open. That would have been much better for him. He has more than enough time for the defuse. So AMKAL will get themselves on the board finally. It's taken quite a while, but even then, Jackie, it was at the cost of 3 players. So they've got success, they've kept a couple weapons. Their money is in no great shape, and now Enterprise have every chance to just break him back down again.
Super expensive round. And also it's a little bit worrying as well, obviously, right? This is one of those opportunities where now we see Icy with the AWP in his hands. A couple of rough ones, a couple of near misses. 3K for him overall though. The round picked up. It is what it is. We'll stick with the facts for now. Round 7 goes live. 5 rifles apiece for Enterprise with utility to support it. Early flashes through the skylight forces them off of the advanced angles they had. Meanwhile, Nickelback holds on a defensive angle towards outside, giving them a lot of room to breathe here, Vince.
They are, yeah. This wall of smoke has been planted multiple times. Enterprise really conditioning AMKAL to think that these secret pushes are coming in almost every single time. We can see from the benefit of the information we have, that's not necessarily the case, but Forrester eats that flash to the face and may have thought that maybe someone pushed through on the squeaky side there. The timing window was open. So these are all little bits of information that are going to be playing in the back of the CT's mind. There's still a minute left on the clock. They're being forced out of position. A lot of damage inflicted to Forrester as well.
I see. Will he see them? Lets the first player pass, doesn't respond, Vince. His crosshair isn't dragged off the angle, plays it smart. The mechanics are good for the first, but it's a near miss. Nutmegs the second man, and they're beginning to overwhelm. Nickelback supports with the HE, and he's got past him. Tau, though, stutter steps back, playing off the information from Exist that he's got down secret, but he has to hit the head, Vince, and it's too tall of a task.
Yeah, it's not an easy shot to connect, is it? Especially when you're under heavy duress, a lot of pressure on his shoulders in a 2-on-4. We've already seen Enterprise snatch one of these 2v4s in the past, but Tau's about to get shut down from above, and it is Krad that puts him down with authority. Much better from AMKAL, building up the funds and also knocking down the T's at the same time. And they're into a weird sort of half-buy scenario here. If they want to go in, they could squeak out a buy, but it would be far from ideal.
Contemplating what they want to prioritize on this one. A few hand cannons pulled out. Basically a deco then to work with. More importantly, 2 HEs and 2 smoke grenades. Make that a third as well. So they could still go for the outside smokes if they want to. Something they've been doing consistently to mess with the timing for the CTs. The AK takes a peek off the back of one of those HEs being used to blown off the door. No joy on the peek. Doesn't find the opening frag. They've still got one of them in the hands of Demo. He's setting himself up to actually pop him back through the smoke, Vince. They want to burst the smoke and peek in, but it's a miss.
You could see the wheels and cogs turning, but not quite the well-oiled machine they were hoping for. So the chance just slightly goes awry. Forrest is still limping around, however, on 41 HP. Exist has been tagged a little bit as well, but this is where you've thrown in your kind of utility, you've had your chance, you had your shot and you missed, and now it's going to have to be sort of a dry swing through the likes of Squeaky, through the likes of Hart. It's hard to see here, Jackie, how Enterprise can get much success.
All down to the intricacy of the timing. If the players towards main can hold the line, then the players towards Squeaky can move in and take map control. Forrester, though, up high, spamming down and finding success. Travis, with the backup of Icy, laying down the rest of the damage. Icy gets 2, Travis finds the head on the last man, and they deny much of an upset, Vince. 2 rebuys, that's fine. You can sustain from that.
Yeah, doing a bit of damage, but as you say, the economy has just slowly been steadily building up. However, Enterprise, they were a little bit more cautious, a little bit more conservative with their buy in the previous round. And that does allow them a very healthy, hearty buy here. It's going to be full AKs, the run and gun style. Plenty of utility. I'm assuming that wall of smoke's going to be tossed in yet again. Indeed it will. Molly's also to the back of red. Tons of Molotovs here, but it's Travis that takes the first, not for the first time through on ramp, and it's Demo on the receiving end.
If you're Demo right now, you gotta be getting so frustrated with the timing on that, right? That's twice we've seen him just swing into Trophy and get the frag for free. It's gonna be a pain in the backside. Oh, Travis. He doesn't just want 1 kill, Vince. He wants to absolutely ruin them towards ramp. Gets a follow-up shot, a fade-away 3-pointer as he runs down the ramp and plays it safe. Exist. He's pushed through Secret quite a few times. Again here, though, plays his card and reveals his location. So a seed of doubt planted and trying to keep Travis focusing on his angle, but he does not miss, Vince.
He is looking reborn in these last few rounds. Up to 10 kills. A 3K in this. Kicking it off with a smoke shot. And our friend and Bajmi are all that remains with 40 seconds. could think about a save. It sucks in these kind of situations. You want to keep the pressure applied. You had such a good start on the T side, but they fall into the victim of AMKAL adjusting and finding the winning formula. Icy again, he's missed a few shots over the duration of this half, but now he's also hitting a streak. Him and Travis look like different players from a few rounds back.
Starting to play into his hands a lot more as well. We've seen him being very effective when he can play those kind of turret angles towards the A site on the pushes. If you can hold back site, he's gonna shut you down. Towards there as well. Getting a few freebies makes life a lot easier, makes it feel like the blood's pumping. They're only one round away now, Vince. So actually, from what looked to be a really rough start for him, it's an equalizable scoreline. You can close this down. You just got to weather the storm that is the Tech-9 buy. And sometimes this can be a nightmare.
Well, HE is designed to blow open the smoke. No intel gathered from Icy's perspective, so he will back away. Intelligently as well, he doesn't want to stay in garage. That's where you can get swarmed over from those Tech-9s. The Shadow's going to betray these players. They push one by one into Crad, and he will push them out of this round. You talked about that storm that was incoming. It turned out to be a slight breeze overall.
The Enterprise weatherman lying again, Vince. It's raining cats and dogs out there. It was actually raining hamsters and frogs.
5-5, Jackie. What a turnaround this has been.
Whole different game now. And one of those that feels like maybe it is kind of going to be one of those a tale of two halves sort of games where, you know, the beginning really doesn't give you the full signs of life. And since AMKAL have actually had buys as well, that's where it's changed, right? They look a whole lot better now. They're hitting their marks. Ooh, Icy went from looking a bit sluggish at the start, Vince, to now just hitting everything.
100%. He was missing a lot of shots on ramp, wasn't he? And I was starting to think, oh no, are we going to have another situation like Stododo not quite showing up? But Icy really has turned his fortunes around, and I agree with you completely. I think it's also been that he's seen so much action that he's landed enough shots to build his confidence up, and it's this snowball now that's picking up pace. Demo, though, showing when he doesn't get smashed through smoke by Travis, he's actually able to get some kills.
He's just had to fight brute force for ramp control on that one. 6 shot as well, always helps. Opens up the lower side of the map for them. Nickelback's at least on a rotate round, so he's going to be moving in with a bodyguard to protect the VIP that is coming in through secret. Taul gets the bomb down as well. Utility to work with for the CTs on a retake. 4v4. Molotov blocks off the peak. Meanwhile, towards the A-bomb site, the lurker of Exist is deleted as Crad will crack his way through him. Squeaky door goes swinging open, and they look to punish out towards the bomb site, trying to keep these Ts isolated, Vince. Time's ticking, though, and that's the bigger picture. They need to make their move towards the bomb and start to defuse. They've got the Ts trapped, but you've got to do your job, and the frags are being found. He's on it, though, trying to stick. Meanwhile, the smoke will break, and the round's gone with it. Icy. He was lying in wait at the back line, but it's just a fadeaway frag. No round, as that's Enterprises.
They've thawed out the comeback from AMKAL and find themselves a 6th round going into that second half as it beckons here in our final round of the half itself. Will we see a repeat performance? Hey, we saw it against Na'Vi with their adversaries, Movistar Koi, in the previous game. Ended very one-sided, but the first half was neck and neck. And it feels like this game is going that way. And it was here, when they blew open the smoke with that HE and just completely gave open the position of Nickelback, the round was a done deal. Nicely done by Enterprise, but AMKAL have plenty of funds. They have a chance here, Jackie, to tie us up again. They're getting aggressive. Icy outside, that aggressive with the AWP. Guy's a madman.
As soon as he got activated, he's just been giving it, hasn't he? Sick to see the change of pace. Crad smashing his way through Exist as well. The waterfall smoke out towards main to block off the angle, expands over the top and removes the vision at least. More so than anything, it's just the numbers game that's being a big issue here. We're in a 4v4. You've got an AWP positioned towards Squeaky. Icy has not been missing, and I don't think he's about to start on this peak, Vince. If they give him an inch to play with, he'll take an absolute mile. And he seems to have a read on it as well. Shown a bit of shoulder, but doesn't connect on that one. He gets out.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy shot to land either. And he feels confident he's not about to get swung on from behind because they do have Nickelback in garage watching for that main push. Nickelback starting to make moves in. May have just missed this time. Travis is here in the ramp area, holding the off angle, takes the shot so he can back away, lands the kill. Very important to just stall this push. Excellent work from Travis again. 12 kills come the second half, and he's tied it up at 6 apiece.
And I think what's sick there is how AMKAL passed the baton pretty effectively towards the end of that half. It went from everyone feeling like they weren't quite in it. They were starting to wake themselves up. You know, first game, Vince, first game of the RMR, right? It kind of is sort of a bit of a shock to the system to instantly be ready for that. After those first 5 rounds, whole different team. Everyone's able to find a free K. Everyone's confident in a clutch. Makes a world of difference. So a neck and neck half out of these two. And for Enterprise, you start to worry specifically as well, because obviously, you know, first couple rounds, it's going to be a bit different. We're going to be talking about the pistols, then into the anti-eco, but I'm thinking long-term on this one, if IC can maintain that pace, T-side AWP opening up control towards outside, Vince, he's going to be a pain in the backside.
It is. I suppose to play devil's advocate, and if you are on the side of Enterprise, you're thinking, right, he got a lot of kills there, he was aggressive, but a lot of them were off like ramp, it was squeaky peaks and things of that nature. Is he able to have that same level of impact when he has to be the aggressor, when he has to be pushing into those angles instead? And that is a question that we're going to be answered very shortly indeed. But it's AMKAL now on that T side as we're just discussing, and Enterprise on the CTs, pretty standard stuff. No aggression, no lobby crunches, no outside aggression whatsoever. They're sitting in their angles and they're waiting.
Demo frustrated about what went down towards the ramp during the first half. Oh, he wanted to really lay down the law with the Julies, but it is Wild West shenanigans, Vince, as they slay their way through him. And command control, they forced him back. Demo's still alive, but he's got to put the foot down.
He's also very low, and that's why he's going backwards and forwards. He knows he can't take one of those fast engagements. An off-angle peek into falling back is his best chance of success. And the Shadow giving away Travis. Friend will not miss that opportunity, looking to try and back themselves this second pistol. It's a scrappy one, but Icy gets the upper hand. Still with the bulk of his health left as well. This is still winnable. 50 seconds left on the clock. Icy has control over the bomb. And this next engagement exchange could mean everything, but Demo survives on 19 HP, gifting that headshot as a parting gift as Enterprise take the lead again.
Terrifying, really, as well. Playing it perfectly in terms of knowing he's just got a kind of wide swing on him and see if he can overwhelm him. USP, whole lot harder to get the spam off. This was nuts, though. Dooley's getting no action here as Travis has been kind of on one. Either way, in the dying moments of the second half pistol, Enterprise do shut it down. Demo finally got some success off the back of playing passively towards the ramp. Pretty much all MP9s invested into as well, Vince. No shotgun specials this time around, but these MP9s will not only farm up the cash, but could make this quite a quick round if AMKAL peek into them.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing as well, obviously, it's just so brutal about the SMGs. When you're against Kevlar, the aim punch is just so consistent. It's so difficult to get anything to stick or anything to land if you're AMKAL. I think that's another reason why the Deagle is seeing a lot more play as well, as that one-tap potential gives you a lot more opportunities to just turn the tide quickly without needing the Kevlar investment. A separate conversation for a separate time. Perhaps his friend has decided he wants those dollar bills. 3 kills for him, and add a 4th into the mix with his USP. A very straightforward clean up, but AMKAL gonna have rifles coming up.
And maybe this is a trend as well that we'll see carried on from that first half. The pistol round didn't look as decisive when they're playing onto these kind of quasi-buys where they don't really have everything they want. You can see they struggle a bit. When they can put the paper down, Vince, whip out the wallets and get a full buy, suddenly the game changes. Confidence is definitely there for them. And they were hitting some sick headshots as well. You arm them all with AKs now going into this first buy. This is a round where maybe the script starts to change a bit and AMKAL can fight back.
They've already shown us once that being behind 5 or 6 rounds doesn't mean a great deal to them. No reason to feel like that won't be the same case here. This is a bonus round, though, on the side of Enterprise, so if they're successful, it will be AKs aplenty available for them to retrieve. And that bank balance will build up so nicely. Lots of damage to Nickelback outside. They managed to get down Secret, but a well-placed smoke from Friend. He can hide behind now with the MP9. This is going to stall AMKAL for quite some time and also allow the rest of Enterprise to rotate downstairs accordingly.
They're grouping up. But he's confident about it, playing on the edge of the smoke, Vince. If this dissipates, no one's going to be looking at the back right corner. It's such an awkward off angle. He gets one frag and deals chip damage onto the other players, probably giving them all a bit of a shock as well. Adrenaline pumping, and they react by going in towards the lower site. Meanwhile, Forrester's holding for the flank. Timing is going to be everything. And they've kind of baited him out on this one. He'll eat the nade. Oh, the ship is starting to sink, Vince. They might have come unstuck with this one. Forced off the peak. Molly burning his heels, but Icy finding frags.
Yeah, this is the problem, though. When you have MP9s at this kind of range on ramp, you're going to have to trade, and they have now. 2 rifles were dropped down in this position. Flashes being tossed in, stalling as much as possible. They do have a kit, though, in the hands of Demo. You better believe that Enterprise are at least going to try and fight for this one, and at bare minimum are going to force AMKAL to go down with the bomb. And as much economic damage done across to the T's as possible. Again, this was the bonus round of Enterprise. AMKAL put all of their pennies, all of their cents into this. So even if they're successful, but all 3 of them died to the bomb, that is going to play hell with their future endeavors in terms of their buy. And they have a player waiting in the form of Exist, the man that set this half alight with some beautiful entry frags downstairs, that's got 1. But it won't be all. 2 survive.
2 survivors for either team. And that means at least they have some firepower brought into the next, makes it slightly easier to figure out the buy and piece together what you want to be doing. Looked like Exist was setting himself up for a huge cleave at the end on that one as well. Close, but no cigar for him. Bit of a change for the CT side as well. Friend's going to be donning the AWP, so CT scope gets pulled out. Same could not be said for AMKAL. We know that's where Icy found so much of his success. Still having a good game, though. Him and Travis, 15 frags apiece. Headshot angle, cheeky pixel peeks as Friend fires off a warning shot. That's all it is, Vince. A single warning, and then forced to bail because of the Molotov to zone him out.
He must have a guardian angel watching over him, though, Jack. He only used 15 health. He was in mollies. There were nades being tossed in, bullets whizzing past his head, and loses minimal health in the process. Nickelback actually comes out worse for wear in that trade somehow, but it allows Friend to relocate back into ramp. Outside control, for the most part, has now been attained by the T's. And although HE has lined up from Tau outside, Nickelback, I think he's going to be able to scamper across there. And although he takes a little bit more damage, he's down Secret as well. So with a minute left on the clock, they have Friend downstairs, but AMKAL are probing and pushing multiple facets of the map simultaneously. This will make Enterprise very uncomfortable.
Timing's everything on this. Oh. Krad just goes for the wide swing to draw the crosshair. The follow-up commits good. Player on either side, it's hard to focus on which target you want to prioritize, so Friend falls short and goes down. Demo lurking at the back of the bomb site towards Dark Spot, expecting them to come running on in, but in reality, they're doubling back, Vince. It's a late play towards the A site, but the door is going to get slammed in their face. Krad comes up through the vent, finds the one headshot, and leaves it down on one man. Travis, he's had a hell of a half, but has to go huge in a spot like this. 17 seconds on the clock, sees the player standing tall, but Bamji shuts it down with a frag and denies the clutch attempt, giving Enterprise a 9th.
Man, when AMKAL get the pick onto Friend downstairs with the AWP, you're thinking, right, this is it, all systems go, B site is going to be taken. They overthink it. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah. They had no idea as to the CT's positions, and they get caught completely out in the open. That is one of those situations that Enterprise will be loving, and AMKAL will have to go back to the drawing board and think, like, how the hell do we let this one slip?
Those are the rounds that hurt to lose an awful lot. Small nuances as well, where, you know, the 2K spray down as they're coming in free squeaky. If that doesn't happen, it's still a round that you can build into, even with the stack being there. Wasn't going to be easy, though. Flanked at all corners. A room now for Taul to find himself a couple of stereo frags as well. Players outside grouping up, but they're giving him those 1v1s. Sees that 50 caliber round whiz past his head. And they back off a little bit. Don't overcommit on this. They leave Forrester here basically just being a bit of a distraction. Sell the idea of the play towards outside. Everyone else is beginning to group up and set a focus back on lobby and trophy.
Forrester's still on the prowl though outside. We're trying to draw away some players. And if he can, pave the floor with the blood of Enterprise. Friend missing out on the shot, but baits them into demo. And they bite down fully on this one, AMKAL. They've already committed to ramp. They need to fight their way out of this one. Friend switches to the sidearm. And he's going to connect the dots. It looks like this AMKAL slight resurgence in this round is going to come to an abrupt end. Nice flick from Friend. And although Icy has retrieved the bomb and has a deagle to play with, he's got 5 Enterprise members to fight and fend off. And I don't fancy his chances to get too much done considering the position on the other side of the doorway of ramp. Gets caught by Friend, second USP kill in the round, and Enterprise dial in a 10-7 lead. Getting to that stage now, Jackie, where time is of the essence. Like, AMKAL need to turn this one around. I wouldn't hate the idea of them calling a tactical timeout now, to be honest. They're going to have a rifle round. They need to be on the same page.
Yeah, just slow it down a little bit. Have a chat about things and see if there is any easy adaptations that you could make. And obviously this is when you actually have firepower to play with as well, right? So you'd prefer to have that extra bit of time to figure out what needs to change, but feeling like they've only been a fine margin away, they keep going. They won't take any unnecessary pauses on this one. Friend playing inside a main, looking for the peak round towards Squeaky early. Even going to break the smoke himself and try and peek in. Near miss on the lineup for that one though. Doesn't fully find the tag and doesn't allow him to peek in, but he instead goes back outside, puts the barrel in the face of Crad, blows him away. Nickelback has had his back broken, Vince, and there's only now 3 players left alive on the T side.
Forrester, Travis and Icy to pick up the pieces. It was Travis that really reignited AMKAL in that first half after being 5-6-0 down. He stood up with authority in that ramp area. Maybe they need a rallying cry from him again. Him and Forrester both on 15 kills, but they're going to have to bite the bullet and go back for a save. And this really sucks when you have a minute left on the clock. Just simply put, they're running out of gas, they're running out of money. The dollar bills aren't flowing anymore. And when that's the case and you're up against a very solid CT side in Enterprise, this is about as good a decision as you can make in this position. Now, surely, Jackie, with this save, surely they're going to call a tactical timeout into the next round because you are getting into last chance saloon territory now.
Yeah, now the game goes from, okay, we've got a few rounds of buffer to lose to, okay, they're 1 round away from having match point, guys. It's a best of 1 for the RMR. It's a huge game of CS, the most important game of Counter-Strike 2 you've played up to this point. Since its release, can't afford to just have it taken away from you with what's riding on it, what you get from picking up a win here. Enterprise, though, what they get is a huge commodity, the 11th round. Their CT side looking pretty damn good right now. Money in the bank swelling as well, Vince. So even if they lose rounds, they're going to be able to get consistent buybacks into this game and keep themselves floating, keep themselves challenging anything that AMKAL are bringing out. At least now, we do see the tactical pause used. They're going to slow it down a bit.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely the correct decision to come up with. I honestly, they had 2 left. I would have liked to have seen one in the last round. But better late than never. And also, we don't know the inner dynamics and sort of workings of how these players, maybe they're the kind of guys that are like, as you said, they're optimistic. It's like, oh, we've been narrow margins, let's believe in ourselves, momentum, all these kinds of things. Either way, they've realized they're running out of ideas, they're running out of time, and they've got to make sure, as you absolutely nailed, this is the most important game of these guys' lives in CS2 so far. You could even argue that with the recency and the fact that this is the start of a new game and the potential to really escalate yourself up the rankings, maybe the most important game of their lives up to this point.
100%, man. 100%. It's the difference, right, of we are now in the dawn of a whole new era of Counter-Strike. CS2 ain't going nowhere. It's got legs on it, Vince. You look at the longevity, right? Whole point of rebuilding things on the new engine is to put it in a position where you can keep it alive. If CSGO was able to last, what, nearly 13 years at this point, CS2 easily got a decade ahead of it. Who knows how long we're going to be going for, Vince? So for you to have that opportunity to chisel your name into the teams that even attended the first major means so much for you. Sticker in the game as well, Vince. The first set of stickers for CS2, bud. You know they're going to go hard.
It's money in the bank for a lot of these players, absolutely. And they'll know it. It's not, of course, all over if they lose this. They go down into the 0-1 bracket. There's still plenty more Counter-Strike to come up for both of these teams, regardless of this result. There's no doubting starting 1-0 makes a huge amount of difference. As Travis making moves outside with Nickelback, down to a Mac 10. Only 5 kills to the name of Nickelback, and they're running into Tao, but it is that man with the SMG that rips him down.
The Mac Daddy pulls up to the party and slaughters the first one he sees. Meanwhile, Demo playing back towards the dark spot, tucked into the corner. If he goes unchecked, he can be a right pain. Whoa, Forrester as well, hitting the headshot onto Exist. And he's been getting a bit punished, Vince. He went from really flying with, you know, absolute colours into the first half to the longer the game's gone on, he's kind of been getting frustrated. A lot of these unlucky 1v1s he's losing out on. So this could actually be a bit of a opening now for AMKAL to open up some old wounds and build off the back of this.
Exactly, especially as it's Exist, it was playing with such confidence downstairs, landing these lightning-quick entry frags. Nickelback, though, has snuck his way up into heaven. Not tailor-made position for the Mac 10. But if he can get the drop on some of these players, that could be the difference maker. Bajmi gets smoked out of position, allows a tease to make moves in. Actually, pardon me, that wasn't the smoke that they were looking for. And he gets one, but does get traded back in there as Forrester moves in for another kill. And now Travis, who's coming through with that 16 kills to his name, against Demo in a 1-on-4. He's going to get the shutdown on the first player in the back, but he knows that there's more T's around this area. And he's not really that interested in going for the clutch itself. This is all about damage control. How much can he inflict on AMKAL, and can he hold on to this AK-47?
There's a timeline here as well, where if he doesn't take any damage, he's been sizing up the save on this AWP. Now the only possibility of it all going wrong is if he peeks out towards CT and Forrester finishes him off. But high HP, had 100 on him, so didn't need to worry about running too far away from the bomb blast, and does get through with the salvage scope. He can drop that back onto his teammates at least, so it works out well on the save. But obviously the big factor is AMKAL actually get around to work with now.
Exactly.
Ooh, okay.
Good job. I respect the restraint, man. We've all been there. He was thinking about absolutely smashing that desk, but he said, nah, do you know what? It's fine. We got time. We got rounds. It solves nothing. We go again. 64 HP on Crad. Molotov damage, but he's got a forward position on Red already. That grenade could do some serious damage, though, but just lands behind him. Blows open the smoke wall. It has now been rebuilt. Exist. There's the aggression that we've been lacking, and now he's got the upper hand.
Peppering bullets through the smoke towards outside. So much damage done, and the confidence to continue with the push absolutely broken for Travis. So he doubles back. Exist throws out a Molotov as well. Slowing down the push now. Buying an awful lot of time. Bits of utility being used. Second after second to waste time from the clock and deny AMKAL from being able to be confident enough to hard commit on this push. They finally go for it and bypass. They're able to get across. Exist rotates round towards the double doors, realizing one player's at least bled by him. I see making a lot of noise though, Vince. He's opening himself up for the flank and Tao finds him.
Oh, this is getting dicey. Low HP bars on Travis and Crad. And 5 CTs with 35 seconds and try and find a winning formula, a winning path through to some success. But I think, again, it has to be a save. Going back to spawn with 25 seconds and just 19 HP, it's brutal, but what are the choices do they realistically have against a full-fledged 5 lineup of Enterprise?
On a really good day, it would still be an almost impossible task to pick up a clutch like this. But right now, with how the odds have been stacked against them, there's no possibility of them finding anything. That's if they can even hold on to what they've got, at least Crad. spots the man trying to flank up on him outside and finds the frag. But look at the bigger picture. 12 rounds, Enterprise. One away, Vince. It's all it takes. One more round, and they are 1-0 up in the Swiss for the first ever CS2 RMRs. And they've got firepower. Friends on the AWP. Just Galils and AKs with utility to work with. That's all AMKAL have to their name. It needs to be sick.
It has to be on point. There's no more room for error here. We've seen a lot of stutter starts on AMKAL's T-halves. And this has been more of the same. They've had opportunities. Forrester makes the most of that one. Bajmi sent packing. Now sit on the sidelines and watch his teammates potentially bring it home. And they've gone aggressive. We haven't really seen these ramp pushes just yet. Tau gets one, Nickelback falls. Here's Demo from the back. Strikes in, but he can't save his teammate. The trade's going away from the CTs now. Krad steps up tall.
Krad being the lifeline of this team. A lot of experience on this man though, Vince. A 1 versus 3. Problem is, he's singed by the Molotov, and that audio cue will give the game away. He'll have full awareness that he's going for the hard commit and that he'd lost a lot of HP. Easy to spam him down and they remove him from the equation, but that's one round, one of many that they now need to win back to back. That's the scary fact about it, right? How many times is Krad going to find himself a 3K when everyone peeks into him, Vince?
Exactly. You cannot... Oh, man, it's just so... both bittersweet to watch these reactions. So you can see how much it means to the players, but you're spot on. You can't justify Krad running through and getting a triple spray down each round. Like, these are individual moments of brilliance that AMKAL are hanging by a thread of, and you have to assume eventually that thread's going to get cut.
And Demo's trying to have a bit of spice of his own. He's even just gone for the harsh committal, right? Where he just pushes in, flanks through the back of Trophy, gets the frag, but not overconfident. Knows to give it up. You've got one pick now. You can play an effective trade game on the CT side of Nuke and probably coast your way to getting this round off the back of that alone. Exist even goes for the info play. He gets out and goes up towards T-Roof. They're shooting at feet, but he stays alive, gets on the top of the building. And now you're going to be so paranoid, Vince. You're thinking we're being flanked this whole time. Oh, timing on that.
Oh, the flash is good, though. It affords them safe passage. It is at the cost of one life, though. They pay the toll, and they go back out because the bomb was spilled down, and there is Friend, showing frustration and anger on the player cam, but it's going to be elation in just a few moments unless Travis can pull off a 1-on-4. 40 seconds allocated, still needs to go back and get the bomb, and it is Friend to put it down with authority. 13.
Celebration. You could see as well, this is kind of what you're touching on, right? When you look at the human element, the difference of what these rounds mean in RMR Counter-Strike. Trying to contain yourself, Vince, not slamming the desk, not letting it show on your face when you're thinking, we lose one round, maybe this is the difference of us having a guaranteed spot through the Swiss. Maybe this is a harder opponent in round 2. Or at least here, that minute to breathe, you can hear the sighs where finally we made it through. You're happy with that. This is the flip side, of course. For AMKAL, it's that realization that you had some rounds that could have definitely gone your way. You had some opportunities, but at the end of the day, when the dust settles, Vince, scoreline doesn't matter. It's where you are in the Swiss, and they go 0-1.
Yeah, they can feel a little bit more confident about the fact that they didn't get blown out. They were behind in several situations and still fought back. But unfortunately, that T side left a lot to be desired. And that's an issue they're going to have to try and plug in the gaps further down the line. So we'll see what the future holds for AMKAL. We thought this would be a close game. We thought it would be a bit of a nail-biter. In the end, a little bit more one-sided than I was anticipating, in all honesty. But I think AMKAL still, they're going to be a difficult team to beat for a lot of squads here.
Yeah, and this is also one of those where, in times, I think these kind of openers is a splash of water in the face, right? Where you're like, oh, okay. We can't have 1 or 2 players popping off. We need to really go over things, be a bit more drilled. Obviously, it's also an awkward one when you look at the veto for these 2 teams of how they would overlap. So the maps that they both were really comfortable on were basically banned out. We had the chance of it being the awkward overpass float. Nuke, both of them don't play that often, right? You know, we were looking at the officials. 5 officials played on Nuke. it's not that many in terms of the benchmark. So for AMKAL to at least reset, and I think for Icy as well, Vince, from the back of the rough start he had initially to the overall game he had, that'll do wonders for him. You need your AWPer to be on point at the RMRs.
Yeah, 100%. And we didn't really see Friend have much of the AWP in the first half. Second half, landed a lot of shots, a couple of flicks as well. Was also solid with the rifle, solid with the pistols. So I think there's a lot to be excited for Enterprise. You can see again, like how much they were getting into their own heads a little bit. The frustration was showing, even in these very close rounds, where you thought that maybe Enterprise did have the upper hand. There was this fight back from AMKAL, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. Plenty of positives, though, I think, to take away from this game. And as long as they don't let this bother them too much, I don't think that their team is necessarily going to get blown out like 0-3. I think they're going to have a decent life in this tournament.
I mean, they've got a lot of pedigree, right? There's a lot of experience on that team, and they've been in these kind of positions. It's no stranger to them, right? It's not one of those where this is a sudden shock to the system. I think, if anything, it probably does give you that room to take a step back for a sec, and you can sort of figure out where you need to go from here. But top and bottom of it is, obviously, for Enterprise, I just hope they can keep the mental game up, Fitz. You see, even in rounds like that, where it gets a bit dicey, but you are still leading by 4 or 5 rounds, the pressure was on them. And that's saying that, obviously, if you're up against a bigger opponent, you have an awkward 1v1, that could devastate you if it's that much of a knife's edge of the mental game.
Yeah, I think when you see the player nearly smash the desk and they're leading 12-8, it goes to show you everything you need to know, right?
Yeah.
Like, even when you have a lead, they still want to just get the job done as fast as possible.
Lob the head off, shut it down, and be done with it. We have a lot more to go, though. We will have another best of one that me and Vince will be covering that's up in a few moments, and it's BetBoom taking on Fnatic. It's set to be a certified club anthem, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Solid, bitch.
It's the opening day and the opening games at the PGL RMR here for Europe. I'm going to check in with Fnatic in their practice room. As long as they let me in, that is a key thing to this. And just see how people are feeling. They've got a couple of players here who could be making their first ever major appearance. Keita's getting the door. Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good.
For you guys, you right for me to come in just to have a little walk around? Thank you. It's like MTV Cribs with the boot camp edition in the practice rooms. Okay, you're watching the game that's going on right now. Yeah, it's not too bad. You think Nine Pandas could pull off an upset?
Yeah, I think it's always fun to watch like the super teams that should do well, and then like the underdogs, because there's always like mega upsets at the RMR. So just kind of chilling, watching all the games. Yeah.
Oh yes, anything can happen like that. Hello, Mattis. How are you?
Hello, Thruna. Pretty good watching the FaZe Clan game, and let's see how it goes.
I want to ask you, how are you feeling today? Because this is your first RMR, right? And it could be your first time making the major.
That's right. That'll be freaking insane, to be honest. Also for me individually, also for the team. So yeah, I'm really looking into it, and hopefully it will go well. I'm pretty excited for today, for tomorrow. We'll see how it goes again.
Can I ask you what the hell this mouse pad is?
Jesus, don't ask me that. That's really like introverted question, but don't ask me for that. I don't have an answer for that. I probably have it for a few years already, and yeah, it's pretty slow. That's why I used it so many years before, so that's why.
So you're just comfortable with it? This doesn't bother you at all? This just works?
Nah, that's just a part of the plan.
A part of the plan? Okay, I've never seen anything like that. That's a pretty wild one. You're seeing Crims is just chilling out here. How you doing?
I'm fine, yeah.
I'm doing very good. You're always so nice now. You've learned this to ask me as well and make me feel better. How are you feeling coming to RMR? This is your rodeo again and again and again, right?
150 RMR or something. But it feels good, man. New game, new possibilities. Yeah, it's just fun to play, man.
And that's it, right? For you, coming into a new game, coming into CS2, does it give you a new bit of energy?
Yeah, obviously, like, it's so fun, man. I feel like a kid again.
Oh, Afro, okay, you're not watching the game. You're watching the game from the side. No, you're just warming up. So how does warm-up look for you on a day like this?
Usually doing GDM warm-up like this. Then I'm fully ready if I can hit shots like this, yeah.
So if you can hit for shots like this, you'll be ready for this actual game time and dominate. Okay, I like that. Body, my man, how are you?
Good, and you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. Okay, you're watching the other game coming in. VP, this is kind of what you expect from VP?
Yeah, this is exactly what I expect from VP, mostly on Ancient. They are very structured, way too structured though.
So you're trying to get some extra information, right? Trying to learn some more, got a notepad out as well?
Yeah, I'm learning a lot from James actually, every way.
No, don't say that, Body. We don't want to hear any more of that. We don't want to see more of that gameplay. Keita, for you and the guys, what is the thing you like to have the team do, or how do things work just before we go into a game day like this?
I think the RMR is quite different in the fact that for the first game you get like a lot of time to prepare, more than normal. So we've had like a week to sort of sit and think on it and what the map. So we've sort of spent a lot of time preparing for the game and being more prepared than we normally are. But then I think the weird part is like, normally after this game you've got like an idea of the bracket, how it's going to go, you sort of picturing your route, how it's going to go. Whereas I think here you're more like, let's take it game by game. We literally have pretty much no clue who we're going to play next game. So we're just fully focused on this game, and then we could play next game directly after. We could have a big break. We could have more time to prepare. It's really like all up in the air. So we're sort of just focused on this game and then take it as it comes, I think.
No, there's no right or wrong way with this, that's for sure. Well, thank you very much for letting me in, guys. Good luck throughout your first games, and good luck taking on BetBoom.
Oh, there you go. It was like MTV Cribs, but with James Banks getting the inside scoop on everything Fnatic, Vince. I like it. We could pitch that. You know, we'll do like a PGL MTV Cribs kind of collaboration.
Yeah, I think we probably run into some interesting situations. The more houses that we went to. I think he was looking at like mouse pads and stuff there as well, wasn't
There
he?
was some interesting mouse pads, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, we need to have a word with Fnatic about that one.
Because like a lot of players are superstitious, right? So they probably had the same mouse pad for years and years and years and years. So you see the like proper crusty, like 10-year-old mouse pads that have had
the word
drinks
crusty
spilled.
and mouse pad.
I know, it's grim, isn't it?
We can't. There's a disconnect there. Come on, treat yourself. Get a nice one, fresh, new. No crust, none of that. Only on a pizza, please, Vince.
Well, we can have a fresh game, Jackie, coming up.
We can.
BetBoom and Fnatic going to go blow for blow. One map between the two of them. And obviously the first game in the RMRs for both teams. I think this, for me personally, coming into the day, this is the game I was probably most hyped for because I felt the first two were probably going to be quite one-sided. The third game was a little bit of an unknown certainty. This one, though, this one caught, I think, both of our eyes right off the bat.
Yeah, this was like... Oh, I don't know. It's almost like you've gone to a buffet, right? And you've kind of had a load of really interesting meals, like all the things that you enjoy, and you're like, oh, I'll have a little bit of that. I'll have a little bit of that. But this is the one big thing that you've been saving yourself for. This is kind of the dessert at the end that should be so explosive. Even over on the A stream, you've got a banger there as well. 3D Max, I think, are a really tantalizing team looking at them at the minute. I think they could have a great run, but that's up against Falcons, mate. Falcons that are looking pretty hot at the minute, Vince.
And Eternal Fire beating Nip. You know, some people weren't sure about Eternal Fire. I think they've been playing very well recently.
Yeah, they've looked sick.
But I've heard a lot of people naysaying them, doubting them, like, well, when they get to the RMRs, it's different. Nip are a team that have points to prove. Well, there you go, they beat them.
And the interesting bit with that as well, if you haven't seen, obviously, the headline that came out kind of a few hours ago was NIP saying we've got till January of next year to be kind of a super team. That's a hard cut. Well, it's not going to go too well if you don't make it to the major, Vince. So kind of a big part of that. Obviously, starting 0-1, not ideal, but for Eternal Fire, it shows the Turkish Terminator squadron are looking bloody good. Sick team to watch as well. It's cool to have Major in the running to the major.
100% it is, and obviously finally Xantara's Woxic, same team, both fighting together. It was always kind of like the Turkish dream, if you will, of having those two players together, like bygone areas with some of the French players that never played together in the same team. Finally, them two together with the likes of Major, with Kadia as well as shown his worth in that team, so I think they're one to watch out for, and I'm not too surprised to see them beat Nip.
No, not at all. I think that's actually one of those that it's kind of a dark horse that should have happened, and it's sick to see that storyline came true. A team that is explosive, though, and have had some pretty tantalizing results and an awful lot of interesting strategy, kind of the resurgence of Nafany. It's BetBoom. This is a team, Vince, that has also given Chiron a platform to prove that he can go toe-to-toe with some of the best, right? We saw him, obviously, his previous RMR runnings was with the Virtus.pro roster back in Paris, where he was cut from the team mid-RMR. Sort of unprecedented, really, to make a decision like that. Now back doing it on a roster that he seems to thrive with.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it goes to show as well that often with these teams, it's not necessarily about skill level necessarily, or even roles. It can come down to how personalities mesh.
Yeah.
Do you click together? Do you like spending time together? Do you like playing games together? And if he's found a roster here that he can feel comfortable with and confident with, that can take a player from being okay to great.
It really can. And we talk about greatness. Boy, oh boy, has this man done so much over his career, right? Sick to see him still flying the brand, and also joint with a powerhouse team, Vince. We were really excited by this squad, watching them over the course of their qualification process. There's a lot of firepower here.
There is a lot of firepower. I think the one maybe unknown quantity is sort of like the leadership in this team, the IGLing, the strategical elements of play is still yet to be seen in a lot of people's opinions. And even within the confines of the open and closed qualifiers, we saw a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde Fnatic. We saw the great heights, the Crims, you know, golden era, so to speak. Obviously, it wasn't just him carrying, but that kind of level. And then we saw the doldrums of T-sides just not ever getting started, and that for me is the big concern coming into this game. How much time have they had a chance to work together? If they haven't been putting in the work for the RMRs, what are you even doing here in the first place? And I want to see how this is going to come to fruition.
Yeah, you'd hope as well, because obviously the support they've got there, if you're unfamiliar with their coach, Keita, Jamie's been someone that's had such a great understanding of CS for a very long time, especially back towards early go. He was always the guy that in the UK scene was there, learning everything, understanding why it all worked. Had those unlisted YouTube videos full of all the smokes before anyone else knew how to do those lineups, you know, just understood the game in a different way and really can do an awful lot for that kind of squad. And I think at this point, he's had a long enough sort of tenure on Fnatic where everyone feels very comfortable trusting him to do that, and we've seen some of these players sort of adapt and be activated off the back of that. So you'd hope that he has a huge part of kind of bringing this squad together in that sense tactically, Vince, because we saw individually they meshed pretty well. Even Crims looked like he kind of went, you know what, I've got some freedom again. I'm going to run with that. And he was giving it.
He was landing, I think, in 2 of the maps we casted, he hit 25 or more kills. It was very, very impressive. And also on a multitude of different maps. Yeah. And that's another thing about Fnatic is some of these teams have fairly bottleneck kind of map pools in terms of playing 2 or 3 maps. I think this Fnatic roster is actually pretty solid on 6 out of 7. Maybe, or 5 out of 7. So
yeah, they've got a lot more legs to it.
Exactly. Inferno Ancient Overpass already banned out. Interestingly, Fnatic banning Overpass even though they have a 3-1 record on it. Obviously a respect pick, I suppose, or ban, I should say.
It is interesting, actually, with the way this is going already as well. We saw a lot of Fnatic previously on Ancient as well during the online qualifiers. They were playing that a whole lot. So the fact that Ancient's out of the window makes it a little bit harder for them to stretch their legs there. Okay, all right then, mate. This isn't too bad. We get a nice Anubis out of this, but I will say, Vince, I think this is probably going to be the best map we could have got with these 2 teams to go head-to-head. BetBoom, in terms of strategy, they've got a lot that they put into Anubis. They've got about 3 or 4 different pistols T-side alone that I've seen them run fairly consistently. They were one of the teams where Nafany really innovated a lot, even back towards IEM Sydney. Felt like he had a whole load of fresh stuff ready for CS2 to play around that. And Fnatic love a bit of Anubis as well. So this is kind of the dream for me. I think this will be sick.
I think on paper, like stylistically, this is the most interesting map as well. I'm completely alongside with you. And I think this is a map. In addition, we just highlighted him. Crims in particular is very aggressive on the CT side. Yeah. And it's super fun to watch. It was one of the maps we got to cast him at in the open qualifiers and the closed qualifiers. So coming into this one, I think we're in for fireworks. You know, we were talking about how this is kind of like the dessert, because obviously this is our last map. Personally, then Dinko and Moses are coming on. This is the game we were most looking forward to. Well, I think now we've just got a real banger on our hands.
Oh, absolutely. If you haven't informed your friends that there is a gigantic day of historic Counter-Strike going on, then go let them know right now. We're streaming on absolutely everything, so gather all your housemates and get them watching, because you're about to witness a banger. BetBoom versus Fnatic here on Anubis. Already there's some commotion down in the water, Vince, as Chiron comes sprinting in, but Body lives up to his name and pummels him.
And he's playing around the pillar right now, and he's waiting for his teammates to show up behind. So well played. And unfortunately, on the side of BetBoom, it's spelling out demise. Only Siren and Nafany remain. Between the 2 of them, they have a Julie, or a pair of Julies, and Siren goes in, but he's going to get plucked out from QB, who shuts down both remaining players and gets Fnatic across the finish line to a 1-0 lead. And now BetBoom, they are going to go in for the force. It's quite interesting, Jackie, because a lot of teams on that second round on the CT side may hold fire. We're not seeing everybody force buy instantly as a knee-jerk reaction, but BetBoom decide, yes, we're going to go all in here.
Spend the money and play the strategy. And that's one of the things that I've noticed a lot as well with how they operate on this map. You can see there was a lot of time spent in terms of the way that they want to play when it comes down to that utility, Vince, on the CT side. They don't gamble stack as much in terms of just, all right, let's pick up the 5-7s, all play towards the bomb site, let's just push B main. It's a lot more thought out in terms of the utility usage and trying to burn it down to the bare minimum time left on the clock, then go for the play that they want to make. Will that work out in an environment like this, or how's the clash going to go? Always up in the air. I mean, a lot of money spent on this one as well. You've got the 5-7, scouts out on display. All right. Could be kind of tasty here, Vince. Do you like the fact we're getting a lot of MAC-10s brought to the table as well? Haven't seen that many of them today. It's mostly been Galils and a little bit of a UMP cameo. But Fnatic, when we saw them online, they love the max. They will run at you full speed, and it was working wonders for them. It's where Crims felt like he was able to play this sort of old school, very aggressive CS, and it lends to his strengths.
Exactly. That run and gun style is exactly the kind of aggression that was so fun to watch from Fnatic in the qualifiers, and I'm expecting to see a lot more of it here as well. And so for me, that tells, okay, guys, we're going to have a potential rush on our hands. Maybe they're going to go through mid and drop down into like the con area. Let's find out. I think spawns-wise, maybe favoring over onto the A side of the map more so. But let's have a look-see here with 8 seconds left. As you highlighted before, Jackie, with that scout though, I'm curious where Zorti's going to get aggressive, if he will. Does he go for like a main peak, perhaps?
What shenanigans will this man be up to? Okay, over towards Connector. taking the fight down towards the canals. Wants to see if he can get an opener. Toes being displayed from Mattis, but no commit, Vince. Not going to go running on into the unknown. Meanwhile, outside of B main, the 5-7 does take a bit of a cheeky peek, so there's information, Vince, but none of the shots have actually connected yet. They haven't quite been able to grasp an opening play. And this is the real kick in the teeth, right? Mid-control now finally starts to be snatched away by Fnatic. You get mid-control, you open up the entire map on Anubis.
Oh, exactly, yeah. You have multiple facets and areas to punish in. Siren playing anti-flash, Nafani up close, Molotov though is going to real throw a wrench in the works of this one, and it forces Nafani out. Matties will punish on Siren as well, and it's just all the way a Fnatic. This force buy yielding pretty much nothing in return, and I doubt that we'll see Zorti and Denists really try and go for this, or any real, even exit frags. They need to just save these weapons.
Can't afford to just throw them away for free. 5-7 up close, but no success. So the scout, being the big talking point of the round, is the only weapon that actually gets carried into the next if he can stay alive for a couple more seconds here. Crims is on the hunt with a Galil. Oh, he lands the tag, Vince. But it all gets a little bit awkward. Flash over the top to waste some time, calling for the backup, begging for the backup, hoping someone's going to arrive, but he handles it himself.
That's the thing with Crims, man. Sometimes he is the backup, that one-man army. And a fairly straightforward round as well. I mean, if you are Fnatic, you are loving every second of that. You have gone in with MAC-10s. It's not even a full investment. You know the CTs have gone all in. You've taken all 5 players down the process. You are on the fast track to a really solid start here in the half. And we discussed already, Jackie, about how MR12s and the CT economy currently, it can be such a cruel, cruel turn of events if you start poorly. That's the position that BetBoom find themselves in right now.
And it's a pain. Makes it feel like it's so hard to get a grasp on the game, get yourself into things. On this one, they've got a single flashbang as the only utility invested into, and they are gravitating quite heavily to a 5-man setup towards the A side, 2 of them lurking slightly further towards camera. Problem is, you give away the flashbang for free. It was in the hands of Nafani, and he's peeked into Crims. Gets picked up by Chiron. You're giving the game away a little bit. They do understand exactly where you are, and even then, Vince, if you pop flash and fight towards mid, the MAC-10 body should clean up.
Oh, hello. P250 to the dome. That's going to make short work of body at least, and they can trade up to a MAC-10. Even though Nafani may be down and out, he can watch the rest of the troops try and retrieve some kind of small success. In terms of the round itself, it's pretty much a done deal already. And now Matties with the spray, the flashbang is good to force him off the angle, but it's only a USP that goes up against him. Danist's down, but Zorti does return the favor. So really, whatever happens at this stage, this is a decent outcome for BetBoom. You've managed to take a couple weapons away from Fnatic. You've got some money in your back pocket. But it's all down to that next one where the pressure is truly on. Crims shuts out Zorti. No save for him.
Just Chiron as the last man left standing. Ideally, thinking hopefully someone might exit, come running towards middle. I can find a bit of a cheeky play to make. Nothing really to upgrade on or to save outside of this, but everyone exits together round through A main. They'll peace out, round will tick on by. Chiron's allowed to hold on to a MAC-10 and a flashbang at the very least. But obviously the money's there now, Vince. First few rounds out the way, this is where things start to change. This is where this man will get a little bit more vocal as well. The brains of the operation really obviously needing to bring his troops together. You can see the paperwork on the tables as well. Their strat book for Anubis laid out ahead of us.
Deep in thought as well, because they know the importance of this upcoming round. A lot can hinge off what happens in these next 2 or so minutes. As HEs and flashes are tossed out on both sides, jockeying for position over the main area. Molly's also tossed in. Chiron using that smoke as sanctuary, but it's all going to be Fnatic aggression. Zorti shuts it down and some solid counter frags tossed in as well. It's going to stop the T's from fully submerging the site. A good trade for BetBoom.
An opening pick that massively slows down the ebb and flow for Fnatic. And look at this setup as well. 2-player boost on the back of the bomb site. 3 CTs honed in position to defend towards B. Issue is the angles don't work well for the peak on connector and they double up for 2. Body slams his way through them, Vince, and has carved a path into the bomb site.
Man, that transfer on the second frag was so sick. And they needed that desperately to go in the favor of BetBoom. The CT's now in shock. And it's a direct path across to the site for the post plant. And there's realistically nothing they can really do on this A play now. I mean, I think BetBoom have to save again. They're in similar positions. It's deja vu. And it's off the back of that really crisp double spray from Body. And this is a guy that's been around the French scene forever. You know, he's been passed up from other teams for skill issue, for skill differences in the past, but he's here and he's fragging, and that's so important.
Years of experience. Man's been all over the shop. Hell, I remember even one of my first casts in a studio back in like 2014, seeing him on LDLC White or LDLC Blue at the time. Man's on Cobblestone Vince, he goes flying in through drop down, finds 4 frags. It's like, all right, this guy's sick. Still around today, still doing similar things.
I think, I could be wrong on this, I would have to double check this, but I think Maniac may have played with him at some point as well in the same team. I seem to remember casting Maniac when he was playing with Body. That's how far back Body goes. That's the pedigree that this guy has. A real veteran, a journeyman of CSGO.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes back into the narrative we were talking about before, Jackie, about some of the new, some of the old, all jockeying for their spot in CS2's landscape.
And now's the time to do it, right? First ever major cycle. Whole new game, whole new era. Everyone likes to be first to things, Vince. Makes it feel a bit more special, right? So if they can hone in here, start it off with a nice couple of rounds, start to build that narrative that they can get themselves a win here and open things up 1-0 in the twist, and it's the dream scenario. Get a nice little replay of that one as well. Body's highlight that completely caused so many issues for BetBoom. Rotating round towards B, thinking that they're all going to run in. Instead, they commit onto the A site, no room for the retake, and Fnatic find 4. T side right now, very favoured on Anubis, but you've got to win those rounds, and Fnatic are building themselves a good case for that.
Oh, they've built themselves a fantastic foundation here on the T side. One that is looking rock solid. And it's down to BetBoom to get out the sledgehammers and try and knock away the pillars and slowly edge themselves back into this. The other problem is that because quite a few of these rounds have been clear-cut, you can already see the economy is so good. 8,000 on Afro, just shy of that for QB, 5,000 on Body, and that's before the end of this round. And Zorti, not for the first time, is going to get tested, but gets Molotov'd out of position. Molly's on the back of the site as well. There's no safety net for him. Has to throw the smoke just to keep himself alive, and now Siren picks up that M4. Going to try and put it to use. Chaos, carnage in amongst the smoke, but it's going to be going the way of the CTs for the time being. But down goes Siren, now Zorti has to pull off a masterful hold.
Only good for the first. The rest of the dominoes begin to fall, Vince, and the Orpa cannot save them from the grave. Grave mistakes, though, as it all goes wrong. Fnatic, they were thriving in the chaos until Chiron himself turns up and smites them down. You can see him starting to erupt as well, Vince. He's a vocal player. He's an energetic player. You give him an opportunity like that, he's going to snatch it and start giving it more and more. He's going to get that confidence and start fighting you into these rounds. Look at him.
They needed somebody like that. They needed a fire to be lit underneath them because it was so flat. Up until that point, it was all Fnatic. They were dictating the pace of the rounds. They were taking the fights where they wanted. That's the kind of moment that can get a team back into this and really fire them up. If you can't get inspired from a play like that, then BetBoom deserve to just bow out of this game. Like, you've got to take some initiative now, and that's exactly what Siren's gone for. Fast, aggressive peak shuts down Crims.
And suddenly Fnatic going from feeling untouchable, feeling like they can take all the time in the world to set up these plays, realize it's not that easy anymore. Now they're not holding, they're fighting. They're taking the peaks to you. Zorte, though, he can lie in wait. Strikes, and this time he's spot on with the scope as Matisse is slain. Afro watching and holding through camera, expecting the rotate out for the CTs on a bomb site. You've got a lot of map control towards middle, sure, but where do you go from this? That's the big question. It's all about the game plan. And you've got to fight for this now. Utility used to try and force them off the angles. Meanwhile, timing on this as Nafany's rotating. He's going to be caught between a bit of a rough spot here, Vince, as they group up and set their focus on going through Temple and back towards the bomb site. They wanted to face both angles at the same time, but they give themselves up for free.
Ooh, nice flick from Afro, though. A round win by itself, not necessarily required to have reverberating consequences, but keeping multiple left for the CTs is good enough. And now that confidence has a chance to continue to grow, a chance to be incubated and warmed up. 4-2 the score, but BetBoom is suddenly in with a chance.
And the whole demeanor of the team's changed. You see in a way now, Nafany himself being far more vocal. Chiron as well, it went from kind of where he's there, he's present, but he's not really himself. He's not loud. He is always someone that you see very hyped up. He's a very energetic guy, Vince. And again, in that situation now, he's kind of on. The fist bumps are coming out. Everyone's a lot more proactive and wanting to go for fights. And this is where for Fnatic, suddenly things have to change a little bit. You realize, okay, our money's not in the best spot. Can't really go for these slower rounds anymore. We've got to scrap a little bit. And can you do it just with the Tech 9s, Vince? Can you find those upset rounds? Or how many could BetBoom take on a spree? For Afro as well, it's a round you've got to shake off. Guy had 2 sick AWP shots. Almost finds the third as well. Pre-fire ready on the connector player, but couldn't get it. Okay, fast play called, Vince. They want to go for basically the BetBoom take round towards the A side, where you go barreling in with a utility towards camera to block off the angle, but Siren holds strong.
Well, he's managed to negate that Molotov, though, but does he realize that Nafany's at the back of the site? He does! Nafany not able to do anything in return, and the Galil ripping through all 35 of its bullets in the magazine. Now replenished up from the A1S, body tickling the bomb, trying to draw out the CTs from their hidey holes up in heaven. But nothing forthcoming as of yet. They have so much utility, though, Jackie. Like, half of the fight here, really, Fnatic, is to get the bomb down, and after that point, there's tons of grenades going to be finding their way towards them.
And the offensive utility can do so much here. You can bank it off the walls and absolutely ruin the players back towards the bomb site. Afro has to be the game changer on this angle. He's playing on the lip of the smoke, but it's a panic spam rather than the clean connection. Body, he stayed on the bomb site, sat inside of the smoke. Oh, if he can play this right, Vince, there's a timeline where it could be absolutely massive. Issue is he's looking for the backstab while Zorte lurks towards heaven, spots the head and shuts him down. A third round secured for BetBoom. Closer than they probably would have wanted it to go, but a round nonetheless.
You can see as well, Chiron and Nafany just having a conversation. Like, they're so animated, they're so enthused right now. And Chiron has been a centerpiece of these last 3 rounds. Obviously, that double spray and a triple kill a couple rounds ago. Even in these last 2 rounds, he's got kills, he's had impact. So he is a proper spearhead of this comeback. Fnatic, though, they managed to get a bomb plant down and some kills with basically 1 Galil and a bunch of Tech 9s. Now they get a chance to do it again with an open AKs.
And Afro, he seems to realize as well they've been taking a lot of aggression towards B main early, so he just goes contact, pre-scopes all the way back. So they have no idea of this audio cue. Ready for the jump spot, hits the mark. If he clears jail as well, they should be good on entry. But they don't commit, Vince. This is cool. You've actually got the opening pick here. No rush. Don't overextend your lead. Play off the back of the trades. They can wrap around. They've left the bomb towards spawn. Few bits of nades. Baiting out a rotate towards B as well. BetBoom going to be scratching their heads right now.
Oh, then he gets the pick on Zorti, who had the angle. And body comes in, gets shut down. There's QB, though, for the return frag and mid-control established by Fnatic. May have more players to contend with, but Nafany takes that smoke off the head. Pretty sure they would have heard that as well. They know he's here, and Afro goes hunting alongside QB. And now Chiron We know he's loud, we know he's enthused, we know he's feeling it right now. But does he have enough gas in the tank to clutch a 1-on-4? He has the element of surprise. They're not sure as to his current position. He was waiting for the timing peak, and when it didn't come through, he has to just tap out. And you know every fiber of his being wants to go for this clutch, but he has to think about the bigger picture.
He's that kind of player. He's that kind of player, Vince. Even if you try and drag him out, he'll go straight back in. Makes the heads up call, though, realizing the ship has sunk on this one. And Fnatic do get a 5th. So the game is afoot now. Both teams seem to be actually contesting against one another. Another round where Afro looks really decisive as well. It's a free K for him. Smart read on the opener. Went for the contact peek on B. Keeps finding impact as well. And if Afro's playing well, that's a huge boon for this team, Vince. We saw that happening a lot on the online games that we covered with them. Feels like Afro can be on another level when he's popping off.
Also, just the wherewithal, the experience to be dry peeking, anticipating that jump spot angle, similar to like an overpass when you jump spot the box. Knowing that angle, knowing the timing of it, as you say, pre-scoping in not to give anything away. So nice to watch. Really crisp movement. And wouldn't you know it, he's going for it again.
It's the second time we've seen BetBoom go for this boost. Fnatic did not see it the first time though, so they're unaware. And it pays off. The unorthodox angle catches them off guard and they slay the AWPer. Ooh, Matty's playing around the edge of the smoke on that one. It was looking like he wanted to try and really poke the bear towards connector. Meanwhile, a bit of pressure added on middle. They're looking to fight back towards bottom connector with this. Nafany and Chiron pushing in. Oh, he's crisped right now, Vince. Chiron's looking like he could really start to cause some issues in this round.
It makes me think if he's this powerful and this efficient when it comes to the CT aggression, imagine what he's going to be like when the roles reverse and he gets unleashed on T side. That could be a real pain in the backside for Fnatic, but they're still in with a chance in this round. Body, though, misses his chance. And so will QB as Zorti punishes him. Chiron with 2 in the round to move up to 8. And he continues to be a real problem on the side of Fnatic.
You can see what we're talking about there. The vocalization from this team. It feels like everyone's chiming in. Everyone's able to sort of keep the comms going, keep things moving along. And especially in this sort of environment, Vince, that can be such a big boon for you. If someone goes quiet, best possible solution, get everyone talking, get everyone back in the zone. And the whole game's changed since we saw that turn. Only 1 round of difference between them now. Crims, okay. Give us something to get kind of excited about, right? We were setting that storyline because online he was an absolute demon. He was back to his old school cool. He's taking fights, he's taking names, Vince. I'd like to see him getting a bit more aggro. And aggression's what we're getting, but it's Body that causes issues at middle.
And Body's been a beast so far. 11 kills to his name. Maddie's in the meanwhile watching for the flank, gets 1. And there is Chiron again. On point, on spot to deliver. Dennis just ignoring the bullets coming towards him, pushes the smoke regardless, but Fnatic have a commanding post-plant position. 4 healthy players. Bit of utility as well, a couple of flashes to play off. And BetBoom with a very low Zorti. It is looking like another save. Fnatic have brute forced their way in, mainly off the back of Body's entry frag through on mid. Around the cam position. And BetBoom can do little but hold on. And the thing is though with Anubis, I mean, normally you'd think, right, 6-4 Fnatic, really solid start here. This is looking very, very good. Anubis kind of map where it can be pretty damn difficult for the CTs to get established. So I'm thinking BetBoom are pretty happy so far with how things are going.
And they've got a lot in their playbook on their T side, Vince. Yeah. In terms of the strategy they can normally pull out, there's a lot for them to work with. You know, you can see that they've done their homework in terms of adapting and adding more and more with some of the newer tricks you can do with utility coming into CS2. So yeah, I mean, right now, you know, you look at it objectively, if it's not the most, it's basically the most T-sided map in the pool, especially if you can play to your strengths on it. So for him to keep it this close and still have a timeline here where maybe you can get a 5-7, potentially a 6-6 out of it at the end of the half, will put you in a good position to leapfrog going into the second. Obviously a bit of a shabby buy in a few places, but this is one way to operate around it. Zorte with a boost, playing on the gap of the smoke, finds the initial peak, his body's slain, but look at the damage done, Vince. Tons of chip damage back onto him.
Yeah, Matty's feeling the same effects though, as he will go down as Siren with that USP gets aggressive. Traded back from Afro, but Zorte is still alive on a measly 12 HP, but they're going for the information play. They're going for the flank, shadow around the corner. Still Zorte comes out second best, and it's that man, the Swede himself, Crims, that will put them into an advantageous position. Danist's and Chiron's positions though, do they have a read of the situation? They do. Afro's watching the back. And although Chiron may have got one, he gets spotted and fragged down for Fnatic 7th.
It's rough as well for Chiron. Crims down to about 10 HP on the repeat. Chiron quick switched, going to his knife, thinking there wasn't going to be another player that would instantly peek and go for the fight. He wanted to try and cross and then reassess the situation from a different angle. Instead, Crims peeks into him and is able to find success on that one. Could have got a little bit hairy. Fnatic celebrating. A 7th round then. Will it be a 5th for BetBoom or an 8th for the Fnatic T-side debut here at the PGL RMRs? Zorte eating damage on this one, Vince. He goes down quickly. And Afro, innovative peek. He's seen the elbow. He knows he's close.
Yeah, and even though he missed the shot, he calls the information to his teammates, and they just run and gun to finally down. He had no chance. Chiron again aggressive through the canals. But Crims is watching the peak. Timing is everything, and it's Crims on that wide swing. Shutting out Chiron. Siren was a dead man regardless, and Fnatic will lead 8-4 come the second half. With body of 12 kills and 1,400 damage done. He's averaging on over 100 ADR.
Boy, oh boy. Slow start for BetBoom in the initial rounds. Chiron, he was the sleeping giant that woke up the team. Things changed after that round. He popped off with the 3K. Everyone started to get a lot more vocal. Since then, we've seen a very back and forth game. Fnatic still leading with a fair few rounds of buffer. They at least get a bit of a level playing field, Vince. This is where we can have that twist in the second half. BetBoom move to the T side, and we get our second pistol. And of course, the big kicker as well. The difference, something we don't see all too often these days. No extended pause in the halftime. So momentum, it can either be a blessing or an absolute curse.
Have to find out which is which. As BetBoom now have the initiative put on their shoulders. Can you aggress successfully in this pistol? If the answer is no, you're in real trouble. Nafani already taking damage. That is a rough spray from Zorte, and he gets punished by body. At least gets one beforehand. Crims pivots around, gets one of his own, as Chiron stuck in the con, jump spotted from Crims, and shut down, swatted down from the Swede. And although Siren may have done a bit of damage there on his first peak, he's got 4 players to face off against, and he doesn't even have any flashes or grenades to try and cordon off one of these areas. He's being swept in, he's being flanked in the meanwhile from body. And the way he's been playing, you wouldn't put it against him to just one-tap him with those Julies, but it's not required, as Matty shows his hand first, and Fnatic secure their second pistol.
Right, worst case scenario is what we're looking at then. For BetBoom, you now face the fact that you've lost the second half pistol, and that Fnatic can clamber quite quickly, Vince, to being 1 or 2 rounds away from shutting down this best of 1. And that's the pain. That's the pain. That second half that you feel in MR12. If you have a rough start like that, it can be over before it even starts for you. You don't really have the money to do anything about it either. You got to hope that you can weather the storm, play from 10 and get back into it. For Fnatic, the investment is mostly FAMAS's, 3 of them to be precise. QB opts for the M4, and Crims just needs a set of the Wild West pistols. Just 2 Julies in his hands.
Taking it slow to kick things off down the canals, headed towards Connector. Now that man QB is laid in wait, smoke down. If Zorte feels like it, I doubt that smoke's going to do much to him stalling that peak, but they decide better of their options. And it's another one of those situations where, because of the heavy investment into FAMAS's and the M4A1S, There is a lack of utility, and already some of that's been depleted. You have no incendiaries left. 1 smoke, 2 HEs, and a flashbang. So if they can pick the right angles and rush together as a united force, this could get a little bit sticky on the side of Fnatic. And any lost weapons, barring Crims, they're actually worth quite a lot at this stage of the game. There's no MP9s or anything else that you can throw away and say it's not that much of a big deal. This body that continues to lay waste to BetBoom with another 2K in this round.
Doing it cleanly was the aim of the game.
Full by now, let's do Falcons, boys, and fuck them, okay?
The classic comms, Vince. Dream scenario, though. Not forcing out the rebuys, not making any awkward mistakes that lead them into a bit of a nosedive. Instead, you're going to have the cash in the bank starting to build. You can keep the bonus weapons going into the next. And the pressure really is on for BetBoom. This is where it's up to them to prove that they can still fight back into the game. Find some sort of crowbar to crack open a round and then don't drop any of them. They need 6 on the trot to equalize now.
Yeah, and this BetBoom team is a team that still needs to prove to quite a few people that they are at this kind of level. Nonafani in the past has been the likes of Cloud9. He's had his moments in the sun, his moments at the top tier of Counter-Strike. Zorti, Siren, Kyron, these are all guys that are trying to pit themselves against the best in the world and deliver. And so if you get slaughtered 13-4 here, doesn't paint a very pretty picture at all about your endeavors for this RMR. So they got a point to prove here, Jackie, and they've got the rifles, they've got the weapons to do the talking for them, and that's exactly what Kyron does.
This gets really awkward now as well because Siren's actually got ahead. Crims ain't going to expect this. He thought Mattis had it covered, Vince, and suddenly everything's gone wrong. It's a landslide where Fnatic are slipping down and Afro and Body are the only 2 that are left alive. Sure, they can somewhat cut off the rotations in terms of having Connector and close mid covered, but the T's have got control of the bomb site. And in reality, you're thinking about holding on to what you've got rather than fighting them. 2-player peek in the canals. Afro still hits the shot.
That's a nice shot as well. Didn't land the flick, but that would have been a hell of a follow-up frag if he connected that one. But to readjust, obviously, he was anticipating. We already know from Afro's positioning in that first half, like watching the jump peak angle. This guy knows all of the sweaty angles on this map, no doubt, but still a really solid shot there as he moves on to 9. Body 16 and 7. Not really the player you're looking at to do the heavy lifting on this team. One of the brains behind the operation, but it will be a case of BetBoom. We discussed coming into the round, it's so important they prove a point, they send a message. They've done just that. That was a clean round. Yes, there was a couple of mishaps on Fnatic, but it was very nice entry fragging there across the side of BetBoom as a timeout has been called.
BetBoom using this to assess the situation. Obviously, you need 5 rounds to play with. Interesting as well, man. You don't see it too often, but Zorte, he's got the long sleeve on under the jersey. I couldn't handle it. I feel like my hands would have too much friction, man. The long sleeves aren't for me. It just doesn't work, Vince.
I agree completely. You can see he's rolled up his sleeve at least.
He's got the half roll.
Yeah, so it's not rubbing against the mouse pad. That's the worst. Because I feel like with mouse, you need it to be as precise and consistent as possible.
Smooth,
and when you have the extra fabric there, it just kind of adds a little bit more.
Freaks you right out.
It does.
Much like this round did for Fnatic as well. A lot of weird small intricacies in terms of the timing and the positioning that made that one play out the way it did. Obviously not really going to happen again in terms of the spacing on that, but it was uncomfortable for Fnatic in the present. We'll set our focus on where we are right now though, and that's watching Nafany absolutely barrel it through middle. All right, Vince, he's taking a bit of a pep in his step on this one. The Galil's done a ton of damage and Body's had to give up most of mid. It's open right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They used a lot of grenades and smokes, flashes to get this position, but the mid control is so vitally important on a map like an Ubis. It funnels away the CTs. You can see they're very claustrophobically trying to get some information for themselves. They don't want to just be reactive in this round. They want to start to be proactive. And Afro, watching the back of Crims, will be rewarded in kind as Siren sent packing. Molly tossed in to the opener of B on this main side. Damage done. They would have heard the feet being singed and barbecued, and if not, the warning shots would have given it all away. And now Mattis comes in with 2 for mass kills, and that could have just secured this round.
Zorte, he fights back towards Connector, but he's only good for one, and now it's down to the brains of the operation to serve up success in a 1 versus 4 clutch. And he's scared, Vince. He's paranoid about the potential backstab that could be coming his way, but it's CT, B main, and Connector he needs to be thinking about. Dives his way through the smoke, being peppered with bullets. Afro's jumped on the bomb, and he's zoned out. The round's gone.
Round is over. At least the post plant, though, will afford them the luxury of another very solid buy come the 17th round. But they are running out of time. They're running out of lifelines. And Fnatic, it was pretty much the body show in that first half. Now we're seeing Afro really show what he's capable of. Matties with a really important double spray with that FAMAS. And QB also dipping in for some kills. Crim's been a bit quiet. Hasn't been needed.
And you can't help but feel like some of these rounds as well are BetBoom just entirely losing their grip, a little bit overzealous on some of the peaks. And it's all gone a bit wrong for them. Zorte doing his best Afro impression on this one. Pre-scope, peeking in towards B main early. Eats the nade though. Afro knows all too well how they're playing this. And they've bombarded them back, making it look so uncomfortable for the T's to try and utilize this AWP to get an opening frag on the board.
Yeah, doing such a good job with this utility of keeping BetBoom at arm's reach, not allowing them to close the gap and get comfortable, and Matty's just peppers Sortie through the smoke. From bad to worse, as QB goes in for more, Matty shuts it down, eviscerating this push. And Danis and Kyron, like, what can you feasibly do? Danis is at a shocker! Oh no. Not like this.
That's a bad miss. And then it all goes wrong. Oh, Vince. Man, I don't know. I feel like we're the waiter and, you know, everyone's come to the restaurant. They've said, hey, have you got a dish that you'd recommend? And we're like, oh, yes, sir. We've got the BetBoom Fnatic. It's a bit of a staple around these parts. Very delicious. It goes down a treat. Normally quite a meaty dish. Goes on for a while. Instead, we've given them a sausage and they don't enjoy it, Vince. It doesn't taste very good at the minute. As Fnatic, they're the one just running away with this. There's no potatoes. There's no fight back at the minute from BetBoom. They've gone flat.
Ah, just a cold sausage, mate. No one likes a cold sausage.
No. It's like a cold chip. It's just reverse potato at that point.
Well, we'll hope that BetBoom can reverse their fortunes and pick up the pace here. I mean, again, we were discussing before that BetBoom, like, their T sides are typically pretty well ironed. They have a lot of versatility, a lot of moving parts. When Danis and Nafani, between the two of them, have 5 frags, and we're moving into round 18,
yeah,
it paints a pretty bleak picture.
Doesn't help. Definitely doesn't help. And Fnatic looking pretty drilled, to be honest with you. This man's been having a hell of a game. Only good for the first frag, but Crims will look to turn the tides. Stabbing back and forth towards middle, but falls. And it is a 3 versus 3. A winnable round, Vince, for BetBoom still. But it's not an easy one. QB's HE could actually be pretty lethal. And you've got the backstab for Matties. Oh, he can break the smoke with it, sure, but it's not right on target, so they bleed in through camera and take the site.
Yeah, just hit the side of the wall, unfortunately. But Afro, he's so quick in those engagements, man. He gets into these positions where you assume he's going to die because he's got the AWP and it's such an awkward spot, and then he just nails somebody instantly. And now a 3-on-2 retake. Danis 2-14. He's had a really rough day at the office. From the neutral and me, I hope he does work here. I hope he gets some kills. I hate to see players have a rough time like this. However, realistically, Fnatic are in prime position to get this done. The bomb is ticking away, though. Kyron may not need any backup. He is the one-man army they've been looking for. QB next up gets the kill, but there's not enough time. Kyron's done enough.
A second round where Kyron has been the linchpin of the A site. Wasted enough time to secure that one. But here's the raw facts. Here's the top and bottom of it. BetBoom have 6 rounds to their name to equalize the scoreline and force this into an overtime to even have a chance to win this opening game. They'll need 6 on the spin without a 0 mistake. And what's worrying as well is when you look at the cash they've got to work with. Yeah, you can rebuy into it, but it's not going to be amazing. There's a few gaps in terms of the weaponry. A couple Galils, Mac 10, and limited utility on a few of the players. Whereas Fnatic, they're sitting pretty. Afro still gets the AWP. He gets what he wants, and he causes carnage with this scope.
Playing that same anti-flash setup. Not required, though. They get aggressive instead. It's actually Crimson takes the initiative. 3 kills and a 4th as well. Winding back the ears and destroying BetBoom in the process. He gets the ace. He gets Fnatic the win. That's more like it.
Crims is back, baby. What a way to finish the game, Vince. Man, Crims in a Fnatic jersey, getting himself an ace just off the back of basically playing gun game, running at them to win the opening game in the Swiss. There's that bit of you thinking, all right, maybe we got a couple more rounds in it, maybe a bit of a game to be played. Crims says, nah, it's over, boys.
And that's exactly how he deliver it as well. He's such a chill customer. He'd just be like, nah, lads, I'm done.
That was probably the calm, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, body's like, okay, play safe. Nah.
Safe, you say, I just want to win. Straight through main, 5 kills. It's those first 2, though, that were so sick.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the transfer from the first to the second player was a thing of beauty, and that is, like, vintage Crims. That is Crims from 2014 showing up to the server and showing he's still got it.
And he's just stone cold with it as well. That's such a sick thing about Crims, man. Like, the guy's not changed over the years. The firepower is still there, but it's also just he turns up, he does his job, Vince, and it's another day in the office. You know what I mean? Like, gets his way through it. It's soul-crushing way to lose, though, by the way. That is a game where, obviously, it's going to be rough to take an L on the chin anyway, but for it to be an ace where Crims has just sprinted at you windmilling, don't know if you're going to take that one too kindly.
Yeah, and you see here, there were fleeting moments for BetBoom where they got hyped. They were really feeling like they were in this game. Kyron was leading the charge. You had a couple of huge rounds in a row. But even though we're going to be focusing on that crazy Crims play at the end, Afro and Body, like, these 2 Frenchmen were the linchpin. This was the core of what got this Anubis win.
They were the big boys, you know. Afro, T-side, you're being able to use him as this really proactive entry tool where, first sort of 30 to 40 seconds of those rounds, he's either finding a pick at middle, a pick towards the B-bomb site, and you can see the way that he understood how he was playing his T-side, Vince, translated so well into his CT side, because any of the setups they were running towards the B-bomb site, he was so switched on about it. He's like, well, I know exactly what kind of peaks you're going for. Here's the nade set that I need to use to counter it because it's the way that I play. A brilliant duality of him on T and CT. It was really sick to see.
Yeah, and this is the moment that kind of encapsulated everything. Crims go kill, and the Swede went berserker mode and just mowed them all down, single-handedly, with the assistance of a flash, smile on the face. And job well done from Crims and the rest of the troops. So 13-6 the score. You can see there that Body 118 ADR was on point. And even though Afro down at the bottom of the leaderboard there, I'm actually quite surprised to see that. It felt like every single one of his kills was super impactful.
Oh, massively so. I think, you know, the stats in that situation don't reflect the sheer impact of the rounds that he had. Because even if you think the sort of kills that he was getting, you're having opening picks towards mid, suddenly we've got all the mid control, and we've won the round. It's one of those where he was just opening up the map consistently. Even CT side, dude, he was just ruining them in terms of the raw damage alone. But Body has to be highlighted. It's a crazy game. You know, first couple of rounds into it, we're sort of talking about his legacy, the fact he's been around for so many years, but to be able to consistently show up in games like this, where, you know, this kind of is the most important game you've played so far in the CS2, Vince, it's sick to see how well he's gelled into this team and how well he's playing individually.
Yeah, will it be the kind of performance that we'll see day in, day out from Fnatic? No, Body's not going to be the top of the scoreboard. He's typically going to be pulling the strings from behind, you know, as the IGL, as the leadership kind of role, but you can't argue with the fact that today on Anubis, he was phenomenal. This was a really good performance. And it also wasn't one of those top-heavy performances where he was good on CT, but cooled off on T-side. Consistently throughout this game, he was on point.
He was always proactive, always doing something to bail out the team. And it really is sort of the game changer on that one. It's wild to think how quick that actually was. It really is one of those where, looking at it on paper, historically both of these teams, especially with it being Anubis, I'm kind of thinking, all right, man, there's going to be a lot of stocks to this. But it's weird. It's weird to see how much that kind of shook BetBoom initially. And obviously only a few rounds where they perked up enough to sort of get all the heads talking, Vince. So, The first 4 best of ones here for the opening day have been played out on the secondary stream. It sounds like there's a bit of rumbling going on from the studio just ahead from us, so I imagine Alex and Chad are still running their way through that one as well, Vince, because there was another 4 games being played out there. Once we finished all of these, and round 1 has finished, of course, we do have a bit of a shake-up in terms of the draw, and we'll know how the games have gone. All right, so Falcons did close that out, besting 3D Max.
Yeah, kind of went, I would say, par for the course. Maybe most people would have anticipated that maybe 3D Max could have caused an upset, maybe Nip could have caused an upset. The first 2 performances, though, kind of what we expected to happen. So today, I mean, we've had tons of great CS, but I suppose things are kind of gone the way that most people expected.
Yeah, no sort of ridiculous upset,
yeah,
I suppose is the way to put it, right? Everything's as clean-cut as you would kind of hope for, at least in terms of the highest seeders won their game. Some of them a little bit closer than others, but it bodes well in terms of the next draw. When you think about how those games are going to go then, especially off the bat, Vince, that this is the first time we factored in the new Valve ranking and the change in the seeding, right? Whereas previously, you know, had top seed versus bottom seed. Now things are a little bit closer in terms of those initial games, and it's changed a little bit. So with the way the format's worked out, those round 2 games could actually be pretty crazy depending on some of the draws that we get.
Yeah, when you consider how stacked these group stages are, how much is on the line, and the fact that it has kind of gone the way that we expected, you're going to potentially have some big teams duking out in those 1-0s and some teams that are going to be fighting for their very survival at 0-1. Obviously, it's not going to be a done deal. They still have more opportunities, but if you're 0-2 after the first day, after the first couple of days, like it's basically you are in a real problematic situation.
It's a very slippery slope, and it will not get any easier. For myself and Vince, we're wrapped up for now, but there is so much more Counter-Strike to go, so don't go anywhere. If anything, at most, just grab a snack, because you'll want to strap in for the round 2 of games that Moses and Dinko will be covering here on the secondary stream, and I believe we'll have Anders and Henry coming up on the main stream. So a lot of Counter-Strike, a lot of exciting stuff, and a lot of good-looking gamers. Keep it locked here at PGL for more RMR action.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Brain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired.
Made in hell. Made in hell.
Down before, I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the PGL RMR. It's the journey to Copenhagen and it's day one of Europe, Jason. I'm looking forward to getting into the second half of the day.
Yeah, day one, half two. Going to be a lot of fun. We got the losers of the first round, the winners of the first round all to play in this Swiss system. So just one map played so far. Coming in early, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting to be back here at the RMRs. It's an event that has so much raw emotion, so much excitement around it. The last RMRs, because it was the last CSGO Major, was quite the emotional place to be, and I'm sure it'll be kind of similar here at the first CS2 Major.
I mean, it's so interesting to think about, because like this isn't one of like, these aren't, the RMRs are never like our biggest events, but like they are kind of like the most important, because this is actually like life-changing opportunity to, if you're able to qualify and move on to the Major that's going to be in Copenhagen. So yeah, you get everything. Tears, happiness, anger, frustration. You get the whole spectrum of emotion.
Shebang. Yeah, and obviously the most interesting part about it is, like you mentioned, the second half of the day, we have the 4 BO1s. You know you're opening matchup for a very long time, but then you don't have a clue who your second game is going to be.
You're put in the hot seat, aren't you? Like we just found out who the teams were like half an hour ago, so all of a sudden it's like, all right, time to roll with it, time to see what we got. And you got to be very well prepared as a team. You can't really do a whole lot of in-depth preparation sometimes for these next up matches. So this is going to be the schedule for the day. We're going to take you through NIP taking on AMKAL next. 3D Max versus Movistar Koi. Virtus.pro is going to take on Fnatic. Those are the 1-0 matches, the second 2 matches of the day. VP Fnatic, and then Navi Enterprise is the other 1-0 match that we'll have to close out the evening here on the secondary stream of the RMR.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I think that NIP versus AMKAL matchup is going to be fun for a couple of reasons. NIP have been struggling, but with the expectation.
And that's always fun.
And that's always fun to see, because you've now got a chance for the underdog team to really upset them coming into the second game of today. NIP, obviously a team with a lot of expectations because of the history and the brand power, but certainly have been living up to those expectations. And then VP versus Fnatic. Now, I would have said at the start of the year that this would be an easy win for Virtus.pro, but given the fact that their performance back in Katowice wasn't so hot, and Fnatic had a great opening game versus BetBoom, that game could be a little sleeper series.
Yeah, but I saw that mousepad homeboy was using, and I can't...
That was the most disgusting mousepad
I can't really speak positively about Fnatic at the moment. My brain just has images of that mousepad just scanning through my head.
It looks like it was stuck in the microwave, and just like all the sides are curled up.
Something weird went on with that mousepad. But yeah, Virtus.pro coming off the disappointing tournament in Katowice as well, where they didn't really accomplish anything at all, and one of the teams expected to go deep into the event, so they'll be out for blood, they'll be out for revenge. And, I mean, even NIP, as much as you kind of mentioned, and you're right, disappointment is kind of in their recent history. they played a really close game against Eternal Fire, who had a very impressive, not very impressive, but they eye test wise looked good in Katowice, even if the placing wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, I'm not wearing a choker, Jason, in case anybody's wondering what this is.
I was starting to wonder, yeah.
Just forgot to take off the pass and spun that right around.
Yeah,
so it's not a
accessory.
fashion. Yeah, it's not a fashion accessory. Not into the chokers myself.
Sure.
But speaking of chokers,
NIP?
NIP
Is that where
again.
you're going
We're going
this
back.
one?
We go back again.
All right.
Let's talk about the future of this team and see where they're going with it. Because Hetrick, I think, is someone that you can rely upon. And then you got Alex coming in. We heard Threat talking about this guy a lot, right? He's been on his radar. He's one of the IGLs. He wanted to get into the team to build this new project.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys hadn't seen it, the NIP did just release a video just a couple days ago, maybe even just yesterday, talking about kind of their plans for 2024, their like long-term goal and plan for this team. And they had a lot of positive things to say about Alex, obviously positive things to say about Hetrick. They mentioned as well when they were going through the in-game leadership change, they were also speaking with Cadian, which was well known at the time, and one of the reasons why they didn't end up going in that direction, at least from their perspective, is bringing Cadian in would have meant, you're changing an in-game leader and he's an AWPer, so you're changing an AWPer, and they're very happy with Hetrick, as they probably should be. He's probably the shining light of this team outside of the positivity that they spoke about Alex.
Yeah, he's just so young that it's always very exciting to have a player who's shown potential at such a young age, and you would say maybe given him some time in a better project, maybe he can really take over the server. Because this is a kid who played in the same academy league as the likes of Donk, who played in the same team as Monacy. So definitely worth taking a risk on him. And now, well, we've got this new roster coming in with Nickelback at the helm again.
Yeah, AMKAL Esports, and I mean, if you guys are going to recognize some of these names, this is the core from Entropic that has been brought over to put together in this lineup as well. And they're going to have this is a pretty tough test they have up against NIP. I mean, all things considered, all things we've said about NIP and the struggles, still going to be a difficult team to overcome.
Yeah, this is a team that we were so familiar with the names on this roster. You see Krad, he's been around so many different teams in these this sort of region, and obviously stuck with Forrester for a large part of that. They've got a new coach in the form of Sviat as well. So these are all players that have been in the same project for a very long time, since the Dream Eaters days, and we know how much skill Forrester packs in. We know Krad can have a good map here and there. It's just about the peaks and valleys of these players over there.
Yeah, the consistency. I mean, even on Entropic, they had a couple. I mean, they had like a little stint there where they were like a pretty dangerous upset team, underdog, dark horse, whatever you want to call it. Nothing crazy, nothing.
Or the dark underhorse.
Yeah, sure, the dark underhorse. That's good. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I don't. This match, it's going to go down to a best of one. Obviously, best of one MR12, as everyone knows by this point in CS2. It's hard to envision maybe it's not that hard. It's hard to envision a world where NIP loses this game.
Really?
True or false? That was a question.
False. It's certainly false, yeah. It's certainly false, because it's a best of one MR12. You have a slow start. Yeah, we've seen today you can come back from a 5-0, but it's not that usual that you would see that. Once you have a bad start on a best of one on MR12,
Falcons came back from a slow start in the first round?
Yeah, that's the exception that doesn't break the rule so far.
Okay.
Here's the odds down there below. Their favorite NIP, a little amount, just a very little amount.
Yeah, slightly. Probably not as strong of favorites as they'd like to be.
But the way that AMKAL lost in their opening game was very disappointing. I was thinking they were going to come in with a bit more power, a bit more punch, but didn't look so hot in the opening game today. And this is probably a more difficult opponent on paper.
New environment as well for a team that's probably not as experienced as someone like NIP, who plays in all the partner leagues, obviously. But you kind of warm up into it. And that's the interesting thing about this too, is like the pressure of the RMR, of the stakes of knowing what this game is. You could see map wins and losses over the past 3 months. Neither team being super active, although AMKAL loves a bit of vertigo, it looks like.
Oh yeah, they love a bit of vertigo.
It won't be heading there.
I think a lot of these sort of tier 2 teams, tier 3 teams have a lot of expectations on vertigo, because 9 started doing it. It felt like a map that they were really solid on. You can control the T side a little stronger, and it feels like a lot of the underdog teams come in with a vertigo in their back pocket.
Well, I think that this is like the next hard part for, I guess, quote-unquote underdogs is just the fact that, you have so many options of taking away their strong maps. Like, they aren't getting vertigo here, right?
Yeah, they're not going to.
You're not getting vertigo.
Well, we'll find out where we're going to go with this one. It doesn't look like NIP have given us a lot, looking at the wins. Quite a lot of losses on the board, but
I don't think, again, because of the nature of like the tournaments that they generally play in terms of the partner leagues and against the top teams constantly, like their map records aren't going to look great, because they're like at the lower end of that top tier of competition, right? So like records are never going to look great, but I would imagine NIP is going to have a better experience and better playbook on pretty much most of the maps.
Well, we're going to find out where we're going with this one. NIP ban away Anubis early on.
Boo.
One of the best maps of the pool. It's gone already.
They have lost it twice, so I can't really blame them.
Inferno out of there too.
No team likes Inferno these days.
Oh, we do have when we return to the RMR, this always throws me off. We've got the Valve pick ban sort of situation going on. So you get 2 bans right at the start here for NIP. Then we'll see AMKAL ban away 3, so they've got rid of Ancient straight away.
Well, this is all interesting because like, you're right. I kind of forgot about that too. But with these next 3, like AMKAL can in effect kind of like pick the map that'll be played, considering they have to know Vertigo is going to get taken out by NIP. So leave Vertigo in one other map, and whatever that other map is likely the one to be played.
All right, so let's see. They got rid of Nuke.
Doesn't always work like that.
It looks like we're going to be playing Overpass then, if we're going to be following that mindset.
Ooh.
Expected a ban of Vertigo to come in here.
And this is the map that NIP just played against Eternal Fire in the first round.
So we do have Overpass coming up. All right, so yeah, you see 0 wins, 0 losses, nothing to go on for AMKAL, right? So if you're NIP, you're coming into this, you didn't have a lot of time to prepare. There was nothing to prepare, in fact, for this map.
Right, and I think, again, with the more experienced team, that should be fine. You shouldn't be trying to, like, anti-strat the underdog teams. Just, you know, set up your own plans, make sure everyone's on the same page, and should be able to handle business.
No, we didn't get to see NIP recently at Katowice closely at all, obviously not being there. So we look at their performance at the start of the season. They wanted to get some events under the belt as quickly as possible. So they were one of the first teams to return to actively playing this season, and they played a Copenhagen Games Week, or Gaming Week, against Astralis. They made it all the way to the final, and Overpass is a map that they selected and went for, and they looked okay at times on it. So this is a map they've put a lot of work into coming into the new season, and I think they'll be very happy with this best.
Copenhagen Games Week. They did lose that final, correct?
Yes.
Astralis beat
Astralis. How could they lose in Copenhagen?
I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen a couple times.
Well, we've seen Astralis lose quite a lot recently, haven't we?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, but
now that we think about it.
But Overpass coming up, it's I think Hedrick's going to be the main talking point for me at this point. You know, seeing what he's going to be able to do on that CT side. He's looked pretty good on this map.
I think, too, I mean, like, take the CT side away. I think Alex is going to be a big conversation for me, just in my head, just because of the way that we've heard NIP talk about them. Like, Threat in the video mentioned he'd been looking at Alex for a couple years, and when he was kind of talking with when he wasn't in NIP and he was talking with a bunch of different organizations about coming to coach, Alex was a player that a lot of the teams had brought up. So Alex seems to have been like a pretty interesting in-game leader and project in his mind to bring into this team. So let's see what he can do. He's got the weight on his shoulders. He's got to call a really good game, and it's a huge map. It can be difficult to manage.
And if you wonder why Alex was maybe on the tip of their tongue and a player they wanted to bring into the team is because the Movistar Riders team, when he was at the helm of it, weren't great online. So they didn't make it to a lot of events through online qualifiers. But when they did get their chances, you know, if they went to a Pro League, for example, they would sometimes just 5-0 their group, and they would look great online.
The Cologne pop-off as well, where they made top 4 kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, and that was where he was really discovered, and then brought into ENTS after that, and then did his thing.
Yeah, did his thing. Now he's with the Falcons. But Alex was kind of at the helm of that, and they were always pretty good on LAN at certain points throughout the year. So you've got to wonder, you know, what was the reasoning for that? And obviously they believe it's Alex. And there isn't a lot of great IGLs out there at the moment, especially cheap IGLs.
IGL's certainly worth their way in gold if you can pick a solid one up. But he's got like the extra problem of like, maybe not problem, but just like the job he has in front of him of not only leading the team inside the server, but also working out role clashes within the team that we know that are there, working out a way for this unit that's been dysfunctional and not working, and also turning around the fortunes of a team that feels like it's been rebuilding for 6 years. Like NIP, I feel like it's just been
we're waiting for them to
eternal state of recovery.
Yeah, we've been waiting for them to find their new identity for a very long time, and then obviously they bring in a Spanish in-game leader. It's like, okay, I guess just go international at this point and leave the whole Swedish roots behind. I think it was a good move for them to do the rebrand. You know, come in with a new logo, come in with a new fresh look.
Oh, now you're going way back time machine. This is like 3 years ago,
But then they didn't get rid of the Swedish players, so people kind of still attributed Sweden towards NIP, given their history and the fact that they've kept Res forever.
I mean, considering how far back this org goes, like 25 years. Man, like they were early 2000s, I think, is when they really started popping off. They've just been Swedish for 20 years. So that's going to be a tough transition to make, but it opens up, I mean, at least what you can say about it is it opens up the player base that you get to search from moving into the future, where again, they've kind of set their sights on 2025. Not saying like 2024 is a wash, it doesn't matter anymore, but like really there's a long-term plan to get to 2025 with a team ready to compete.
1 year used to be a very strange thing to talk about in esports, but I suppose we are getting to that point now where you can actually maybe have a long-term vision, have a whole year in mind.
It's a long runway. I mean, the big one is going to be this major cycle is like, first of all, what is NIP going to do? But this is like really a situation where you're looking at all 5 players and you're kind of assessing how everyone plays in this RMR in the Copenhagen Major if they manage to qualify. And you kind of assess what pieces you have and where you want to go. And then you're also assessing everyone else in the tournament because, you know, there's likely to be a pretty big roster shovel.
The Major's the biggest shop. You know?
Yeah.
You can have a little look around, see which players you want to pick up. And you know, last year, obviously at the Major in Paris, it was JL and Imma that really showed up. And they just, you know, Na'Vi picked them up immediately. So this is a great opportunity for NIP to have a look around it. Maybe if this doesn't go so well, who we're looking at in the future. But at least NIP made the RMR, man.
And I wish we had kind of a little bit more of like a glimpse of what AMKAL's, I don't know, the context around this team at the moment of in terms of where they're at. Because
we don't get to see them all that
Yeah,
often.
I don't know exactly like what their plans are for the next 6 months. Obviously, like I mean, actually, I kind of do. I guess if you're AMKAL, like your entire year is pretty much summed up by qualifying for the major, right? Exactly. There is no long term. It's just like get to the major.
I mean, that's pretty much the goal for all of these smaller tier 2 teams that are involved in like the huge circuit, the tier 1 circuit of all the partner teams. When you look at Bad News Eagles throughout the years, those guys are able to fund a full career at a player-run organization just by getting to the major each time. And obviously, when I say just by getting to the major, it's one of the most difficult things to do. So it's quite the task, but it's the golden ticket really for these organizations that want to get a huge injection of cash and live the dream for a bit longer. But we do have a tech issue, guys, so we're not just going podcast mode for the sake of it. So hopefully we can get this tech issue resolved as quickly as possible. Headsets are going on.
Caster, stop talk.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to, but we're going to keep going. And it's great to see Crab back. This guy has like never been out of a team, it feels like.
Is that a fist or are those skyscrapers?
Looks like French
Can't
fries.
Be a fist. There's 6
Looks
of
like
them.
French fries.
French fries?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know.
That's American fast food marketing working on you, for sure.
It's making me hungry.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, it's definitely something. And I like the black and yellow. No, many other organizations have done that. Na'Vi kind of branded that for
pioneered
themselves.
it, let's
But here
say.
we go, black and yellow. Black and yellow.
Yeah, it fits for everything.
We have got 2 simultaneous streams running out throughout the day. Over on the other stream.
Correct. Do you remember which game is going on the other stream?
Over on the A stream, we've got Saw making their return. Now,
Nice.
back in this studio, back in
Playing
the
9
last-
Pandas.
9 Pandas, of course, sees this return. Saw had a heartbreaking time at the last RMRs that
That's
was played
right.
in Bucharest.
Yeah.
James give them a big slap around the wrist. So I'm expecting they're going to be wanting to get revenge against that region of the world.
Hopefully no PTSD that really drags them down. Dude, I actually forgot that season. Oh,
here we go.
We're back. Pistol round. Here we go. Nickelback, dualies. He's pushed all the way up towards the long corner, and he's got all of NIP right around it.
Yes, Joel Berettas, always seen in the pistols, always spotted these days. And if you aren't buying Joel Berettas, what are you doing? You're giving yourself such a disadvantage.
You know, as the hype man for the dual Berettas, I don't really buy a whole lot of dual Berettas myself.
You really should. You really
I should.
Ooh. And also, it's the first time we're going to really get to see all the different sticker combinations. But here's Nickelback around the back. Oh my god, Alex turns on that headshot. And I thought Nickelback was certainly going to get that kill, but he doesn't.
Yeah, quick spin, nicely done. Plants going down, smokes up. So now the CT's got to start talking about how they want to retake. The real X factor is they have to deal with Alex, who could flank long at any moment.
Travis with the dualies, they push right into him, and he gets a double. Esatag and Head Trick both down. Icy hits one back on Config, but remember, this bomb is still down. NIP still have a chance at winning this, but suddenly it's only Alex, and that defuse is being stuck around the corner. Eventually, they'll realize he's long, and they cannot get it done here, NIP. So that's the defuse. That's AMKAL winning the pistol.
Okay, that seemed way too easy. Way too easy. Nice double up from Travis, and they don't lose anyone on the retake. Just the initial spin from Alex gets a kill. No one else from NIP was able to get anything done and get another pause, as you can see from the post-it note right at the top.
Yes. Well, we'll hopefully get that resolved as quick as possible. Yeah. This is insane. That flick back.
Oh, my lord.
Nickelback was surely thinking he had that kill locked in, but not to be the case.
The push through the smoke. I guess they just felt so uncomfortable inside the bomb site with four people kind of retaking that they wanted to get different positions and thought it would catch them off guard, but Travis is ready.
Travis absolutely is ready. I mean, the name Travis has just been dominating my timeline these days. You know, it's either Taylor Swift or Travis Kelce, man, and that's just my life at this point.
When you open that up, I was like, wait, there's no Travis and Taylor Swift.
But every time
you got to get a new timeline, bro. Start muting people.
Yeah, maybe I'll mute some keywords.
Just auto mute. Yeah, auto mute the word.
Oh, it's better than some timelines, shall we say?
Yeah, probably.
We're living in one of the weirdest timelines,
as always.
Hopefully this tech issue will be resolved and we'll get into the action right away. Seems like today there has been pretty quick admins on the case. Seen Jackie and Vince were casting here on the B stream earlier today. Great to see Vince back.
Vincels rise up.
Yeah, Vincels. I'm sure there's plenty of them out there in the chat today. For AMKAL, I'm going to see them buy up into this next one. Forrest has already got his hands on that lovely little M4. But when did I peek at the bomb plant?
Yeah, I was going to say, they are too. Galil's coming out already. So we'll have that second round engagement. They're going to fight for it.
And I've been loving the feel of Counter-Strike 2 recently. Like, it's feeling so much better. You can hold an angle, which is incredible. I really do feel like the update's putting it in a better direction. It feels like we're heading back to sort of the feel of CSGO.
Sure.
And I guess the further we go away from CSGO in terms of time, the more you get used to CS2.
Absolutely, and I think the devs are taking that into account too with a bunch of early changes. I know there's been people who wanted more changes a little bit quicker, but that stuff all takes a little bit of time to see what's kind of people resisting against change and what's actually needed to be tweaked and blah blah blah.
And I think we can all say that we agree that the best change so far is the rechargeable Zeus.
I feel yeah, that is a pretty cool change. I feel like my best CS2 was being played like the week before the change.
Oh, you're just wide swinging everything?
Yeah, I got into it. I really figured it out. I unlocked it in my brain, and then they changed it, and I've been hesitant to go back. Now I'm just like,
you should come play, Jason. Definitely should head onto the servers.
I know.
This is a new camera we're going to be using called the shaky. I don't know if this is exactly the one that I was getting told about by Jay yesterday, but there's a shaky boat camera that we need to keep a lookout for.
A shaky boat camera.
Yeah, so like if you're on the POV of a player, you can tilt side to side, and it feels like you're on a boat, and it can give you more of an action feel.
Okay.
So we'll feel like we're in the POV of an action movie.
All right. I'm cautiously optimistic about the boat camera. There's not many. There's not many boats in this.
No, there's not, but there is. It's only called that, Jason.
Okay.
It's not actually like a boat.
Sure.
It's more of a feeling as though you're on a boat. The action, it's choppy.
Great. So
POV,
the seasick feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotcha.
We're gonna invoke seasickness.
Let's bring that back.
I can't wait. Yeah, it's gonna be great. But here we go. We had a headset issue, but all is resolved. And we are ready to get going into the second round of this game. Remember, NIP lost the pistol, but they got the bomb plant, which means they have a lot of money. So Galil's are out, Tech9s are out, plenty of utility around it, and AMKAL, despite winning the pistol, are actually less favored in this kind of round.
Okay, here we go. Deep utility, deep Molotov. That's going to hold NIP back. As you mentioned, limited utility and not wanting to extinguish that with the smoke. So they're just going to wait for it to burn. And now moving up a little bit later, Crad being set up with a pop flash from Icy.
And he'll go for a peek with FMAS. Nothing found, he'll drop back.
Yeah, there's a timing where they can wrap around towards Party, obviously, so he doesn't want to stick around there. Going to find his escape with the FAMAS, but good information. He did spot numbers towards Fountain. He did spot a couple bodies. And that's brought a third player back for defense. This is a lot of runway for NIP, though. For a round where they don't have a whole lot of utility, they love it. And I think equally CTs are kind of like, we don't really want to challenge here against the weaker weapons. Let's make them commit to a bomb site. But they've got defensive utility to deploy when NIP does close this gap.
So Icy's just trying to get information on the jump. Hasn't seen anything just yet.
It's all keep your eyes on number 9 on the minimap, Nickelback. It's kind of all about like when he shifts back, when he's at the B bomb site. He just rotated over to B, saw absolutely nothing. Now he's coming back. So Krad's gonna have initial contact. And support is here.
Yep. And the first shot lands. Krad inside of the smoke, trying to catch them off guard, trying to keep them focused in the middle of that bomb site. Here goes Krad, only one. Definitely would have hoped for a second kill there and probably had a chance to do it, but Nickelback has rotated on up. Just one kill though, not enough output done by the CT side. And that shot from Icy is not going to bring down any members of the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Travis sprinting onto the truck, just one. One more shot landed by Icy, but Azitag's quick to come over and help out Config. Now IP have tied up this scoreline.
Yeah, I feel like that should have been, I feel like AMKAL did everything kind of right in the setup, in the build up to that moment and that execution, and just couldn't get any multi-kills. Everyone was one and done.
Yeah.
Krad coming out of the smoke was only able to get one kill, couldn't transfer over. The SMG inside the bomb site was only able to get one, so it feels like it was all there, just in positions where they couldn't multi-frag.
So AMKAL in a tough situation with the money. They had a decision of either full ecoing or they could force again. and they've gone for the Force, so they've bought everything they can. It isn't too pretty. You've got an MP9, a Scout 5.7s, P250 here, but it's at least something to play with, and NIP have to try and figure that out. They don't want to run into any stacks or traps being laid out for them, so NIP just taking their time.
And right now that track is in the con stairs. A double stack, a vertical stack between two players. Krad with the P250 looking behind him, forces away a little bit of danger. Now Molotovs, they can't move forward. A nice little trap for NIP. He's got them kind of stuck at the stairs. One player makes it out, but Nickelback's still in there just chilling.
Yeah, I spoke about dodging traps if you're NIP, but they've started making their own. And here comes Config, the trapper, around the corner. Big headshot on Nickelback. Looked like Config was about to die first, but well, that kill has put NIP ahead as we head into the 50 seconds left in this round.
Remember, they spotted that P250 though in those stairs, so they've called it out that it was here, likely at the A bomb site. So Rez is going to be cautious. They're dual clearing the front end of bathrooms.
Ooh,
and
crap.
now, showed a little elbow first, makes that easy, and Rez going to tap away the scout as well.
That's more like it.
Nice and simple.
Nice shots from Rez. We're desperately hoping for an IEM Oakland performance out of him today. And Alex running in with that Mac-Dad.
Okay, are we leaning into the meme?
Of course. I mean, there is only one meme that exists. And
you brought your queen out a little bit early there, Dink.
I don't think there's ever been a player that has been able to live off the back of one tournament performance as much as Rez has.
I don't think, honestly,
ever.
Okay, if we're doing real talk for a second, I don't think he has. I think we've just kind of willed the meme into existence.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he has done a good enough job to stay in the team for all these years.
The problem was he was like the one who stepped into the shoes of Forrest and Get Right and was like kind of automatically hailed as like the next coming, and it just never materialized because how can you when the comparison is guys like Forrest and Get Right?
What happens if Donk is like the next Rez? We just talk about, remember the IM Katowice tournament?
No.
He's never been as good as he was then.
Don't go there. Dangerous.
I mean, it's hard to actually get better than the best performance of all time, so he actually is just giving himself a free fall.
Set himself up for a bungee jump.
Yeah. Well, Travis, AK-47 being saved over is nice. I love the new HUD situation we got here where we have like the clutch mode. You know, you can hit the clutch mode.
Okay.
It goes into the 1v1 camera.
Or the 1vx cam.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I feel like I want to get the old-fashioned 3D glasses out and this HUD to like pop out. And it'll be 3D mode.
Yeah, they have those now. They're like $3,000.
Yeah, that's true. They do have those.
And you look super cool.
Yeah, you look awesome, don't you? You look really cool.
Here we go, round 4. And this time it's just the saved AK-47 in the hands of Travis, who's going to be number 8 on the mini-map. Boosted up and had a shot at head trick, but couldn't land it. Now getting wrapped behind. And they're coming very quick. Config goes down. Good kill from Travis.
Yeah, no chance there for Config. Alex is too far behind to get the trade, so it will be the drop back from AMKAL. They weren't able to recover that second weapon, so it's still pretty comfortable here for the Ninjas, especially with Rez heading out long. And Headtrick cutting off any pathway back for Krad, so he's pinned in locked bathrooms. They know they have that USP locked into that position.
Yeah, Travis repositioning towards the B bomb site as well, because they saw the AK-47. Oh my good God. Krad just got away with one. That's
boost
crazy.
attack. Oh my goodness. He needs to. Oh, his eyes checked. He's like looking at it for so long.
This is the mess NIP have found themselves in, is they've lost way too many players in solo fights. Obviously, the Krad one is like crazy shots with the USP, whatever, but Travis has been able to find a couple now. And NIP and all these kills have had no chance of a trade, no chance of a rebuttal, no chance of a response, and this round has just fizzled out. If Forrester and Krad just like play this passively and like wait for the AK-47 to arrive, it should be fine.
I mean, he didn't recover any better weapons though.
Yeah, I mean, it's still 5-on-2. Like literally, as long as Krad and Forrester aren't committed to their initial fights, as long as they can fall back and get in safety and let the AK-47 get involved, it should be all good. And actually,
what?
Why not?
What is this round? USPs, P250s, and one saved AK-47. Nightmare mode for NIP.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling. That doesn't give you a good vibe heading into the next round. Let's check out that USP kill.
Yeah, that was stupid. So, good team play to get the AK-47 into the fights early on.
Oh my God.
Just running backwards.
Yeah, the fadeaway double dink.
This one was nuts too. AMKAL have got some aimers, and that does warrant a timeout. You have to call a timeout if you're on IP.
Right, well, it's also, I mean, you want to settle them down, but also, like, you probably get them focused immediately as DJL gets involved. Focus them immediately on this next round, because you can get an AK-47 on Rez. You can even get an AWP on Hedrick if you want to go that route. He could also obviously have the AK, but, I mean, I imagine you at least do a half investment here, so it's about coming up with a game plan to try and get back on the horse pretty quick. And Hedrick's going to stick with an AK instead of forcing out the AWP early, with a couple of upgraded pistols around it. So, round 5 tied up at 2-2.
So 4 more BO1s for the rest of the day here on both streams, if you are just tuning in for the first day of RMR action.
EU RMR A.
EU RMR A. This is the 0 and 1 bracket. So if you lose this map, if you lose this best of 1, you're 1 best of 3 loss away from being knocked out of the RMR and your major dreams are dead.
Yeah, very, very early in the cycle to be at an 0-2 position.
Now here goes Icy, set up with the AWP early on. The shot goes between 2 heads, but he has gathered at least information.
But I think you kind of, I don't know, like isn't the right word, but I think you sense an opportunity if you're Alex and NIP, where you've spotted this AWP out at long, you know it's going to drop back to the A bomb site, and if you can put together a chaotic execution with smokes, with flashes, and take the AWPer off the initial angle, then you get these Tech 9s pushing forward with AK-47s in support. You have an opportunity with a relatively unwieldy weapon during those executes. Unfortunately for them, it's pushed forward in towards bathrooms, where there's a ton of safety. So smart positioning from AMKAL on the defense.
Yeah, they've been very good at positioning themselves correctly. Nickelback's made the right rotation at the right time yet again. He's delaying him with a cheap piece of utility, $200 flash. Keeps them back at bay, allows him to get this opening kill. And now remember, his teammates are still inside of bathrooms, and NIP have 30 seconds to get around that corner, and they won't get around the corner at all. Forrester just chops them down, brings out the saw, and Config's down as well. So completely destroyed. NIP go for the full long play, and it ends up just getting destroyed the door.
Oh, nice dig shot. How much more damage can you do? AWP is spotted, 18 HP, 15 seconds, no chance of a victory, and he's just going to keep this AK-47 alive once taken into the next round. So no bonus money for S-Tag, and a good defense. You got to give a shout out to Nickelback, his initial rotation over, and Forster as well. They never even had to encounter the AWP at bathrooms. They just got wrecked before they could turn the corner.
Counter-terrorists win. Could have been even worse for the Ninjas. 1 AK save. That was after a timeout as well. So after the timeout, they call, let's just contact long. And AMKAL is showing that they're going to be willing to just sit back, get themselves ready in position.
It's that shift into the advanced bathroom setup that was really strong against that, because the rifle keeping some space, never encountered anybody, so the AWP was really comfortable. The positioning inside the B bomb site, or the A bomb site, excuse me, changes. It gets so strong behind those dice boxes, like where you don't have to worry about bathrooms and banana. Just a crazy strong setup for AMKAL, and they've taken a slight lead.
So Config and Rez trying to get through connector. Rez takes some damage from that spam. I'm gonna go for a boost here. Deploy that nice and early here. Oh!
It blew a hole in the door. It blew a hole in the door, the spam. And Forrester was planning on nading it open, had no idea that was even possible.
That was such a sick move from Rez, just to put his deagle right through that little hole.
Oh my God.
That finds glory with the headshot.
Now, they should still be able to recover. The rifle can't be picked up for NIP, obviously, but one more cheeky kill with this boost, and it's game on.
Yeah, Nickelback is positioned himself quite well. I thought he might overextend there and give Rez another chance, but he seems to be aware of that possibility, so won't overextend into the open. But NIP have now got an AK-47 with an advantage. They're going to try and turn the tides in round 6. 45 seconds as they now set their eyes on the A site.
And the AWPer, Icy, just gave up information that he had towards Top Con. He was worried about someone creeping up on him in bathrooms. There's the timing there he didn't want to mess with, but that means as his teammate rotates over to the B bomb site, he's alone, and he's alone for quite some time, and he needs to find this information.
There's no utility here for NIP, which is a bit unfortunate for them. We would love some smokes, maybe even a flash here, but they have nothing. So they're going to have to just try and play contact and face this smoke, and now they've been spotted. Icy begins to pick them apart. Ice starts right through the chest of Hedrick and Alex, and his teammate can start to make that rotation. Big headshot again for Rez, but he's decapitated in reply, and Nickelback on these rotations is so damn good today.
Yeah, that's a really strong spray down. Triple kill. I know they don't have armor, but well managed and nicely done with Icy with the AWP as that smoke clears. AWP is recovered and passed back over into his hands, and NIP can finally get started, settling into the gun rounds. Gun on gun.
Yeah, this has been a crazy, chaotic start to this first map. Or there's only map. Overpass. So,
actually just the one map.
Just the overpass. Just overpass. But yeah, it's been crazy. There've been some crazy pistol shots all across the board. I love the little res whole shot, but we need some gun-on-gun action now, and we got to see something better from NIP. These finishes to the rounds have not been pretty to watch. And again, the start of the round is brutal. So it's Esatag taking damage. Alex is down first. Nickelback wins the fight in connector. And AMKAL, immediately, they're up 2 players.
Yeah, this is NIP not even getting any kind of space or map control whatsoever. AMKAL's challenged all of it, and now gonna back away and safely play the 5-on-3. Good luck.
Yeah, Hetrick just creeping out towards Party. Oh, big shot from Nickelback, who is just not missing today. 7-4. Another multi-kill for him. Rez and Esatag are now given the almost impossible challenge of pulling back a 2v5 with no one else really around.
It's so hard to recover this too, because like you don't want to use any utility really, because that gives away the game, and you have so much of the map you have to walk through. Now the defense has fallen all the way back to the bomb site, but at some point you know that AWP is going to be holding an angle, going to be right around a corner, and that's what you got to contend with.
Even when they do that, even if they take Icy out or force him further back, you've got Krad, who's ready to go with a rifle. And Icy, he's just been very smart in terms of holding onto his utility into the late round and then just taking 1 kill and dropping back behind covers. So it hasn't really been too much of a liability. There's the first shot, jumps up to try and get information on the second player. Hasn't detected Esatag just yet, but there's no chance here for the day, and he will not find his way out of the bathrooms.
Yeah, but I think he probably wants the money.
Yeah.
So yeah, go forward, see if you can grab any kills. Anything helps at this point. 12 seconds remaining on the clock, and Icy's going to take him down at dice boxes. Nice and easy, and all 5 players survive for the CT side, so things looking great. 3-round lead.
Yeah, for AMKAL, looking grim for NIP because there's no money left for the NIP side either. So the best case scenario here is you get a half buy. You can get Tech9's armor, Deagles, and I think they're going to talk over what they need to do in the next gun round because they're starting to run out of rounds in this half. And this is their second timeout used out of 3. Now, the problem is for NIP, I think there's just such a negative atmosphere around the team, sure, from the community, but also from the organization side too. It feels like the content they're doing, they're like, oh, we're focusing for a whole year from now.
The conversation around the culture of a team, which is I think, you know, been touted by any coach in any professional sport, is that culture and environment that's maintained by those 5 players and the coach and all the support staff with them is massive.
But,
and NIP is obviously not in a great place at the moment.
But you just made a roster change and got a new IGL. So like surely a change in leadership brings a new culture, and surely it'd be more positive about the future.
Again, it depends, and I think it also matters what kind of an in-game leader Alex is and what kind of a personality he is. But you know that change is you're coming into a team that already has its culture set, and it's not like flipping a switch. It doesn't happen immediately. Unless there's a very special player or personality that comes in.
Well, this round isn't going to take too much time to get going. It's a B rush, straight through Monster. Travis dodges the flashes, but NIP do not. And they are absolutely mowed down. No chance to get into the bomb site. Not competitive at all. 6 rounds now for the CT side.
Oh, this is looking so easy for AMKAL. They have handled everything very, very well.
Yeah, that was, you know, half buy, rush B, see if you can get a bomb plan, see if you can test that B defense. Well, it was not tested, and it has fallen apart there for NIP, but it's a focus up into this round. They got the money back, they got the AWP out for Hetrick, and if you're going to make anything of this half, you got to get at least 2 more on the T side. Maybe this is the first step taken to do just that.
Let's see. Nothing's looked great. These half-buy rounds haven't done anything. The last gun round was 5 players surviving for the defense, so hopefully this one's at least gotten started out better. They haven't lost anyone in the first 10 seconds. Nobody gets spammed down through the monster smoke. Config doesn't get picked off at stairs.
It's all about the small victories. Oh my god! Slid right off. Rez is gone. That does not taste good if you're NIP. You have Rez just peeking up on top of the slide, having to look for information early on.
And that's happened round after round after round, where just like these NIP just gets wrecked in the early going. So another opening, another 5-on-4, another man advantage for AMKAL.
And it really hasn't looked like NIP have been able to find solutions when they're down a player, when they're forced into these mid-rounds, having to recover 4v5s. They haven't forced AMKAL to run out of utility, and Forrester just spams down through that smoking monster and takes Alex out.
What are you supposed to do?
He's got to control the machine now. With his back laid back in his chair,
Another
looking at the
smoke
three
as
remaining
well.
screens, and another piece of utility comes in. That's actually to
amazing.
blow open the smoke.
Yeah.
Because AMKAL are that confident. They want another kill. They want to get information from it.
Oh, nothing spotted. 2 players here at the pillar, at the bomb site. Third player is going to be quick on the rotation as well. But again, this is another area where if you're NIP, I think they're just going to end up, there's just one flashbang probably to turn this corner.
Yeah, flashes out. Last-ditch effort. Essetag sprinting in. Ooh, catch it. Forster second kill is good too from Essetag. Anything else from the Dane? We'll have to find out because Krad is still down here in the pit. This kills everything. Krad steps up. Another headshot that keeps AMKAL in this round, and Krad has got a second. Headtrick suddenly left in a clutch. 8 seconds left. Not enough time to fumble around here, and he's called it off. He has to run away. And when that round looks so good, Essetag gets the double. Just comes down to the final fight versus Krad, and AMKAL still stand tall.
Yeah, thankfully, Krad has a great round with 3 kills, 2 in the critical moments on that B hit, because I think that defense was a little bit weak for the 5-on-3. 2 players out in the open. This is that initial shot. Rez jumping for information. That's mental. What a shot. But back here, this defense is surprisingly weak. With just 1-2 flashbangs, and those positions are well exposed. So thankfully, Krad's able to get behind the bomb site, handle business, Nickelback a good bit of distraction there. And AMKAL still holds on, no harm done. 7-2, and NIP's already used a pair of timeouts. They don't have a whole lot to work with. They're going to want to hold on to that last one as long as possible, but dang, this is looking ugly.
Yeah, it's looking terrible right now for the Ninjas.
They just played that close.
Oh my god, they can't even boost, Jason.
They just played that close map against Eternal Fire to start this, to go down 0-1.
And we see how good Eternal Fire have been, right? Back in Katowice, they were a really strong team. We thought they might make it through to the playoffs at a heartbreaking exit. But man, this is looking horrible from NIP. They tried to boost Headtrick up to get an opening pick with the AWP, and because they were fumbling it, they made a lot of noise, and then Krad could span down through the smoke and nearly take out the AWPer right away. So it's been a tough beginning even to this round, but I'm not going to find anything because AMKAL have dropped back and are playing passive once again.
And you're just going to let the AWP do its work, right? You're just going to let the AWP kind of go for some picks. Maybe you try and bait out a shot with a Deagle or a Tech 9, but really that AWP is the weapon you have, not even really the utility you're considering at the moment. You just want the kill, and they might get it. They might get it. Oh, there we
nice
go,
shot.
baby.
Yeah, that's great from Headtrick. Nice flick down onto Icy. Now the rifle of Krad goes into the bathrooms to keep them at bay. And it doesn't matter that he hasn't got a kill here because he's keeping them in the bathrooms, and his time is running thin.
Hard part is he's pinned down, and he knows it. He knows that AWP has the angle to keep him from retreating. This would be a beautiful find for NIP, but this is a lot of time off the clock. There's only 26 seconds.
And there's such a rotation up here as well coming in from AMKAL. They've got plenty of players ready to go. Not the best work from Krad. We've seen him do better. But his teammates, like I said, have rotated up already, and NIP with 15 seconds left have to make a last-ditch effort, and they need immediate kills to come in, and Forster isn't allowing that whatsoever. Headtrick, he's stuck, 8 seconds left. We need an incredible 1v2 to happen, and there's no mistakes from AMKAL. Instant headshot from Travis, and he's having one hell of a game here, 12-3.
It's one of the few rounds NIP's actually been able to put some pressure on AMKAL in these rounds that they've lost, and they rose to the challenge. Really nice rotations. The delay, just holding them off as long as possible. Krad pushed up behind that smoke, being pinned down the entire time and just realizing he just has to stand here and stand guard. And while he didn't really get any kills in the follow-up, the fact that he's in that position behind a smoke means they can't progress forward, and that time was the winning factor of the round.
The worrying thing here for NIP is there's no halftime breaks here at the PGL RMR.
Yeah, you don't get a breather.
So this might just be a very quick knockout blow. Put them down to a 0-2 scoreline. They'll be best of 3s from there on in, but they lose one and their major dreams are dead. And right now, it is just death all over the server for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Icy gets aggressive this time, finds that opening, and no way.
How many kills have they gotten through smokes?
Way too many.
Yeah, a ton. Oh, Icy, you're just a beast at the moment. You're just chilling here this whole time. No one's able to hunt him down. No one's able to get him out of position. And once again, NIP gonna get stopped short of any basic map control. It's way too costly just to even get the first step of the round.
And some of the fights are kind of unfair. You mean, Essetag's just walking behind a smoke and he's like,
I mean,
HP.
you gotta give some sympathy over too. Like, well, you don't have to, but like one of the early kills that AMKAL got was a spam through the monster smoke all the way up by the fencing, way back towards T spawn. Another one is that jump off the slide from Rez that Krad picks him out midair. Like those kills just don't happen often.
30 seconds left. Last ditch effort into the B bomb site. Rez gets one, but traded immediately, putting it all on Essetag. And Yeah, just good positioning here from AMKAL. That's a 9th, 9-2. Anybody who thought coming in today, this is the recovery mission for NIP, the second map, surely they pick it up versus AMKAL.
That was me. I think I started the series saying is at the start of the map being like, I can't really picture a world.
Yeah, well,
I can now.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually playing in front of us
Yeah,
at the moment.
now that I've got the image right in front of my face,
TJL.
it all makes sense.
Sitting in the back. Just, come on, guys. Last
Alex
time out.
praying to whatever,
Hand warmer to the
whatever
brain, trying to
god
get
he
that.
believes in.
Maybe we'll get the gen reaction going faster. Apply heat to the skull.
Yeah, they look pretty stunned right now. Just to take some surface level analysis of the cameras. Just shocked, I think, a little bit at how this first half has gone.
Man,
but
they're going to have to play the last round of this half with Galils.
yeah, it's not pretty.
Not pretty at all. They're going to have enough utility, but they haven't really got in a position to put the bomb down.
Yeah, I think you go into this last round and you call something relatively simple. You know, show that you're taking, you know, playground and fountain area, do whatever utility to put out the Molotov, but set up like a B execute. When they've spread across the map in this like default, like they're getting just picked apart. Haven't been able to take control of connector whenever there's been anyone from AMKAL there. Now someone's pushing up behind these smokes. Same with Forrester, that's S-tag to go down. So again, basic map control denied, and Krad's hearing footsteps over towards the slide.
So opening kill established. Rez is about to eat a grenade. 18 health off the top. And Krad is now caught in a position where he has to fight between connector and top mid. Does well to at least get one kill, but there was no falling back for Krad. It was all about IC instead. And he's pushed down long. He's seen his next target, and straight through the chest of Rez. He will fire, sends the flash up. Good flash. In fact, second peek this time on head trick. This is deathmatch.
I mean, it should come as no surprise, but if you can't make it past fountain, like, you're going to have a really rough T-side.
Jason, how many bomb plants do you think that NIP had in this half?
I'm going to go with 1.
2.
2?
Had 1 in the pistol.
Yeah, I knew the pistol.
And 1 in the 3rd round.
Okay, so it's been a minute is what you're saying.
Every other round is won by elimination or time running out for AMKAL.
That's the like, even if you expected NIP to lose or kind of saw this upset, the nature of it is just crazy. Not even a basic amount of success on the map for NIP on their T side, and they're gonna have to switch over and got a long way to go.
They had 4 opening jewels go their way, NIP, throughout that half. Travis was
one of them was the
mostly
pistol
dominating him.
that they lost.
Yeah, that's quite devastating.
Yeah.
Tough time here, and yeah, you look at the heat maps and you don't see many NIP players dying anywhere near the bomb sites. It's all around the fountain, all around playground party, mainly the kills coming in there.
They just got cleared out, completely cleared out every single round after round. So here we go, second half going live. It's going to be NIP switching over to the defense of the CT side. Let's see if they can inflict, I mean, they're going to have to inflict a very similar kind of pain against AMKAL's offense if they want to come back into this.
Yeah, and it all starts with a pistol round. You haven't given yourself enough room to survive a pistol round loss.
NIP, outside of like config though, like NIP doesn't strike me as the team who likes to get up and grimy in people's faces and deny that kind of map control. So I feel like it's going to have to be a different style.
Everybody in NIP with 5 kills, so at least a team effort across the board.
Sure.
I'm quite positive.
We lost as a team, boys.
Yeah, we lost as a team. And now Rez looking to step up. Joel Beretta swinging out, distraction set up. Oh my god, usually you'd see him sink that second kill, but it took so long. 2v2 established at least thanks to those kills from Mesitag and Headtrick, but the bomb is now down. Remember, if NIP lose this pistol round, it might be all over. It's just Alex left now with a 1v2, and he'll know the importance of this as the in-game leader. He's going to come back in, but now his position detected. Shot rings out. They can be locked in. I heard that drop too, so this round becomes so difficult with no kid on his back. Alex slips a little closer to the bomb site. Big headshot on Travis. Now Nickelback just running that clock down, and it's limited time here for Alex that'll cost him. Nickelback just toying with him and then hits the headshot to kick him on his ass.
Yeah, that was well played from Nickelback. Calm and collected and composed the whole time, playing Ring Around the Rosie until he's done with it. 9-round lead.
All right, get to watch that again. So I see good entries. Nearly gets a 3rd out towards barrels. Unfortunate for Rez, man. All those players were not looking at him. Like, how has Rez not got a second kill of that with the Julies?
Yeah, it wasn't clean.
You'd see him almost every other time take those multi-kills. MP9's Deagle. That's what NIP have. We said they didn't have enough in them to survive a pistol loss, but they've lost that pistol now. It's their last attempt to show us some life. Big shot from Headtrick, but even then, immediately burned away. Rez will defend connector.
Falling into the same trap to a certain degree as a couple players show AMKAL just taken out, isolated and alone. A good shot with the Deagle takes out one. Fair play, and now Forrester's going to go on a little bit of a lurk. One kill here would be everything. Here's Footsteps. He should have the jump on this fight, and he does. One more, and he's got that as well. Good opening for Forrester. They don't have to end at the B bomb site, but this has caused a massive distraction. As you can see on the minimap, 2 players moving towards A with the bomb. So it's just weakened the defense everywhere. No one in support of Config. Him and Rez are basically playing 1v3.
Yeah, Config at the truck as well. Just a P250. That can be pretty potent when in close quarters combat. Oh, he has the distraction set up. There's the first kill, and he's done so much damage onto that second. So maybe Config can clean this up, but he absolutely will. So a little bit of positivity thanks to Config, but there's still 40 seconds to recover this for Forrester. And given how he has performed throughout Overpass, you would have to believe there's a shot here, but that bomb is down towards the truck.
Yeah, that's a disgusting sequence from Config. Nice 1v2 at the bomb site. So Forrester gonna have to step up. 47 HP, 12 bullets in the mag, and only 15 seconds with which to find the 2 NIP members. They've gone very passive. He's going to have to fake tap the bomb to get them out into the open. Now they hear the footsteps. They can track this. It was an opportunity for him, but Config shuts it down emphatically.
Yeah, you know, Config will have those rounds, right? When he's given a chance, he's got some incredible mechanics when it comes to his aim. So the pistol's given an opportunity, and Config will prolong life.
Look, if you're NIP, you're just like, thank God we got some kind of positive feeling in this game. It's been so long.
It has been so long, but it's the little P250 that could.
P250 is still like the best gun in terms of
pound for pound, best gun in the game.
Economic, pound for pound, whatever.
Maybe the Zeus is coming back in though.
Sure.
Zeus has made its return. Gap in that smoke for NIP. Need to be worried about that if that comes back in play later on in this half. Travis, he's pushed through the bottom of connector. He'll join with Forrester. Forrester's out towards short, just gonna run into the connector now.
Yeah, but they're clearing some map control. This is really good from AMKAL. No one challenging from NIP any of these positions, so they've got the center of the map under their control. They can wheel between the bomb sites. Next up is going to be taking control of this front stage of bathrooms. Rez will be the one they have to overcome there first.
Will Rez see anything? That is the question. And now he's gone back. Ooh, doesn't round the corner so far. The answer is no. Rez does not see anything until this fight. But a lot of them have already got deeper into the bathrooms. He's going to hear steps of Forrester coming in with the Tech 9, and Rez handles that one well.
I'm so surprised AMKAL didn't just like send a second person to trade with Nickelback. Again, you're just kind of giving him some 1v1 fights. Rez has handled 3 of them with no real issue whatsoever. But if you send all 3 of them at the get-go, then all of a sudden he's got a situation on his hands.
Well, that's much better from the Ninjas in Pyjamas. We haven't seen them have a round that comfortable at all yet in this series. So they've broken the money up for AMKAL because they went for the force, they went for the investment. And now they're down to $2,000 across the board, so it's Glocks to be seen. Might see a quicker call here for AMKAL, just trying to get a bomb plant, but for NIP, this is a chance to stabilize, build some money, get some kills. Breathe. AMKAL, as you would expect in this kind of round, have gathered all of the forces outside of the B bomb site, and here they come straight through the smoke. S-Attack's about to make some bank. MP9 holding down Mouse 1, his teammates there to clean up, and this B push is stopped.
Yeah, annihilated even. All right, NIP's getting a little bit of wind in their sails at the moment. Still quite a ways to go, 6 rounds back. But a couple of clean rounds, a nice overcoming a force buy situation with Config's P250. Got some things to be happy about.
Did you see that there was a news article recently that said that ships, these huge shipping container ships, are going to have to maybe put some kites on top of them so that the wind carries them?
Okay.
I think I've seen that idea before in the ship industry.
Just a little supplementary wind energy.
Yeah, it's almost like we did that before.
Well, Krad doesn't care about the Molotov. He ran right through it. Took about 32 damage.
Yeah, Travis is now at the bottom of connectors. Fire is going to keep him at bay for a few more seconds, but eventually he'll walk on up. And AMKAL have got a lot of map control early on. So they've got connector, they've got short water, and they've actually got front bathrooms. if they can get past Hetrick, and that one flash has moved him away.
It's kind of what I mentioned. Like, NIP's not the team who wants to like get in your face at your initial stage of map control and push up and be super aggressive. The resistance is going to come a little bit later on. We'll see how Travis can deal with Rez, if he can deal with Rez. 3 players at A for the moment for NIP's defense.
The Krieg.
Snipers love their scopes.
Haven't seen too much of the Krieg yet in 2024. Definitely seen it towards the end of last year. Icy bringing it back into the fray. 40 seconds, still a very slow round here. AMKAL will eventually start drifting that bomb down to the B bomb site. This is where they want to finish. And they've got a lurk of Krad, which is over towards Long.
He's got no utility to throw any kind of a fake, which is interesting. But now they can pinch this defense at the B bomb site. Flashbang going to come into Peak Monster. They know Forrester is there, but up short, here comes the
good
hit.
Flash, really good flash. Essetag's completely blinded by it, forcing the monster. Surely gets picked out by Forrester. Must be a smoke up, and there is. So Essetag survives because of the smoke, spams down, takes Forrester out of it, and there's no time left here for AMKAL. So at the start of the second half, we said NIP are going to have to unleash a devastating CT side similar to that of AMKAL. And so far, it's been that.
Yeah, it has been. And a different style as well, playing further back into the bomb site, trusting in crossfires, trusting in strong fundamental defenses. Rez just playing forward in bathrooms until he gets contact. It's been solid. I'll say AMKAL hasn't done anything really to test it quite yet. They've struggled to find some openings on this T side. They haven't been super aggressive in any real way. They've just been content with that first stage of map control and kind of take a plan from there.
Yeah, so first timeout used for AMKAL. DJ Hill is loving the fact that he can have a say again. He's on his feet.
He's loving the fact that he can say something positive to the boys, you know, and you're getting battered like 7-8 rounds in a row in the first half and you take a timeout and there's no kind of response from the players. As a coach, you're just kind of like, well, what am I supposed to, like, come on, somebody wake up, please.
You know there's still a lot of work to be done, but
yeah,
at least there's something you can say, something genuinely positive about to hopefully spur the boys on to get the job done.
Yeah, it probably feels like the communication is starting to pick up a little bit. The energy is starting to pick up. The way guys are working together is starting to pick up. So everything on the upswing for NIP for the moment, but that can stop at any moment. With the way this game is played out, because the first half was so bad, they really have no mistakes to give up. Like, one more mistake that leads to a round loss is at minimum overtime. Or at most overtime.
Yeah,
I had that,
at most.
I had that backwards.
And we'd love to see overtime. We would love to see overtime in the opening game here in the second half of the day.
The second opening game of the day.
The second opening game, the second BO1.
Actually, it'd be the third.
Well, it's one of the games, one of the many that we'll be seeing over the next few weeks. It's Counter-Strike Mania here in Romania.
The RMR is just like punching you in the face with Counter-Strike every single day.
Yeah, and it's great. It's like it's devastating, brutal exits, and some it's elation and happiness, achieving their dreams. And for some, it's a 0-1 game. Rez on that corner uses the rock as protection. Thank you very much, Dwayne. He'll drop on back.
No one there for the trade either. Just an individual swing with that flashbang. And now Rez with this cover of smoke can turn his attention elsewhere, knows where the next hit is going to come from. So this MAC-10 and Krieg turning the corner have a lot of work to do, but they're coming for him.
MAC-10 goes around, Rez handles it, takes out the Krieg, goes back for the second, and the bomb is now not in possession of the remaining 2 AMKAL players, and they haven't got past Rez. So this T-side doesn't look that good either.
He played them like a fiddle there. He knew that follow-up peak. With the way that MAC-10 just jumps into the opening, he knows there's a second player coming, so doesn't get caught up just chasing down the MAC-10, is prepared for the follow-up swing from Icy. Beautiful work from Rez with a triple kill and 2v4.
Yeah, Hetrick going back for this peak, nails it onto Nickelback. 15 seconds left. Forrester decides, yeah, I'm not going anywhere near that AWP. I'm going to bring this Krieg back.
I bet they wish they could have that round against Config's P250 back.
That would have been great. This game probably would have been over.
Yeah, can we rewind this and just do that over?
Yeah.
Give us one more chance.
My God, we said that NIP didn't have enough room in them to suffer a pistol loss, but I guess if you win the force buy...
They lost both pistols and won both second rounds.
Damn. It's not how you want to win, but
no,
you'll take it
at
this
will.
point. Yeah, still going to be pretty chill over inside of AMKAL. You know, you still got a lot of rounds in front, but
but less chill.
Less chill. You'll start to get a little tingle soon and realize that the nervousness is going to set in.
Yeah, less chill than after the pistol, for sure. Just 4 rounds away is NIP. 5 rounds in a row for the CT side. And now they're feeling a little bit friskier. Now Rez is like, yeah, I'll push up.
Ooh, could get revenge here. His slide boost coming in. His Forrester up here. Oh, Rez, he's been done on the receiving end of it now. Both sides of the slide.
Still a long way to go. They can get that weapon if they force back this op. Hedrick's looking for someone creeping a little bit closer. He's playing a dangerous game with timing coming up from Khan.
How good are AMKAL at making the most out of like a hero rifle? We see it on the CT side when Travis had the one AK. They had like multiple boosts they would do at the start of the round to get picks, and they're doing that again here with the Krieg. This should be nice and easy for Hedrick. He actually nearly got a collateral out of that. He did hit that 1 bullet, 2 kills, and that wallbang too. Okay. Hedrick landing shots, only 1 kill out of it though. A lot of damage done. See how that comes back to bite him.
But I mean, this is the problem. Yeah, you have the opening kill, but you have nothing to really keep moving forward. Config spots that jump, looking for the peek. It's now been spotted out. Forrester with the Krieg.
Oh my God.
Ready for the fight. Config goes down. There's 2 more defenders here, but they're picking up the pressure.
And now it's panic stations for Hedrick, who needs to get back into the site, back to the protection of his rifles. And he misses that shot on the retreat. Sees the second player, but can't go for the immediate swing because he had to reload.
20 seconds and the bomb is just coming up from Fountain now.
Oh, yeah, good peek with those dual Berettas. Icy was so low, so it's instant death. And yeah, limited time, not a lot of space. And it seems like NIP should still be good here. Replays in the start of the bomb site. Crack comes in, but SSI cleans up.
I think AMKAL is getting real sloppy in terms of taking team fights. Like even towards the end as you're aggressing upon that bomb site. And I think part of it is obviously not a whole lot of utility there getting picked off by the AWP because you don't have flashbangs and Molotovs to keep them in check. But there's a lot. It feels like there's a few moments in these rounds where a trade would be so critical, and it's just not there. 6 in a row now for NIP.
Yeah, it's been a game of the CT side, really. Only the CT side.
Very different CT sides. Like, stark contrast between the 2 styles that both these teams are playing with. AWP is out in the hands of Icy on the T side. AK-47s as well, and this time they're much more aggressive and assertive in terms of taking control. Just swinging as fast as possible out towards Party. All 5 players from AMKAL on this side of the map. No one even probing, no one even maintaining presence at the B-bomb site. No one even looking for a push.
Yeah, Rez burned back from Divider into the site. Don't think about this long play instead, so Rez heads on over to try and deal with the onslaught of players coming towards him. And eventually will be Krad to peek first. Goes around. Oh, Rez wasn't ready for that. Hard clear from Krad. Now that's given a huge kill now to AMKAL. They're up a player, and this time they've got time to play with. This time they've got a full minute, and they're closer to the bomb site.
They're not going to use it. It's just an execute. Here's the utility raining over. Nade down into that smoke. They're going to come right through it. Flashbangs around. Krad goes down first.
Oh, Config nearly gets a double out of that. Stick to get the first kill, but the fact he even does damage onto the second has softened up this attack thoroughly. 40 seconds left. Rotation is here, but they're locked out by utility, but that is not going to last forever. And Alex is boosted up in the bank, trying to get a good angle down
inside the site. The bomb is the last one
site.
coming in, too. This is eating a lot of time off the utility, and that's exactly the danger.
Yeah, and now Travis in the truck, good peek out. Alex is knocked out towards the back of the bank, and Icy follows up. Estetag and Hedrick, they are so far removed from this equation, but it's all about the flank, and it's detected, it's spotted, and Forrester eradicates it. Now Hedrick sends himself into the clutch. A 1v3 total, and now the element of surprise is completely gone. They know he's coming in from bank. They know he's got an AK-47. He's got to deal with so many different positions, and it isn't going to happen.
Oh man, NIP, it was always going to be hard to rattle off that many rounds straight to get it close, but this is just 4 chances left to try and get to OT. Nicely done from AMKAL, and that's a simple round. That's called out of spawn. We're going to end at the A bomb site. All 5 players on that side of the map from the start. Nobody slowing down, hustling to get into position, able to find another pick on Rez out towards long, and then just an execute. And even though you've taken some damage, you've taken some losses, it's taken time. Good double swing to clear out bank and gain control of the bomb site.
Hedrick, nice shot to open up the affairs. So Krad is gone.
This is still really recoverable for NIP, considering how we've watched this half go.
Yeah, it hasn't been enough to really make you think that this is going to be a great T side. grab that last round immediately.
Or any kind of an easy closeout.
Yeah.
There's still a good amount of money behind NIP, so they can sustain losses in terms of manpower and continue buying. 4v5 for well over a minute. AMKAL stuck at Fountain, and again, the B bomb site is clear. They sent everyone, all players, to this side of the map.
And Rez is hearing all of the steps coming out through mid now, so he goes for a peek just to destroy that party. Sends the grenade in. No fight will ensue, so Rez drops back into connector, letting Hetrick take next contact.
Yeah, he was able to get a kill in the previous 2 rounds ago at this angle just by a lackadaisical kind of slide into the gap. So AMKAL have to be cautious about that one. Everyone's shifting. Look at the position of Rez. He just came up ladder. Like, he sees it all clear, and he's like, everyone go to A. AMKAL's in trouble.
And Hetrick, he's still inside of the bathrooms. This flank from Rez is fantastic. That's worked out for that kill on Forrester. But 23 seconds left. Rez is still flanking, this time from long. They're not getting any closer to the bomb site here, AMKAL.
It doesn't matter anymore. With this flank, they don't have the resources to break into this bomb site. Icy's about to go down. Okay, a little bit sketchy, but he gets the job done, and now Travis has nothing to do except fall back.
Yeah, they just have to hide here for NIP. Don't give them any chances. Don't give them a bomb plant. And while they try to, Config cleans up, denies even the mercy of a plant, so no extra money for AMKAL. This is definitely not going to be easy to close for AMKAL. This one has overtime written all over it.
Yeah, it actually, I mean, despite, it's crazy to say that at 12-9, but it does kind of feel that way just because AMKAL haven't had any super consistent success whatsoever, and the way they're playing it, it feels like NIP's starting to get a grasp of it. An early flank, they've cleared out B 2 rounds in a row now because they know there hasn't been a whole lot of pressure on that side of the map. So NIP's starting to piece together how AMKAL is running this T side. And they're in danger of it just falling flat from here on out. But hey, look, they go for MAC-10s. This time it'll be a B-rush. Good luck.
Yeah, B-rush. Sometimes speed can be the knockout punch if accurate enough. Ensatag and Alex, though, stop that B push from happening.
That's not really a B-rush, though. It's like sending 2 people to their death.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, some of you may die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. So, or rather Mick, as now Alex holds outside of Monster. Rifle pinned on the position of Krad, who thinks better of pushing through that smoke. It's probably the more intelligent decision.
That's so weird. It's like 2 people just said, I'm good. I don't want to go anymore.
This is like what happens when you call Russian matchmaking. Like, we were friends, you know?
And like, cool boost, but it's a MAC-10. Like, you got to get 3 headshots at this distance.
Yeah, and they're just staying out of position here too, so Ensatag is not in danger of being taken out by the MAC-10, and even if he does get dinked by it, he'll have enough time to react and get his rifle into position, but still, he'll fall somehow to Forrester, but the last-ditch effort of Krad to burst through Monster has not paid off. He did not get that kill on Alex, but okay. Icy's just killed his own teammate.
He said, my bad, it's all good.
Yep, sorry about that one.
Yeah.
It's not like we're going to win the round anyway.
This round is going to just kind of trickle away.
Yeah.
3v1. And again, these are the losses I'm talking about. NIP, with all the money they have, they can sustain these. This isn't really any big deal. 2 players going down at this point. No chance for Icy to do anything at all. And 20 seconds left on the clock. So he's hoping someone wanders into his crosshair, but there's no point for NIP to move.
So we're looking at 12-10. Icy will melt away. And just 2 more rounds to go for NIP to bring us to overtime. Again, if you are just tuning in and wondering what the context of this game is, because there is a lot of Counter-Strike to follow. This is the 0-1 game, so both of these teams have lost their opening best of 1s. Whoever loses this goes to the 0-2 bracket. They'll have to play a best of 3 from there on in to survive in the competition. The winner of this will go 1-1 and have another B01.
And I mean, just to give it even more context of the game itself, this was a 10-2 half in the favor of AMKAL to start this off. They won the second half pistol round, and NIP's just clawed it all the way back. An ugly T-sides today for both squads. Not a whole lot of production whatsoever.
But all they got to do
is win 1.
Is win 1 more round.
It was 12-8. 2 more chances.
Very KGT side from AMKAL. They're not too confident taking leaps around the corners until utility comes in, so that sets up 3 plays to sprint down long, so they're going to take that position up.
Rez has been so good in this position, though. He's been so good in bathrooms for NIP. He's been able to take out 2, sometimes 3. Picked off once, but for the most part, he's been solid.
And that's towards long bathrooms right now. He's got a different position. He's just a little further back, closer to the site.
Paired up with the AWP as well at the end of bathroom. So this setup can be very, very powerful regardless of how AMKAL tries to take it. And they're coming right at it.
Yeah, potent positioning. Flash goes around. Hetrick still gets that kill. Rez unleashes his rifle. And a second locked in with no problem. And it's brilliant. It's fantastic inside of the toilets here for NIP's defense. And that's a gun round for AMKAL that just gets nowhere. It's just so flat. It's so dead.
I think that flashbang like missed. I think maybe it was just misthrown a little bit because it fell behind the trash can and it didn't actually blind Hetrick all that much. It just got
just like a little bit of flash.
Yeah, it just got neutralized straight up. So yeah, good kill from Icy, but that's in garbage time. It don't matter at all. Alex cleans him up, and all of a sudden NIP 11-12, 1 round away. And this is perhaps the trickiest round of them all.
Yeah, the one where you have to close it,
yeah,
or the one you force OT. For both teams, there's a lot of pressure, but this is the flash gets it. Yeah, you're right, just behind the bin a little bit. And that just cost them what probably would have been a kill on Hetrick. Now, there will still have been the issue of Rez, but if you get 1 kill, maybe you can trade out Rez and you have a bit more space to play with in the round, but that's the detail of one missed piece of utility and what it can do for you.
And now you're placing that prospect of NIP having all this momentum. AMKAL are the ones who are a little bit distraught due to just a kind of flat T side that's gotten them nothing. They can't be too pleased about it, but NIP is loving this. Like, you have the momentum in terms of rounds won sequentially, and then also in terms of this massive comeback you've made from 2-10 at halftime.
Man, I don't think anybody looks too pleased with the Counter-Strike on the server today. Like, both teams just have this stern look about them, just hoping they can get through this one with a W. And currently at this point, AMKAL, they do not have the weapons. They are less favored due to momentum being on the NIP side, and also the fact they just have worse guns. It looks like overtime is certainly going to be the key here. Forrester, some speed to get into the tunnel. AMKAL, a couple of these players, throughout their careers, we know them as fast players, a lot of aggression available, but they haven't really shown us any quick burst rounds. Maybe they can come in with a crashing finish here in this one. S-Type eats a little bit of that grenade. The shrapnel tasted a little bit bitter.
Well, unlike all the other rounds that we've seen played outside of a MAC-10 questionable rush, this one will be at the B bomb site. No one is at the A site. No one is probing towards bathrooms, which has been a trademark of AMKAL throughout this half. And the fact that Rez doesn't feel that pressure, I think, fills him in on what's coming.
Bang, bang. Esetag has eaten 3 grenades. Still alive on 1 health. Will that cost him? Esetag eventually goes down, but there's not enough kills yet for AMKAL. Eventually, they'll come into action. They'll come in with a couple of them. But NIP still have the player advantage and are looking for overtime on this retake. If NIP lose this round, they're down 0-2 on the EU RMR day 1.
Then you get this bomb planted. I don't know what he's waiting for. Nade comes in. He's looking for a flank.
Gotta get the bomb down.
Yeah, the Molotovs are about to expire. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Nickelback with 32 HP to hold off any kind of a retake.
Another fake. And Smoke is faded now, so Icy can't change his position. And NIP are just applying a little bit of pressure at this point. They're wondering what's happening. A golden ticket to get back in this. They know the player has to be still inside of the site, so Rez takes him out, and Nickelback is down, and we have got overtime. NIP fight all the way back from 10-2 down to overtime.
I think DJL's face and reaction and head shake and little fist bump says it all. He's just relief. They made it all the way back, and even that last round, finally, AMKAL was able to put some pressure on this defense, break in just a little bit, but for them, this has got to be so stunning. For how dominant they were in the first half to the struggles in the second half, they have no clue.
Icy looked nervous right there. He did not have ice water in his veins whatsoever.
I mean, it's kind of fair play because we can see everything, whereas they can't. He's obviously worried about a flank down towards blue door, but I mean, 2-on-3 at a certain point, you just have to plant the bomb and hope for it. Your teammate can't really cover you regardless.
Yeah, but you're actually putting yourself in a worse position if you don't go for the risk and get that bomb planted.
That was a long post plant for them to play before the retake came in.
Unfortunately for AMKAL, they're going to have to start overtime on the T side. They managed 2 rounds on T side. So did NIP really soon, so they're dragging the remaining pieces of utility on over, and that's the bomb going down. Config is eradicated, and remember, Nickelback, you pointed out his positioning. Look at him again, ooh, but the peek from Rez, he considers it, he goes around the corner, 9 seconds left. Forrester tries to stop it from happening, but the bomb will still go down. Travis into the clutch, into the chaos, and inside of the smoke, he passes Alex and gets out towards the stairway again, but this is a great crossfire, and that is going to lock in the round. 15 for NIP, map point point. After pulling it all the way back, they only need one more.
Nickelback hung out at long way longer than I expected. Like a halfway up long, just I think a second or two. If he was able to get back and actually create a crossfire from long, that could have been so devastating. You still got to give some credit to Rez. That's a stunning shot to clear out the position. This is how it opened, but NIP in overtime convert a 4 versus 5.
That was an interesting move. I'm going to say interesting.
Oh my lord.
From Icy. And yeah, fantastic work from Rez to go back to the long angle. Nickelback thought he had it all locked in.
I thought he had it all locked in too.
Yeah, me too.
NIP with 2 map points seems so crazy to stay. It was 2-10 at halftime. They bring it all the way back into OT, and now with a chance to close out the map and just breathe a deep sigh of relief.
Well, we got that Rez performance we were asking for at the start of the map, didn't we?
We did. It is looking like Oakland. You're correct.
26 kills. Chance to get a 30 bomb. Be difficult.
Not if you get 4 kills.
That would be 30.
I can add. I can do it. Aztag looking for feet. Very calm round, all things considered. AMKAL not putting that aggression on the plate with so much on the line.
Yeah, very passive here. Just letting NIP have the entire map to play with. Now Alex must conduct a finishing move. Hetrick at long, he's with Rez. Hetrick further back. Rez making space, taking space, looking into the bathrooms, seeing that it's clear. And so NIP with every step get closer to that A bomb site. Crowd, I believe, has just detected one of the A-Lon players. He's now jumping, spotting middle. Will time his utility into the bathrooms at the final 30-second mark of the round. But here comes this execute for the Ninjas in Pyjamas to survive, going 0 and 2. So unlikely at the start going into the second half, but they have stuck in this game. They've brought it back, but it's not going to be close just yet. Great shots inside of the site. Hetrick and Esatak move forward in the final 10 seconds, and now suddenly a time to plant the bomb, but it's denied. Coming right up with that move, it's Forrester that denies the bomb plant, and it won't be the Cinderella end to this story. Instead, it looks like overtime could be reopened yet again. AMKAL with one more chance to drag us right back into the bonus rounds again.
Oh, Estag could not slide into that angle fast enough to protect the planter. You could see him going for it, really trying to find the angle that would protect him, and it just wasn't there. NIP with a late execute and meet way too much resistance. Talking things over.
TJL looks sick. Just sitting at the back.
Look, these are not necessarily the fun games for coaches.
No,
we'll just say that.
Best of ones have you on the edge of your seat. Especially in MR12. But we've got that old regular scoreline now. MR15, first to 16 once again here. If we go to 15-15, overtime begins again.
Yeah, we're just playing regular Counter-Strike at this point.
Smoke goes down in Monster once more for AMKAL, burning through those pieces of utility.
Molotov for Divider to force back any op that's positioned there with an angle towards the stairs.
Peak.
You can see in this like how that's crappy timing for Config. I was gonna say you can see how NIP is so cautious to start these rounds with how they got destroyed during regulation with pushed up aggression, with CTs in your face, challenging you for every bit of map control. They're not even really trying to like move forward past Fountain until the 1 minute mark because they're waiting for that aggression to come to fruition before they make any plays. And unfortunately, that means, as we saw in the last round, that their executes are going to be so late in the round. If you encounter too much resistance, it slips out of your hands.
So Travis is playing Heaven with a flash ready to go for Forrester.
It's Krad's position that's really strong at Sandbags.
Such a good B setup here to deal with this attack. This looks like another overtime. Flash goes out for Travis. Forrester set up for it, swings on out. It's actually Travis that gets the most of the work done here. 3 kills, that's the bomb down. And NIP unable to close despite having 2 chances to take this series. We've got to go again into the bonus rounds. Overtime resets. And this time NIP will start on the T side. So not a good T side day for either of these two squads. It's not been the prettiest Counter-Strike, but there's plenty more of it.
It's like, I think part of like the feeling I'm getting is that it feels like there's not a whole lot of plays made to like find like individual kills. Like maybe you get a pick here and there by just some positioning, but no one's really kind of aggressing and trying to isolate and force a rotation that leaves a man alone. And then it just kind of comes down to these late round executes where sometimes a lot of times you'll see teams like really fight for a trade kill, do a little piece of aggression to take control of a spot of the map, trade it off, play the 5-on-4, and start trying to get the defense to shift and guess where you're coming. Now, Overpass is a harder map to pull that off on sometimes just due to the sheer size. But we're not seeing like the extremities lurked super effectively. Icy's gonna get an opening kill with the op.
Head trick under the boost, but I think it's probably being communicated there's a possibility that he's through short. You can see them addressing that now. Utility's gonna go in, force head trick away from that angle, and now, oh, timing for Travis, get your gun back out. Alex and Config with 2 kills in that B bomb site, and this is now looking very good for NIP.
That's the mistake they needed. Travis just gave it right to him. Oh, Icy over the edge of the smoke. Config sees the flashbang coming. You gotta know it's an op up there.
Yeah, surely, but Config is so confident. He's just gonna fight the op and win the duel with the AK-47. Only Config would have that kind of goal to go for that fight. He's willing to fight anything. And now Nickelback inside of the site begins his walk across the bridge.
I love this
short with him.
I love this pause. You've now made AMKAL second guess. They could be falling back. You have a lot of time to work with. At some point, one of these CTs is going to come for information. There's one Molotov on head trick. If that comes over to sandbags, round's pretty much over.
Smoke comes in, blocks out Crad. Now, he can push the smoke, especially with that kill. They're all distracted. Oh, Crad gets a lineup. Merez and head trick looking towards heaven. And that is a hellish round for NIP to have to suffer. Oh my goodness, a 3v2. They hit the pause button. It looks so good until that moment.
Until that moment. Well done from Crad stepping through the smoke as his teammates got him distracted. This is brutal.
Another timeout.
Yeah, using their extra timeout in overtime.
Oh, for NIP, how many more of these can you suffer? I mean, we've just seen Config in the previous round. He's just smacking the desk because he gets missed times. So you can see your frustration, emotions. Certainly going to be a factor here. And for NIP, you're up at a 3v2 and you let it slip.
I mean, no one's going to be going home happy about the way their offense is played. Certainly a lot to review for both of these teams in this map, and at this point it's just about survival. Can't fix any mistakes you're making, try and get away with the win and deal with it later.
Oh, here we go again. AMKAL with the marginal lead. We talked about a few rounds ago that Rez was searching for 30, 26 kills. Now 27, and NIP have suffered, again, the opening kill against them.
Yeah, and now it's going back to what we saw in the first half. It's just aggressive CT sides finding these early kills. If Aztec tries to take short, that smoke's going to clear. Forrester throws out a little bit of spam, brings him down low, and Travis completes it from Monster.
Dude, and this was the story of the first half too, right? We saw how many kills were the side of AMKAL getting through these smokes. NIP weren't able to get into the rounds because they were just losing players through smoke spams.
Yeah, it's already happened. 5-on-3 with a minute and 20 seconds of the clock when Aztec goes down. This is not fun. Not fun at all.
Another smoke.
Yeah, but you get a kill out of it. Forrester, though, finds one more. Good spam down, and they sees one more at short. They know the position of both players.
Instant reaction from Forrester actually takes out any opportunity for NIP. It looked like they had a bit of breath left in them thanks to that kill from Rise.
Look at the window for Icy. As all these smokes go down, he just pushes up. He's like, I know where both players are. Let me cut off their fallback. They have no option. We can now park 3 players at the B bomb site, and you just get to play around with a huge advantage.
Sure, and now Alex is failing his movement. So everything going against the Ninjas at the moment. But Rise is still alive.
The nice thing is Forrester's so low on HP.
Yeah, that's true, but he's so far away. And that grenade is going to land right on him. Oh, it does, but not enough damage to bring him down, and that gives away the position of Rise. Now Alex detected, and multiple targets swing into his crosshair. He only manages one, and it's 17-15. NIP's T-side woes, well, they continue.
Oh my god, that nade, that brings him down to 5 HP.
I can't believe it doesn't kill him.
I know. That nade, I don't know if it would have changed anything. They might have still got caught off guard by 2 defenders at the bomb site.
Doesn't seem like he would have got his rifle out in time.
But they were very distracted by him jumping around.
Yeah, they were. Well, okay, NIP. This is going to be a tough pill to swallow if you lose this game now and go down 0-2 after having 2 chances to close it, after battling back so hard from 10-2 down.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't even like complain. You're like, we had the opportunity. We made the massive comeback. We had 2 chances to close it out, and we didn't do it.
Grenade lands on the feet of Esatag.
He's having an awful time taking control of this part of the map.
Yeah, they're just obliterating him. Rez jumping up on the slide. Not seeing too much, and Krad is around this corner just waiting. And no one's going to come and fight him. Rez instead detects maybe a little bit of space towards bathroom, so he's going to apply pressure there with a flashbang, but maybe Krad, hearing that, will eventually activate a flank of his own. Config looking to chill out in connector. Didn't have the most chill time here a few rounds prior. He's making sure he keeps his gun out as often as he can. He'll send the Tech 9 in front of him. Slow round here from NIP. No one from NIP outside of B. They want an A finish. And this fight from Krad is stopped by Esatag. Finally something going Esatag's way. If you remember regulation, if you remember the first half, Icy devastated him when he played from the dice box, and that's exactly what's going to happen again here. Rez is gone. NIP lose the player advantage. They charge into the site. AMKAL looking to go ahead to map pointer. Now a player up thanks to that kill, and that shot from Icy certainly confirms it. Esatag runs right through the smoke. AMKAL now up to map point. They're about to be the team that goes 1-1 and send NIP down to the 0-2 bracket.
Oh, let's see. Let's see what they can do. They got to switch over to the T side now, and that's been a horrendous affair for both teams. 4 chances in regulation to close out the map AMKAL had. Now they have 3 more.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. They have so many opportunities to do it, and they showed us that they are capable of winning some rounds on the T side. We've seen it in their overtime. But they've got to feel like this is their best chance now.
Oh, for sure.
What a big performance out of the majority of the team here, too. Forrester 24 kills, Travis up there on 24, Icy 23, 22 for Nickelback. You know, we're seeing a really solid team effort across the board here from AMKAL, and this will be a big win for them in the RMRs.
This looks like it'll end up being that B split again eventually.
Look at Rez.
They have to deal with Rez, though, and he's been good. He's been real good, and he's going to deliver again. Another double kill. Icy doesn't turn, and Forrester now. He's the last one remaining.
So sick from Rez to be able to get away with a double. Now Forrester's under pressure because NIP are pushing them. They're taking their foot and putting it deep onto the gas pedal, trying to get these fights going on the CT side, get them into their faces. And so far, so good for Rez on the double, stays alive. He's now up to 30. I'm wondering if he could hit that mark, and he has done that. So this doesn't look like the round that is going to be the closer for AMKAL.
No, not at all. And they're a little bit spread across the map as well. You have Krad. They're going to need him eventually. He's just kind of lurking towards Fountain, seeing if there's anyone to catch to push that's pushing up. So now you kind of get a timing where Forrester and Nickelback got to go for some cheese plays, and they will net a kill off of it. Good boost up. Alex goes down, and they clawed a little bit closer.
Yeah, they're making a little Swiss cheese play, putting holes in the defense. And that's the tie getting set up with some utility. Once again, man, I would love a stat at the end of this game to see how much damage Esatag has sustained from grenades.
Has taken from grenades.
Yeah, he's down to 43 health again.
Yeah, he's been wrecked in that position. The nice thing is they've put a lot of pressure on the B bomb site. So they've created a window here towards A where it's just head trick. Deep angle with the op though, and he's got the first.
Oh, but he's burning. He's forced into the open again. He has to roll the dice twice, and this time he'll hit it. Is Nickelback gone? And change of position here for Hetrick out alongside. 10 seconds to his death. Forrester will run. 18-16. NIP with a strong start and a strong finish to this round. They're not dead yet.
Yeah, but all due again to Rez. We've said his name so many times when he's pushed up. This time in stairs, he did it one previously in overtime as well. Another double kill for him to open up the round. He's just been such a rock towards the A bomb site, towards bathrooms, towards the middle of the map. Wherever he's gone, you're paying the Rez tax at the moment if you're AMKAL.
And it's expensive, man. Swedish tax, it's no joke.
No joke at all. 2 players if you want to clear him out. That's the toll. 18-16, 2 more chances remaining for AMKAL.
Yeah. Look at this. The reaction for Icy. Sure, you're scoped in with the AWP. It's hard to just spin with a AWP, but no reaction.
The opening's obviously not great, but it's not a terrible round from AMKAL whatsoever. In a 3v5, they pulled some defense away from the A bomb site. They kind of weakened it as much as you possibly could by finding a pick towards B with that boost, applying a little bit of pressure with spam through the monster smoke, and I mean that was really the best option they had. Flashbangs left inside the A bomb site for support if the defense has to retreat.
That molly miss from NIP. Looks like it might have. Not towards top middle. Krad takes initial damage from the off of Headstrike, but it's not enough damage to bring Krad down. Gonna need more of that to remove the tank himself as he pushes forward, takes control outside bathrooms. You mentioned how many chances AMKAL have to take this, to go 1-1 in the RMRs.
This is their 6th chance they've had to win this map.
And NIP are now just fighting for another overtime. They can't win from this position. They have to go to OT again. And that shot is going to take AMKAL one step closer to putting NIP down in the 0-2 bracket on day 1 of the EU RMR.
You still got to break in, and NIP is going to have an early spot. They've pushed and taken over short sewers.
This is a good angle for Acetai to gather early information, but it's not the most comfortable position to fight from.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. This is almost like a deceptive angle where you feel like you're in such a strong position, but this will get hard cleared.
Oh, it's tough to see Acetai getting out of this. He's going to get one, but the trade attempt is through, but he uses utility, gets great damage again, down to 27.
But that's the early spot that I mentioned. NIP has plenty of time to rotate and shift over. Look at all the utility barging hit. Like, what are you supposed to do? You can't get out if you're AMKAL.
Yeah, reinforcements are here. 25 seconds, such a limited time to make their final burst on this B bomb site. NIP looking for 17, and that flank through the connector is spotted. It is removed by Acetai, and there was no steps being taken to put that bomb down. 12 seconds left in this round. Bomb loose on the ground now as well, so this round is going nowhere. Icy is stuck, having to fight, and all of his teammates are gone. So 18-17, overtime again. Certainly looks like it.
And that was a weakness all throughout regulation on AMKAL's T side, is they kind of very heavily telegraph where they're going to go, by where they, I mean, as simple as it sounds, where they don't have presence. And NIP started pushing short constantly towards the end of regulation because they were just like, all right, no one's here. You guys are headed towards the A bomb site. We'll just take control of this. And if you ever want to come back, it's going to be a battle each and every step.
So this is their 7th attempt then, Jason, to close the game here for AMKAL.
And they're doing it with a Tech 9 and a Mac 10 on Travis.
I mean, this would be the most classic Counter-Strike way of closing after such a long, hard-fought battle to win on this kind of round. Boost being set up, Nickelback getting into position. It's going to be forced to climb into top his head.
They've had some success with this boost.
They have, definitely, towards barrels in particular. And it's Alex who will be on the receiving end of this. And from this position, you can actually look at Heaven too. And Alex considered it, and Forrester drops off. He dismounts just before he was likely to be taken out.
Config up in Heaven, sees the nades come out. Again, S-Tag takes the brunt of the damage. Config with a little bit of spam back based on the trajectory.
So under a minute left, AMKAL's initial gambit towards the B bomb site does not pay off, so instead they go back towards the A bomb site where Rez has just been so fantastic anytime they've challenged him.
But at least they've shown presence. They're going to prevent NIP from pushing into that part of the map. And it's gonna make them feel like there's a potential for a B hit, which normally isn't there for AMKAL.
Yeah, Rez is now getting information. He sees that bomb going down connector. That's a big call. That's a lot of information. And this readies the defense on the B bomb site. Config from Heaven. Acetai and Alex towards Monster side. It's super strong here for NIP to force another overtime. Alex has got a double despite being blinded. And AMKAL on their 7th attempt do not break through. They do not break NIP. And this game keeps going. We've got another overtime.
They don't even get close. These just like this just execute style. NIP is loving it. They're living the dream at the moment. Rez is gonna find a kill, and Icy doesn't even have time even if he wanted to try and plant, so he'll just survive. 18-18, another overtime on the cards.
This game is one hell of a best of one. Feels like we're getting into best of 3 territory at this point.
I mean, this can go on indefinitely if the T sides can't find ways to be impactful. Like after all this time, the offensive sides of this for both squads have not found ways to actually break through the defense they're being presented with.
You know eventually it will happen. Like there will be a mistake that happens or a great call suddenly comes through, but it's just a question of when, and right now we're not seeing any signs that that's going to be anytime soon. So CT side's definitely the name of the game at the moment, and NIP will be fortunate enough to find themselves on that CT side. Rez goes for the peek down connector. He's forced away by the fire. Icy, look at this. This is confident. some control inside of the site. On the final tick, Config gets the defuse. AMKAL do not get their second T round of this OT, and NIP tie the game up yet again.
I can't believe Icy missed that shot too. I can't believe...
He's missing some crucial shots this late in this game.
And this round was finally AMKAL putting together like a sequence of events that it was a beautiful T-side to open things up. They lose 2 to res on the passage to the A bomb site, which is really, really painful. But what a crazy retake. Just a round it feels that shouldn't have happened. That's been the story of these T-sides, is like they just can't close out.
I mean, if they get that second T round, surely that's it. But it's wide open yet again, and Red's going down the connector. Ooh, it's an awkward fight in between the paint buckets. Grad, it's one. Domes Res, in fact, but Hetrick's swift to respond, but these kills are coming back and forth, and the trades are keeping AMKAL ahead. Keeping them up.
There's an opening over at Monster, but AMKAL doesn't want to deal with it for the moment. Bomb's still very far back. Again, good nade damage. Wow, that's a perfect nade, and Config's in trouble. He's sliding into the open. Oh, spray controls managed well from Nickelback. They know the position of Alex, and it feels like they want to squeeze him.
Another great chance for another T round here for AMKAL, and they've got a lot of time on the clock. There's a full minute left here, and both of these remaining NIP players are down on B. Flash set up the peak. Good swing from Alex. Icy not able to connect that one. And Alex is going to drop back into the site. Makes a reload. 45 seconds. AMKAL coming out through short and through Monster. And Alex has got himself towards the barrels, but he is barreled away. It is now Hetrick in a 1v2. That smoke's deep. And that actually allows Hetrick to peek heaven if he wants to. And Travis has got eyes on it. It pulls Hetrick into the position, and it's the second round on the T side in this overtime for AMKAL.
And that's the selling point, right? That's what makes it feel like they should just be able to close this out now. 2 rounds on your T side. Clean up some of these missed op shots, and to his credit, Icy has been great on the CT side. We've seen him hold down dice boxes at the A-bomb site a number of times with no real problem. But if you're AMKAL, you're like, okay, let's finally put them away.
Let's just do it. Let's just do it now. We've been here so many times. What is it, 8 times at this point? They've had to close this away. Let's make it happen. And for NIP, it's a story of, once again, fighting from behind. And if they leave today being 0-2 down, they've got no excuses really, because they've had the opportunity to close the game. They've had chances throughout this one to take away this map. But NIP have been unable to do it against a team with the name of AMKAL.
All right. Let's see, has NIP's offense powered on properly?
Do you know what, Jason?
What's that?
Why don't we go again? Why don't we just get more overtime?
Yeah, you want to run it back?
Let's make it an RMR record.
Okay.
It would make a whole lot of sense, wouldn't it?
I think that would be. I think that'd be a hard record to break.
It definitely would be.
I don't know what the record is, but there's been some long games at the majors. It depends on how you want to classify things. 20-19. NIP. Oh, S-Tag. No way. No way.
Oh man, he's having a horrible game. This is a disaster class from S-Tag.
He's been in some tough spots.
Yeah.
But this is a fight it feels like he has lost way more often than not.
I feel like we've just watched that over and over again throughout this game, him just dying through that tunnel smoke.
It would suck if you had to do like Groundhog's Day, except it's just like you
that
just,
round over
you just
and over
keep
again.
losing repeatedly.
It's a great position for AMKAL to be in now. A player up, searching for 21, searching for map point again. NIP. It's obvious they want to go towards B with a bomb over here from our mini-map. Alex has it outside of Monster, and the rest of his teammates are coming down through connector.
Yeah, not obvious to AMKAL, though. And they have 2 players in bathrooms. 3rd player going to start shifting over to the B bomb site. The question is, does Krad start getting curious and push up? It looks like him and Icy want to flank down towards door.
Well, if they do flank and they're quick about it, and this stronghold inside of the B bomb site works out.
The Molotov forced Hetrick to turn back because he had no other options. He actually turns around.
Another coming back up. Now they're coming back up into the AWP. And this time Icy will connect the shot, and it's panic stations for NIP, but he re-peeks. He re-peeks into Hetrick, and he's now giving them a pathway to sprint into this A bomb site. Nickelback is up at the truck. He's made a speedy rotation. He's still here to try and devastate them, and he's not alone. He's got Forrester, but he goes down without a fight. And the lineup there for Nickelback but not enough kills. There's a team kill in the midst, and suddenly only Config, 2 health. He'll put that bomb down, and now eyes on the prize. Travis makes a noise dismounting. Config knows where his next target's coming from. And he changes up his position. Config's looking for a headshot, has to land it, and Config locks it in. NIP given a golden ticket back into the round. They sprint up through the connector. Icy makes an ill-advised repeat, and once again, we're all tied up.
Yeah, the retake is so unnecessary, but even, I mean, just the sequence of mistakes after that. 2 players huddled up at truck. Molotov burns one out into the open. They can't work together. Travis in a one-on-one with a 2 HP player, and he drops off the stairs. And he makes the sound cue, and Config has all the information, a slow peek around the corner. My word, how many lifelines is NIP gonna get in this game?
I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe it. Now NIP have a chance to close out this game.
You even, if you're Travis, like, you could have even just taken the play of going through the smoke. There were 6 seconds left. Like, Config had to plant it, and if he wasn't sticking that plant, and he's off the ball, like, okay, I'm good. Let's move on. 20 to 20.
Don't stress yourself out, Jason. There's plenty more rounds to come.
I know.
Settle yourself in. But what is about to be another overtime, surely.
It has potential. It does have potential.
In fact, it is almost likely. Alex goes down through connector. Forces just jump spot him because that door is blown open. But he's actually just changed his position when that jump would have been useful. Because NIP are now sending players through that doorway and down outside of the B bomb site. They wanted to finish B last round. They were just given a chance to run back to A, but they're going to finish B this time around. Forrester makes a good move. Good timing. Now elevates his spot at bridge, knows he has the help, and the eyes of Nickelback to watch out from heaven. AMKAL have stopped this B attack, and NIP's golden ticket is shredded in front of their face. So this is now going to be a map point yet again for AMKAL. They've had plenty of opportunities, almost too many to close it out. And this flank from Krad, it could be the final blow in this round as Config is desperately trying to fight on his own. Icy and Nickelback come crashing down upon them. 21 to 20, AMKAL front again.
All right, 8th time is the charm. 8th chance for AMKAL to close out this map. Right here, right now. Let's see if they can do it. The op is going to be in the hands of Icy. And I mean, this like late execute still has like no strength, no power to it. Like, look at the cohesion, just jumping through smoke. AMKAL, I mean, I was gonna say they should be able to close this out.
Jason, there's no logic.
Look, I'm starting to go a little crazy. All right, just let me be for a moment. Let me have my moment.
Yeah, there's no sure things here. You know, we're just along for the ride. It's a roller coaster that may or may not be finished. You know, we might get to the end of the roller coaster and the safety features haven't been put in yet. So.
My favorite kind of roller coaster.
Yeah, one you don't come back from?
Yeah.
Let's see if that's the case for NIP. No coming back. If they lose this round, they'll be 0-2. 0-2 on day 1 of the EU RMR A. This is a team that sure have had some negative headlines around them, but still would have expectations of getting through a team like AMKAL. But they're not winning any T rounds here at all. Crowd inside of dividers, swing out. No kill, but information detected.
Yeah, and that's a nice flashbang to just allow him to activate for that little peak of information. Yeah, maybe a fight if the opportunity presents itself, but more interested in just seeing a body. Op at a deep angle, peering over the divider. All of NIP clumped up at the top of the stairs.
All right, Headtrick and Alex now making their way forward. Icy is in a decent enough position to spot that boost. Headtrick's ripped off the top of it. Now Shadow spotted. He knows the foundations can't have run far away. And Alex overextends. This looks like this one's over. It's now Estetik and Config in a 2 versus 5. It's not the prettiest Counter-Strike, but it's been effective for AMKAL. They've been brought to the edge time and time again. And finally, this game is allowed to finish. Config in a 1v5, he is gone. NIP on day 1 of the EU RMR A are 0-2. They head to the best of 3s to try and survive elimination, but it's AMKAL that go 1-1.
And that's a tough road. That's a really tough road to have to survive on all best of 3s. But you got to say, I mean, Look, scrappy game, back and forth game. T-side's going to be a conversation for both these teams. I don't think anyone's going to be happy about the game they played. They're certainly going to be happy they won.
Yeah. Happy there was a winner.
Yeah.
In the end, but that game really was just crazy.
But
so many mistakes, so many moments on the T sides, but it was exciting.
I think that's the conversation they have to have. Is like, look at all these points in which we could have closed this game out earlier for both of them as well. For NIP too, like look at all these missed opportunities. Look at like the ways that we didn't close this out, the mistakes we made, and yeah, there's the faces of frustration.
This could have been a 13-2. Literally a 13-2.
Yeah.
If you remember that P250 round, the config claws back, and suddenly we go on this huge streak. We go on this journey, I think I'm going to call it, all the way through this game. And NIP had 2 chances to close. I think it was 8 or 9 chances in the end to close it out for AMKAL, but they eventually do it. And they were definitely the better team.
Yeah, it looked like it. I mean, well, I don't know.
Marginally.
Yeah, marginally. I guess that's what 3 overtimes does to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, CT side, I like the way they played. I like this in-your-face style. It seemed to really lend itself to it. Some smart plays. Just in clutch moments, it seemed like just some mistakes were made. Some like 3v3s that they just kind of worked themselves out of rounds, it felt like. And clean those up, and we got a team on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of firepower on this side. There's no doubt about that. And there's a lot of experience with Nickelback right at the helm of the calling. We know what he's capable of. We've seen him make some good runs at majors before. And definitely some good event runs. And he's got some of the common pieces he's used to playing with as well around them with Krad and Forrester. It was my first time getting to see Icy on the server, and at times it was really nice to look at. Maybe a few mistakes here and there, but definitely got some mechanical skill.
Yeah, solid opping, especially when being back in the bomb side, he delivered really well. I mean, look, everyone had their moments in this team, from both teams really. Everyone had their round or two of like having a crazy impact to turn the nature of it, and just unfortunately, it took 8 attempts. But AMKAL does close it out eventually.
I just don't know how much utility damage that Esatai took throughout that game.
He was eating nades. He had a really tough time on both sides of the map. On CT side, he's that guy eating all the utility damage, kind of playing the really tough spot of being like the tip of the spear, defending against Monster, defending against Short. And on the T side, he's trying to take Short constantly when it's smoked off, and he was alone. He didn't really ever have a chance to have some backup with him, some players with him to come trade that kill, or flashbangs being thrown over so he could swing into it. He was really kind of left to his own devices and just got battered and bruised, I think, that whole game, essentially.
Yeah. And Rez gave us a show. He really did. He stepped up going into the second half of the game. And
ooh, and a loss though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a loss. It definitely was a loss. But Rez at least showed us some of that Oakland spirit. And that's all we can really ask for. But now NIP get into the best of 3s. Overpass is scary because this is a map they want to go towards a lot. We've seen them willing to play this throughout many a competition, especially towards the end of 2023 and now coming into the RMRs. If that's your T side on a map you're willing to play, it's a very scary time going into the best of 3s.
Sure, and now you have the demon of 2 very close losses in this RMR here against AMKAL, and then earlier today against Eternal Fire, and that can always put a little cramp in your style on the map.
Yeah, and you've got to play with all the pressure of being a big organization like NIP, with all the history, as we've mentioned throughout this, but not a team that is capable of posting big results at the moment. And you've got best of 3s ahead of you and a very long journey to get enough best of 3 victories to get through to the major. You know, you go from starting the tournament with the opportunity to win 2 best of 1s and be 1 BO3 away from the major, and as you mentioned, 2 close losses to kick off the tournament. They could be in a completely different position at the end of today.
Sure, but that's the brutality of the RMRs. So just, you can see the recap, the box scores, essentially. Good damage from Forrester, 96, I think it was, ADR. That's not bad.
Sick. Yeah, Forrester,
we take that.
I'm glad to see him back. I missed him. We used to see him around all the time, but Forrester's
19
back.
assists as well.
Yeah,
nice.
Well, not finishing off all his kills. This is the most frustrating. You do like 80
yeah,
damage,
he would have had
someone
50.
Comes along and
What are you doing, man?
Yeah, exactly. You could have had like a donk level performance here, man.
Sure.
Gotta get a donk mention in every single segment. But NIP,
it's in the contract.
0-2. That's the first of 4 remaining games. We've got 3 to go. And I'm looking forward to them, because if that's the first one, Jason, what are the rest going to be like?
Yeah, it can only get better from here. I mean that.
You really mean that?
I mean that
you
in every way.
You promise to the viewer at home.
In every way you think I mean that. I mean it.
I trust you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the tough road for NIP, this one feels like it kind of spells their doom, but you'd have to say too, like a team like that obviously isn't great, but more experienced, should thrive a little bit more in the BO3s, especially against underdog teams. Should.
Yeah, should. But with a performance like that, I mean, it has to be completely different to what we've seen in that game. But NIP, regardless, are down to the 0-2. They are now done with the best of 1s. They're going to the best of 3s to try and survive. AMKAL go 1-1. We've got plenty more action, though, coming up here. Join us after the break as the RMR continues here on the B Street.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got three and he's looking for a fourth. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
NIP have entered the RMRs, and I've got the man behind all the decisions, all the moves, everything that's going on right now when it comes to NIP. It's DGL. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. I am ready to watch all these games go down, but the first thing I want to start off for you is not having to go through the qualifiers because of what you did in Paris. How important was that for you guys as a team?
I mean, it's been super important because we have been able to practice a lot.
Yeah.
I think us not even playing in Katowice, I think helped us a lot because we went on a boot camp and we have really been like thinking about all these small details going into this event. So I mean, I would say that we definitely had the practice that was necessary. I mean, you always want more, but I mean, of course, now we at least feel like the basics are way better than in Blast, for example.
Now, when West spoke to you back at Blast, you had like a boot camp there before, right? And you didn't get the result you wanted at Blast at all. We're still seeing some struggles, but you've had another boot camp before the RMR as well. My thing is, boot camp, what you're saying sounds great, but not having the officials, how confident can you be in what's working and what's not? Where do you feel at coming into the RMRs?
I mean, you will never know if something is working or not, but I also think that, I mean, it's a different feeling, I think, you know, like sometimes you feel like your basics is not working, and I mean, that's kind of how we felt before Blast. We had few maps we thought we had good basics on, and some we didn't. So I mean, just like as every team, I feel like you need time, you need to talk about your philosophies, the structure in a team and all that. And then, I mean, me and Alex needs to understand each other as well, right? So there's a lot of things that has to click, and I really feel like we have been very productive, and the basics are starting to get there.
Now, even though you are one of the invited teams, your opening game is against Eternal Fire, who look very strong right now. How do you feel about the opening match?
No, but feels good. Honestly, I just can't. I mean, it's not about Eternal Fire. It's just about the RMRs, the majors, you know, like all of this. Just feels great. We played them actually last major as well. I think in the RMR last RMR. I don't know where it was in Denmark, I think, and we beat them on the Mirage. So I mean, hopefully we can do the same.
And in terms of doing the same and going on forward, this NIP right now, it still seems to be to me where we sometimes get players absolutely on fire and on form, and then other times we don't know what we see from NIP. Is this a discussion you've had as a team outside of what you can do on a server to be in a better shape?
I think just in general, you know, like I switched my plans around a little bit now when I have Alex. I work way more closely with the players now. For example, I thought more about like the whole picture just try to make sure we know the basics and all of that. And then, I mean, now I have an assistant coach as well, which I kind of didn't have before. So we kind of have our own roles in the team. So I mean, hopefully it's gonna show. It's been very good in practice, but I mean, as you said, like you never know before you play an official game, right?
So you've got more support on the team, like you said, assistant coach as well. Do you feel like you have all the tools you need to have to succeed here?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's been super productive once again. But yeah, I mean, it's always a little bit scary going into officials, you know, like you feel very good, and sometimes when you feel good, you can also, you know, like it can be a bad thing, right? But yeah, I mean, we will see tomorrow when we play.
We will see indeed. I wish you the best of luck for it, mate, and hopefully speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
It has revived. It flourishes. Where did he come from?
Solid, bitch. Made in hell.
Yeah, you knocked me down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the PGL RMRs for Europe A. We've just had an absolute marathon of a game, Jason.
Let's move on.
We've moved on straight like that. We're ready for our second game, and I'm looking forward to this one because Movistar Riders Koi have returned to the server versus 3D Max. Now, we've seen 3D Max earlier against Falcons. They won 5 rounds in a row. We're like, damn, holy, they're destroying Falcons, and then they lost 13-8.
And then they lost 13-8, and then it all came crumbling down. That's French Counter-Strike for you.
It is. I see Maniac was doing tweets in French. You know, that's never a good sign.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like appealing to the fan base, you know, like about 3D Max, something like that in French. Don't speak it. But
Okay.
I could recognize, he was doing French tweets.
I can recognize the language when I see it in front of me. Yeah, that's a tough loss against Falcons. Obviously, when you start out that well, you'd like to see it close out. But I mean, as we saw in the previous match, at this level, teams are going to sometimes struggle to close out those games and struggle to take advantage of the situations, the positive situations they've put themselves in. So, yeah, a little bit of a different, easier opponent, I would imagine, in Movistar. So if you get out to that lead, I think they'll be able to ride a little bit more momentum against Movistar. Koi, who's obviously still in this position where feels like they're still trying to recover from the loss of Sampayas.
Yeah, that's been quite
some time. And now
Martinez
as well.
Yeah, so what is this team at this point? It's a question that all of us are about to find out because the answer doesn't seem clear. I got to see them this morning, Jackie and Vince recovering that action. They didn't look amazing, I have to say. That's why they're here.
in the 0-1 portion, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think this is going to be another one of those games similar to the match we just watched with NIP, that it's probably going to be scrappy. It's not going to be the cleanest. We're going to see a lot of mistakes, and that's just the nature of, having a new-ish roster. But I am going to say 3D Max should win this, just based on the time that they've been together. And 3D Max, in the double pony days, definitely had a bit of a bite to them.
Yeah, they had some spice to them back then, didn't they? That was that they had enough power to be dangerous, to cause an upset, to wreak some havoc. You can see 3D Max here coming up on the screen. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't really know what to expect. I would imagine it's going to be scrappy. And scrappy Counter-Strike can be very fun Counter-Strike as well, if you get the right conditions and the right moments.
Sure, definitely can be. And this is a team of players that you'll be familiar with who compete at the tier 2 level. We know Lucky in his time.
I know Lucky.
In G2 a long time ago, kind of a weird throwback. And he became a bit of a star when he went down to the tier 2 level. He stuck around that exercise coming into. We've become familiar with him over some recent events. So excited to see how they're going to fare against a team more on their level now.
It's fun seeing these teams in the era of international lineups and rosters, these teams that try and stay regional and trying to plant the flag, so to speak, for where they come from. And I think they're in a hard place. Obviously the talent pool you get to pick from is lesser, but I still think it's such a cool prospect when you get those teams back in. Now you get to see Movistar Koi.
Stadodo makes his play forward. He was obviously with Saw for such a long time. Yeah, it is a fun alias. And wasn't such a fun time the last time I got to see him in Bucharest as part of that Saw roster that so unfortunately got destroyed by Jame and missed out on the chance to make the major after playing Counter-Strike for 26 years and never making it. But he's here with the Portuguese players. Inside of this team mixed with some Spanish players, so the Iberian mix, as we like to call it. And, you'll be familiar with the likes of Davi G, who has stayed inside of this team and has been in and out of Movistar over the last few months.
And importantly, too, have some experience playing under pressure, which applies to the RMR. Going back, they made top 4 at Cologne, 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago with some
2 years ago, yeah, that's right. And I mean, that kind of experience you get on the stage is at least something that you can lean on here when the pressure moments kind of really kick in.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the maps. I think the Ancient and Nuke are the maps play for these two teams today, so we'll get to see where we go. Inferno gone out of there straight away by Movistar. They'll get 2 bans, and we'll see the side of 3D Max be able to choose, or rather ban 3 in a row.
Yeah, for those of you maybe just tuning in, and it caught us off guard as well. When every time you see the first veto at an RMR, it's a different format than what we use in the traditional circuit. This at the Valve Majors goes 2, 3 in terms of your initial bans down to the BO1. So we're gonna get Nuke. Nuke is the map these two teams have decided to play against each other on.
Yeah, so Nuke, that's pretty comfortable in terms of 3D Max have already played it. Not exactly the result they would have wanted, but they showed some fight against Falcons.
Yeah, some experience and some good ideas, and obviously some solid play to get yourself up to a decent 5-0 lead, even if it does kind of slip away from you at the end. But, I mean, I say that, but, also, we just saw NIP who played Overpass earlier today and then looked on it, the
maybe
second
it doesn't
time
work
around.
out. Yeah, 6 wins, 2 losses though for Movistar Riders Koi as well here in Nuke. So this is a good middle ground for both of these teams to find themselves on. Results look better for Movistar Koi, but we don't always have to look into those to see what we're going to see on the servers. So it's going to be a tough one to call here heading into Nuke, especially because both of these teams played against really strong sides in their opening games. You had 3D Max play against Falcons. Navi was the opening game for Movistar Koi, so hard to place them in terms of what level they're coming in at.
It's not really a fair comparison to judge off of that, especially. Yeah, you're exactly right. You nailed that one. Well done.
Thank you.
3D. I don't know why I gave you such big props for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel so good. I pointed out That's some crazy groundbreaking
A
stat.
decoy is on the map. Joko, though, sees everything, and he's going to back away as they take over ramp room.
Yeah, Mac has already rotated down here. He's got the watermelons in his hand.
Cool.
Me gusta las grandes sandía. Mac just waiting with his Julius whipping them round, slicing through just. Mopaz comes forward with that Glock. It's a big headshot, and Davy G following up. Oh my god, the Julies are doing so much for the CTs currently. And Mopaz is just stuck chilling on the other side of the wall. It's a 1v2. It is doable because they're separated in 1v1 fights, but it's exercise that makes quick work of Mopaz.
What was that sentence you just busted out?
I believe it's I like big watermelons.
Okay.
And he has watermelons in his hands.
You said it very confidently.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, it is that sentence.
I just, yeah. Oh, I know. I was surprised you knew that sentence.
Thank you.
That doesn't seem like one of the initial sentences you'd learn in a foreign language.
I don't know why I know that one. But it works. It works. And I think I commented over a Portuguese player with Spanish. So we're not going to...
And ever since then, you were like, I want to know how to say, I like your big watermelons.
Yeah, I like big watermelons, not your.
Oh, sure.
Not yours, Jason.
That changes everything.
Rockies, though.
Gonna dump a mag into the smoke. A lot of mags into the smoke. Not a whole lot of connections, though. The hit-to-miss ratio is off.
Tech9s looking to burst through main. They've actually got a good chance here to overwhelm the defense, but 3D Max have stood pretty tall towards the back of the bomb site, and actually they've slipped down the vent. That's an important kill because that opens up a chance for a bomb plant. Oh, that extra money.
That
for
is a plant.
Mopaz.
That's 100% a plant.
Yeah, he's got the digits punched in. Here's that Venture up, but anything more than this from Mopaz is not realistic unless he finds a low HP player of exercise.
Oh, there could be a weird timing here.
He gets into the vent. MP9 available in the vent now for Mopaz. How many bullets in it? 14. So tap on the defuse. Smoke out towards double door. They're reading this possibility. He's not got the lineup. He's not got it on that defuser. Oh, so close, but a little bit more to the left here. And he's not able to do it. Defuse all the way. It's not clean, but it's certainly effective. 3D Max come through with their double.
Nice recovery. Good job handling the pressure. One crossed over to Secret. They turned in towards Mini and almost made it work, but good job from 3D Max. So 2-0, and with that bomb plant, some rifles going to come out. So with the bomb plants, Movistar's like, let's just keep it up.
Yeah, let's just keep buying.
Let's just keep
I was
going.
expecting maybe another Tech9 round here because
Sure.
you would have really good buy in the next round, but they sense they can relatively close, I guess, towards the end. So they're going to go for it with Galil's on all 5 players. Not a lot of utility, though, but enough to do an outside execute if they want.
I think they have a decent amount of utility. What they're missing is flashbangs is the only real thing. They have, 3-4 Molotovs, 3-4 smokes as well. It's the flashbangs that just take somebody off the angle to force an upper defender into an awkward situation that's going to matter most. Looking to set up a wall outside.
Yeah, you got to wait till these 2 smokes pop before you feel comfortable crossing to the open, or you just go before them and hope you can catch a player kind of staring into the sky, watching them as they fall.
Almost had it, screwing with the timing of when they decide to cross, of when they plume those smokes, so that could have been very dangerous for the defense, either way.
Down on B already. Haji with his M4. A bit of a jiggle. Just waiting. Haji's back. Is he back in a big way? Decides to drop down towards Decon after spotting the early information. Joko's here with him. He's over towards double door. Haji, they're still coming towards him. He fakes the run back into the side, but he stayed inside of Decon, and they seem to be ready for that. It's 1 for 1 on that initial fight.
Yeah, nice trade, but now it's all on Maka, and he's got to know it. There's one more player downstairs, but this hold in ramp room is everything. Can't double him up. Again, good trades, and it's Adams with one important kill downstairs. I don't think these last 2 players can get involved in the action. I don't think they have an avenue back into this.
Yeah, it looks like they're locked out, so this Galil round seems to have paid off so far for the Movistar Riders as Kit's picked up on both of these players. Good utility. Go for an interesting spam here for exercise. I don't think I've seen that one attempted too often.
I mean, I don't think that works, does it?
An M4A1S, you know? But
it looked cool. He was on target.
Yeah, sure. It was like, maybe they messed something up in the last update.
Yeah,
maybe there's a hole in the wall. Who knows? Worth a try, but that is the only attempt we will see in this round for 3D Max.
Yeah, it's actually a shame too, because 3D Max had a good read. They brought 2 players downstairs. They shifted Mako over to ramp room and brought Joko down low to actually help out with that defense that Haji was already in position for. And even with 2 players downstairs initially, they couldn't really get enough done. Some kills at the end of the round, take some rifles away. Not as effective as they'd like, but does force Mapaz to go off with the bomb. First round on the board for the T side.
Many people ask every time they see Mopaz play what that is on his desk. Some people wonder if it's a fan to keep his hand from getting sweaty, but in fact it's actually a heater. There's a heater he keeps on the desk because of a
He brings his own custom heater?
Yeah, he has like a condition. He has to have his hand warm while he plays. So he's got a heater ready to go, right on standby.
That's professionalism,
That
if I've
is.
ever seen it.
Yep. You know, none of these little hand warmers, none of these, you know, he just brings his own heater, sets it on the table.
Hell yeah.
Animes sprinting towards outside. He's in behind red. And the smokes have popped nice and early from Movistar. And because they set the condition, the fact the president was there, that they sent multiple players behind it last round, they can send one player and go onto ramp instead.
That's a timely drop down because he missed the timing on to have any effort at stopping that, any resistance to this ramp take. So now just got to stick behind the smoke. But Movistar is going to be happy to just wait this one out, let it fade away. And it actually looks like they want to crunch back into ramp room.
Yeah, they look like they want to fight this from Movistar. And, you know, you're looking, or rather 3D Max. So Jocko's inside of the smoke. He now leaps up. Mopaz sets the timing on that smoke fade, so it drops behind that big box at the back of the ramp. And it's worked out pretty well for the T's here. But Lucky still fighting, still standing. And 3D Max have a flank around the back. Exercise is still moving forward, but doesn't want to walk into a trap.
Oh, I'm surprised he wasn't more aggressive considering there's a second player in lobby. That screws with the timing just a little bit, so they actually can get to the lower bomb site. Still a chance for it to come to fruition. All three players going to come from ramp room, though.
And they're uncomfortable. You see, Davy faked the plant for a second there, and now they're looking for a peek. But all this is done. It has given more time for 3D Max to position themselves to be ready for a quick retake. So they have extra seconds to play with, and that first peek out has netted a bit of damage. Davy is down to 7. Molotov's going to clear him out. That's surely a kill now onto Davy, and it is Barbecue Davy. And just on the rafters, has a good angle. It's a really strong position in post plants, but you have to hit shots. And when they go like that, you've got to feel rough if you're Movistar Koi. That's the retake for 3D Max.
Yeah, 3D Max, I feel like even gave them a lot of time to set up and get into safe positions with how long it took for them to peek on the flank. But just nicely done, as you mentioned, missed shots. You clean up that kill quick on the first tap or two, and then all of a sudden you can transfer to a new target. Not a bad round, all things considered. You can see there too, and yeah, there's an MP9, and yeah, there's a 5.7, but you don't often see ramp retakes like that from the CT side. Like when the T's take control of that part of the map, it's like, okay, go to the lower bomb site, let them have this, because it's not fun. It's not a high percentage fight in any way, even with utility.
I remember years ago, in this very studio at a PGL RMR, or minor at the time, there was a French team with XMS and Hadji on it, and XMS had like one of the sickest overpass pistol aces I've ever seen in my life, and I'm sure many people will remember that at home. That's just a little throwback seeing Hadji back in the studio. It's been a while.
Feeling nostalgic?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you always feel nostalgic in CS. That's one of the greatest things. You got all the history, and maybe we'll recreate history in CS2 with 3D Max getting a sticker back in the game.
Oh yeah, that's pretty hyped up, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the last time, Alex was talking about this earlier, Machine was saying, I think it was 2015 you were saying the last time, that 3D Max had a sticker in the game. Now they've got a chance to go ahead and try and do it again. They'll begin their journey. And Lucky starts off this round. A nice little kill through the smoke.
Yeah, we take those. We take those all day long. Forced by, or half by, I should say again. There is a Galil on the field of play. Tech9s as well. Ooh. Another good kill from Lucky through the smoke. Only to swing and realize there's 3 people looking at his position.
And the magazine wasn't fully in the gun yet.
He's not the happiest in the world, but at least he knows where everyone is.
Yeah, true. He's got all the information, but there's so much time to work with that Movistar riders have created a lot of space. They can become elusive once again.
And as we've seen on Nuke, like you can lose track of this like real quickly. Now they do have one player watching for this wraparound from Davy, Maka.
Ooh. So, attempt 2, WGS actually is going to descend completely and not want to fight Heaven from that angle. Hadji clearing T roof, getting information with every second that ticks on. 45 seconds remaining this round.
So go down secret to the lower bomb site and have Davig just wait here and backstab towards ramp room when you're close by. That's kind of the idea that Movistar's working with.
So a simple idea, but in practice, will it go their way?
Well, and with the push towards T-Roof, I feel like Joko should be fine. Although he's already descending to the lower bomb site, so there's no one really to backstab in ramp room anymore. 20 seconds.
And a smoke out towards Decon, which allows Joko to focus completely on the double door swing and instant damage onto Stododo. And he's about to be dead as a Dodo. Oh, he's gone. He's out of there. 9 seconds left. Now he can't just leave Davig alone. He's got to come and help, and that bomb plant trying to come through. Davig with a big headshot. That's so important for their chances in this round. If they want any shot at picking this up, they've got to do it in a 2v2 post plant. And Just is moving closer, focusing on the fight against Maka at the decontamination door. So suddenly it is all Davig back in the ramp, and they have to know where he was last spotted, but it doesn't matter if he gets an instant kill just like that. And Hadji taps the defuse, holding for a peek to the left side of the ramp, but Davig's coming out to the right, and he knows that Hadji's not sticking this, and every second that ticks on is favorable to that of Movistar because the time is running too thin. This round is expiring, and Davig will take out Hadji to give Movistar Riders a massive round.
Oh, not a nice clutch, but I'll tell you, I think that's kind of the scrappy nature of the game that you mentioned coming into this, that it was going to be towards this nature. That felt like 3D Max had that so well under control, even with players getting lost outside, even with the play towards heaven, kind of hiding in hell as well. It felt like they had the right read of the situation and just couldn't put a stop to it. 1-for-1 on the lower bomb site and a nice round from Davig. The fact that he gets that kill on a player who's going to try and just spam the smoke to stop the plant is so massive. Just thins him out before the retake begins, and 3D Max on the back foot. The 4 spies that Movistar's coming out with are finally having their impact.
XM 1014 inside of Hut can be really effective, especially in CS2. We've seen that weapon be purchased a lot more. So Hadji feels comfortable maintaining Hut with that. We'll see Movistar Riders take their time, trickle through the utility set. But Joko in an early position at Secret could be pretty huge with that FAMAS.
Could be. Gonna start getting an indication they're coming in his direction.
Doesn't have the best range on it, so you can't really fight Silo.
Would probably love a flashbang from a teammate if it's available. There's only one on Maka, and he's outside. Oh, here it comes, baby.
Here's that flash. He's been asking for it. It works onto Stododo and Just, but it doesn't catch Adam S. But a team flash actually helps out. But Joker's not peeking up. Not yet, anyway. He's letting them come towards him, and for good reason, because that FAMAS doubles up just like that, and he's out of there. He's running away. He knows what he's just done. And this round has 38 seconds remaining, and it's actually 3D Max in a better position.
And Mapaw's a little bit of damage cleaned up by Exercise, and yeah, now the round's over. The round is done.
Yeah, it is. Stododo's going to go for a shot down Secret. It's a good shot, but as you said, there's not much room to work with here, Movistar.
No one's downstairs just yet.
Not yet, but Mac is here now. Drops into dark, 17 seconds. So you're going to have to commit one player to plant almost immediately. And because it's an AWP, you can't clear many other positions. So Maka can just deny this if he can get the bullets on target, which he can't. So the bomb plant does come in. Now it's about the shotgun on the rotate, as Stododo has everything ahead of him. Light shot first, P250 pull, but not in time. And that retake is in for 3D Max. So yeah, chaos in that lower bomb side, but the French are on top.
And you know what? I'm going to rein it back in. I said that round was done, and then they made a situation where they actually could have won out of it. So I'm going to hold back, because we know this game's going to get a little bit weird, a little bit scrappy. But again, it's like 3D Max had so many advantages, it didn't seem like there were ways out for Movistar, and all of a sudden, there they are.
I mean, if it was played cleanly, yeah, it definitely should have been.
I'm so happy he decided to fall back here, because he stutter-stepped on those stairs after that double kill. He's like, I really want the third. I really want to go for it.
Yeah, but showed discipline, showed restraint. He passed the test. And that's important. 3D Max needed that one. 4-2. Tech-9s again. Feels like Movistar have had mostly Tech-9s on this T side.
Yeah, they were engaged in that like 4-spy war at the start. And it kind of got them on, and then just losing that last round really hurts. But I mean, they're certainly playing for each and every round with these kinds of buys, aren't they? Have fun with a shotgun, though.
Boom, boom, boom. Hadji ready to go. It's just one, though. Exercise stepping down off the Hut, stepping into his death, though. I don't know how he doesn't get that kill. Now the Deagle from Maka swings in from heaven and hasn't seen a commitment into the bomb side. There's so much time. Most of the riders stay composed. They pump the brakes, but oh my goodness, this could get a bit messy. Lucky inside of the smoke. It might not be their lucky day. It's just one on the AK-47. 2v1 now as Mac is forced into the clutch alone, and he is over towards ramp, and he's got the right spot.
That's the bomb as well.
Oh, that's the bomb. Down shot connects, and there's no one around.
Yeah, but he has no idea where the other player is. He's thinking ramp room coming up from the lower bomb site because of how he was running towards ramp. So this, all down to timing.
Oh, is he going to look the right way here? Maka does detect Davichi. Now he's got the lobby. Davichi has to fight, and somehow, despite being in a disadvantageous position, he's able to come out with a headshot in the clutch.
Switch to the AK-47 as well.
Wow.
Might have wanted to have that AWP, but he was worried. He wanted to be a little bit more mobile, swing his aim around a little bit further than you can with the AWP and be a little bit wieldier in different situations. And Movistar's force buys have finally broken the defense. It should just be USPs. A couple players might pick up some deagles, some upgraded pistols, but for the most part, going to be very weak weaponry for 3D Max.
So far, that keyword scrappy, it's coming to fruition. Here's Haji getting only one. I thought Exercise was going to get a second kill. You know, when you drop off the hut like that, there is an element of surprise that maybe gives you a couple % extra chance of winning that first duel, but he doesn't connect, and it's frustrating.
There's an element of surprise and also an element of risk, right? And unfortunately, this time it was the risk that kind of came out of it. If he stays on top of the hut, you know, you have a great chance. That dropping off the hut, I feel like, is like always like a movie play. Like in your head, you're just
the
like,
main character. Yeah.
You're like
the Superman slam down into the ground.
Makes you feel like you're like Die Hard or something.
Yeah. Well, he did die hard. It's definitely not the position you want to see. Oh, little coach. Please, timeout, please. He's desperately asking everybody. There we go. Finally, someone give the man a timeout. Just throw you back, Jason. You just want a timeout.
Yeah, I wanted I think it was a tech, actually. I think
tech issue?
It looked like something broke, and he was trying to get the tech information out there as quick as possible. Real panicky, though.
Yeah, T is...
It's like, somebody please, anybody. My microphone doesn't work at this point. Please call the tech.
Hopefully get that resolved as quickly as possible and return to the action. The A stream, I was going to say we're running 2 streams simultaneously, but at this point, that would be a lie because they are so far ahead. Their schedule had 2 13-1 victories. I do hear the classic Henry G loudness in the other room, so something must be happening over there. So if you're interested in watching that, it's currently FaZe versus Falcons over on the PGL A stream.
How are we looking over there? 4th overtime?
You know, we're looking at a pretty dominant victory for FaZe, currently looking to be secured.
Cool.
As they'll be done with their day soon.
Shortly.
A stream is flying through their schedule. This is where the Counter-Strike, the competitive Counter-Strike really is here on the B stream.
All right, Haji. They do go for a force buy.
Yeah.
M4 FAMAS, shotgun, 5-7 on Lucky, can't handle business. Neither can that FAMAS, and neither can the M4. So next round is going to be a save.
Well, that was a force buy. Yep, that was a force buy. It did not really do much, unfortunately. Lucky was hoping he would at least get one kill, or at least a chance to get a fight, and they just hard cleared him outside. Movistar Riders came in composed, ready to go, ticked all the boxes, and now there's 2 players trying to save. Well, they're about to be detected by Mopaz, who actually does very well to nearly take 2 of them away. So an AK-47 picked up for Exercise. You could send the MAC-10 in. You can send the Galil in even to try and get rid of that AK.
Oh, they should hunt this down with everything they've got. I don't think they won't need much. Yeah, bomb being planted. That MAC-10 is moving into position. So is Adam S with his Galil.
Yeah, there's nowhere Exercise could have gone apart from T-spawn or hanging around T-roof. So they're just clearing that out. Eventually they know the Exercise is around the corner. Now, it's kind of tough sometimes peeking into this, but the fact that there's a MAC-10 should just jump around every corner.
They think he's deep, though. He might be able to get just one.
Nice to Dodo. Let's see what you got. Good flash, turns away, jumps on in, MAC-10. Rips apart and upgrades into an AK-47. And this game's all tied up, and it's a similar story for 3D Max against Falcons. They get a lot of rounds early. This was a bit more back and forth from the start, but they're starting to watch that fall through their fingers at this point because they went for the force buy. They've got no money. None. So this Movistar should be now in the lead.
Yeah, that force buy I think is really going to be a turning point in this half. Movistar is going to have a lot of advantages in terms of obviously economy, a chance to start stringing a ton of rounds together, and that force buy might have set them back a round or two. Utility towards the upper bomb site.
Ooh. Great in-game team here at the RMR is catching all of the action, giving us the best angles. Feels like I'm watching the Hunger Games. Got all the camera angles. All the perfect views.
Reference game incredibly zoomer.
Yeah, definitely. You watched the new Hunger Games, Jason?
No.
You partake in any Hunger Games?
I think I watched the originals at some point.
Yeah. You make it. Originals always sound like they were made in the 1970s. We were talking like 2013 or something. No pauses. You just wait through with that Tech 9. And these USPs, they're all gone. They're all gone. Surely at this point, nothing to be had. And Movistar Riders will keep a clean sheet with 5 players up. 5-4. T-side looking good. And we talk about, oh, there's the new Zeus skin. I haven't seen that yet.
You haven't seen the skin?
Well, I've seen it like
not
around,
in the game.
but not in the game.
How was your first time?
I think it looks pretty sick, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'd like a few other options.
Yeah.
I think you had to have Zeus as the first Zeus skin.
It's a nice statement, isn't it? You know exactly what you're looking at. Something to do with electricity.
Yes, there's definitely something to do with electricity there, and it's rechargeable. Let's see if Haji's able to get it going. I mean, we've definitely seen the Zeus come into the pistol meta thanks to Rops. And the Katowice playoffs made quick work of that Zeus. And that's a nice little cleanups to Dodo, taking them away, and they all do keep a clean sheet. So Movistar Riders now 1 round up, and 3D Max back to the money.
And because of that force buy in the previous round, they won't be able to have an op in this round. I don't think we've seen an op yet on the CT side. They've been, I mean, it was such a, that's due to the pressure of the force buys from Movistar on the T side, and obviously maybe, in my mind, an ill-advised force buy just previously for 3D Max that prevents that from coming out. So they're going to have to do it a little dirty first with the M4s and see if they can build up to that point.
Well, no burst through Squeaky early on because of the good utility from the CT side, but it definitely looks like Movistar Riders have their eyes set upon this A bomb site, at least for now. So Maka gets in position close to Squeaky. He's just looking to hear some footsteps, but they could go back to the ramp, and Jocko's got a shoulder peek for that. Movistar Riders have cancelled any early maneuver and reset outside. No pause. Going to be tossing out the utility. Smoke should come in. And
remember, they've shown a couple different looks of the smoke wall and cross, right? Throwing the smoke wall, peeking before it pops. We'll see if they do it again. Lucky could be in some trouble if he tries. Yeah, they're kind of flirting with the idea, but now just going to cross without it.
Yeah, contact. They've been detected relatively early on, but fortunately for them, 3D Max, who are not in a position to stand and fight, and that is an ill-advised peek from Exercise. He didn't have the timing for it. He goes against him, and his teammate inside the vent falls down. But remember, Jocko got down here pretty early on, one of the early rotators. He's on the ground. Let's see what he can find. And Justice just snapped that window open, and Jocko kicks him out of it.
Oh, this is so dangerous. If Buchholz doesn't get this kill, they're in trouble, but that's a swing and a half. Nice move with the lurkin towards lobby. Cracks open the upper bomb site. And now it's all unlucky to create an opportunity for his teammate, and he can't do it.
Yep, does not live up to his name whatsoever. And Jocko is just strolling around the halls of the lower bomb site, eventually to come up through Secret. Movistar Riders have got control of this game at this point. With a performance like this on the T side of Nuke, you gotta be feeling damn good. And it could get even better here if they were to eradicate Jocko, but that's not to be the case to Mopaz. So Jocko will save his rifle, and we're looking at 6-4.
Yeah, you're right. This is a really good T side so far. They'll be very pleased with how this is going at the moment, and looking to build upon it as well. And again, they've limited just so much of the money that 3D Max can build up. There's still going to be no op.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that at all, have we?
There's 2 rounds left. We might not see one until the last round of the half.
And that could change the story. They could change the tide for 3D Max.
Well, especially if you look at the way they're attacking outside, right? Like, that's a dry cross to Secret. with no utility, no smokes, just walk until you're spotted and then sprint. We've seen them peek before the smokes plume, and op outside could actually change a lot of the ways that Movistar's attacking that part of the map.
Great to see Movistar going to a different color than black and red for an esports jersey. Don't see that too much these days.
No, it feels personal for 3D Max with their black and red jersey. Looks like you really hate them.
You know, they blend into the chair too much, man.
Okay, that's what it is?
Yeah, they just look like floating heads
It's
of
like
arms.
camouflage, really.
And even complexity, man. The blue, they've moved away from blue. They went to black as well. Come on, let's get some originality in here. Like Into the Breach. No one does that color scheme. It's like purple and red.
Well, there's probably a reason.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. That's personal. All right. Let's see. Well, back into the action. 3D Max.
Besides, know your history. Complexity was black and red.
Yeah, I know they were. And now it looks better.
Okay.
In blue. At this point, 3D Max not looking too hot. And it might get pretty bad for them on ramp. It's an interesting angle here for Jocko. There's no falling back, so you better frag out.
It's hard to double up in this angle.
Well, Jocko, does not double up. Nearly does, but not enough. yeah, that would have been real bad. Caster Curse almost coming in to full effect, but without the rifle getting more than one, you really now have nowhere to go if you're 3D Max. You're locked out by all the utility that Movistar have.
Yeah, tough place to be. Bomb Planner is very low on health, though, so he's being a little bit shy about starting to stick that bomb plant. Good kill from Lucky. Oh, these 5-7s are doing work, and look at the way Davy is just backing away from the site. They have no more nades left when these smokes clear.
Yeah, they used up all that utility, and now no bomb plant. Oh, it's rough because Davy G's pinned back in dark corners, so he can't leave that too comfortably. He has to cross in front of Decon and Double Door, and he's so low that one bullet from the pistols or Scout immediately take him out. So you really got to rely on the workhorses of Stadodo and Just to try and get you into a better position here and try and get that bomb down, but there's not a lot of time to do it. The Stadodo's moved into position to fight out control room. Nick goes and forces Lucky back down the stairway. Just used the flash to try and allow Davy G to get across to the site and close those doors, but there's a gaping hole in the door, and that's going to allow a kill for Exercise to come in. 10 seconds, not enough time to feel comfortable to get that bomb down whatsoever. They kill for elimination, they do not get it done, and Just swinging back and forth, gets it into a 1v1 fight, but Mac is so far away. He gets into the vent, Just goes wildly swinging. He'll get every single kill, but no round win. That was chaos, and it was nearly beautiful.
Just completely stalled out Movistar by 5-7s. No one wanted to be the aggressor until it was too late. They were made so nervous, and this dink on Davy G has all the impact in the world. If he's got full HP, he's planting that bomb where the smokes are. He's just risking that no one's going to be able to take him down completely. But he's just so nervous about a random 5-7 spam. All right, last round of the first half.
That's a big round of pickup. It keeps 3D Max competitive in this half, and now they can leave it tied up potentially, especially with that opening kill. That's going to take one step closer to the reality of 6-6.
Cool piece of aggression as well. And now we have the op-out that's going to cover this lobby push. There's no one in lobby, so they'll be like, hey, it's clear, everyone's outside.
Yeah, I've got all the information. Adjust accordingly here if you're 3D Max. The Riders have already got Mopaz down lower. He's just making his way around Decon, checking out the B bomb site. Potential property there to purchase up, but it's all about the A site for now. And Exercise is cut through. Just needs to be careful of that vent player. And Mopaz is wild. He loves a little vent climb up the ladder into the fight. He keeps going. Mopaz, with his second in the round, has drawn this back into an equilibrium of players. 3v3, bomb down now into a retake.
Feels like 3D Max just completely forgot that Mini exists as a point of attack. Everyone rotated to lower, and maybe it was due to some distraction from Mopaz, but it's put him in a real tough place for this retake.
Double flash for the post plan. That's all the Movistar really have to play with. They got the grenade too, and the kills certainly are going to go a long way in securing a 7. 3D Max have to throw everything they have at this one. It's the last round of the first half. Back out goes for the shot, but now he is certainly dead. 7-5. Movistar Riders Koi lead the way. And it's a big performance from the top 3 players of Mopars, Just, and Davy G.
And look at the way that half ended. Well, 5 of the last 6 going in the way of Movistar. They really bounced back, got a hold of that T side, and just ran away with it. Well done from them as we switch sides. We'll see Movistar on the defending end of Nuke and 3D Max with a bit of a recovery situation to try and get back into this game. This is the 0-1 matchup still for the RMR, so the team losing goes down to 0-2 and then faces elimination in the best of 3s.
And we just seen NIP head down into the 0-2 just moments ago. So we know there's some big enough names down there. In the best of 3s, you don't want to find yourself there on day 1 whatsoever. It's quite forgiving in terms of the fact that it's best of 3 to progress, best of 3 to be eliminated. But the best of 1s can be so scary. They can really mess your run up.
Yeah, they can. They can throw things off kilter easily. As we see in pretty much every single RMR, there's some heartbreak to be found in the best of 1s.
Yeah, but where there's heartbreak, there is dreams being made as well. And that's the excitement.
That's poetic as hell.
Yeah, it's Valentine's Day, Jason. So, you know, have to be a little romantic. Oh. Did you forget? What time is it in the US, Jason? What time is it in the US? You still got some time.
I just, have a call to make.
Yeah, maybe last second flower delivery, something like that. Just a reminder for anybody home as well, in case you forget. You've got some hours to make some extravagant statement. I personally went with Lego flowers, so,
Lego flowers.
I had put the bar pretty low, so anybody else, it looks good.
As long as it works.
Adam S outside of Mini gets absolutely domed. So many players jump around that corner. At least it's information he can call to his teammates, but he wasn't able to handle it too well.
Oh, P2K, give me one. Not there. One's jumped into the control window. He's now stuck. These pistols better find a way to work together or else they're all going to get overrun. Easy kill. Back turned and now control doors close.
Stadodo opens up that single door. Oh, it's not clean. It's not pretty. And the door is now closed in his face again. Probably for the best.
They're stalling out this plant though. They're challenging from both of the doors and 3D Max is starting to lose players.
Yeah, 40 seconds still remain in this round for 3D Max to stay composed, but they got to win some fights here, and that Shadow betrays exercise, gives Stadodo an extra second to react, and that is the difference that will cost him his life, and Shadows may betray Hadji, yet he swings. It's Jocko and Hadji together. A double when they go aggressive, and Just will descend down into the vent. He's worried about the fact that they might actually last second decide to run up the ladder into the A bomb site.
I think they're going to.
Oh my goodness, if he makes the right call.
Oh, they're going all the way around. Okay, they're going to decon. I was like, that would just be absolutely wild. I like this. They've aggressively cleared out behind the vents. They just attacked into it because there was so much harassing going on. They'd finally had enough. A chance for a 1v2
They're giving him 1v1s. They're giving him 1v1 fights. He needed to get that kill immediately, though, if he was to take advantage of it and then pull back into the site, which does allow Hadji to get a headshot in the pistol. Hadji definitely had a big reaction earlier today versus Falcons when he won a clutch in the pistol
Glock clutch in the lower bomb site?
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah, he's like, I thought he got like some sick A's. I was watching the other stream.
I just saw the celebration. I was excited for the replay.
It's like just 2 Glock headshots.
Yep. Good pistol run, though.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Stark contrast to I think like the first half when they were being harassed by 5-7s and didn't want to get aggressive, and this time they were like, no, let's not do this again. Let's get aggressive.
Let's not find ourselves in that position, and force buy from Movistar Riders second round here. So, it can work out for the CT side, or it can slap you up the face in that first few rounds of play. And Stadodo getting off of that generator and climbing back up the ladder to heaven, but once he repeats, Jocko is waiting around the corner. Not only that, but utility bombarding heaven, and plenty of T's now wrap around hell.
Well, they haven't masked this whatsoever. They've been happy to telegraph that they're coming. A lot of noise, a lot of attention. Again, the MAC-10 falls off, but Lucky's found a kill out towards ramp room. Now smoked off, and I don't think they can go through that. That means go find somewhere else, and it leaves Davy G isolated and alone in hell, in the lower bomb site wide open.
Oh, Hadji. Yeah, this is going to be so frustrating for Mopars. So why is he holding this? But Mopars doesn't die.
Well, now you have an AK-47 in no man's land, and if you're Movistar, your goal shifts. Let's get this AK-47.
Yeah, like everybody, all resources on deck. Get rid of him. And it's successful, but they don't recover it. They don't go for it.
I think they're letting the pistol go try.
Yeah, Sam Mopaw's out there.
Yeah, good luck.
Anybody up for a task that is highly dangerous and requires a lot of aggression, Mopaw signs up immediately. He's going to just dive on down, grabs that AK, and now the difficult part is holding onto it. Oh my god, nice shot.
Not that difficult.
Yeah, apparently not for Mopaw's.
He deathmatches Nuke.
He's got some flick on him. Without the AK being saved over, it's not as pretty here from Movistar Riders, and Mopaw's is being chased and jumped around, and Jocko even dies.
All right, well, they keep the AK-47 out of 3D Max hands, at the very least.
Yeah, and the Movistar Riders' hand, or rather Koi's hands as well. No longer Riders. So the force buy for the CTs does not pay off. And because they only saved 2 players, it doesn't look good either. So you can't really drop anything and get a really good buyout again here.
You can execute kind of a cool lobby crunch if you're just trying to get like an easy idea to maybe get the round over. But you got 2 MP9s that can wreak some havoc if they get in the right situation.
It's got to be the right conditions for the MP9s. And maybe this is one of them, down inside of the vent. But it would be a good call to challenge down ramp if there's no lobby crunch sign here for 3D Max. And they're going to go and split ramp room because they got Jocko all the way at hell already. He's spotting up plenty of players. And now they're cutting through the ramp setup. They should be ready to text Dodo. There's a team kill and all the chaos as well. Oh my goodness, Dodo's finally taken out. It was chaotic. But 3D Max should have some room to breathe for the next few seconds. But just as rotated down to Decon Door. Does he make a wild play?
Yes.
Yes, he does. And not enough time to get that bomb plant denied. And Exercise is now in a 1v2. Drop some utility into the smoke. It's a crazy round. That's a sick double door smoke thrown out by Exercise. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter because Mopaw's doesn't respect it.
That was actually so cool. He probably could do
is that intentional?
He probably could do that twice if he tried.
There's a part of me that wants to agree that okay, sure, that was intentional. He's a genius.
Who was at the decon door? Which one was that though? That was Just.
That was Just.
He did a really good job of just opening and it's so simple, but just opening and closing and just keeping track of where Exercise was playing in the 1v2. So always had information of where he was moving and relatively safe to set that up nicely. 8-7. And the op is out early on Stododo.
Stododo. Didn't get to see a whole lot of CT opping from 3D Max. Now we get it pretty early on for Stododo. Let's see if it makes a big difference, if it starts to take over the server. With Tech9s.
Towards ramp room we go.
Yeah, it's all about ramp pressure. And Davy, will he position himself accordingly? Good utility.
And do you go through that smoke if you're 3D Max? That op's got a deep angle outside, so Stododo's calling out that there's nothing. No nades, no one even jiggle peeking.
Smoke and flash cocked, ready to go. Davy sees the utility, sees his chance to drop down, break open the window, and force him to think about going towards hell instead. No one's dropped just yet for 3D Max, but now they do it. Now they commit. And is Davy going to step up? Is he going to deliver the necessary kills? No. Taken out by the Tech-9 that now unleashes its wrath upon this B-bomb site. And man, this smoke forcing the door to open the wrong way is so frustrating. We've seen it in the playoffs with
really
Katowice for Madden.
Apart inside.
It really is. Like Madden did it in Katowice playoffs and it cost him a chance to get a kill. And now it happened again for Mopaw's.
Oh, this is I can't believe it. Oh, whoa. You crazy with that AWP. One's in vents, he's gone down. You're going to lose the op as well. This round has been horribly played by Movistar.
Yeah, I don't even really know what to say about that. Stododo jumping around the corner with the op, getting into a dangerous position. And these Tech-9s just thrash the B-bomb site defense. And they're chasing after Mopaw's. Oh, taken out by Maka. And Adam S is just wondering what the hell has happened to his team. I think Davy definitely should have got at least 1-2 on that lower bomb site.
Yeah,
at least one.
It's a hard angle when you miss that, and especially against Tech-9s moving that quick. I think the real mistake was not the missed shot. It's more just the positioning on that ramp. That ramp spot can be really effective, but it almost feels like you need a second teammate to be down there with you to really maximize its potential. Otherwise, it's like, you know, he broke open the control windows as a little bit of a fake, but it's also like, why don't you just go there?
Yeah.
Why didn't you actually just head there?
questions to be
you know,
answered.
you have safety, you have some range with the M4 against the Tech 9s. You can pick one off and fall into cover and wait for your teammates. You can harass as they try and plant, and yeah, I think just the positioning more than anything was the mistake there.
Yeah.
8-8, and Movistar really still haven't gotten a grip of this CT side just yet.
No, not yet, but they still have the AWP out for Stododo. It's still available for the CTs. Third timeout used for 3D Max in regulation, so their choices to call timeouts have now run out in regulation at least. If we go to overtime,
They
which
get one extra.
right now seems pretty realistic, to be honest, given how back and forth this game has become. Another OT? Why not? All the bonus rounds here in the B stream, that's what it stands for. B for bonus.
B for bonus. I think it's secondary stream, Dinko.
Yeah, well, it just says B casters on this box right here. So
that's fair. I'll take the L.
Now I feel like this is personal. Secondary stream, B casters. I get it, guys. And Adam SL from heaven. Range to that M4, not enough damage done. And it is going to allow the bomb to go down secret with those smokes. So early positioning is good here for 3D Max, but Mopaz has already rotated down.
3D Max is taken outside so fast and so aggressive and assertively, like so many different rounds. They've done it again, already in secret, already challenging the off. Ooh, the flick over's not there.
Oh, he faked it. He faked it and ran back.
He's
It's
crazy.
so genius. Oh, he's a mad genius. He's got himself a headshot on that second play, but not enough damage to bring him down. If Mopaz got a double out of that, that would have been a nasty little play.
Yeah, but it's interesting seeing them not press the issue to that lower bomb site. So, you know, you've bought time for players to shift in a little bit deeper, so there's still going to be a resistance, which makes me feel like at the moment 3D Max is investigating the idea of heading elsewhere, of finishing elsewhere than this lower site.
Ooh, Maka taking damage, smoke blown open by the grenade. And that allows the kill for daviG. Had a moment in time where his opponent was visible, not shrouded in the cover of the smoke. 4v3 now established, make it 4v2 with that kill from Stododo out from heaven. 24 seconds. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think actually not pressing the issue when you get that kill on Mopaz was really rough for 3D Max. Stalled out where they wanted to go. You're trying to keep some attention lower with the utility, with the smoke, with the Molotov towards ramp. But you don't really have the pieces to really execute that properly to crack you into the upper bomb site, and it just kind of faded away. Phases
away also works.
Does it?
Yeah, you can phase the smoke. You sit in the smoke and
sure.
Phase it is the term we're using these days.
I'll take it.
And you know what? Falcons are being phased out, it would seem, as well over on that A stream. So
that's a shame.
Phase looking good. I mean, there's clear favorites coming in the RMRs, but there's also a lot of teams that we don't know how good they're going to be. And I think there's going to be some brutal heartbreak.
I think it works in both directions too. I feel like there are some good teams that probably seem better than they actually are.
Yeah.
And I think there's
a lot of team like G2, for example.
Yeah, you could put them in there. That we'll see if they can actually rise to it. I would put Falcons in there as well, just based off how well they did at Katowice.
Yeah.
You could have like a little overestimation of where they're at as a team. Yeah, Ents, we still don't know what they are.
Well, they have Spirit in the opening game, so they're about to get donked.
And they're just as good as we think.
Yeah, they're definitely, probably even better than we think. Adam S, good kill though, that's Exercise. He's out of there, and that's a full 5v4 established thanks to the CT side's opening pick. And oh, what? What did Maka see? What did he see? It's got to look different on his screen compared to that right eye peek, perhaps going against them.
Let's just be happy they're not invisible anymore at that angle.
Yeah, true. That is true.
He saw something. And we can be happy about that.
There was a moment in time the night before. It was the night before the IAM Katowice playoffs. And there was a little gap that you could get from heaven, and it would open up an invisible wall in secret, and you could see players running down secret.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
It was just absolutely crazy, and it fortunately was patched very quickly. But
that's why I'm so glad I'm not a developer.
Yeah, it's like
they probably changed.
We'll
something,
fix this one thing.
Probably changed something with the sound, and then like the wall disappeared.
Yeah, now you can actually like walk out the map on Ubis as well. So
Cool.
couple of things. They'll be fixed very soon. The fixes have been coming in hot and heavy.
I think they should bring back pigeon riding.
Oh, that was my favorite. That was absolutely my favorite thing about Counter-Strike. The fact you can jump on the pigeon on Ivy on the train, and now jumping on this chance to take over the A bomb site is Maka. Good shot on Mopaz, now just to the back of the bomb site. Not always the easiest position, but if he isolates these fights, he can break them down. 9 seconds, that's the bomb. No chance now for 3D Max. 10 rounds from Movistar Koi. And they are now looking primed and ready to take over the server here and close out this game to go 1-1.
That was a nice shot from Maka, but just, I mean, just one-upped by just inside the site. Nice headshot. Good job anchoring things down. And a slow-paced round falls out of the grasp of 3D Max. Yeah, he did. He saw a little bit more than I would have expected, actually.
Yeah, it definitely didn't look like that from Stadodo's POV.
No, it did not.
Are you still happy? Still happy getting up out of his seat?
Coach is checking his heart rate.
It's like, am I alive? It's all good. Surviving the heart attack. And now just $2,000 in the bank across the board. It's a upgraded Deagle. That's the only weapon purchased in this round for 3D Max. 11 rounds almost guaranteed at this point for Movistar Riders. Or Koi. Rather Koi, yes.
That's a cool Deagle skin.
The Prince Stream.
I like that.
Yeah, got a little Prince Stream combo myself. M4A1.
Ooh,
and the Deag.
I like that.
Nice.
Oh, those are the kills that piss you off if you're Stadodo. You're like, really?
Yeah.
That's the one that lands?
Bang. Now Mopaz, he senses a timing to get through that squeaky door. It either works out perfectly or it's death to Mopaz. He closes the door after one, so it doesn't allow them to chase after him.
They might make the decision to attack him at mini. They know that Dink is there.
Yeah, he's actually gone out in the open as well. Look how low he is.
It's so risky.
Oh my goodness. Mopaz is absolutely crazy. He switches to the AWP instead. Comes back, doesn't hit the shot. Now hoping that AMS protects him. I don't know how Mopaz is still alive. Oh my god, he still gets a kill. Lots of damage being done outside. Lucky now detected walking into main, so just gets his rifle ready. It is 11. And this is why I always start these rounds by saying almost guaranteed, or surely, or close to happening.
You had your bets.
Because Counter-Strike is crazy.
I felt like there was going to be something more profound there at the end, but nope, just Counter-Strike is crazy.
Yeah, especially today.
Especially today. 11-8.
Well, this is it really for 3D Max, isn't it? They lose this round. Their legs are swept underneath them.
At least need a plant to make that next buy a little dangerous, right? Get that extra money in there.
Get some extra cash.
Ooh, but I like the aggression. I like the aggression. Op hasn't seen anything. Adam S hears footsteps, hears jumping. I don't think he realized one's crossed.
No, but even if he does, he wants this kill. He's going back to have a look at it. Mopaz has already rotated down, so they've got that base covered if there is a player who's gone down secret. And that's now not a problem anymore. Interesting peek from Just. Grenade in hand as well.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that today.
Punished, as it should be.
Well, now the Op's going to slide outside. I mean, despite all this, Movistar really doesn't have a good read of what's happening. They did clear out Secret, they did clear out outside, but it's been plenty of time since they last saw those positions. They'll realize Secret is clear, but not aware of the danger Haji and Yoko present. And this has got to be a mini wrap to join up with Lucky, right? That's the only thing that really feels like it could have success.
Or a main wrap.
There's
the
that
translation, and yeah, grenade does land at the toes of Lucky. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage. And Mopaz once again.
It's like he gets bored.
Yeah, he doesn't stand still. Yeah, he always has to have something, constant stimulation. And it often works out for him because he gets around the backside. Now Adam S peeks out for CT Vent. They're distracted. They're looking towards Mopaz's last known position, and that sets up a free kill, which puts Haji in a 1v3 with limited time. 15 seconds left. At least he has the bomb on his back, but
go for the plant.
Getting the plant here is the biggest key to the round, and I don't even think he's going to be allowed that. Peek from heaven, peek from hut, denial of everything. And you mentioned getting a bomb plant, what it can do for a good buy, and they don't get it. So now 3K average.
All right, well, let's see what they can bring to bear in this battle. This potentially last round of the map. It was scrappy, it was back and forth a little bit at different stages, but once Movistar clicked into the CT side, it's been pretty solid for them. A few hiccups, but overall coasting to a victory at this point. 4 chances to close out Nuke. And it's not a pretty buy. 2 MAC-10s, Tech 9, Scout, and Galil.
Grenade blows open that secret cross smoke, but not enough for Stadodo. Risky peek, stays alive, goes into credit card, but is mullied out. And look at this, Exercise pushing. Doesn't have the weapon for it, but Mopaz is certainly going to hold down the fort on the A bomb site. Double kill on Jocko and Haji. They can't get into main, they can't push the issue onto this A bomb site. And Movistar Riders now in pole position to close out this series. Lucky's at the vent. Oh, it doesn't work for him. Just runs over the top and rips his head off.
Ooh, and now Davy G hears everything. Tap it away, knows there's one beneath him. It's a scout, it's unwieldy. He's found that. And this is the final gasp. Tech 9 in hand won't do the trick. Movistar's gonna take Nuke 13-8. And they move on to the 1-1 games.
Yeah, cheers of Vamos running around inside the Movistar Koi camp. They're very happy with the performance there towards the end. That CT half was dominant. Scrappy start, strong finish. The Movistar Riders now, or rather Koi, 1-1. And we look at the other side of the story though, going 0-2 here for 3D Max. It's got to feel rough, especially because of the roller coaster of emotions they've been on today. You go 5-0 up against Falcons, now you're down 0-2.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you had to have always known that's going to be a tough affair, right? Especially when you kind of get in and see some of this competition, and yeah, a little bit of a bummer for them. Some okay things, and again, it felt like today they had like a pretty decent start, and just they couldn't sustain it throughout the entirety of the half.
Yeah, not deep enough.
I mean, Movistar came storming back in that first half, won like 5 of the last 6 rounds of the half to take a little bit of a lead, and yeah, they just clean up business. And remember, it comes down to experience and sort of what I mentioned. Yeah, Lucky's experience, yeah, Haji's experience, but you have on the other side guys who have made deep runs in some playoffs at top-tier events in Cologne a couple of years back. So Movistar just showed a little bit of better preparation, I think.
And it's hard to play against a player like Mopaz when you're on the T side trying to play your own style. You get into a 3v3 and then suddenly he's pushed you, he's found the gap, he's behind you. It can be such a disruptive nuisance to play against.
And I've spoken with him in the past about it too, and he's mentioned like a couple times, like he kind of, the way he thinks about the game and makes his decisions, he wants to be disruptive. He wants to find the unlikeliest, push that you're not going to consider. He wants to find things that nobody else executes in these in similar situations, so that he can catch people off guard. And today he was fantastic at it. I think it's a harder style to pull off against the best competition in the world, but today it was very, very effective.
Yeah, this kind of level, you can find more gaps, you can be more effective.
Yep.
But for 3D Max, it does get very difficult now going down 0-2. That the dreams of a 3D Max sticker, and of course, obviously making it to the major, are running thin. But we have got plenty more action to come up today. So if you're enjoying the Counter-Strike here across both streams at the PGL RMR, well, plenty more to come your way. The next game is going to be Virtus.pro versus Fnatic.
Ooh, lovely.
That's, those are two teams that I'm a little confused about at the moment. I was very positive about Virtus.pro at the start of the year, and I think their Katowice run maybe threw that out the window just a little bit, and I'm very disappointed in the Fnatic roster, like what it is. But the result was good today.
Okay.
So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what we got.
Sure. Yeah, I'm interested to see if that'll be a VP recovery after Katowice. We'll cover that in the next game. This one, yeah, I guess, there's not really a whole lot to say about it, is there, with Movistar?
No, I think the first half was competitive, second half wasn't. And that's where you run out of things to say. And you got to, I guess, sing the praises of Mopaz just being disruptive and doing his job.
I almost didn't even realize he was dropping like 27 kills. That's crazy.
120 ADR.
That's a huge performance. Yeah, he was just a thorn in the side of 3D Max from start to finish. So well done for Mopaz being the load carrier for Movistar. And yeah, it's kind of hard to judge where they're going to be at in terms of, we don't know who they're going to face in the next round quite yet, but just in terms of this performance, is that an indication of what they can do moving forward to try and actually make the major itself?
Yeah, Movistar have had a pretty terrible time of things, a pretty bad track record when it comes to making the majors and getting through the RMRs. Often they fall in the closed qualifiers online, in the open qualifiers. Yeah. So the fact they made it to the RMR, this is their best chance to actually get it through to the major, because so often they struggle online. But for the likes of 3D Max, it doesn't feel like they have the recipe right now to make it. Usually when you see these teams that are upset teams, especially at the last RMR, there was one player that was like crazy good on their team. I think Monty was a great example with Boros. They didn't look great coming into the event, but Boros was getting like 30 kills every map.
It's a tough project too. Like, again, we touched on at the start, like Owen Regional being like a French team, and we've heard there's been so much publicity from French players on how much the scene has fallen and how little talent there is to work with. So it's really a long-term project that 3D Max is embarking on to try and lift that region back up. And yeah, qualifying to the major would be a great benefit and potentially speed that process up, but it's not quite there yet. Either way, we got VP Fnatic coming next. We're headed off to a break, and we'll see you guys there.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
I'm now here with the Movistar Koi team, and it's a new looking jersey, still the same good players coming in, but you had to go through these open qualifiers, and it's obviously not easy, but you did it. How was that whole experience for you guys?
It was really thought because when we were playing in the first qualifier, we just got disqualified by one team that were using cheats apparently. We just meet in the next day just to keep practice and something like that, because we just had like 1 week of practice before that. And apparently 5 or 10 minutes before the second day start, they call us, guys, you have to come to the server. So we were like, okay, let's go. I mean, why not? You know what I mean?
So you didn't know you were going to play and you were not ready to play, but you played.
Yeah, and of course it was a really good opportunity for us, because in the moment that you just get qualified in the first qualifier, it's like, okay, every stress is going down.
But it's still stressful going through the closed qualifier, right? But you guys pulled off some great results in that. Was that where you had a lot of confidence?
Yeah, we were going to the closed qualifier with everything that we have. The first opponent, it was Team Spirit. It was really
crazy,
difficult
right?
to beat them. But I don't know, in a best of 1, you can beat anyone. So in that moment, we were like, okay guys, if we just destroy Dong, we are going to win. But we didn't destroy them, but at least we won.
Yeah, exactly. The win is so important. Now, coming here, do you feel more nerves, more pressure? How is it for you guys as a team right now, just a day before we start?
I think that we doesn't feel any pressure right now. Before coming here in the last week, we were training and making the practice and everything. It wasn't the best days of practice, but in the last day before coming, it was pretty beautiful. So we are coming here with all the courage that we have. We want to give everything, and let's see how everything goes. I mean, we are coming here mentally for winning. So.
Your opening game is against Navi. Not an easy one at all, but what do you feel going into that match?
So, I think it's going to be harder than I expect, because even when they are losing players like Simple or whatever, they are keep performing. They are not with Electronic and I don't know, Perfecto and the other stuff that they won. They were like the best team in the world back then. But right now, the team that they have is performing better in the last weeks, last month, because I don't know, maybe in the moment that they had Wonderful, that he's a really kind guy inside the game. Maybe it's helping them with just having a good vibes, as I said before, and that's super important in the game, because there is no way that you can forget that when you are playing a video game, even if you are doing it professionally, you in the moment that you start, when you had 7-8 years ago, old or whatever, the thing is you just play to enjoy the game, just to be happy and funny. And get fun. So in the moment that they replace Simple with Wonderful, I think that they just grab that things, and right now they are just having a really good times in the game, and that's the thing that is going to be that are making them just to be really good.
Would you say that though they're maybe a less scary team now without Simple being there?
No, I think they are better now.
Wow. Okay.
I think they are better now.
So very scary for you then.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how it goes. Thank you very much, man, and good luck going into the
Thank you very
RMR.
much. Thanks.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Down before, I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripped into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the PGL European RMRs. It's Group A, and we've got ourselves some winner games, Jason. We've had some losers. Now we get some winners.
Wow.
Yeah.
Less fortunate players is how I like to call them.
Yes, that would be the more politically correct term, but the reality is we now have the real champions. The winners, Fnatic, up first versus Virtus.pro.
Yeah, spicy affair. And we kind of touched on it as the last game ended. Virtus.pro, a weird team to categorize because they don't always look great. They don't always look their best. But at the same time, like they always feel dangerous just by the style of Counter-Strike that they play, whether you love it or you hate it or you just are neutral about it. That style always makes them feel like a contender.
I don't even think this game will come down to style. I think this game is going to come down to the fact they have Flit, they have Fame, they've got Mir, and of course, they have Jame. And today, it was kind of Flit and Mir popping off the most. Mir had a really good performance. And I think he was really under a lot of pressure and scrutiny because of his performance in Katowice. A lot of people were putting the blame on him. Obviously, it can't be just one player, but he didn't have the greatest individual performance. He kicked off today with a massive, massive moment.
You know, I feel like Mir's never going to get like the big numbers the way like a Fame, a Flit, or a Norbert can. But one thing that I've always like really liked when I watch Mir is I feel like his first bullet accuracy is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
like
that's why he got away with being super aggressive.
Yeah, like he can hit a dink and he can get a kill really quickly. He's not going to be the volume fragger, but obviously we know these guys. We've watched these guys for plenty of time. They're going to be super dangerous, and I would say that they're massive favorites in this matchup against Fnatic. And I still like, again, it's one of those teams where I think like the way I think about them is just I don't even like care that they just bombed out of Katowice. Like that doesn't like hurt in my brain like how dangerous of a team this can be. This is another team that I would still kind of put in a category that can make a very deep run in Copenhagen as well.
I mean, these guys are major champions. Now, this is a major champion team.
Yeah.
Last RMR didn't even make it as the defending champions. They didn't make it to the major because they had probably one of the biggest dramas, weirdest moments in RMR history where they had to make a Norbert Chiron switch mid-event.
Oh, that was so strange.
Yeah,
that one's going to go down in history. And Krim's obviously the legacy Fnatic
He'll
player.
go down in history.
He's still the old guard. He's going to be a Hall of Famer for sure. Surrounded by these guys, Body.
Natus with the best mouse mat in history.
That one's going to mess with me. The mouse mat's an issue, but more just like we just had Davy G, we just had Adam S, and now it's just Mattis.
Yeah.
It makes me want to say Matty S.
Matty S? Yeah. Well, QB, though, now that is a name. And we got Afro coming in, too. We've seen Afro. We got used to seeing Afro at Pro League. We know what he can do. We know the skill he's got. But this Fnatic team, man, this is not a team that you would usually put beside the Fnatic logo.
No, this is a lineup that still definitely has to prove itself. And a lineup that you would imagine, you know, if they want to take that next step, I mean, if they don't show something at this major, you have to imagine roster changes in their future. They're kind of stuck in that same, like, I hate to say it, but I mean, they are stuck in that same, like, NIP cycle where it's like, they're trying to find lineups and find things that give them the path to the future to rebuild on.
This feels like one of those legacy esports organizations that have such a great team in Counter-Strike for so many years, but maybe couldn't keep up with the level of investment we're seeing from the likes of like Falcons coming in, G2.
Who can?
Yeah, no, like no one can, right? So this is a team that have to be a lot more realistic with inflated salaries and pulling players in with huge buyouts. So they've had to go with more unproven players and a smaller roster compared to what they would like. And with Mezzi departing, that's a player you get in on maybe a cheaper contract and then he goes to a big team like Vitality. You don't really have the resources to then get another Mezzi or another player who's even better than that. So they're making do with what they can. It just hasn't given us the best looking roster.
Yeah, there's some skill here. Just like none of the names really give you that wow factor the way like a VP, for instance, VP, does. You know, with someone like Jane, with someone like Fame and Flit. So yeah, I think they're going to be heavily outmatched in this. And again, like with the roster like this that you're trying to like make work and trying to get deep into this competition, that VP style, that kind of like the slow paced overall, but like can have some very aggressive micro plays. Just the way they work the map, it's going to be very tough to handle. So I think VP takes this with relative ease.
Now, I heard earlier today that there was a little bit of anti-strutting, a lot of preparation with the way Kita likes to coach. So they would have come into that opening game very ready for their opening game Fnatic. You know, a lot of preparation against BetBoom. But, you know, you're going against a VP that you have not had any time to turn around. And this isn't a team you can prepare against very quickly. You know, if you want to anti-strat VP, you got to have a lot of time to do it. But they didn't have a lot of time. They've only had maybe a few hours between their games, right? So this is definitely going to be quite difficult for Fnatic on that front, because usually you would say an underdog has a chance if they have a lot of time to prepare, but they didn't.
Well, this is where you really test like the kind of the playbook that gets built between a coach and an analyst and a team, right? Is how much information do you have from VP over the past months, the past year that you can draw from? Because yeah, you don't have time to study replays and study demos and look up everything you want to look up. But in theory, you've been in tournaments with them before, you've played against them before, you have some kind of a playbook and idea of what they're going to do, and you talk things through. And also, also remember too, like Fnatic against BetBoom is one thing. Against VP, it's kind of like make sure. This is why I think VP can be so dangerous, is because it's also like make sure you're the most comfortable, because they're going to be so good at making you uncomfortable inside the server. So make sure that your team is on the same page before you can really look at the opposition and try and actually work the map against them.
Well, taking that word comfortable, we'll apply it to the map Vito, and we see Ancient has come through. Both of these teams, you would say, are comfortable on this map. They've both got good win-loss records on it. VP, I think, is 7-2, Fnatic 6-2. So this is definitely a situation where coming into this, both teams should be able to compete in a comfortable fashion, but you just got to say VP are better. You know, there's no way that there's anywhere you can go with that other than VP are the better team today. They've got the better in-game leader, they've got more firepower, and they're a very good Ancient team. So it seems almost completely likely that we see VP go 2-0 up today in the RMRs. And be one game away from the major.
That's the sense I get as well. There's some X factors. Afro popping off in a best of one can be pretty crazy. Crims, if he rolls back the years a little bit, and we know Crim still remains effective to this day. It's just he's kind of he's effective in like a role player position. He's not going to be like the main engine driving the team forward.
He closed the opening game with an ace. He got all 5 kills.
Good for Crims.
As an A anchor on Anubis, he was getting aggressive instead of like dropping back into the side. He pushed forward for each kill. And he eventually found himself outside of A main where he completed all 5 kills. So we know Crims has still got it. One of the most consistent players in Counter-Strike history. And the fact we're in a new game and he's still doing it.
I'm really curious. I like watching VP. I've started to come around on their game. I know it's a kind of a crazy thing to say because I used to hate it, but I've been coming around a little bit more, and I really like watching like how they kind of mix in like fast opening plays with like a slower play style overall. Like they will aggressively take map control or a portion of the map very, very quickly, very early in the round, and then slow play things from there. And that can put a lot of pressure on defenses when they get in that mood.
So is this sort of idea of controlling the pace rather than like having one pace the whole time?
Yeah, and like with the way they like to move around the map, having that one piece of map control is so huge, because like it does make the defense think, it does make them have to kind of consider. So you have like a piece of map control, and it maybe feels like you have more than you actually do, so the defense plays timid, which gives you more space to kind of work the late round situation. There's just a lot of craftiness to it.
Yeah, I hope Matisse has push to talk on. He's not squeaking that rubber duck right into the microphone in front of everyone. Definitely don't want to hear that. But we have got, unfortunately, a little small delay. There's been a little PC turn off by accident. So that happens.
If you ever want to know about pro players, someone pushed the wrong power button, so turned something off, and now they got to turn it back on.
Well, we'll wait for the boot out.
We won't say who.
Yeah, we won't say who, but he may be on camera right now. And we're waiting for that to unravel. So here we go, into Ancient, fast PCs, power back on, ready to go. CT side for Virtus.pro, Fnatic on the T side.
Yeah, a little bit
to go 2-0.
A little bit of utility as well. 2 smokes, Molotov, and a flashbang for Fnatic's attack, but it's a full mid aggression and infestation, you could say, from Virtus.pro. Flashbang's out, but James don't care.
Yeah, James doesn't care about being blinded. He works a miracle or two, and he is finally taken out by body. But once again, there's so many players to reply to that by Virtus.pro mid.
I almost felt like that should have been more dominant for VP, considering they had 4 players there, but I think the timing and the execute of when that flashbang actually came out and the players streamed out threw things off a little bit. And now there's a lot of pressure. Norbert, Fame pushing forward. Norbert's gone down. Fame needs this kill, and he's got it, and the last player blocked off by Smoke. So Crim's left in a 1v2.
Crims.
And he doesn't have the bomb.
Yeah, that's the problem. If he had the bomb, maybe he can believe in getting the bomb down, and then maybe he has a chance from there. But do they know? Yeah, they got the bomb. Surely they do.
They should know. It's right by the right by the box.
So they're gonna hop up and consider maybe he went around T-spawn to the double doors. So Crims is just gonna push on through. Get a long way around. There's a lot of time left in the round, but a lot of ground to make up. So by the time he gets to that bomb, there's gonna be what, about 20 seconds left? And from that point, yeah, you just gotta sprint to the bomb site.
Well, if he gets one clean headshot, things open back up pretty quickly.
They've doubled up, though. That's the problem. So 10 seconds to go before he gets that bomb. Gonna sprint, and just as he looks away, Fame decides he's probably in middle at this point, goes for the timing peak, and makes it happen. So 1-0, VP have the pistol.
Yeah, nice mid-stack from VP to shut down Fnatic. And they get a start on the positive note. Fnatic with no plant, likely to save. Here's the engagement. James doing some work in mid, 2 kills before going down. A lot of bodies here, and that's why the trading felt a little bit weird at first, but that kill obviously really seals it with the smoke pluming at the same time as well. Nice and easy. 1-0 and no investment from Fnatic.
So VP are going to have a nice and easy 2-0 start. Should melt through these Glocks without issue.
One flashbang.
Just one. So how
One
much can you really
flashbang
get from that?
to take middle.
One flash to rule them all. UMPs continue to be purchased by Virtus.pro. It feels like the only team that do it.
Yeah.
And I started doing it in my own games. I'm like, maybe they're on the side. I'm going to follow the school of James.
How's that going for you? Good?
It's just worse.
Okay,
It's just like
yeah.
you save $50. I guess that's the idea. Get Jam the op.
I've asked a couple of players about it, and they all kind of say like, why?
Yeah, it's like there is no sense to it. I guess literally the only thing is like the economic incentive. Like if they're really penny pinching that much, it's a little cheaper.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm sure they have a different logic to it that we haven't heard from them. Maybe I'll just ask them at some point.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Go to the source.
I mean, I've tried to ask Jam questions.
How'd that go? Good.
Conversations are always very short with Jam.
Ask him about the UMP.
Yeah, I will. Next time I bump into him, I'm going to ask him about. Actually, I'll do that today if I can find him. I'll ask him about the UMP, and I'll let the people know what's happening. But maybe it just won't divulge that information. Maybe it's like a super secret weapon of Virtus.pro. And he's planning something for the major. He's saving strats for the major.
By showing the UMP.
Yeah. It's the next level move from Jame. AK-47's out for Fnatic. The full eco last round is a bonus here for Virtus.pro, and it's worked out pretty well early doors. Crim's just down through the smoke.
That's just Mir running and gunning back and forth and just getting lucky. Look at Natus.
He's so damn low.
Yeah, his HP is, he's not having fun.
Yeah, now comes the UMP. Now this should be where it struggles against Kevlar. Oh, what the Fame is in an awkward position.
No
and
way.
Somehow he still gets away with it. Oh, and the smoke down as well. It's not really affecting the round here at all. Maybe dropping the FPS of body, give the UMP an extra chance. There we go. Takes him out with it. Second kill on the UMP, and Fame drops back into the donut. This is a disastrous start to the gun rounds for Fnatic.
Yeah, it doesn't get much worse, to be completely honest with you, especially when you consider 3 SMGs. It's like, hey, everybody, come over to A main. There's plenty of free AK-47s on the ground, so you get bonus money, and you get an upgrade to the strong rifle.
Yeah, the vultures of Virtus.pro swarm around the A bomb site. Couple upgrades available. Norbert sprinting to get his. Wonder if he made it. We'll have to wait and see. But VP will be very happy about that. We called it a bonus round. For good reason, because if you can make all that money on those SMGs, wow, unlucky Crims.
Very lucky for VP on 2 occasions. That opening kill through smoke, and then Fame going out for the peak with utility and realizing there are 2 people without weapons in hands that he needs to fight. So 3-0.
And now Fnatic without a bomb planter, right back down to pistols again. A couple players on for Kevlar. When I say a couple, I mean 3. It's QB, Body, and Mattis. Tech9s, P250s. Can sometimes be a recipe for success. But I think we have to paint the picture as well, Jason, that this very easily could become an absolute stomp in
yes,
favor of Virtus.pro.
This can get out of control very, very quickly. They do superficial damage. And I mean, certainly it's already 3 rounds in and it feels like it's already primed for that considering the upgrade to AK-47s and how much money was saved by VP's CT side. So we'll start seeing that economy balloon. Fame's already at 6,800.
8 kills. 0 deaths. James up there with 5.
I think the only reason Norbert doesn't have more is he upgraded to an M4.
Yeah, instead of keeping the UMP.
He dropped the UMP.
Didn't get a free upgrade. Surprised he was allowed to do that. Jane would have just given him a death stare. 40 seconds, mid-control, now being taken by Fnatic. Utility at the ready for Mir just to drop out of smoke. Oh! Okay, Mir gets a taste of his own medicine. Run and gun, and the Tech-9s have burst through Donut. Here comes Jame. Huge hole in it, but his shot misses. His teammates are starting to fall like flies. Plants starting to come in from Fnatic. If nothing else, a bomb plant is massive, but a 4v3 with picked up weapons, you've got to start believing in a chance to win this round, but Flit has come out swinging from the temple. And Crim's inside of the donut. It's just a deagle. He wasn't able to pick up a better weapon. It's not the best weapon for the job if the smoke goes down on the bomb, but there is no smoke in hand at the moment.
It's more the AWP. He needs to find a kill before the AWP gets in position. That's good damage.
Yeah, now James is holding, has to move in. Kit now picked up. Oh, big shot. Crims brings down James, and time is now ticking, so far gone. Flit is one bullet from death, and he will just concede. Crims wins the 1v2, and what a shot on James.
Well, that's a thing of beauty. I think because of the initial tag, Flit doesn't want to get on the bomb and defuse, which puts Jane forward, which takes the op off holding for that peak. Big, big clutch from Crims. That is stellar. And all of a sudden, that puts a huge obstacle in VP. This is all that money that felt like it was just going to balloon and blow up. Look at this opening kill. But it all disappears as they have to rebuy in this round.
And then Crims, oh, just nails the shot on James. Couldn't be bad to that. Fnatic going for a timeout, calling that immediately.
I think they realized too, like this is such a great chance to inflict further damage if you can string these 2 rounds together.
We were just mentioning how the money was going to balloon. It looked like VP were setting themselves up with that idyllic start to start dominating Fnatic. But a round like that really is kind of the lifeline being thrown out to you to get a good start here in the first half.
Yeah, doubled up rifles in Donut. I don't know, like a donut push essentially from VP, and only go 2 for 2 is heartbreaking. That's not enough production from those resources if you're VP. Good Molotov to prevent anyone from jumping up on towards ledge. Smoke clears, and he was just past James' vision, but they're still fighting for mid, and they're destroying everyone.
Yeah, just absolutely destroying everything Fnatic showed them. And it's frustrating for Fnatic because you call a timeout after a miracle round. And you hope that it does provide the opportunity to start building on that. And then you come into a mid fight, and the first engagement you have in the round is immediately 3 for 0.
This is the hard part. Like if you give VP too many clean rounds like this, they're gonna feast all day.
Oh, Norbert's giving me a little bit of anxiety with some of his peaks. He's gonna change up his position and go around long. He knows that Flit's making that rotation to the site as well. So right now, nothing to worry about for Virtus.pro. They've got a very good B setup, and this is the only pathway in for Fnatic.
Yeah, if you're VP, like you're super comfortable. You don't have to do anything at all. The only 2 players, just chill. I mean, even this you have to realize, and I'm sure Virtus.pro's calling it out, it's just someone kind of probing and looking for a mistake and looking to apply a little bit of pressure and make you move. It's not any kind of commitment, so no cause for panic just yet. And now you've spotted the other one in middle.
Yeah, so you know the bomb is either inside of, or rather at the bottom of the B ramp or in middle. So right now, it is just going to be the save call for Fnatic. Body and Afro backing away. They will concede this. And the round was over before it really got going. So Virtus.pro now back in that position to build the money. Fame is having one hell of a start here, 11-1 on kills.
But this is a real danger. I mean, if you can't take middle at all from VP, they're gonna punish you. We saw that in this round, obviously, just shutting it down. That's a head-on-head battle in middle. And Fnatic get nothing out of it. Not a trade, not a kill, nothing.
Yeah, no bomb plan obviously means no money on top of the residual cash, so it doesn't just pump them up above that buy line. So at this point, you're looking at maybe a half buy, a couple upgraded pistols.
You have the 2 AK-47, so I imagine you upgrade a couple pistols, but prioritize the utility so you can actually activate the AK-47s to go find you some frags.
Matt is seriously telling me he plays for Fnatic to have those lovely, crisp orange mouse pads. And he's like, no.
Yeah, someone in the marketing department's like, let's get him a new pad.
Yeah.
Let's get it in there.
But maybe he's got to this level playing with the same pad, so it's got some attachment to it.
Sentimental value.
Exactly. Can't be too long until it falls apart, literally. Wait, he's spammed down Crims, who's had a bit of a tough time here on this T side. He's had that big clutch, and then other than that, he's been spammed down through the smoke at elbow, spammed through the walls. He's not even seeing the opponents.
Yeah, good utility from Virtus.pro with nades and Molotovs to soften up their targets, and it's quickly down to just one single player. Against 5.
Yeah, QB.
QB.
Let's see what he's got. Tech 9. Into the double doorway. Looking for a better weapon, but there's no spoil of war for him to grab.
Just give him one.
One Tech 9. Oh, there's your chance, and he didn't take it. He didn't take that opportunity, and Mir will punish that inaccuracy. So 5-1, money back for Fnatic. They've got to get this T-side going now.
The money's still just in such a weird situation for him, with 2 players having saved, not getting bonus money the previous round. Just a little bit awkward. Let's see what they can scrape together. Either way, Virtus.pro is looking rock solid outside of a Tech9 push towards Donut.
Well, this is the 1-0 game. There's another one happening over on the A stream. That's G2 versus Eternal Fire. Currently, it's a good day for Turkey. 11-9 for Eternal Fire over there.
Hello. Oh, Mir pushing down, and you're not through that smoke quick enough. Flashbangs don't do their job as well. Oh, Fame covers Mir's back.
Awkward fights. I cannot believe Mir is still standing. I can't believe his heart still beats, and he gets another one. And he still takes damage and doesn't die. This guy's immortal.
If Afro
Finally.
if Afro committed to that smoke, he would have had that kill. Now Fame's the one in trouble as one comes from ledge as well. So they're sticking around pretty long. There's a little bit of danger, but now James here with the AWP can survey the field.
Oh, and when James in red and he's got his AWP all ready to go, you definitely feel like you're in safe hands if you're Virtus.pro, but Afro has slipped his way into the donut smoke.
It's closer than James thinks.
Yeah, it seemed like James wasn't quite aware of that, and I don't think his jump spotting is going to detect it. In fact, he's very lucky he went for a shoulder peek there. If he didn't, he would have been under a lot of pressure. Still is. Afro runs around the corner. How does James get away with the Tech9 kill?
Awkward fight. James just luring him deeper and deeper into the flames, tucking into a corner. That felt like that kill, was going to come out a little bit earlier. So Body steps up to the plate inside Red Room.
Body. He slips through. Shadow might betray him, but Norbert does not detect him. Smoke goes down towards CT. Body goes through his own smoke, using it as cover to extend out into the open.
Yeah, but James and A main, there's no way you can plant. You'd have Fame coming through middle to Donut as well.
It's the limited time that's worrying too, because you could fake plant and try and draw James into the peak, but he doesn't have that luxury now with limited time. But the time he gets into the site, there's going to be just enough to lock the plant in. And now he's got a Donut player he's just spotted. He knows he's dead. He knows he doesn't have this round anymore. And he might die after the time. James at least gives him a bit of mercy.
He's merciful, yeah. The benevolent god. 5-round lead. Pretty convincing 5-round lead as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, outside of that Crim's clutch, that probably still should have gone the way of VP. It has just been one-sided. Another game here on the B stream we're currently watching too. This isn't the only one left for today. We have got another one. It's Na'Vi coming back to the studio. They've got themselves a matchup against Enterprise, a Polish team. They got a W today.
Polish Counter-Strike making a comeback. And Fnatic this time say, you know what? Let's not mess with middle. VP seem to have good protocols in place. We've struggled to have any impact there, have any success whatsoever. In fact, it's usually just backfired. It's ended with us being slaughtered. So this time with these pistols, let's not mess with it. We'll go elsewhere.
So the B-bomb site seems to be the selection for this attack. Flit and Norbert at the top of the ramp. Flit just clears out close beehive, no one there. And now Crims up on top of that box, nearly gets a chance to knock out Flit. He just trade bullets, none of them landing. Natus gets deeper into cave with every step and every second that ticks on.
3 players here though. James gonna slide over and get an angle with the AWP. Towards cave, 2 M4s to keep some spacing and some distance. Flit's playing a dangerous game as this boost comes in. Oh, he spots it out though. Great damage done. He's forced him back, but Maddie's pounced.
Yeah, big swing in that Tech9, and now they're trying to create distraction to allow this ramp rush through the smoke. Flit stays composed, and James with him. VP were put under pressure for a moment, but they do not crack.
Timeout called, second one for Fnatic, and it makes sense. Boy, do they need it.
They definitely need it.
Crims has 1 kill. That was the clutch. Killing James the diffuser.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. Sick kill, though.
It was a nice kill. If you're going to only get 1 kill. Hey, it's led to a round win, so
yeah,
in terms of impact.
True, he's had the most impact.
He's killing it.
But also, Crims has had a few rounds where he's literally just been completely locked out without seeing any of his opponents. So we'll give him some slack. We'll cut him slack in this one. Good angle to catch the execute in. You can see Flit, he trusts his teammates so much that he just tucks in to the default box, or the pillar, and is able to look down onto B. Watch that ramp rush, and shut it down. Loving the amount of rock music we have today, Jason.
Yeah, it's pumping in.
I think back in your day, you know, there was none of this dubstep and electronic music. They had cool, like, rock music.
Yeah.
And then copyright started coming in and ruining all the Frag movies.
Yeah. It's a sad history, the history of Frag movies.
Yeah. I remember going around Sponge's house. He's making me watch all the old stuff.
I know, he does. He has that on replay.
Yeah, he's like, hey, this is what it used to be like back in the glory days.
Yeah, every time I go over there, I'm like, please no more Frag movies.
I remember God B used to play. What? Yep, he's hit that one. 3 damage. I missed the early days of CS2 when you could jump up on that light and you would have like a really deep angle.
Oh my lord.
Mattis not having a good time?
No, the worst time.
Too much pepper, not enough salt.
That's the second time I've seen him down to like red HP by the time he makes it to the cave entrance. Like, it's just no fun. And now, like, with that HP, you can't really do anything. Missed opportunity for Afro. That would have been a great find.
Yeah, it really would have. That's even better, though. James grabs Crims in mid, have once again locked out without impact. 1 and 8 at this point.
And it looks like it was through smoke as well, so not even a chance to stop that from happening if you're Crims. And now with mid denied with 1 kill and you don't want to mess with it whatsoever, all you have to do is fall into this B hit.
You might be falling onto a spear.
30 seconds.
Yep. Bomb is all the way back at the double door. Utility coming over the top. Flit stays committed in front of the ramp. In fact, he might actually be set up for a play through the smoke. He hears the utility. Crazy play from Flit. An understandable death. 4v4 now established off the back of that risk taken. Might just be enough space to plant the bomb. Oh, body. No one's seen it. Don't worry about that, buddy. And here's the play from Fame in through cave. Flash connects to his own eyes. And at this point, somehow Fnatic have found the bomb and put it down on the site. A post-play actually looks pretty good for them, but Norber's trying to remove that fact. There's a double stack in cave. The last 2 players, in fact, are in here, and that's an aggressive play from Afro getting punished. But it might allow Mattis to get away with this one. They run right by him. Instant execution, and what a shot from James. What a turn back. And that's 8-1 for Virtus.pro.
That's a tough round to lose if you're Fnatic. You crack in, 2 players in cave though, really isolated from being able to stop that retake from happening. Well done from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, great recovery.
That's Fame as well, I think, messing with cave from the other side, and he's just doing God's work. Okay, blew open the smoke. So yeah, no fun for Crims, but Fame on that flank, occupying 2 defenders for a heavy length of time, and that is just couldn't hold the trigger long enough. I think that play, maybe if he holds it a little bit longer and tries to sneak a bit closer, but there's risk involved in that as well.
Oh, he's looking to fight against the aggressive Jaguar player, Flit. Mirror in middle, this time finds himself in the cutout. He's gonna drop on back into Red Room.
This is good progress made by Fnatic though. They've crossed all the way to ledge from the B lane, without taking too much damage, without losing anyone either. So you actually have some ability to, perhaps for the first time in this game, control and have presence in mid.
Passive B-hole from Virtus.pro for a change. You would often see Flit playing close to the top ramp. Passive, which allows quick rotations for an extra player to occupy red. There's a boost for Crims, trying to catch Jame, and didn't see it on the jump across. There was no shot that rung out either to confirm the positioning of those Fnatic players.
So now it's about how Virtus.pro rotate around this map. I mean, everyone's pretty much in a straight line. Passive at the B bomb site, passive in middle, blocked off by utility. They don't have information.
Running through the water to join the rest of his teammates' body. He's got the bomb on his back. Now, looking for success in this A-bomb side again. Fame, he's just so unbeatable right now.
Yeah, but he was backing off. I think now they're starting to shift. They brought James back over with the op towards middle. He's going to convert all the way over towards Temple. He's a little bit late on this rotation, so missing the timing, or is he just perfect?
Oh, he's found a perfect timing somehow, and he's not pushed off. Fame peeks out. They run into James because of the distraction. Mirror's here too, and Virtus.pro just have kills on every front. It's a trident of death. There's Afro and Mattis left in a 2v5. There's not enough utility and certainly not enough time.
I can't believe how perfect that timing was for James to just arrive and scope.
The time god himself.
It felt like it was actually like a second or two late when that utility was coming out, but my god, it was absolutely spectacular.
Fnatic, no bomb plant yet again. They don't really get close to it, so they're once again down to a 3k average. Afro will invest in an AK-47, so it indicates there might be a purchase coming here. But yeah, you're right, the timing for James to get back on over because of the distraction, because FaZe took the first fight, they're all looking at default. And then James is able to get an easy kill because they didn't have the utility to flash him or smoke him off. Once you give James all that space, he's going to destroy you.
Yeah. And still, Fnatic not really able to challenge in middle. They've lost it every time they've tried to fight it right out of the gate. And having to expend a lot of Molotovs, or a lot of smokes to protect themselves from the VP Molotovs.
He needs to be careful, man. He needs to be very careful. And he wasn't. Oh, what? Fame is unplayable today. That spin back is ridiculous. And he might get more. Oh, God, he's blind and he still hits that headshot. Oh, Fnatic, you have loaded up this video game and you have selected Nightmare mode. QB, don't run around that corner.
That's such a gross sequence. What a crazy person. 3 kills for Fame in middle.
20 kills and 2 deaths.
I know, it's beautiful. And 10 rounds as well. Well, 11 rounds in, all of a sudden done.
Oh, QB. Good night. Sleep tight. It's 10-1.
Yeah, this is being outplayed to a crazy, crazy level. VP just cannot be touched at the moment.
Crim still has 1 kill.
Still has 1 kill.
What a kill it was.
I don't like singling out Crims like that.
Yeah, I feel bad.
I felt really bad after I did it.
Yeah. Sorry, Crims.
But again, he has 1 kill, but 1 round to his name as well. So.
Yeah, Fnatic really not in this game, which is sad. I mean, there's just no kills coming in. I mean, look, 7 kills is the most they've got on
And
Natus.
this is also, like, remember, too, we touched on, like, Virtus.pro, like, falling out of Katowice, like, really disappointingly. This is, like, them taking out all that frustration and anger.
What is happening? He's jumping. Like, he's jumping
Yeah,
back.
but I expected him to hit that shot.
Yeah, me too. I expected
was
just to
waiting
somehow,
for it
like,
to come out.
swing straight into the head. All right, Natus, he's the only player getting kills right now, so let's see if he's got it in him. Short fight against Norbert goes the way of Fnatic. Natus now takes space and gets deeper into a CT spawn, and he's using that Molotov to cut off James to sort of sever the support network here for VP's rotation.
But look how there's no panic even when he has that presence, because they know it's not the bomb carrier.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, everyone chill. Now he's making the smart play. He's going to come clear cave. Oh, Flit. Did you? The timing was almost there. It was almost there.
Dude, if he turned back and got Natus, that would have been it. Pack up shop, job done. But with that kill coming in from Natus and being the playmaker, taking the space, there is an opportunity now for Fnatic to get the last round of this half. James and Mir will go for this. There will be no James time in this round. And perhaps a different kind of James time as he now is thrust into the clutch. He's got a flash left. That is the only piece of utility he's got.
Yeah, but they've got to know he's behind this box and behind the smoke. If they haven't seen him on the flank at this point, and Mir's already made his play.
Man. There's no time for this. James, you gotta go for it, buddy. Last round of this half. Dead. 10-2. Fnatic do grab one right at the end, thanks to Natus's play forward. But it's Virtus.pro dominance. 21-3 from Fame.
Yeah, well, look, those are the mid players that have been there. James started shifting more to the B bomb side as the half went on, but that off in middle was doing work, and obviously Fame, we saw what he was putting out there into the world. Pretty disgusting stuff. So a 10-2 lead, and Virtus.pro in complete control. Fist bumps all around. Fnatic's going to try and make this comeback happen from the CT side.
Okay, he's like, come on, guys. Read the notes. Let's pull a big comeback here. We've seen NIP do it earlier, Jason. 10-2 comebacks aren't impossible.
No, they're not.
But that was against a completely different side.
I was going to say, that was the next comment. Maybe against VP.
James, very vocal. A rare breed, a left-handed gamer, Natus. I'm sure Machine has got a new, he's getting a newfound respect.
Yeah, all that respect may be washed away by the mouse pad.
Yeah. That should be washed away. He did an interview with Banks. I didn't hear it because it was on mute in the green room.
Yeah, we do need to go back and find out what was said.
I need to find out because I would feel really bad if there's like a really sentimental
I need the story
it.
behind that mouse pad.
Because if it's a great story, then fair play. If not, well, Benjamin Franklin in the hand.
Nice. Good transition.
Yeah.
So your finest work, really.
Yeah. Really slow pistol here. Real slow. We're just easing into the second half.
Yeah, VP's looking for Fnatic to, I mean, they know they're down 2-10. They know they just got stomped on. They're looking for them to say, maybe they're going to rush something. Maybe they're going to push something just to try to get over the hump of this score line, shock us a little bit early on. Let's not let that happen. There is a bit of aggression out towards Jaguar. Going to spot one and back away. Norbert in hot pursuit. Aggression in mid as well. Crims is, I don't I don't know if Crim's got the communication until maybe just now that wasn't covered, but Crim's had a chance to be sidelined a number of times. Peek down from QB, tapping away. Another flashbang comes in, pulls him off the angle, spam through the smoke. Norbert's not able to find it, and now it's all in Natus.
Yeah, well, he steps out of the cubby and he is forced away. So big headshot from Mir once again. Virtus.pro have the bomb site. One of the plant in. It looks good to close on 11. Fnatic haven't given themselves much room to survive a pistol round loss. So they might just go for it. They might just send all their resources in to try and win this retake.
They better.
They don't have a kit, they do not have utility, and they're starting to lose members quite swiftly. Peek out from Mir, it is devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Nicely managed on that retake as well. Virtus.pro in great positions, covering each other's backs, being the warning system. Everything perfect for VP, and the third timeout used from Fnatic. Doing everything they can to get a foothold in this map, and it's just not there. They have to force buy. MP9, 5.7s, anything they can get.
So, I went to Banks and I just asked him, you know.
Okay.
I needed to know.
Sure.
And he said no, he just kind of got used to playing with it. He's worn into it and it feels good for him.
Okay. All right, so we can comfortably make fun of the mouse pad now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah.
We can be assholes. All right, round 14 is about to be underway, and it really is kind of the last stand for Fnatic. They bring together what they can, and you know we shouldn't shame them for only having 5.7s and deagles and P250s, but let's look at 12 for VP.
They had an MP9 and they sold it back to drop down to the 5.7 because they want the utility. They want like the smokes to be able to block off choke points, to allow them to rotate. They know they're going to have to come up with some creative ideas in the mid round, and more utility is more resources to make those kinds of plays is what they're hoping for. UMP is back in action. Flit just chilling at the bottom of B ramp, listening for footsteps. And oh baby, fast pace towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, Natus has seen that from the temple, but now he's locked in. Left to pray away. And Norbert's clearing inside of the site. Tap on default, no commitment yet for VP. They're waiting to secure a perfect time. And they eventually will lock in those digits. If you're Fnatic at this point, there is no retreat plan either because Flit's behind you with a UMP. He's about to make that money. You're going to make a retake attempt happen. Sprinting through onto default. Norbert overrun. Overwhelmed. Jamin Donut can't retreat. Second shot from Natus on that P250. He nearly gets away with another, and now they really do need this flank. This UMP coming in to save the day. Crims is down and out. It's 12-2. That round became very doable in the end for Fnatic.
Yeah, good kills on the initial thrust of that retake from Fnatic, but then it just wears you down. The amount of rifles, the amount of smokes and Molotovs being placed out to prevent you from retaking the site. And there's just only so much you can do. Scout in the hands of Afro in this round. MP9 for QB. And the last attempts for Fnatic to put a stop to the bleeding. They need 10 rounds in a row.
Well, what's better at this point, Jason? Prolonging the bleeding or just bleeding out?
Well, when you put it in that terms,
yeah.
Prolonging sounds better.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, we'll wait and see how that happens. Molotov towards the bottom ramp, and Body looks to try and unleash himself upon this attack from Virtus.pro, and it's worked out pretty well here as QB and Afro's flash combo allows that kill. Forces Virtus.pro behind the doorway, but when they're put back here, this is kind of comfortable for Virtus.pro. They don't mind being a 4v5 and all the time in the world to work with.
Well, also, they know the economic situation, as do we all, of what a force buy like this means, so they're just like, all right, that's the one play they had. They just spent their utility. That was a deep Molotov, a smoke, nades, and flashbangs. They've spent their resources to make that happen, and now, to follow it up, you know, we have all the advantages in terms of utility from here on out. So it's not time for panic just yet for VP. This is still recoverable. Biggest, I guess, problem is with nobody elsewhere on the map. I mean, they can be getting pushed right now. There's no one else to apply pressure elsewhere. They're just going to have to bash through this.
The Virtus.pro bash. They literally just weighed out all of the utility, and now it's their turn. And that's the scary part here for Fnatic. So they're pushing A. They wonder...
Ooh, I don't like this push, though. I mean, the information play is fine, but
It's
two
slow
players
rotation.
pushing A main, you're so far away from any help.
Yeah, it's going to be a really slow rotation, and your teammates are going down. They're under so much pressure. Good shot from Afro. Has to delay them. Has to soften up a couple more players if Fnatic are to close this one. 15 seconds left. Flit's not in a great spot here. Mir's the bomb carrier. His teammate's gone down inside a cave, so you really are relying on Flit and that bomb plant. Well, it hasn't come through yet. Mir is now trying to put it down. He will. His teammate's given him enough time, but Flit is now removed, and Mir has to clutch it to close out this map, and he won't be able to do it. Crims comes in. Another clutch for Fnatic, and that will keep them alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, nice win from Crims there, and that's a tough situation. VP almost claws that back, but just enough trap set up. James can't make it through cave. Good job waiting and delaying as long as possible for that play, but even still, gets so dicey. But you're right, it is kind of just at this moment feels like prolonging the inevitable. We'd have to see a lot more for Fnatic, a lot more consistently to get a feeling like they're going to come back into this game. Afro with a few nice kills and tags from the scout.
And no celebration because they know there's so much work to be done. And that first timeout for Virtus.pro being used up. And a lot of money available for Flit, not so much for the rest of the squad. Interested to see where they go with this one. So Norbert's going for an AK. Flit has one too. Having a discussion across the board about what they can maybe pull out of this for Virtus.pro. We know they're still potent even when there's only a couple of rifles.
A little bit more active around the
a little bit more
Fnatic
fun
area, yeah.
Somehow over there.
Here we go, round 16. I can read. Mir's going to lead the way in middle.
It's quite impressive though, Jason, to read from this far away.
Yeah, it's not bad. LASIK.
Best advertisement for it. Flashes out middle.
And again, just the theme of just waiting at that utility and just coming back into it one more time in middle. Flit will hear this aggression. Calling out to his team, they have control of B lane.
Interesting approach from Virtus.pro, not giving any sort of fight in towards B lane. They don't want to have a player perish in the initial engagement. Instead, they sit back, draw out that utility in a 5v5.
Yeah, again, I think it's a matter of nades, right? Like they didn't want to waste the smokes on putting out any Molotovs and some scrappy battle utility to block off follow-up pushes. But again, complete mid control for Fnatic, complete B lane control for Fnatic. But Fame's gonna rip that out of your hands. 26 kills for Fame in this one map.
5 deaths as well. So impressive.
In only 15 completed rounds of play, 16 rounds total, obviously.
Multi-kill madness. Norbert is taken out by Natus, but the trade is already in. They're attacking into the B-bomb side. This is the best chance for Fnatic to step up because 2 players here, QB, undetected from the cubby. It's Fame and Flight gone. But now he's the only player left, and I don't know how he's still alive, waiting on his teammates to try and help with a flash, but it's ineffective. He will fall, and Cream's now with a clutch again. The previous round, he was able to keep his team in this game. He can only stem the bleeding for so long. Virtus.pro almost certainly going to close on a 13-3 scoreline. Mir and James have set themselves up with a beautiful crossfire. This is about the clothesline Crims, although he has found a way into the 1v1. James will swing him, and VP will end the first day of the EU RMR in a 2-0 fashion. They now head to the best of 3s. They now head to 1BO3 win, and they're through to the major.
Yeah, which is beautiful. Good to see them bounce back after a disappointing Katowice campaign, and coming into this and just looking nice and sharp in this game against Fnatic. Overwhelming favorites, handled business. That's the best thing you can say about them at the moment. And for Fnatic, I mean, that one's rough, but I think every team has a VP experience.
It's honestly like expected as well. I mean, this Fnatic side, I have very low expectations in the RMR for this side, just based on how short-term the project has been put together. Some of these players are really inexperienced. And you've got to go up against a team like VP, on day one.
Not only a teammate like VP, but a day where FaZe was just like, what are you supposed to do?
Unplayable.
What are you supposed to do? 26 kills in 16 rounds. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
that's mental.
Yeah, the best teams in the world wouldn't be able to deal with that. So yeah, tough time. But for VP, I'm glad things look a little smoother this time round at the RMRs.
Yeah, I don't think we can like judge what their peak could be throughout these RMRs because the competition they've played isn't what we're used to seeing them up against. But I mean, certainly the fact that there's no hiccups is happy.
For a team like VP, you just want them to get through to the major without having to go down in the last chance qualifier, without having to find themselves in tough positions.
I have to imagine VP is one of the worst teams to play in a best of 3 for elimination. So I think a lot of the teams here are also kind of in a way happy, like just get out of my way. I don't want to see you in this tournament. I don't want to see you at this stage.
Yeah, well, the former major champions in Rio set their sights on Copenhagen. That's going to be found out later on in the RMRs. For Fnatic, they're now 1-1, and this journey does still become very difficult, but they've got best of 1 still ahead of them. It's only BO3s for progression and elimination.
Yeah, it's such a process. Like, a loss like this can hurt so much, but I mean, on some level, it's like, you know, guys, forget about it. Like, we have 2 more chances to get through. Let's focus on that. The next 2 games we're playing, right? Like, and it's most other tournaments are, you know, you lose 2 and you're out. This, you have that extra lifeline, so it's not really time for panic just yet. This is kind of, I mean, on some level, how it was expected to go.
Yeah, it's such a large tournament in terms of the amount of teams you've got to get through and the amount of opportunities you have. Like FaZe, for example, we're very happy the last time with the amount of opportunities you have when you start falling through the net.
What's kind of a bummer about this more than anything is you don't really see, like, there's probably some cool elements to this Fnatic team that you can see the way they're trying to make things work, and we didn't get to see any of those in this particular map just because Virtus.pro and FaZe were so dominant. 143 ADR. That's unreal.
That's stupid. That's like stupidly good. That's like over a kill and well, just under a kill and a half. So that's crazy.
Nice.
I saved myself. Natus 12 and 15. He had some signs of life.
Yeah, I think the best thing was that round that he makes the play into the B bomb site to open things up, goes and clears cave. I think that was really cool and showed some really good initiative. And there's probably more of that spread out across the team. We just did never get to find it. I mean, Virtus.pro in that first half was winning rounds with 4 or 5 people alive, not even showing any weakness in that defense. So kind of hard to tell and kind of hard to be super critical in that kind of a scenario.
Yeah, Iron Holes from our Iron Man here. He's about to blast us away. 26 and 6 from FaZe. And he's definitely transitioned very well into CS2. I think Flit has also done that. So now you've got these like crazy strong riflers across the board alongside James AWP. It's a really scary team when they actually play well.
And then you add in, you add into that the play style that they have when playing well also. Yeah, I think it's a super dangerous team. I still like this VP team. I every time they're in an event, I'm like, regardless of what like their recent form looked like for like the past month or the past event, I'm always just like, that's a team that can crack top 4.
Yeah, and sometimes they do.
Crazy.
Sometimes they don't.
Yeah, sometimes they get very far away from that.
Sometimes they make mid-tournament substitutions. But it's VP that are
not
now
this year.
Not this year. They're 2-0 now here at the RMRs after day 1. We're going to see a break. When we come back, the final game of the day will be underway.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Brain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your Displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Solid, bitch. Made in hell.
before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Thank you for being with us here for the final game of the day on day one of the PGL Europe RMR. We've got Na'Vi, we've got Enterprise. I think this is another one of those battles of top-tier team versus plucky underdog Jason. The last one we just watched didn't go so well. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, I think the big difference in this one is, like, I think we probably... Navi's made some positive strides, but I think we probably have more confidence in VP to being, like, upset-proof than Na'Vi. Like, does anyone get the sense that, like, Na'Vi is, like, not gonna drop the ball ever against an underdog match? You know, like, I still feel like the possibility is there.
No, definitely
the capability is
yeah.
there. So I still, Navi's overwhelming favorites and should be able to handle business without too many issues whatsoever, but I can still see a universe in which they encounter some struggles where
Definitely.
VP didn't at all.
They're not a team to make or have flawless games, shall I say. They definitely make a lot of mistakes when it comes to misutility, or we've seen that in Katowice. We definitely noticed some issues for Na'Vi, but the fact is they just have such strong players. Individually speaking, this man just screamed wonderful. Definitely one of those. He was a player earlier that just kind of dominated the server alongside Imma, who actually thrives at this level. Like, he is, when he's playing a team that's maybe just beneath him in terms of skill, he frags out like way more than we've seen. And that isn't always the case for a lot of players. You know, sometimes people just stay at average, but he takes over.
Well, it's good to hear, because I think of everyone on this team, I think Ima's the one you'd look to and say, if this Na'Vi team wants to take that next step, Ima's really got to develop and find his place and settle into a consistent place within this team. They're going up against these guys.
Polska Korom, Poland's returning to Counter-Strike, and we've got ourselves Enterprise Esports.
Yeah, let's see how they do. It'll be fun. You start getting 3 Polish teams back in action, taking a fight, all of a sudden things get weird.
I remember Tau from the AGO days. That was one of the first teams I really built my own personal Twitch channel commentating, and Tau and AGO were like the next little Polish team up. You had Snatchy on the team.
Capitalizing on Polish viewership.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm doing. I brought the brand, and I like it. And AGO unfortunately dissolved, and Tau is the player that's still around. I wouldn't have said back then that he would be the player if you had to sort of ask me, predict what's going to be happening in 2024. Out of this list of players, who's going to be playing, and Tau would be the player at RMR.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say that, because I think the same thing could be said about old school French Counter-Strike, where, you know, Apex is the one still around competing and fighting for trophies, while Shox, while NBK, while Kenny S have all kind of moved on and found different areas. So, hey, shout out to Tau. Keep fighting for his dreams.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the veto here. And wherever you go, you know, obviously Na'Vi are going to be heavy favorites, but I wouldn't. I think Na'Vi played Ancient this morning.
It's a nice evening way for someone like Enterprise to just take away some strengths, right?
Yeah.
Strengths that they don't want to mess with whatsoever from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and we'll see where we go with this one. So Vertigo's gone, Overpass, Inferno. Ancient's still an option, but no longer as Na'Vi decide to get rid of Ancient.
There goes Nuke.
Mirage, that would be fun. So it's like an all-out battle on Mirage to close the day?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Okay, I like that. This is like that 4 AM pug where, like, you can't find one on the map you want to play, and you're like, all right, let's just add Mirage in.
Everybody else is away home in the studio.
Right. Like, let's put Mirage in just so we can get a game and get this. I don't want to wait 10 minutes at 4 AM.
Yeah, so it's the production, you and I, and Na'Vi Enterprise still left in the building here. And so this is
it's going to be an intimate game.
It's a very intimate game, and
we're going to put some mood lighting on.
One that is a great opportunity for a team like Enterprise. You know, imagine going up 2-0 today as an Enterprise.
Yeah, that'd be a shock. That'd be a surprise for everyone involved. Na'Vi for sure would be surprised, and I think Enterprise would probably be like, okay, yeah, we'll take this. We'll roll with the punches.
Yeah, definitely so. Enterprise, I've seen throughout the years, they've had a lot of different teams. I think they play in the V4 countries they've generally gone for. So there's been Polish players, Czech players, Slovakian players, and we've seen them at the V4 festival years ago. So this is a team that like to pick up players from this region, and I was interested to see that they went full Polish. So maybe there is an idea to be had here. An Enterprise will have an upset versus Na'Vi. We'll have to wait and see, but Na'Vi start on the CT side of Mirage.
All right, Enterprise. First impressions are everything, and I think there's probably a lot of people out there who, like me, this is going to be your first impression of Enterprise.
Yes.
So let's see what you got.
In a live environment.
In a live environment.
Ima. It's been so fantastic to start the day. See if that can continue. Wonderful. So sharp on that headshot. JL trying to chime in from the window with him. And Ima's now just dropping back into connector. This is a brawl in middle, as you would expect in a Mirage pistol. And it's going Na'Vi's way.
Tao did get one, but deleted afterwards. There's Friend popping up, but the bomb's dropped in middle. Now, this is deceptive. It's a 1v3, but Wonderful and Alexi are so incredibly low.
Let's see if Enterprise has got a Friend in this clutch. 1v3. To jungle he will run, and he's running into the high HP player of JL. If he drops him first, if he gets a clean headshot on him, you've got a 1v2 up against low pistols, but unfortunately he went around the corner, not looking at him. So JL had the easy headshot.
Probably wouldn't have expected him to just, well, definitely didn't expect him to be in that corner, but nice opening kills, and Na'Vi challenging in middle every step of the way, making sure Enterprise can't find any space up catwalk, any space towards Khan. Wonderful starts out with that wonderful headshot, and then it's nice and easy trading as things go down the stretch.
Alexi B. This is his time to shine, getting through to the Major and bringing a Na'Vi squad with a bunch of young, talented players at the helm. Obviously, he's had a lot of criticisms over the years, but he's had a pretty good track record at Majors. You know, 2019, but at the final.
Criticism's always been like the criticism at him has always been kind of like weird though, because I feel like I've never gotten like a concrete reason why people don't, you know, his previous teams didn't want to mess in IGL. I still to this day, I'm like, why didn't G2 want to keep him? You know, like why didn't
like
these,
the G2 one? I'm like,
I'm still these various teams like, well, what was going on? That was so off. Either way, he's got a fantastic record against all the teams that cut him. So
yeah, true.
Cool.
He's like he has this little revenge streak in him. Never been cut by Enterprise though. So
true. That's unfortunate.
Wonderful. Takes out Friend. What a sick name. Friend. Counter-Strike Friend. And Buy Me. I've got it on decent authority.
And it's Demo. The H is silent.
Demo.
He's just added a letter in there.
Yeah, well, Jason, there's other languages in the world.
True. This is true.
Not just American.
Was that your American impression?
Yeah.
Is that what we sound like?
Yeah, you just talk through the nose.
That's messed up, man.
Jumping up through connector JL. Oh, it should be clean kills, and he does clean up. A lot of FAMAS around today. We don't always love the FAMAS, but JL makes it look clean, looks like easy, and it's now 2-0. Na'Vi started well. No bomb plan for Enterprise.
No, not even close, but they didn't invest a whole lot in that previous round, so to be expected. The AKs come out this time, and now we've got smokes, we've got some Molotovs, we've got things that can block off the window, prevent these peeks from coming in, mollies that can hold off cat pushes and flashbangs. We've got it all. We've got everything.
Everything. You want all the bells, whistles, AKs, Galeals. The whole shop's been bought out for round 3. A quick step towards the A bomb side for Enterprise. Just one player middle.
I like this, though. I like that Enterprise is starting out simple. Like 4 players towards A, 1 guy going middle just to throw a utility. He's going to come back to the A bomb site. It's going to be a standard set piece. But we see so often teams that spread out in defaults and just kind of get picked apart and like really try and force that style. So Enterprise is just going to try and knock the door down and get into the site, and it's not working.
Yeah, well, starting out simple. Simple nowhere to be seen on either side of the server.
Heyo.
And now it's probably going to be a long-term save. Unless Palace player Buy Me can get out. Maybe he can grab a headshot, or maybe Tao from Tetris. You're just hoping to catch a headshot into one of these unsuspecting players, but that element of surprise is now lost. Wonderful getting set up, blinded, not comfortable whatsoever here for Wonderful and Imma. And just like that, Tao on the double, Buy Me with one. And oh my god, Na'Vi, there it's in a 2v3. A position they shouldn't have found themselves in at all, but utility dives down onto default. They were on a recovery mission. Flash set up off the wall. Nate goes into the firebox. Oh, double dunk. That's buying me out of that. And a swing out from Demo from the Underwood is fantastic onto JL. It's just Alexi. And that long-term flank is coming in for Tau. He went the whole way around the connector. And Alexi, will he consider it? Low HP if he can react on Tau. If he can get a shot to land, it would bring him down. And that's not to be the case. Tau steps up for Enterprise.
That's a disastrous turnaround for Navi. The fact it's 5-on-3 and the next 3 kills all go in the favor of Enterprise and making it look easy as well. And that's a round that they shut down Plan A. They had all the money and utility in the world if you're Navi, and it puts you in this weird situation. Absolutely crazy that Enterprise brought that back.
Yeah. It's one of those rounds where, you know, Navi do make mistakes and that allows them into the game.
And I think, I mean, I'd have to see the round back to, like, really get
Wonderful
a good consideration.
Kind of got
Well, these peaks in the 5-on-3 aren't really needed. Like these ones right here. Like you don't need to be swinging and taking that fight. Like force them to like, especially with the knowledge that they just tried to throw up like an A execute. So you have that smoke at top stairs. You have the smoke in jungle. Usually there's no smokes left. Like for the follow-up execute, right? Like after you stall that first one out, there's no utility. So you're kind of swinging into fights, which is exactly the only way they can get back into the round.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping I would see Blade's face right there. It's like, I'm sure he wasn't too happy with that round. Let's stand behind Navi back in Katowice just to kind of hear some of the comms and their dynamic. Obviously speaking in English now is quite interesting to stand behind and hear who is like vocal inside of the team.
All right, let's see if that round is just going to be like a hiccup.
Yeah.
Or if it's going to be more of like an actual like speed bump. Like if it's going to hurt. Like is that just like something that shouldn't have happened and we're going to correct it? Or do you lose this round, lose all the weapons and money, and then have to kind of fight your way back into it?
It's not the best weapons for Navi, but they're in the hands of strong players. They've softened up Exist. Top con smoke goes in. Grenade pin pulled. The window jump up coming in. Imma's about to shut this down, surely. Unless the positioning is just to get Tau on the ledge, and that's exactly what's happened. Oh, it's so well played to allow that kill in the window, and JL cannot sink the kill. Bit goes into the ramp. This could be chaos if Bit can make something work here on the MP9.
Maybe 1 for 1 if he's lucky. Yeah. Maybe if he's lucky, but both players looking at that smoke fade, and now it's all on Wonderful.
We know he's definitely the top player of this team. He swings out into the open. It's just 1 kill for Wonderful off the top of Tetris.
All right, it's a speed bump, officially. This is now a problem. Navi's going to lose everything. Good kill on the bomb planter, but...
Limited time.
Nah, he's not winning this. He's not getting away. They're swinging around him. It's all good. Enterprise got no sweat.
Sometimes hiccups are persistent, too.
What's that?
Sometimes hiccups are persistent, too.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes they just don't go away, do they?
Nope. I once experienced some trauma when I was younger watching the news, and there was this guy who had hiccups that would just never leave him, and he just lived an entire life of sadness and pain.
Isn't there like some crazy records of like how long people have had hiccups?
Yeah, this guy's had it for years, and I'm like, oh, that terrified me.
Yeah,
if I had that, like every time I get the hiccups as a kid, I was just worried that was going to happen to me.
This is just my life now.
But I found like a reset, and it's like if you swallow 7 times, like you drink water and you take 7 small swallows.
All right, chill. I've been listening to these.
No, but I've done it my whole life and it works.
All right.
For me, at least.
What is it? Swallow 7 times?
Yep.
Sip of water?
Everyone, if you've got the hiccups at home right now, try this and let us know if it works. Or the next time you get it.
Drink from the opposite side of the glass. That one works too.
All right, Jason's just lying. But I'm telling the truth. It's science. Demo. Oh, good headshot. Second in, too. And Navi have an AK-47 in the hands of Bit. That wouldn't be a bad save.
I think at this point he's still got a little faith they can turn this around, knowing there's a couple stuck in con. Good find from Alexi over the smoke, saw one jump. Oh, and he converts that killer. Alexi does. And we're back on, baby, but with low HP, now they have a decision to make. Do you want to go for the 2-on-2 with combined 21 HP? And I think they're just calling it off. Bit's running the wrong direction. So it's a save with these 2 AK-47s. That's a little bit of money in the bank.
No kit.
That too.
So, run away. Enterprise, though, they're fighting against Navi, and I love it. It's cool to see. I mean, the RMRs, I was saying in the green room just before, a lot of the excitement over the last few RMRs has been just crazy shenanigans going down on day one, right? You're seeing like the top teams lose the teams outside the top 100.
Yeah, like it starts at like a 10 when you see like a top 5 team get upset in the RMR.
Yeah, exactly. And then you see like substitutes mid-tournament, all this craziness. FaZe versus Cloud9 in the battle of who was going to miss out in the last ever CSGO Major. Shira's crying. You know, there's so much going on. But at this RMR, it's so far been very tame.
Well, the nice thing about like the EU RMRs, we have so many good teams in Europe that we get that last chance qualifier as well. So there's 2 RMRs and there's the last chance run. So we got plenty of drama coming. We just gotta let it build up.
Yeah, last RMR it was FaZe versus Cloud9 in that last game of the last chance qualifier.
That was pretty wild, yep.
I think FaZe went up 2-0 in the RMRs. So they were like 1 game away from making it through 3-0 into the major. And then they somehow lost every other game.
Yeah.
Got went like 2 and 3, and then had to play the last chance qualifier. Carrigan stayed around the whole time. A couple of players went home for a bit, and I just remember seeing him every day, just stressed for the whole week, and they were still able to pull it off. It was quite the journey they went on and made it to the playoffs. So
the tournament experience is real rough on players, and especially IGLs and especially coaches with everything that goes into it, and especially a tournament like this that dictates so much qualifying for the major.
Robin's like, I'm peacing out from the coaching role, guys.
He's like, I'm good.
I'm going to go into management. He's here at this event, so that's cool. He's walking around.
Ooh, B-Rush.
Yeah, very quick play. Demo, jumping out, Mac 10. That's going to be a kill for the likes of B inside of the site. Exist, 1 back. Could be plenty more here for the T's because Na'Vi are locked out by utility. Wonderful is severed off from his teammates. He's still going for a fight. Oh, it's long. His labor, but eventually it is a kill onto Pyjamas.
It's a winnable situation, though, for Enterprise. On this retake, needs to land that shot. Oh, the recoil brings the aim up way too high. Friend and Tao against the world, and Na'Vi's about to come streaming in.
Flashes up for Tao, decides that sitting back might not be the best call, wants to try and get active, but that smoke is huge. So he couldn't get around the other side of it. And now he's in an awkward fight. It's short, one that will not go his way. And it's all on Friend. And it's just 1 kill as Na'Vi make the retake work. They tie up this game 3-3.
Yeah, but you can see the danger. I mean, that's just a B-pop, a B-rush right out of the gate, and it caught Na'Vi completely off guard. Alexi had to drop the Molotov blind and just get into some semblance of safety and hope for some cover from Catwalk, but if Enterprise can get like 1 or 2 of those to go their direction throughout this half, it's going to be not a bad scoreline when all things are said and done.
Yeah, this fight probably should have gone Tao's way, just couldn't control the garden hose at range.
And they're putting a lot of emphasis on this early game. The second timeout used, going into the 7th round as well.
I like it because it feels like if Enterprise lose control of the first half at any point, there's a great chance that Na'Vi just take control of the game.
Well, also, I mean, the entire thing of MR12, right? Like, catch some momentum, catch some fire early on, force out a reset, which they've already done once. You force out a second one, and that's your half. You're golden. You're great.
Yeah, exactly. And Enterprise have that opportunity ahead of them, but it will start to run thin because their money is starting to drain.
This is really the last chance they have at it. After this, if Na'Vi's able to start growing that money against weaker buys, then yeah, it kind of disappears. Then you've got a hard-fought, grindy half on it, and that's exactly what Na'Vi want. It's exactly what Enterprise don't want.
Wonderful's up short. He made the jump. And nade thrown in by his teammates to give him some vision. He hasn't seen anything top mid, and that's because there's pressure towards the B-bomb side with a majority of players here. Enterprise just trying to change the position of Alexi B. They've done that effectively.
They forced the utility out as well. There's 2 players addressing mid directly. JL is there as well to swing towards window or con if he wants to, whenever he wants to provide some support, but they forced that defensive smoke out of the hands of Alexi. I don't know if Wonderful realizes one cross.
Oh, it's that!
That is a disgusting flick, even though it doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, that's not so wonderful. Those right flicks are more difficult than the left flicks too, and he's hit it right to the legs, but it could create an opportunity now for Enterprise to get up through connector.
They're doing a really good job of standing tall and fighting right back at these setups at the moment. This can still be a really tough situation for Na'Vi. Enterprise is going to wheel all the way around to the A bomb site. And that last player at A, Bit, Everyone has shifted elsewhere. You still have Alexi on catwalk.
They know where he is because he threw the smoke.
But Wonderful's transition to the op. Ooh, at B. That should allow them to put more rifles over towards the A bomb site, and they haven't quite transitioned all the way over into that thought process.
Oh, here comes Bit through jungle. He's going to have to change up his position, and JL's going back towards Ticket. They're trying to boost this off. We've seen this move from a couple of teams. Can be pretty successful, just giving you a deep angle to spot the head at Ticket Box, but they don't see anything. Instead, they'll use utility, and Enterprise have 10 seconds to get that bomb down, and they just don't have the time to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if they lost track of time or just second thought it and said, you know what, this is a bad idea, but took a little too long for them to come to fruition, and that'll be the round in the favor of Na'Vi. 4 players surviving, but a good amount of pressure applied from Enterprise in that round.
The problem is now the 2 players that died don't have any money.
Yeah, your buy is really scattered, so you're almost forced to invest in this round, even if you don't necessarily want to, but just too many resources already in play and no bonus money picked up for him. So we'll rinse and repeat, this time with less weaponry, with less utility. Coming through loud and clear, baby.
Yep, there's Polish comms.
Palace pick.
It's Wonderful in the underpass, and, well, Enterprise player ceases to exist. A big opening for Wonderful. He'll fall away inside of the connector. Doesn't stick around, doesn't go for a re-peek. It's no opportunity to trade, but if he goes too far... Oh, good jump to get info. Now Demo strikes into action, sees Alexi B. Alexi B's not jumping again, he changes that position up.
He's called JL back from catwalk, though, to give him a little bit more support. Alexi out of utility, so JL's got to dispense his to keep them at bay. And that's pressure that's been applied a couple of times now. And that might be something that Enterprise go back to later on in the half.
3 players inside, or towards the A bomb site. 2 inside of the ramp, 1 in Palace. Ready to go. Enterprise ran out of time in the previous round. It can't do that again. Wonderful. Sits, and what a flick up. That is so quick from Wonderful, and he knows there's a second player there because that player was boosted. And Bit's just got eyes on Palace, knowing that his teammates can watch the rest of the site. Smokes are up, Bit feels uncomfortable now, so he'll drop under the wood. He'll focus on smoke, seeing if a player climbs up over the top of Tetris or jumps down into the sandwich. At this point, it's just 1 by 1. Enterprise being picked apart, and their opportunity to stay competitive in this first half seems to have come to a close.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's reopened because Tau on that double, 10 seconds. That's the problem. Limited time. Has to get across to default, and he knows he's got to plant now. He's got to start planting, but he's run out of time, and it's so frustrating for him.
Kill him after.
He's got to hide. He's got to stay alive, and they're chasing down after him. Imma. Oh, he's taking him out after. There's no time. $350 left.
Some good shots, though, from Tau with that op, but yeah, really unfortunate. And now their money's really thrown to hell.
It's almost bad that he got both of those kills, because then he actually felt like, oh, I can go for it.
It lured him into the clutch attempt.
Yeah,
this is weird money situation now, too. I mean, just to add that, you're a little outmatched in terms of individuals, in terms of team, and then you add like the economic disorganization you now have due to all the saves that have happened. Weird times for Enterprise.
Yeah, Tau bought a smoke, and that's the end of his investment. He could buy a decoy, I guess, but down to $50.
I don't even know if it's worth it in this scenario. All you've got are deagles and pistols. Just save it. We did have an Enterprise player drop, so we're going to have a little bit of a tech pause in the action as that gets fixed and resolved, and then we'll be right back in it. Right back in it.
Enterprise are hoping they can get right back into this game, but
it also feels like they've missed that window of opportunity where like they had it. It was so important to their game plan to have like that early jump, that early lead, that early advantages.
Yeah,
challenging the in terms of the economy, because they knew Na'Vi was maybe at a breaking point or getting to a breaking point, and I think it's gone the other direction now.
And I think now they're sitting in that timeout where they can't speak to one another, and the rounds that have cost them the sort of beginning of this game are probably whirling through their minds.
It's a good time to process your emotions, process all the decisions you've made in this game up to the point, and
what about Alexi B's thinking about?
Cheetos.
Cheetos. The hot, spicy kind.
No, just regular.
Alexi B has something to prove this major. If he can bring this team deep into the major, that would be really, really impressive, especially because Simple is public in-house. There might be a return coming in. Where's that going to be? Who's
Yeah,
it gonna
that's a
be
weird
for?
one, isn't it?
And that probably has maybe lit a fire under a couple of players on this team to maybe step up.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, they were another team sort of like VP that had, like, with some of the improvements they'd made, started impressing enough to get some people to think they could make playoffs in Katowice, and obviously missed out on that one. But would have been...
It was the Falcons, right? Was the game that Navi were playing that they lost to the spot to? So,
Yep.
yeah, that's frustrating for them. JL has the issue.
I don't know, shrug that one off.
He looks confused.
He's like, yeah, whatever, bro.
Yeah.
Get on my gaming space. He sits with a very low desk.
Yeah, it really does.
Wow.
Maybe his is normal.
True.
The other one just
Potentially.
seems extremely high.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's at the nipple line, Jason. That's a little too high.
Yeah, you don't like that one?
That's cool though that players have adjustable desks these days.
Yeah, we got it all.
I mean, most players play like the little keyboard to the side because there wasn't enough space at LANs, right? They asked the reasoning for it. It's not because it's like amazing for your wrist or is a great angle. It's because at LAN events there used to not be a whole lot of space for you.
Yeah, back in the day. I don't know, no excuse for these younger players.
Definitely not. They just, but there is. I mean, I know from experience when you're watching and you're really young and impressionable, you come up and you have no reason to play 4-3 black bars, but you start doing it.
I would imagine these days the reason you slant the monitor is to get, or slant the keyboard is to get the monitor closer.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. There is definitely something to that. Yeah, for sure. But at home you should just play with a monitor stand, like one of those ergonomic ones. Sit back at the desk, you can bring the monitor, or you can get the keyboard under the desk.
Sure, I have one of those. I'm not the biggest fan.
Not the biggest fan?
I took it down actually. I went back.
You went back to the default stand.
Yeah,
Okay.
regular stand.
Okay.
But I have one of those desks that's very deep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Big desk issues.
Yeah.
No one will understand. Harry
It's a tough life.
plays like a freak though. So instead of like switching the monitor and angling it differently and putting the keyboard to the side, he plays with the keyboard behind the monitor and the monitor at the edge of the desk directly in front of his face. And the keyboard's completely around the back of it.
I did a setup video with Brokey, and he plays with his keyboard half on the monitor stand and half off.
Surely he's like moving around a lot.
I don't know. He seems pretty comfortable with it.
Yeah, yeah.
He seems all good.
Yeah, always seems chill.
Yeah.
Always seems chill. For good reason. FaZe Clan had a good start to today as well.
Great start to today for a team that's known for their step up in playoffs and stages. They've handled the group stage, or I don't know, not group stage, but the RMR
so far
quite nicely.
But they did go 2-0 up last time.
True.
As
There's
you were just
always
mentioning.
a chance.
So they had a 13-6 versus 9 Pandas, and a 13-7 versus Falcons. So it's getting worse for
Oh
FaZe.
yeah, let's go in the wrong direction.
It's going in the wrong direction, yeah.
Oh dear.
Next game's about to be 13-8. Bits English is coming along decently. That was something that
Is it?
Simple said, only God can help. And so far, from like standing behind, decent enough English.
Yeah, you mentioned you've been standing behind him at Katowice. What was that like?
Yeah, it was cool. Hearing Blade sort of
be a general.
How much information he can get out during a timeout was really impressive. That was something I noticed. And listening to the comms is very quiet. Like, no one is like really loud and obnoxious inside of the team right now. So pretty chill team. Probably just listen to Alexi B.
Yeah, that desk is high. It's high, not the other one's low.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about perspective. All about perspective here in Bucharest for the Copenhagen RMRs.
Maybe it's both. Maybe that one's high and the other one's low.
A little bit of both. It's definitely a mixture. Wonderful. Stepping into the big old shoes of Simple. Not to be the next Simple, but the first Wonderful. A line from Machine. I did enjoy that because it's true. I mean, he is coming in as a young player who's had some time in Spirit and has a little bit of a different role in Na'Vi. Chopper was saying that in the sort of behind-the-scenes vlog that I was listening to, that he's noticed that Wonderful actually has a bit of a different role than what he was used to seeing in Team Spirit. And I think it's more of a mature role for this player.
I imagine there's a whole lot of new things that he's dealing with on Na'Vi. Obviously, the international lineup in English speaking and different role changes and different IGL and different philosophies that he's encountering
And
now with the
expectations
mixture of
is another thing.
expectations. Sure, you can go down the list. Go down the list. Well, your phones are going back in. We did get word it's a Steam server issue that's causing the problems, that they're down and the player can't reconnect to the server.
What day is it, Jason? Oh, yes, indeed. It is a Wednesday.
Is it a Wednesday?
Usually the updates happen on a Wednesday, don't they?
Yeah. But, you know, maybe Wednesday, is late Wednesday though, right?
Yeah, usually it's like, actually, you're right. It's like Tuesday night, midnight into the Wednesday. Yeah, maybe that theory's out the window. maybe we've got an update coming.
Yeah, hotfix.
Ooh. Let us know at home what kind of updates you would like to see. You can use the hashtag PGL RMR.
There's a lot of giggles going on in this team. Someone told a funny joke.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, I want to kind of listen in, hear where it's going. It looks like they're having a lot more fun over on the other side of things. Navi just wanting to get the job done, wanting to go to bed.
Yeah, probably. They're like, it's getting late.
Yeah, it's last game of the day. Little tech issue right in the middle, just as things are going swimmingly for Navi.
So let's see, what did we have earlier to recap some of this day? I don't think there were any real surprises that are sticking out in my head that we had in the results for the day.
Not really. I mean, the Eternal Fire choking to G2 was a little sad for them.
Oh, sure.
They were up and had to be pulled back to an overtime victory. That was a little staring contest. Yeah, I think that was probably the most exciting towards the end. And then NIP getting bashed around.
Yeah, that's a surprise in a way in it by itself.
AMKAL.
That's probably the biggest upset we've had today.
Yeah, I would say so. 22-20, that one ended. We were involved in that action.
Yes, we were.
No 13-0.
He can juggle.
Can you juggle?
No, I can't really juggle.
I can juggle two things.
Wow, he's doing pretty good. That's not bad.
Oh my goodness. Imma?
No wonder they picked him up.
Multi-talented.
No, keep going. Add a fourth.
Yeah, JL hasn't even noticed. No one's even looking at him, apart from everybody at home.
I know, no one's giving him any kind of appreciation. No fist bumps.
Imma's trying to like rally the troops, keep everybody entertained, but nope, everyone's in their own minds. Just chilling out. So
calm before the storm.
Issue. How long do you reckon a Steam issue takes to fix?
That's the fun thing, Dinko. They can last anywhere from 3 minutes to 400 minutes.
Or should we just pack it up, come home, come back tomorrow?
Can't do that now. We're all the way in.
That's the crazy thing about some sports. Like, I remember when I was younger watching the Wimbledon final. I think it was Federer versus Nadal or something like that. And it was so long, so close that the game just kept going that they had to take a break and come back and play it the next day. I don't know how many days the longest tennis game is, but it's crazy to me that you can just stop the game. There's not enough time left in the day. We've got to come back tomorrow.
Isn't that like cricket has that too?
Yeah, cricket's ridiculously long. Yeah, cricket is one of those sports that's very, very long. Let me see, longest tennis match ever. It's got to be some crazy 3-day extravaganza. 11 hours, 5 minutes. Okay, so it must have been played over 2 days. Yeah.
You went from long, multi-day extravaganza to 11 hours.
Yeah, well, I got reality check.
You've really sold me a false bill of goods with that one.
Okay, so there has been a little update that we've got here. So it's just a PC issue now, but we're getting the players back into the server, and then we'll be able to continue the action as soon as possible.
We have the technology. Let's see. What else did we have today?
Monacy got a 6th Zeus kill.
Yeah, I haven't seen that highlight yet.
He like jumped down ladder on Nuke and Zeus. I think it was like at a pretty close score, like 7-6, and he's going for Zeus kills. So
sure.
That's a Monacy play. Always some lightning when the flash is involved.
He's probably in like an unlosable situation, I would imagine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monacy was alive, so probably. Oh my goodness, okay. The mouse pad is top of Reddit. All right.
Is it?
Mattis's mouse pad is top of
Mattis,
Reddit.
I'm so sorry.
Does anybody know the backstory of Mattis's mouse pad from Fnatic and why he doesn't change it? Well, let's dive into this thread and see what's happening.
I'm sure there's some great answers in there.
The top comment is, don't fix what ain't completely broken. And I suppose that
That's
works.
a fair point.
Because it's the only left-handed mouse pad in the world. One of a kind.
That's good banter.
That's pretty good. That's
shout
pretty
at the
good.
left-handed players.
Well, I was about to shout out his username, Jason, but I'll show you what his name is and why I can't say it.
Yeah, you can't say that one.
Yeah, that's a bad one. You can look it up.
It's probably accurate, but...
Yeah, of course. Okay, the Monacy clip's on here too, so
nice.
I'm enjoying that.
That'll be some late-night entertainment for me.
I was watching some donk demos recently.
Okay.
Because, you know, we got to understand. We got to understand why this guy is so unplayable. And I think the main sort of question people have is like, why? Sure, we understand he's great mechanics, but why is he so hard to kill? Like, it feels like people can't kill him. He's always moving. He's got this sort of crazy ability just to keep jumping on his feet. And you have like fights against really good players that should be taking the kill, but he seems to have like an extra second to react. And so you're looking at it, and I was speaking to Device about it too back at Katowice in passing, and you can say, yeah, he's just got great movement. Like, he's always moving, always AD. He's never standing still, and that's why like he just gets extra little seconds to react.
That's why it makes it look so easy. Yeah, it was a weird one watching Katowice because you were just like, he's actually just like running around killing people. Like, there's nothing to it.
I can't remember which pro said it, but there was a quote, and it's, he plays like he has 400 HP.
Okay.
And I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, that's fair. Just constant confidence that he just can't be killed immediately. I'll never forget, like, after they beat Falcons in the semifinals, walking out and just seeing Zonic shake his head just like speechless. He was like, I don't know what's called.
I called
it. Was just
timeouts after
it was so
timeout.
Funny of all people. He was like, yeah, I don't know what to call.
Yeah, I mean, he was
like,
literally
no
laughing after the game. He's
yeah.
like,
he took it in stride, like he kind of had to. He's just like, yep, we got wrecked today, and no one knew what to do about it.
yeah, it's like we called so many different looks on the CT side, aggression, pass and play. No matter what happened, instant headshots.
It's great. We've questioned Donk every step of the way, and now he gets to come into an RMR, and we get to question him on, yeah, but can he do it at the major?
It's true.
We'll just keep going with this. We should just make a game show.
And then the one time he doesn't do it, everyone's gonna be like, told you.
Yeah, we can do a game show of like, you know, just put him in these weird, crazy situations and see if he can still frag.
Yeah, I'm down for that for sure. Well, the action of the Copenhagen Major is just around the corner, really. It's crazy that it just felt like yesterday we were in the last CSGO Major ever. You know, the last CSGO, the last time.
Yep.
And now, well, we've got a major in CS2 just around the corner.
Time flies, baby.
It's gonna be wild.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really interesting, and like it's kind of cool too, because like you just see so many different teams like trying new things and trying to adapt, and some teams are struggling with it, some teams are catching on quicker. So it is like there's like this weird like the hierarchy just doesn't feel like solid of teams that we have right now outside of FaZe making the finals.
Yeah, and the major prize pool is 1.25 million.
We take that.
That's according to the HLTV here as well. So it starts March 21st to March 31st. 10 days of action. That's going to be really fun. That's the second stage, and then we obviously have the initial opening stage, which is March 17th to 20th. So 16 teams, big event, and some heartbreak. We'll see if Nico can get a major finally. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Not looking like it at the moment.
The Nico angle, it's not looking like it at the moment.
Definitely not looking like it. Not looking like we're getting into the game anytime soon either. So hopefully we can get that resolved as quickly as possible. The Asian RMR will not be hosted here. It'll be in Shanghai. We were here in Bucharest not so long ago.
Is the broadcast out of here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But we were here not so long ago doing the CIC tournament.
Yes, we were.
And the Shanghai crowd looked pretty damn hype, I have to say.
They looked like they were ready to go.
The Chinese fans, they've been starved of some good Counter-Strike over the last, 4 years? So the return was fantastic. And speaking of returns, we will return after this break. Going to take a short one, get this one resolved, and as soon as it's ready, we'll bring the game to you.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Solid, bitch. Made in hell.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's 5-3 for Na'Vi, and we're straight into the action. Enterprise have just lost out on their opportunity to really get a foothold in this first half. Their money's been broken. They're back down to pistols, and Na'Vi looking to push forward to 6.
Great opportunity for it too. Can't imagine that they would lose this round to mostly Glocks. Couple Deagles on board. And yeah, to put a little bit more context after the extended break, the economy of Enterprise has been shattered, not just due to losses, but due to a couple rounds with saved weapons where players didn't get bonus money. Tao tried to actually go for a 1v4, got 2 kills, ended up going down after the time, which is why he only has 50 bucks. So just economically speaking, Enterprise has been screwed and ruined in this early, or in this first half, I should just say, overall.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for Na'Vi at this point, who are now 6-3 up, and the buy is back.
It's taken like 3 to 4 rounds for them to like get the economy on the same page among everyone.
Yes, for Enterprise, yes, absolutely. And so the AK-47s are out on most players, one in particular having to go into a Galil, and that's Tao, obviously suffering economic tragedy just mere moments ago. Well, in terms of the context of the game, about 15 minutes ago in reality.
If you take the tech break out of it, it was mere moments ago.
Yep, and Imma, oh my god, okay. Nice try, trying to get out middle through the bottom of connector. Second kill from Friend over the top of the smoke. Na'Vi handed 2 players dead immediately.
Yeah, right out of the gate, that aggression gets completely negated. And it's a shame, really, that Enterprise has had so many money issues in these last few rounds, because they've been actually putting up a pretty decent fight, all things considered, against Na'Vi.
Yeah,
they've had some
able to
dangerous rounds, some good executes, and just, man, they just got stopped cold. A good chance here in round 10 to rebound.
And they should be, unless there's an Alexibi masterclass coming in here.
Maltico can come quick. One player at low HP. That could happen real fast.
Yeah, and he's got utilities, so he's going to toss out the smoke grenade. Whether or not they respect it is a different story. They will not. With 100 minutes left, they're already through, and Alexibi changes up his position. Oh, he gets a lineup, but it's only 1 kill. Really needed a second if his teammates had a chance for going for this one, but they didn't get that kill needed, and so they're saving.
Yeah, took down the low HP player first, unfortunately. Couldn't just get a stray bullet to catch him while he cleans up the other one. So the last 2 players, Wonderful and Bit, will save the weapons. Good round from Enterprise. Good openings in middle. Good convincing hit towards the B bomb site. No second guessing. And that brings them up to 4.
And you're right, they are staying in this half still.
Yeah.
A good chance, actually, to even get 6 out of it. They could tie the scoreline at the half.
They've actually done a really good job in middle whenever, like, Navi's brought bodies there. They've traded them. They haven't just gotten wiped out the way we saw in the previous game. They've actually been able to kind of fight back and hold off the setup. And the only real things that have hurt them is Wonderful a couple times with an off pick and able to fall back and sneak away. But other than that, they've been able to handle all the heat that Navi's brought. Just 2 rounds back on this T side of Mirage. Crumpled up papers. That strat didn't work. Chuck it to the side. That strat doesn't work. Throw it to the side.
Yeah, I was wondering if like that was like a towel he was wiping his hands on. If he got a little sweaty. I guess it might be. Yeah, it looks like it's the notes. He's like, all right, the strategy didn't work. Throw it in the bin.
Yeah, never run this one again. All right, Wonderful with an op peering towards top mid. Alexi over at the B bomb site. 1 player on catwalk as well. So this time Na'Vi have a good lock, a good read on what's happening in mid. No one from Enterprise there quite yet to force them back. Here comes a little bit of utility. Does Enterprise want to commit any bodies to the play is the question. And they've actually, pretty much most rounds on this T side, Enterprise has sent Demo over to the Buchholz to just make his presence known for Alexi. Force out a little bit of utility, make it feel like you're going to increase the pressure. They're just making sure that he's always considering the possibility of a B hit.
Now it is Enterprise about to make the A hit. They've got all the utility just outside of that bomb site, ready for the execute. Tao has a puddle of grenades at his feet, so he'll be able to toss them on out and flash standard. Try and catch Bit blind. Hide behind the triple stack instead of peeking into the open, and now he goes for that peek. It's Bit slicing away 2 on that initial attack, and he might be able to clean up a little bit more, especially with the help of Imma towards the top of the stairway, but dang, that nade is perfect. Right over the back of the triple box.
It is, but the damage feels like it's done already. Molotov at the plant spot. Friend's gonna have to push forward. No one's actually in there planting the bomb. Good find, that's wonderful. And Alexi's stuck behind Ticket.
Yeah, look at Demo as well. He's being pretty sneaky inside of the smoke. They predicted that possibility, and now Friend is in the clutch, limited time, and he's going to go for that bomb plant in the open, and that is his death sentence. So Alexibi catches him on the peek out ticket.
Bit makes a great play. It took a little bit of time for it to come to fruition. Molotov towards the A ramp so he can move from ticket to fireboxes and just kind of slide up there. And when the execute comes, it's a counter flash from Imma that allows him and activates him to take the peek and get a double kill. And that's the first 2 players up the ramp. Those are the guys meant to like create space into the bomb site, and it made that hit real hard to pull off for Enterprise. So good job from Bit, good job from the Na'Vi defense. Nursing a 3-round lead for the moment, and last round of the first half.
JL sprinting up middle. He's got some space to play with here, but the flashes, they land right in his face. JL is still able to get 1 out of it, traded by Friend. Mid-control taken by Enterprise. Pretty good work to get mid-control yet again.
This time, though, the Na'Vi defense is split. No one's playing Con, no one's playing Window. It's Wonderful and Bit at the A bomb site. It's Alexi and Ema at the B bomb site. Middle of the map is open. One minute to play with for Enterprise on the attacking side.
You can tell how much they want this last round of the half. Very tentative T-side round here. 7-5 can make a huge difference for your chances in the second half.
I think they're trying to pull this into a fake. 2 coming up A ramp. 2 at Buchholz with the bomb, including a very low HP player. So all eyes on Alexi and how much he gets pulled away if ever the decision comes into his brain. Hasn't moved yet.
Not yet. Emma is still standing on this B bomb site. Alexi B has a big brain, and he still thinks it's about to be a play towards that B bomb site, but he's taken out. He doesn't have a chance. Pyjamas gets rid of him. Now Emma piece. Oh, low HP on that second player in, and that should be it now. That should be wrapped up. 15 seconds left. The fake does not work out. Wonderful hears him in the window. Oh, he's got the murder hole on lock. And he's going to drop down in behind cover for some safety. Friend can go nowhere, so he'll attempt to get a headshot, but this round is over. It's an 8-4 half for Na'Vi. A strong showing from Wonderful and Emma, but it's overall a very good team effort.
That's a good last round from Na'Vi as well. Not getting fooled by that in any way whatsoever. That little bit of a fake trying to pull rotators into an early kind of dash. Emo is just about getting pulled away, but he's not going to take his eyes off the prize. Doesn't pull knife out and just bail out. He just sees it coming right at the last possible second. So 8-4 as the team switch side. And we'll see what they've got in store for us in the pistol.
Pause is short. The pistol will begin here in the second half.
Dooley's on demo. Dooley's on...
Pyjamas.
Pyjamas. Thank you for that. I was about to say Bajmi.
Bajmi. Onion Bajmi. Yeah. That'll be real good right about now. Joel Beretta's.
Some of that spicy mint sauce.
Yeah, that would be great. A little salty, but I'd love it. Pyjamas. That's such a sick name, though, if it like really pops off. And then it's just, it's
it
an
is a pretty
advertisement.
solid name, yeah.
It's like, buy me, please. Pistols out in force. Bit with the P250 starts it off. Oh, Joel Berettas are not going to work out. And oh, buy me, he's gone. Tau instead playing from Ticket, and it looks like his is about to be punched because lots of Na'Vi players coming in from multiple different positions. And they've got jungle. Emma has the bomb. Oh my god. Oh, what is happening? Finally, that kill inside of jungle is taken by Emma. Demo swinging with the Joel Berettas inside of the connector. But remember, the bomb is in jungle. The bomb is away from the pack. This pistol could still unravel, but it's suddenly only Demo. And thank god Na'Vi recovered that because that was a bit mental.
Yeah, I wonder if he realized he had the bomb or if he just kind of...
It's probably one of those scenarios where you rush into jungle, you're like, I have the bomb?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
we just don't expect that to happen too often on the professional level, but
yeah,
it does happen.
I'll give them the courtesy of the fact that, you know, it's late in the day. They've just had a big tech pause. Maybe
they just didn't care. Maybe they just really wanted the map control towards jungle, towards window. Either way, yeah, they got a little bit spicy at the end. There were some moments for Enterprise to bring that back in their favor, but the pistol still goes the way of Na'Vi. So now a 5-round lead and up against USPs, and that's it. Not a whole lot of runway left for Enterprise on the CT side.
No, it's starting to look like they're going to have to take off a very small platform. But we've seen it in Top Gun, man. They can do it on a small runway. USPs should be melted in just a moment. Na'Vi will be up to 10 rounds, and there's only 3 away from closing out this game. And I think Na'Vi coming into today, this would be the best case scenario to go 2-0 up. And it really has been a case of all the favorites getting their W's today. I think it's where the placement of the RMR is. You know, you're coming out of sure.
Except for NIP.
Well, all the top teams have made it through 2-0 today. So, you know, they're coming out of the Katowice tournament into this. You've had groups at Blast to warm up to. So it's probably nice and warm for the top sides. Apart from NIP. Sorry, guys.
Eve is going to back away. Eve is going to back away. Ooh, okay, Tao. That's a nice little USP kill to open things up. Now Wonderful has zoned in on your location, dancing around the sides of the default boxes. There's a push in middle that Eva's going to handle just fine. And now everything's starting to fall in the favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, pistols of the USP variety are all melted away, as you would expect. And it is 10 rounds now for Na'Vi. They're double figures, 3 away from closing this one and closing out a wonderful day.
A wonderful day. Op is out in the hands of Tau. M4s across the board otherwise. No op yet out for Na'Vi on the attack.
For some reason, back in the day, Tau used to have a nickname of Tapchan among the Polish community.
Tapchan.
And it means like couch.
Couch?
Yeah, like sofa bed kind of thing.
Okay.
So I don't know why. Maybe he just likes chilling on it. That's a bit of a strange nickname, I guess.
I don't know why they call it this.
Yeah.
Maybe he likes sitting on couches.
Yeah, we'll ask him why it was there. But Wonderful, no questions asked. He's dealt with mid. 2 kills locked in. By me, one of the players is dead. And now 3 alive from Enterprise up against the 4 of Na'Vi. It feels good for 11. And just similar to the story that we brought up in the first half, it's a position for Enterprise where they're competitive for a little bit. And then the money becomes a problem. And I think that'll be the case here. They lose these 3 players and Na'Vi got up to 11. Gonna have to eco in the next round, and now we're looking at 12.
I guess. I was gonna say the nice thing is you have a player on catwalk, but Friend has such low HP that it almost doesn't even matter. 1 health.
Yeah, I think Friend's dead, unless he changes his position and catches them looking the wrong way, and that's exactly what happens. He swings into the open, dead to the hand of Ima, but his teammates here have set him up for a 2v2. It's Talon Exist trying to come back on in this one. Bomb goes down for Na'Vi. That should certainly help and increase their chances of closing out onto 11 rounds. And this short fight, ooh, it matters so much. And Wonderful's hit the headshot without too much issue. Tau now forced into the clutch, and it's a question of whether or not he wants to go for it. And it doesn't look like it's too likely of a scenario, but he's hanging around.
He wants a mistake. He wants someone to peek before he really commits to it.
No one's peeking.
Yeah, this is well played from Na'Vi. Friend getting 1 kill with 1 HP was nice. It looked like it might make this a possible situation, but just Na'Vi handles it perfectly. And Tau's going to have to bail out with the op. 11-4, Na'Vi just 2 rounds away from a victory on Mirage to close the day.
Wonderful dies, but Ima survives. So an AK-47 to boot.
Perfectly balanced.
As all things should be. I just love how LexiB's had this DJ dubstep all day. Jackie and Vince are saying the lore of LexiB is he doesn't come into the studio unless he gets to bring his boombox with him.
Sure, yeah.
You have a boombox growing up, Jason?
Of course. Walkman.
Yeah, Sony Walkman, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was real technology when you got the
That's
skip.
a boombox, though?
The
I thought boombox was like the thing.
No, it is. Boombox. It's not a boombox, the Walkman. I was just going through a list of all the old things.
all the devices you used to listen to music on.
120 seconds of skip.
And then one day I bought my iPod Shuffle.
Yeah, it was revolutionary when you could use a CD player on a bike.
5v4 set up off the back of that initial kill for Enterprise. They'll be happy to have the opening. But can they hold on to it? That is the question. I don't know.
They got it in the previous round as well, and just like the previous round, the follow-up is taken away from them. Good job from Bit with the MAC-10.
Yeah, the MAC-10 is so good when you're trying to just be agile.
And this is going to end, they're going to split the A bomb site.
Friend.
Oh, they hear all that as well. Oh, it's the worst.
God. Not your friend. And that's going to be Bit going through with the MAC-10 again, hopping up into the window for this kill. And this was a 5v4, now turned 3v2, favoring Na'Vi. And Byme's pushed through the apartments, now going down through the underpass. And JL's out towards the ramp, tossing out that piece of utility towards Demo. So he's stuck behind this corner for a few more seconds. But bomb plant's coming in. Demo hears it, doesn't deny it, doesn't go for the swing.
And unfortunately, they have to challenge to a certain extent, right? Like, you have to kind of go for this and see if you can get a retake even started, but that's going to put the weapons at risk.
Well, time is ticking a little too far now. They don't have a kit on any of the 2 surviving players here, so at this point, you need some mistakes, you need some overextensions, and even that isn't going to be enough. There's no time for this. Trying to get away with their lives, but Bit is not letting that happen.
I wonder if Bit wants to stick around. He knows the op is there. He looked at it earlier. Yeah, he did want it. He did want it. And he's not going to get it. AWP is in the hands of Pyjamas, and he's going to bail out. So 12-4. Na'Vi with 8 chances to close this map, but there is going to be an AWP in the field of play for Tau. And other than that, some rifles, some SMGs will likely be picked up. So a decent buy for Enterprise. Everyone's got a boombox.
I love it. Keeps the energy going late into the night. Pretty cool mouse pad there. That's what Maddie should get.
That one right there?
Yeah. Stylish little tie-dye or whatever it's called. 12-4. Na'Vi. It was a competitive first set of rounds.
Yeah, I think the economy situation of Enterprise really screwed him in the first half, and second half I think they're just straight up getting a little outclassed. Harder to kind of manage working and fighting as a team on the CT side when you don't get to choose where the attack is going to push into. And obviously, I mean, I think the big thing in the second half has been losing the man advantages that you give yourself. Getting the opening kill and still not converting those 5-on-4s has been painful.
Yeah, it's been very, very unfortunate for Enterprise, but it's kind of what you expect. This is a really inexperienced team. The fact that they're able to get into advantageous positions versus Na'Vi of opportunities at the start of the first half, take it as a positive about the future for some of these players. Frank goes around the corner. Alexi B is down once again.
This is 3 5v4s in a row. So numbers state that you should win one of those 3.
Yeah, surely. But numbers sometimes lie. Emma and Bick go together through the underpass. I'll come through bottom middle. 45 seconds remaining in this round, and no one from Enterprise is overextending, but this position from Pyjamas is about to have a fight on that bench in front of him if they were to hop up.
There's an AWP there as well, though, that could catch him off guard.
Oh, good kill for Pyjamas. Taken out by Bit. Here's the AWP, and that's going to land. Friend sends it through the back of Wonderful. Now JL comes out through ramp. This is the next wave of attack, but Tau is the start of the sandwich. I think he's going to enjoy this one. JL, oh my god, he checks it. JL, though, still hasn't dealt with a triple player, and that's going to be too much to handle. Numbers do state that it should be around here for Enterprise.
Yeah, not a great percentage, 33% of converting 5-on-4s, but we'll get there. We'll work our way up.
It could get better here because there's not a lot of money for Na'Vi, so you probably, with the rounds you've got to play with, I wouldn't imagine Na'Vi want to force buy here. So maybe some half-buy action coming in?
Yeah, half-buy in like 3 players, maybe 4 players. See what you can do with it. A little bit of utility, getting a solid execute in. Good round from Enterprise, doubled up in different positions, and Wonderful.
It was good.
No stress, baby. Yeah, that was a very, very Wusa moment. Yeah, he's just letting it all out.
Yeah, it's rough here. Wonderful's got 1450. Not a lot of money. So Na'Vi haven't even really gone for a half-buy.
No, hoping for a deagle pick. Thin out the herd, see if you can create a gap. You have JL waiting on the other side and Palace with a deagle.
Emma's got some extra money, so goodbye for Wonderful. And the next. A bomb plant would make this very nice for Na'Vi, but...
Yeah, they're buying regardless, but obviously you'll never turn down $800 cash.
Exactly, but I just don't think they're gonna... Well, there's a couple of times you would turn down $800 cash. If I suggested some of them to you, Jason.
Okay, sure. Yeah, if you made up a wild scenario.
I think at this point, though, Na'Vi just rotting the clock. Putting the time down, under a minute. Couple of kills out middle. Pyjamas exists, getting a few of those, and it's all cleaned up today. Emma's got the deagle inside of the apartments. Bomb dropped in mid.
Kind of slipped the net of Demo.
Yeah, but Demo comes back, catches it, and considers Emma, removes him.
All right, 12-6. Get back into the gun rounds, baby. As you mentioned, there was some money on some of the Na'Vi players. They can drop an AK over to Wonderful so they can be fully kitted out with rifles and get this back underway. Plenty of chances still for Na'Vi to close this out, but I think we're going to get it looks like a timeout.
Feels like a timeout.
It does feel like a timeout. I could be dead wrong, though.
Let's take a look at the mouths. They're moving.
He's taking his time with his headset as well. I think it's a timeout. Yeah, it's a timeout.
Okay, sure. Okay. Not a tech issue. Everybody's having a conversation.
Yeah.
Really is the return of Polish Counter-Strike, isn't it? We're seeing some...
Where'd it come from? It was gone for years, and then we got like 3 brand new teams.
So it's like, hi, we're here now.
yeah, we've arrived again.
Then we're going to make it to the playoffs. We're going to bring a bunch of new players to the RMRs. It's cool to see. And I think after the major, there might be like a nice little shuffle. Maybe we get a really good Polish team. Like, Ents is obviously great, but you know, have another one. Why not?
Yeah, bring one more in. Polish super team. Round 19 coming in. Friend has the op. Wonderful has an op on his side as well. I'm sure at this point, Na'Vi in this timeout is like, we would love to get an opening kill. We would love to not have to convert 4v5. So that was, I'm assuming, an Enterprise timeout led into a Na'Vi timeout.
Yeah, and it was like a full minute, yeah. So, wanting to make sure that they close out this game, Na'Vi. Enterprise seeing how many rounds they can get. Wonderful on the AWP should be the key to unlock getting some of these opening kills. We'll have to wait and see if that's how it's played, though, for Na'Vi. Send JL out towards Palace in his default stance.
Deep flashes to allow Friend to take this peak. Wonderful did this to Enterprise a number of times in the first half and got away with it, but Friend doesn't want to stick around as long. Utility deep up mid just to make Na'Vi a little bit nervous. 2 in Buchholz, 2 passive in middle, once crossing Alexi to the top mid boxes, and obviously JL just hanging out, holding the fort down at the A-bomb site.
What's Frank got for us here? Nothing, because the smoke comes in, so he can't look underpass, so he's hoping he can find a short fight, but that isn't coming his way. Imma's going to stay underpass. The rest of his teammates are now setting up for an attack towards this B-bomb site. And Denver's just jumping, seeing what he can spot. Flash is going to signal that he should move away. Going for a last-second jump there that might have cost him his life, but a bit unable to land that shot. As we head under 1 minute, Na'Vi still have their eyes on this B-bomb site itself.
Bit's just done great work baiting out some of that utility. Just showing presence. There's the Molotov as well. They can re-execute as soon as this Molotov expires. Now, this is a timing where they want Ema and the middle guys to take some attention away from the B holes.
Yeah, because you got 3 players rotated over into this B-bomb site, 2 for the CT side. So 35 seconds. Distraction certainly needs to be set up here by Alexi B and Imma. Is it going to happen, though? By me, flash off the angle. Alexi B unleashes. Na'Vi going for the split into the B-bomb site, and it looks like it's going to be enough. Na'Vi about to take themselves to a 2-0 record here at the RMRs on day 1. Tau and Friend left locked outside. And Enterprise has certainly shown us some positive signs, but the flank is about to rip it out of their hands. Flash is sent in. JL, he is connected onto by that flash, but Wonderful keeps him protected, and Tau will fall to Alexi B. Na'Vi do get a 2-0 record. They're on to the best of 3s for progression, and this is the result they would have expected and would have hoped for.
Yeah, just like VP as well. Like, the best you can say at this point, it doesn't tell us anything different about Na'Vi, but it just straight up says, you know, they got the job done. They came in, they handled business, no real issues whatsoever. A little bit of a fight back from Enterprise, but nothing that was any cause for concern. So high fives all around. The long day is over. 2-0 for Na'Vi, 1-1 for Enterprise.
Yeah, Enterprise definitely showed us some early signs going in that first half. I mean, they were 1-0 at the start of the RMR. That's got to feel pretty good. And now they go 1-1. Best of one still in front of them. We'll see how they perform. Definitely an exciting team, and maybe this is a team that will bring some teams to the brink. Maybe get another upset here on the start of this event.
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say like this game was closer than the scoreboard would suggest, but no. We saw some good fight back from Enterprise and like handling some of the CT aggression that Na'Vi was bringing out in middle, trading. They weren't like completely overwhelmed like we sometimes see with underdogs versus a heavier favorite where you just kind of get wiped out of the server, wiped out of the map. They actually
like the VP Fnatic game, for example.
Yeah, like the VP Fnatic game. Just as we'll just throw that one out there. But yeah, yeah, it was nothing special. It was good to see them actually stand up and fight back.
Yeah, give Na'Vi something to play against. And Na'Vi get through. They've got a lot more resources, obviously, and Ursula there talking with the fellow Poles from the Na'Vi side of things. And, you know, we look forward to the future, and we're going to get some really good 2-0 games now, you know, with all these, like, top teams making it through the 2-0. Some great games available.
Yeah, the 2 series games, 2-0 series should be bangers tomorrow. I think they're going to be some good ones, and obviously we got to run all those calculations.
Yes, the Buchholz.
The Buchholz system.
Yeah, that's a system that we do use here.
It is a system.
Yeah, it is a system. We've used it for a while. We have been using it for a while.
Unfortunately, yes, we have.
I enjoy it. It's fun.
I know you do.
It's all over the place,
That's
and
cute.
It provides excitement. Na'Vi definitely... No one really had an issue. You know, like across the board, it was just a good team effort. Imma, JL, Alexi B, Wonderful, all getting their numbers, and that's really good to see. And now we'll get to see where they're really at in the competition in the 2-0 games.
This is, I mean, and we won't see them with, like, you know, the pressure, quote unquote, isn't exactly on some of these top teams. You know, sitting at 2-0, you're not on the verge of being eliminated. Maybe we see that from a couple of them as the event goes on, but certainly, yeah, gonna be cool to see who's able to go through 3-0 and make that big difference and have that good run to start the RMR. I thought this was a solid game. I thought Alexi had some nice, easy calls on the T side. Nothing too complicated. I don't think they encountered anything that made anything super complicated, but Alexi was just some very nice, convincing calls in the mid-round for splits towards different bomb sites. It was all good.
And this is the scoreboard rehash. Wonderful top day with 17 kills for Navi. Imma just in behind him, everybody else. Similar numbers, and for Enterprise, you see, like, they were doing some decent fragging output. The kills are actually quite similar, but the scoreline, definitely not. But Navi, 13-6 versus Enterprise. It's been a wonderful day of action here on day one of the EU RMR. We've had a lot of matches, a lot of Counter-Strike, and that's what it's going to be like for the next 3 weeks.
I mean, it's interesting you brought this point up, is we didn't have like any of the crazy upsets that any of the other RMRs had. Because I know, like, every time I come into an RMR cycle, I'm just like, some shit's about to go down. Like, you know, who knows what it's going to be. This is the result here on the secondary stream, Dinko, for round 2 of the RMR. These are the games we just covered. NIP losing to AMKAL. That was probably the biggest upset of the day.
It was upsetting.
Depending on how it was upsetting. Depending on how you want to look at it. 3D Max losing to Movistar. Virtus.pro taking out Fnatic with ease, and then Navi handling business against Enterprise as well.
Yeah, 2 of the games closed out with VP and Navi just getting the job done, and yeah, the excitement was really in those sort of loser games that send them down into the elimination matches. Best of 3s now for the losers and the winners heading into tomorrow onwards. And you know, this is an event that should, in theory, work like this. You know, the top teams come in, get into the 2-0 games. Some of them immediately qualify into the major, and you know, we see a couple of filter teams in the middle.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out that way in the past. Our expectations are set high, so we'll see if there's going to be more upsets as the week continues. We're done for the day, for the night, whatever you want to call it, wherever you are. It's one of those. That was a very trace exit. Anyways, we'll see you guys later.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Brain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel, with its faster native response time, can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.